The sound of grinding gears rang out, but Xia Zhiye paid it no heed, grinning as he stared at the Iron Man movie playing on the other side of his computer screen. Ever since Avengers 3 was released, everyone who's seen it has rushed back to make up the earlier films. Watching line after line of barrage comments fly past. Things like catching up, Avengers 3 is back, Lesson 1, next lesson The Incredible Hulk. Xia Zhiye could not help but laugh. Unlike them, Xia Zhiye had long since watched the entire series of Marvel films. Now he was rewatching them. When the sound of grinding gears finally ceased, Xia Zhiye turned his head toward another window on his monitor. It was a game known in every household DNF. His encounter with this game had been a cursed fate. After so many ups and downs, it had now become nothing more than a way to kill time. System messages popped up one after another. Equipment dismantled, colorless small crystals obtained, rare soul acquired. Boring. He yawned, preparing to log off. Suddenly, the computer monitor began to jitter abnormally, and the enormous dismantling machine in the game started to emit a crimson glow. What the hell? Startled, Xia Zhiye had barely begun to rise from his chair when a loud boom erupted. The dismantling machine actually exploded. Even if its durability hits 0, it shouldn't explode. What kind of nonsense is this? As he cursed, the red light from the explosion engulfed him. In the next instant, the entire screen went black and Xia Zhiye vanished without a trace. Fragments of images flashed before Xia Zhiye's eyes. Battlefields, explosions, hoarse, desperate shouts. Scene after scene, act after act. He snapped his eyes open and let out a breath of relief. It was a dream. What are you doing, soldier? Get up, get up. Those damned bastards have broken through our defensive line. This is a despicable sneak attack, damn it. Open fire. Before Xia Zhiye could comprehend what was happening, the surrounding environment had already stunned him into speechless shock. Everywhere he looked was a scene of utter chaos. Trenches sprawled in all directions, smoke billowed in the distance, and the rattle of gunfire, thunder of artillery, screams, and wails wove together into a single deafening cacophony. Xia Zhiye was completely dumbfounded. What was this? One moment he had been at home playing games and watching movies, and the next he had plunged into a place where shells rained down from the sky. And this wasn't the fireworks of some romantic holiday, but genuine artillery, the kind that killed rather than created life. A burly young man was yanking him forward, sprinting while babbling rapidly in a language he barely registered. Before the man could finish his sentence, there was a sharp crack. A bullet tore through the steel helmet, whose durability was nearly spent, and nailed itself straight into the man's skull. A heartbeat ago, he had been dragging Xia Zhiye along in a mad dash, seemingly intent on finding something. The next, he had become a cold, lifeless corpse. Warm blood soaked over his boots. Xia Zhiye collapsed onto the ground, his mind a complete roaring blank. What on earth is going on? Bullets whistled recklessly overhead as Xia Zhiye hunched his neck and hid in the trench, his head filled with nothing but confusion and a suffocating sense of unreality. Did I transmigrate? Xia Zhiye had read plenty of novels and was no stranger to the idea of suddenly waking up in another world. But he had never heard of any protagonist who crossed over straight into the middle of a battlefield. If his transmigrated life were a novel, then this opening was outrageously intense. Calm down. Calm down. Xia Zhiye patted his face, forcing himself to do the first and most important thing. Calm down. He lifted his head to peer at the battlefield. In the distance, tanks and artillery rumbled, and the emblem painted on their sides left him dumbstruck. It was a flag marked with an inverted swastika. In history, there seemed to be only one regime that had used that symbol. Damn it. Is this a World War II battlefield ruled by that little mustached madman? Xia Zhiye felt as if his skull were splitting open. He was just an ordinary person, even a bit of a shootin', and of all places to transmigrate to, it had to be a World War II battlefield littered with corpses. A bullet grazed past his scalp, sending him ducking his head down at once. He swept a glance along the trench. Every man still breathing clutched a rifle and was firing desperately at the enemy. For the moment, if he wanted to survive, the only option was to fight the enemy with cold steel and gunfire. And the only thing he could rely on was one object: a gun. Xia Zhiye had never fired a weapon in his life, yet he began patting himself down from head to toe in search of one. As a soldier, he had to have a gun on him. Sure enough, there was one slung over his shoulder, something he had not noticed earlier. He grabbed it, but one glance told him he had no idea what model it was. Just as he was about to observe the others and imitate their movements to pick up some shooting skills, that familiar sound of grinding gears reached his ears again. Am I hearing things? Xia Zhiye froze. That sound was all too familiar. It was the dismantling machine from DNF. A virtual window appeared before his eyes. Dismantle M1 Garand rifle. Below were two options, yes and no. Are you kidding me? Xia Zhiye was utterly baffled. What on earth was this? Wait, could this be my cheat ability? A moment later, the realization struck him. Then he was even more at a loss. Other people's golden fingers were powerful systems or divine artifacts, so why was his a dismantling machine? He glanced over the battlefield. Corpses were everywhere, and weapons lay in all their hands. Dismantling one rifle would not be much of a loss. Gritting his teeth, he chose yes. After all, it was a golden finger. He had to figure out exactly what this thing could do. It might very well be the key to his survival. The grinding of gears sounded again as Xia Zhiye crouched in the trench, gritting his teeth, while bullets hissed past above his head. Clods of earth erupted now and then, showering his face and hair with mud. Before today, he had never imagined he would suffer such torment, almost to the point of breaking down and weeping bitter tears right there in the trench. Yet he forced himself to endure. He was after all now a member of the grand army of transmigrators. If he squatted here and sobbed like a coward, he would disgrace every last one of them, and in the future, he would not even dare greet another transmigrator if he met one. Not that I'm likely to run into any transmigrators. Double-crossing worlds would have readers mailing razor blades. Muttering like a lunatic to himself, Xia Zhiye listened to the gears continue to grind. For damn sake, is it still not done? Xia Zhiye snapped. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hiss like venting steam sounded beside his ears. Immediately, another virtual window popped up before him. A notification header stood at the top, making Xia Zhiye's scalp tingle. Of all times, it had to be sending him notifications now. Who was it even notifying? The message continued: equipment dismantling successful. He had obtained 6 copies of Basic Rifle Shooting Insights, 3 copies of Basic Rifle Close Combat Insights, a Damaged Battle Soul, and 1 point of dismantling experience. At the end was a line: dismantling complete. Extract now. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Was that not obvious? Xia Zhiye's face darkened. Extract. In the next instant, 9 books and a ball of white light appeared in his hands out of thin air. Are you messing with me? Do you expect me to grit my teeth and study hard on the battlefield, then take the college entrance exam, go to grad school, fall in love, marry some rich beauty, become a CEO, and reach the pinnacle of life, or something? His grumbling was one thing, but the countless novels he had read told him this thing definitely was not meant for reading. Around him, the soldiers still held their positions. Though it felt like a long time, in truth, only a few minutes had passed. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Xia Zhiye hid several books behind his back, pulled one out, and without the leisure to ponder if it was the right way or how foolish he might look, raised his hand and slapped it with a sharp smack. At once, the book dissolved into a streak of white light that shot straight into Xia Zhiye's mind. Methods of using rifles, shooting techniques, and personal insights unfolded within his consciousness one after another. I knew it. Xia Zhiye nearly leaped into the air, but the bullets whistling overhead made him fear being skewered the moment he stood up, so he forcefully suppressed that tempting urge. He simply slapped the books one by one. 6 volumes of Rifle Shooting Insights, 3 volumes of Rifle Close Combat Experience. After absorbing them all, Xia Zhiye felt as though he had become a sharpshooter. As for the final cluster of white light, when he absorbed it, it immediately scattered into countless motes that enveloped Xia Zhiye. His entire body's muscles and bones began to ache, faintly swelling and tingling with a strange sensation. The feeling came and went quickly, and when it faded, Xia Zhiye felt as if power was surging through every inch of his body. This really is a golden cheat, damn it. Although he had no idea how it worked, nor why a worn-out rifle could, after being disassembled, yield something as obviously mystical as a so-called war soul. Xia Zhiye still felt in that moment as though he were invincible under heaven. He immediately reached for his gun, intending to stand up and confront the enemy he'd in, only to grab at empty air. Where's my gun? Damn it. I disassembled it. He answered his own question. Looking down, he saw that the rifle had been cleanly broken down, not even a scrap left behind. Keeping his head low and his back hunched, he lunged forward like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey toward the nearest weapon. He snatched it up, it was loaded, and the safety was already off. Disassemble M1 Garand rifle. No. Disassemble it again. Then what rush and barehanded to fight? Without another word, he raised his head, took a quick glance at the enemy opposite, then shouldered the rifle and fired. The gunshot rang out. He did not even spare a moment to check the outcome before ducking back down the very next second. Did I hit him? Xia Zhiye swallowed hard, unsure. To be honest, his heart was quivering with guilt. Less than 10 minutes ago, he had still been a homebody curled up at home watching movies and playing games. In the next second, he had been thrown onto this battlefield where flames of war soared into the sky. So what if he had a golden cheat? So what if his mind was suddenly packed with firearm skills? At the core, his mentality was still that of an ordinary person. Kill someone. Killing was a crime. It was the corpses strewn before his eyes and the desperate situation closing in on him that finally forced him to pull the trigger. After that single shot, he did not know whether the enemy was dead or alive, but Xia Zhiye felt that the worldview and values he had carried through his past life had been shattered to pieces by that bullet in an instant. When that wave of guilt subsided, Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth and stood up once more. He raised the rifle in his hands, aimed at the distant enemy, and squeezed the trigger again. Bang! This time Xia Zhiye did not duck his head. He watched with his own eyes as the bullet struck the enemy's face. The spray of blood and the sight of the man collapsing to the ground made Xia Zhiye's entire body tremble. He did not know whether it was excitement or terror. The rifle in his hands rose again and again. With each pull of the trigger, most shots found their mark. However, the odds of a headshot were not particularly high. More often, the bullets struck the body with a small chance of missing entirely. The battlefield is a place that drives people mad, especially a newcomer. The shock to his values was too great, the visual impact too horrifying, and the act of killing stirred the beast buried in one's body. All of this made a person's mind burn with fever. What was truly terrifying, however, was the dread of hovering on the brink of death. This fear pressed down on a person's spirit, nearly driving them insane. At this moment, Xia Zhiye was already somewhat unhinged. Only when the weapon in his hands emitted a dry clicking sound did he realize the rifle was out of ammunition. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged into his mind. Acting purely on instinct, he rolled aside, and by a hair's breadth avoided a bullet that screamed past. That shot was aimed at me. Xia Zhiye's heart clenched as he flattened himself at the bottom of the trench, not daring to raise his head. There was a sniper on the battlefield. The weapons in their hands were not merely tools of men. They were scythes of death itself, wantonly reaping lives. Had that bullet just now been fired by a sniper? Lacking knowledge in this area, Xia Zhiye could not be sure, but clearly someone seemed to have locked onto him. Little tricks he had picked up from movies now came in handy. There was a corpse lying to his left. Xia Zhiye lowered his head and removed the steel helmet from the dead man. Holding it in one hand, he carefully raised it above the edge of the trench, making sure not to expose the entire helmet beyond the cover. Bang! A gunshot cracked, and Xia Zhiye felt the helmet in his hand violently jerk away. I really am being targeted. Xia Zhiye was now certain that some bastard had their sights fixed squarely on his position. As long as he so much as lifted his head, that man would blow his skull apart. What do I do? Xia Zhiye drew in a deep breath. Judging from the earlier exchange, his marksmanship, after absorbing 9 books, was at best on par with an average trained person. He was still far from the level of a true sharpshooter, so the other party should not have fixated on him completely. But what if that guy's brain was fried? In that case, Xia Zhiye took a deep breath and glanced at the rifle in his hands. To hell with it. Again, he gritted his teeth. Disassemble. The sound of grinding gears echoed once more. After roughly 30 seconds, the disassembly device let out a soft hiss of released air. Announcement. Equipment disassembly successful. Basic rifle shooting insights 7. Basic rifle close combat insights 5. Damaged war soul. Disassembly experience 1. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. Xia Zhiye's eyes were bloodshot as he crawled forward, scavenging weapons from fallen comrades while grinding his teeth. Once I've raised my shooting to the next level, damn it, even without a sniper rifle, I'll put a bullet through your head with a single shot. On a summer night, Xia Zhiye crawled on the ground, gritting his teeth, preparing to collect weapons, decompose them into skill books to enhance his shooting skills, and then eliminate that damned sniper. However, as soon as he uttered the word extract 12 books, and a battle spirit suddenly appeared beside him. Unfortunately, at that moment, he had crawled behind a soldier. The soldier sensed movement behind him and quickly turned around to look. The instant the other party turned, everything seemed to slow down immeasurably. Xia Zhiye's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. How could he explain the 12 books in front of the soldier? Hey buddy, even in war we shouldn't forget to study. After all, knowledge is the staircase of human progress. What was wrong with him? No matter how much knowledge is the staircase of human progress, it doesn't apply on the battlefield, does it? Okay, even if he was indeed a bookworm, there was no need to flaunt 12 books when the enemy was firing at him, right? With that time, he could fire a couple more shots, which would be far more effective. Moreover, there was no way to explain the battle spirit. Should he tell the soldier it was a smoke bomb he had recently researched? What if he threw it at me? There's a saying, people are forced to act under pressure. In that instant, Xia Zhiye was surprisingly quick-witted, or one could say he was driven to desperation. A command flashed through his mind: collect. If he could extract, could he not collect as well? In that moment, Xia Zhiye was left with no other choice but to gamble on a wild idea. The 12 books and the battle spirit vanished in an instant, and the soldier looked at Xia Zhiye the next second. Xia Zhiye, slightly relieved, showed the soldier a friendly, yet awkward smile. The soldier's gaze was vacant, staring at Xia Zhiye, who was still crawling on the ground quite a distance away. But the moment Xia Zhiye smiled, the soldier felt there was something indescribable in that smile. He instinctively covered his backside. Then, his expression began to turn desperate. Don't despair. Xia Zhiye thought he should be the one feeling desperate. What had he experienced to look at him with such a despairing gaze? In the next moment, a bullet suddenly shot out from the soldier's forehead. The soldier's corpse fell in front of Xia Zhiye, his expression still filled with despair, but no one knew that his despair was not solely due to death. For a moment, Xia Zhiye didn't know what to say. Was this his fault? Of course, he couldn't take the blame. It was all the fault of the times. I know it was the fault of war. Xia Zhiye took a deep breath and closed the soldier's eyes. This is war. Nothing is more direct or more motivating for growth than the scene before him. Blood was everywhere, laid bare before everyone. A person who was lively just a moment ago became a cold corpse the next second with only the despair on their face. Thinking of this, Xia Zhiye hastily stopped. He was starting to find it hard to face the word despair. Then he took the soldier's gun. Because of the earlier blind extraction, Xia Zhiye's journey to collect weapons became extremely cautious. To remain inconspicuous, he had to be careful of his comrades who could appear and die at any moment. And to continue living, well, he had to pay attention to the bullets, shells, and stray shots from the enemy. Multitasking was simply an understatement. Most of the time, Xia Zhiye was decomposing while secretly extracting a book to snap a photo. Time ticked by. The enemy was indeed launching a surprise attack, but the soldiers on his side were surprisingly tenacious. The battlefield remained extremely chaotic with every sound imaginable, but more often there were cries for ammunition or medics. Xia Zhiye blended into the crowd, taking advantage of the chaos. He quickly picked up a gun to decompose it without drawing attention. Then he secretly snapped photos of books. Feeling himself growing stronger every moment, Xia Zhiye was satisfied, because he felt he had found hope for survival. As long as he kept decomposing weapons, even in World War II, he could survive until the end. Yes, just survive until the end. At least that was what Xia Zhiye thought for now. But soon the first reality hit him hard. Announcement: equipment decomposition successful. Beginner rifle shooting insights, 10 damaged battle spirit decomposition experience, 1 decomposition machine experience is full starting upgrade. During the upgrade process, the decomposition function cannot be used. The extraction function can be used normally. Decomposition machine upgrading. Equipment decomposition successful. Would you like to extract immediately? Xia Zhiye was stunned. This was the first thing he hadn't anticipated. This thing could actually upgrade. To be honest, he hadn't had time to properly examine his decomposition machine until now. Bullets flew everywhere, and the sporadic roar of fighter planes overhead tightened his nerves, fearing the position could be flattened at any moment. Under such circumstances, Xia Zhiye truly had no mood to explore what other functions his golden finger might have besides decomposition. At this point, feeling helpless, he looked at the nearly 100 skill books in the decomposition machine's space and breathed a sigh of relief. For now, it should be enough. Then, the second reality struck. Just as Xia Zhiye felt his shooting skills improving, another prompt hit him in the face. Beginner rifle shooting skill upgraded. All beginner rifle shooting insights are merging into intermediate rifle shooting insights. Meanwhile, the skill books that had originally numbered over 50 suddenly became 32. But among them, 30 were all beginner close-quarters rifle insights. In other words, he was left with only 2 intermediate rifle shooting insights. And he didn't know how long it would take for the decomposition machine to upgrade. Historical experience and lessons from novels tell us that system upgrades, none of them are completed in a second. Is this going to lead to death? Xia Zhiye's eyes were a bit vacant. Then with red eyes, he planned to seek revenge on that sniper who had previously set his sights on him. As the saying goes, a person dies facing the sky. If they don't die, they will live for 1,000 years. At this moment, Xia Zhiye had come to terms with everything. Since he had crossed over, he had no intention of returning alive. What's it like on the battlefield? Going crazy, he would still splatter them with blood. But as fate would have it, just as Xia Zhiye was preparing to go mad, a soldier rushed over. You come with me. Xia Zhiye was baffled, wondering who he was talking to. Just when he was in a bad mood and about to lash out, he heard the soldier say, "We need to leave this position." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiye immediately followed behind, without a second thought, no longer seeking revenge or going mad. Who would want to die if they could live? Not far after crossing the trench, he saw 2 men and 1 woman waiting here. A man with a sergeant's insignia said to Xia Zhiye, "We have a mission to execute, and we need a sharpshooter. I've been observing your performance for a long time. You are the person we need. We leave now, and I will explain the mission on the way." Xia Zhiye didn't ask much. As long as he could leave here, any mission would be fine. The few of them circled around to leave the main battlefield on the left side, where enemy traces were almost non-existent. Only then did the sergeant reveal the goal of this mission. We are to execute a decapitation operation. Agent Carter will lead us directly into the enemy's rear. We will make this surprise attack, and in failure, soldiers, we don't have much time. Judging by the situation of both sides, by midnight tonight at most, our position will be completely defeated. Victory or defeat lies in our hands. Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded. What happened to the saying that heaven does not close the door on people? The only thing he wanted to ask now was, is it too late to back out? Xia Zhiye felt that his life was utterly insane. Just over an hour ago, he was merely a homebody watching movies and playing games. And now, he had become a member of a beheading squad among American soldiers on the battlefield of World War II. Who could tell him what on earth had facilitated this glamorous transformation? Thus it is true that one should never trust in such things as time travel. You might think you can have a perfect life, but in reality your life could end up perfectly ruined because of it. At this moment, deep inside Xia Zhiye's heart, there was a prevailing sense of pessimism, mainly because the experiences from movies and the lessons from novels silently conveyed a truth. Beheading operations are mostly one-way trips. Moreover, there were only a mere 5 of them. Just as Xia Zhiye pondered, this gunfire suddenly echoed. 5 people. Turned into 4. Get down, take cover. There's a sniper. Hide behind the rocks. Where is he? As the shouts of several teammates rang out, Xia Zhiye had already dropped to the ground. A pair of eyes peered through the gaps in the grass, observing the surroundings. The experiences from movies and novels told Xia Zhiye that the sound of gunfire could roughly indicate the direction of the enemy, while the reflection of a sniper scope could perfectly pinpoint their location. Then, he saw nothing. He whispered, "Do we have a sniper?" "Yes," the sergeant replied quietly. "He just died." Xia Zhiye. At a distance, the only thing that could counter a sniper was another sniper, and their only reliance was gone. "Xia." A woman's voice suddenly reached his ears. Xia Zhiye turned his head and saw Agent Carter right in front of him. Wait, what did she just call him? Xia? If you could pinpoint the enemy's location, do you have confidence in taking him down with one shot? Agent Carter's question was straightforward and crisp. For some reason, Xia Zhiye felt a strong determination in her voice. Therefore, his response was also very cautious as he pondered. Within 500 meters, I am confident of a headshot. At 600 meters, 70% confidence. At 700 meters, only 50%. 800 meters. The effective range of the gun in my hands is 730 meters. If the enemy is beyond 800 meters, then I will have to rely on another shooting method. What shooting method? Agent Carter asked. The method of chance. What does that mean? Agent Carter was bewildered, having never heard of such a shooting method. It means, whether I can hit or where I can hit will all depend on God's will. That's enough. Agent Carter smiled and said, Xia, I take back what I said earlier. You are a very capable soldier. Since we met, we've only exchanged a few words, haven't we? Your retraction has thrown me into a panic. Xia Zhiye quickly contemplated. Based on the typical tropes of time travel stories, if he was not a soul transfer, he most likely had directly replaced someone. Considering the possibility of a soul transfer, there is a characteristic, the inheritance of memories. However, I don't possess that, so the latter possibility is greater. Did I replace someone directly? And that person is named Xia? Moreover, did I already know Agent Carter before? Xia Zhiye felt that the upcoming events might get quite troublesome. Yet just as he thought this, Agent Carter suddenly did something that left him utterly stunned. Pay attention. At the moment the voice reached Xia Zhiye's ears, Agent Carter unexpectedly leaped up and rolled away in another direction. Bang! The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out almost simultaneously, and a spray of blood rippled through the air. Xia Zhiye realized Agent Carter's intention after only a brief moment of shock. Taking a deep breath, without caring about Agent Carter's life or death, his gaze locked directly onto the direction of the gunfire. The sounds of Agent Carter landing and the sergeant's call were naturally blocked out. In an instant, Xia Zhiye entered an unprecedented state of focus. He raised his M1 Garand rifle, ready for the next moment. I see you. Xia Zhiye took a deep breath. The distance. Approximately 750 meters. The effective range of the M1 Garand is 730 meters. The extra 20 meters would be left to chance. In his mind, all knowledge about rifle shooting, including types and characteristics, quickly rolled through his thoughts. Suddenly, taking a deep breath, Xia Zhiye pulled the trigger. Bang! A somewhat deep gunshot echoed, and almost simultaneously a splash of blood floated across his vision. On the battlefield, life and death can change in an instant. Xia Zhiye took a deep breath, his eyes slightly strained. The intense focus coupled with the enhanced physique from his battle spirit allowed him to spot the concealed sniper in the grass nearly 800 meters away. If it weren't for the fact that the other party immediately changed positions after shooting, causing the grass to sway, and remained hidden, even Xia Zhiye's enhanced physique would have struggled to see them. There were too many elements left to chance. In similar circumstances, Xia Zhiye wasn't sure if he could replicate the shot he had just taken. However, there was no time to celebrate. He made his way to where Agent Carter was. To his surprise, the woman was half crouched on the ground. Xia Zhiye widened his eyes. Are you okay? Just a scratch. Get down quickly. No one knows if there's another sniper hiding nearby. Exposing yourself like this is too dangerous. Agent Carter urged. Xia Zhiye sighed in relief as he heard the sergeant nearby say, Well done, soldier. You are truly a savior sent by God to rescue us. Agent Carter quietly added, The danger has not been eliminated. Oh, everyone be cautious. Then she turned to Xia Zhiye and said, Your performance has impressed me. I thought you only took such risks when you were confident, Xia Zhiye remarked, surprised at Agent Carter. Agent Carter smiled slightly. If I were confident, it wouldn't be called a risk. In that situation, we had no other choice. Xia Zhiye was left speechless. This woman, was she crazy? Yet inexplicably, he felt like laughing. A woman so bold on the battlefield was something he had never encountered in his original world and life. But why does Agent Carter feel a bit familiar? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Agent Carter's next words sent shivers down his spine. Have you heard of the Super Soldier program? Keywords: Agent Carter Super Soldier Program, World War II Battlefield, American Soldiers. With all these keywords connected, Xia Zhiye felt a bit pale. If any of the above keywords were taken out of context, they would merely be considered an ordinary life-threatening incident of time travel. However, when all of this is connected, the only thing Xia Zhiye could think of is the American captain. Before the time travel, Xia Zhiye was watching Iron Man, but instead of traveling to the world of Iron Man, he ended up in the World War II battlefield belonging to Captain America. Isn't this telling himself from another perspective that this is simply the Marvel Universe? Marvel Universe. Xia Zhiye suddenly felt his future was utterly bleak. What kind of world is this? Aliens are everywhere in the depths of the universe, and various battles can erupt at any moment. The villains are always scheming to destroy the world, not even knowing what for. Isn't it good to be alive? Having just watched Avengers Infinity War, Xia Zhiye recalled Thanos' snap, which allowed him to watch the sunset back home. Ultimately, all of this culminated into 3 words: MMP. Why on earth did he end up in this world? Moreover, it's hard to say whether this is the movie world or the comic world. The movie world is one thing, but the comic world is truly indescribable. There are beings capable of destroying Earth, and there are plenty of them. Various indescribable and unimaginable entities roam the entire universe. They even wander through different universes and realms. To be honest, if it were just the World War II battlefield, Xia Zhiye felt that with his decomposition machine, the numerous skill books he had decomposed, and the battle soul that could enhance his physical condition, his chances of survival were quite high. In fact, by performing actively on the battlefield, he could earn achievements and become a high-ranking officer, which wouldn't be too bad. In the future, at least, he could live freely. But what about now? Xia Zhiye suddenly felt he was too naive. The Super Soldier Program is a serum developed under the leadership of Dr. Abraham Erskine that can alter human physiology, turning an ordinary soldier into a super warrior. Agent Carter saw that Xia Zhiye was silent and assumed he knew nothing about this program, so she whispered an explanation and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Once we complete this assassination mission, I'll discuss it with you in detail. I believe that if it's you, you should be able to qualify for this experiment." Meanwhile, the sergeant who had unknowingly moved ahead stood up and signaled to them that the front was safe. Agent Carter patted Xia Zhiye on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, soldier." Just this one encouragement was truly necessary. If he didn't muster up courage when Loki, Ultron, Thanos, and the like came to wreak havoc on Earth, would he just become a bystander? Hey, wait, will I even survive until that time? Xia Zhiye suddenly thought of something. Here in the World War II battlefield, according to the movie plot, Captain America was frozen for 70 years before seeing the light of day. By the time the major villains arrived on Earth, he would already be an old man. Even if he became stronger, what would be the use? At that time, as an old man, would he be fighting with a cane? Wasn't he relieved for no reason? Compared to the future Great War, this mere World War II battlefield was nothing remarkable. At least the little mustache didn't have an infinity gauntlet that could kill half the universe with a snap. For a moment, Xia's eyes' confidence soared, even feeling that he could completely disregard these opponents of World War II and directly charge into Berlin to claim the little mustache's head for fame. Alright, of course this is just an illusion. Moreover, once he realized this, Xia Zhiye suddenly thought of something else. Perhaps the main opponents coming up aren't the little mustache, but Hydra. The appearance of Agent Carter meant that even if this wasn't the movie world of Captain America, there was at least a profound connection. And during this period, Captain America's main opponent was precisely Hydra, right? Sigh, what am I thinking? Xia Zhiye patted his head, realizing that thinking so much was meaningless. One must walk the road step by step and eat the rice bite by bite. Therefore, he still had to keep moving forward. In the next journey, there were no ambushes from snipers, and even the sergeant believed that their previous encounter with the sniper was entirely accidental. However, even so, they had to proceed with caution. They must do everything possible to avoid detection, especially from the enemy, planes occasionally passing overhead, which were the greatest obstacles. The hardships of this journey are needless to say. If it weren't for the numerous battle souls he had previously acquired, greatly enhancing Xia Zhiye's physical condition, he would have long since collapsed. Even so, he felt that his entire body was covered in sweat and dirt. As a modern-day exemplary otaku, when had Xia Zhiye ever endured such hardships? But now, whether for winning this battle or for survival, he had to persevere. As for running away during the journey, to be honest, Xia Zhiye had thought about it. However, just like the determination he made when he went crazy earlier, people fly towards the sky, living for countless years. At this moment he could run, but in this unfamiliar World War II battlefield, where could he run to? If lucky, he might run into the army he currently belongs to, then be labeled as a deserter, face re-education and forgiveness, and then return to the battlefield. If he didn't want to return to the battlefield, that was fine. Military court it is. At that point, whether he lived or died would be even harder to say. As for bad luck, directly encountering the little mustache's troops would truly be a disastrous situation. So rather than that, he might as well give it his all. And the confidence and determination to do so came not only from experiences in movies and lessons from novels, but also from his enhanced physical abilities and shooting skills. Coupled with a day's experience in the battlefield, although he couldn't disregard life and death, he still had the courage to fight to the death. The time was 7:45 p.m. In the northwest corner of the Little Mustaches camp, there was a patch of woods. In the woods, 4 people were crouching. Agent Carter was checking the time and whispered, "There are 15 minutes left until the agreed time. Our people will meet us outside the camp and prepare the enemy's uniforms. We will change clothes, blend in, and take the opportunity to kill the enemy commander Jasper Bell, the notorious butcher." Under the steel helmet, Xia Zhiye quietly listened to the words of Agent Carter. However, he had no concept of who Jasper Bell was. At this moment, he was adjusting his breathing to calm himself down. It was hard to say whether he was afraid or excited. Xia Zhiye felt that his limbs and even his spirit were in a bizarre state of exhilaration. He even felt a bit of an urge to use the restroom. This was particularly critical. Who had ever heard of someone holding it in while facing a knife fight with the enemy? But seeing everyone so serious, Xia Zhiye felt embarrassed to mention his need to use the toilet. What if he was thought of as a coward? "All right, that's all I have to say. Did everyone remember?" Agent Carter finished speaking. Everyone nodded, and Xia Zhiye awkwardly nodded along. The sergeant spoke at this moment. "Remember, there is only one point. Our assassination mission relies on stealth. After all, we are only 4 people and cannot charge in to take down an entire regiment of enemies. Therefore, during this operation, everyone must remain calm and absolutely not expose yourselves before encountering Jasper Bell." Looking at a few team members, the sergeant smiled slightly and said, "So let's relax for now. If there are any issues to resolve, let's do it now. I certainly do not wish for the first thing you do when we encounter our target to be not shooting, but wetting your pants." Everyone exchanged glances. The sergeant felt a bit awkward. Is my joke not funny? Then the unnamed soldier chuckled softly. Seeing someone take the lead, Xia Zhiye hurriedly followed suit. The two didn't dare go too far and found a tree nearby to relieve themselves. "Are you scared?" the soldier asked Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye didn't even know how to respond. Not being scared would be strange. You've been fighting for a long time and probably got used to it. But I was at home watching movies, playing games, and drinking soda this morning, completely relaxed. And then this afternoon, I ran here to fight, killing left and right on the battlefield. I was almost dominating the field. Yet all the complaints that came to mind boiled down to a single word: scared. The soldier nodded. Being scared is a good thing if it can save your life. You are a good person with great marksmanship. Although you have a peculiar quirk, I still hope you can live well. At the very least, live until this damned war is over. I'm glad you complimented me, but what peculiar quirk do I have?" Xia Zhiye was perplexed. "Well," the soldier hesitated, then said, "when I observed you with the sergeant and Agent Carter, I noticed that after you killed someone, you often liked to applaud. All right, I understand they are a bunch of damn bastards, but is it necessary to be so happy as to applaud? God damn it, applauding." Xia Zhiye was utterly dumbfounded. He had never applauded. But he had clapped his book. He thought no one had seen it yet. Had it been seen? And applauding? Could it be? Xia Zhiye suddenly had a thought. Could they not see those books or the battle souls? If that were the case, wouldn't his previous attempts to hide his abilities be rather foolish? Just as he was feeling frustrated, the soldier suddenly whispered, "What do you think of Agent Carter? Isn't she particularly beautiful?" Xia Zhiye, still immersed in his embarrassment, instinctively replied, "I don't feel much. Her face is too square. God, I simply cannot comprehend your taste." The soldier said, "If I survive until the end of the war, I will definitely find a woman like Agent Carter." "Then go after her," Xia Zhiye said. "She's right behind us." The soldier hesitated for 2 seconds. "Even if I caught up, I'm afraid she would shoot me dead during an argument. If you want to chase girls, you can't be afraid of death. Oh, what's the point of being scared?" Xia Zhiye mocked. "Are you sure we're discussing chasing girls and not suicide?" The soldier looked at Xia Zhiye in confusion and then put away his tool. "Why do you have to pee so much?" Good kidneys. The two bored men talked about trivial matters, and inexplicably their bond deepened. Throughout, Xia Zhiye had not asked the soldier's name, nor had the soldier inquired about Xia's eyes. However, next they had to join forces to infiltrate a place surrounded by enemies fraught with danger to carry out a bloody assassination. Life is truly absurd. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but the unexpected information he gained from the soldier was quite useful. If only he could see the things he decomposed, that would be so convenient. Upon returning, Agent Carter glanced at the time and said, "It's time to go." Everyone nodded, and the soldier took the lead, rushing out first, signaling to everyone from a distance to confirm the safety situation. As they got closer to the enemy camp, a tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. All conversations were completely prohibited, and all communication was replaced by gestures. The gestures were quite simple. Even though Xia Zhiye originally didn't understand, after watching a few times he got the gist of it. The journey had been mostly uneventful. The only surprise was encountering an enemy soldier who had stepped out for a smoke. In the end, the soldier stealthily approached and slit the enemy's throat from behind. and Xia Zhiye, remaining true to his mission, took the enemy's weapon. Under the tense and oppressive atmosphere, the 10-minute journey felt as long as 10 years until they finally found the legendary One of Us. The meeting with the contact was not as complicated as imagined. They exchanged a few code words, and the contact confirmed Xia Zhiye and the others' identities. In fact, Xia Zhiye felt that these code words were unnecessary. Dressed in American military uniform, he didn't believe that anyone in the little mustached army would dare to wander around their camp in such attire. After the connection, this One of Us quickly led them into a corner of the military camp. This place is patrolled only by me, so it's very safe. This was a young man in his 20s who spoke while leading them into a tent. He took out 4 sets of military uniforms from under a bed and said, "You must act quickly and you need to find opportunities on your own. Here is the military camp's defense map. Good luck." He distributed the clothes to everyone, and just as Xia Zhiye reached out to take the clothes, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Decomposer upgrade complete. Do you wish to decompose the military uniforms? Seeing the first prompt, Xia Zhiye's heart leaped with joy. Here the disassembly machine was undoubtedly his greatest reliance. All his strength derived from it. However, upon seeing the second prompt, the corners of Xia Zhiye's mouth twitched. Military uniforms. Can this thing also be disassembled? What will he obtain from the disassembly? Linen cloth, perhaps. But now was not the time to ponder the new functions of the upgraded disassembly machine. After receiving the military uniform from the Little Mustache Squad, he heard Agent Carter say, reiterating the combat plan. After changing into the military uniform, we will disperse and infiltrate the enemy camp. Each person must carefully memorize the patrol points on the deployment map and avoid encountering the opposing patrols as much as possible. Of course, if luck is not on our side, and we do encounter them, it doesn't matter. This outfit will provide us with maximum protection. Just remember to relax. Do not reveal your identity. Xia Zhiye was taken aback. Agent Carter had mentioned it before, but at that time Xia Zhiye was hesitating over the need to use the restroom and hadn't paid attention. It turned out that this was how the infiltration would be conducted. Although he subconsciously thought that the method of separating for infiltration was too risky. But upon reflection, even if 4 people gathered together under the watch of hundreds of enemies, once exposed, there would be no difference between 4 individuals and 1. To think more darkly, even if one person is exposed while acting alone, it could protect the others as much as possible. It might even cause chaos, drawing out the enemy commander. Of course, if captured alive, the remaining people should quickly flee. Torture is something most cannot endure. Xia Zhiye pondered that if he were captured, the enemy wouldn't even need to beat him. He would have already revealed everything he knew. All right, it's time to change clothes. Agent Carter spoke again. Xia Zhiye stared at Agent Carter in astonishment. So bold. Changing clothes in front of everyone. Before his mind could even conjure any inappropriate images, he saw Agent Carter simply and brutally change from his original military uniform into the uniform of the Little Mustache Squad. Xia Zhiye was left dumbfounded as Agent Carter glanced at him. Your eyes seem to tell me you are expecting something. I think everyone just now had the same expectation. Xia Zhiye glanced at the soldiers and the sergeant. Agent Carter's gaze also shifted to the 2 who were putting on their uniforms, while the sergeant added, quickly move fast. Find the target, eliminate the target, and then we quickly retreat. Time waits for no one. We must eliminate the enemy commander before midnight. Xia Zhiye rolled his eyes and began to put on the uniform. Layer upon layer of clothing felt rather uncomfortable. After pairing up and tidying each other's clothing, there was at least no visible flaw from the surface. The deployment map was placed in front of everyone for memorization. Xia Zhiye initially thought he wouldn't be able to remember it, but unexpectedly, after just 2 readings, he managed to memorize a good portion of it. In the past, his mind had never been this sharp. He pondered that it seemed the battle spirit had enhanced not only his physical attributes, but also his memory and possibly his mental acuity. Unfortunately, since arriving in this world, it had not been a full day. He was either fighting or traveling, and now he was playing it stealth. There had been no time to carefully study his disassembly machine. Otherwise, he should have been able to gain a deeper understanding of these things. Fully equipped, the sergeant took one last glance at Xia Zhiye and the others, then said, "Good luck, let's go." The 4 of them exited the tent together, heading in different directions. The cold wind blew, causing Xia Zhiye to shiver. Saying it was one thing, but doing it was another. Even though he repeatedly told himself to stay calm, composed, and not nervous, he still couldn't help but feel tense, his whole body filled with an indescribable mix of fear and excitement. Finally, taking a deep breath, he tried to recall the various details from the deployment map, and his mindset gradually calmed down. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from ahead, marching in unison with a distinct rhythm, instantly breaking Xia Zhiye's calm. He watched helplessly as a patrol team appeared before him, recalling Agent Carter's warning to avoid encounters with the enemy patrols and feeling just how unfortunate his luck was. However, when they did not even glance his way and passed right by him, Xia Zhiye finally realized what his military uniform represented. It was simply a protective charm. Fortunately, in his nervousness, he did not do anything reckless otherwise if he aroused the suspicion of those guys, and they took a closer look seeing his disguised military uniform the mission would be doomed. Feeling relieved, Xia Zhiye began to wander aimlessly inside the enemy camp searching for targets, but finding no clues, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. After checking a few places without catching a glimpse of the enemy commander, Xia Zhiye felt a bit frustrated. Seeing no one around, he lifted the flap of a tent, intending to find a spot to take a breather and relax his tense nerves. However, upon entering, he unexpectedly faced a man who looked like an officer. Xia Zhiye was stunned. He did not expect to encounter such an individual here. The officer was equally surprised, and the two stared at each other, perhaps because Xia Zhiye's expression was a bit exaggerated. The officer suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, and his first reaction was to reach for his weapon at his waist. Damn, a sudden brush with life and death. At this moment, Xia Zhiye had no choice but to charge forward without thinking. Moving at lightning speed, in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the officer, just as the latter's hand was barely brushing against his waist holster. In the next moment, Xia Zhiye had tackled him to the ground. At this moment, it didn't matter that Xia Zhiye was not skilled in any fighting arts. It was purely a contest of strength. The officer pushed against Xia Zhiye's body with all his might, but Xia Zhiye remained unmoved. His battle spirit-enhanced physique was immensely powerful. One hand tightly covering the officer's mouth and nose, preventing him from calling for help, while he controlled the officer's struggling hands, pressing his body against the officer's legs to render them futile. A deadlock. As the officer's eyes began to roll back, Xia Zhiye was momentarily dazed. To kill or not to kill? But it was merely a moment of hesitation. This was a battlefield, and naivety had no place here. The only law of survival was, you die, I live. With a determined heart, his eyes began to redden, and instead of loosening his grip, he tightened it further. In the end, the enemy officer did not manage to put up any effective struggle and was suffocated to death by Xia Zhiye in the tent. Seeing the officer lie motionless, completely lifeless, Xia Zhiye finally rolled off his body, sitting on the ground with a slight daze, murmuring, "This is much harder than a stealth game." On a summer night, someone once said that perfect stealth is to eliminate everyone who sees you. While the original phrase might not have been exactly this. But that is not important. What matters is that Xia Zhiye felt he was seemingly stepping down this path. A corpse lay on the ground, and Xia Zhiye was also seated there. The unblinking eyes, wide open, were fixed on Xia Zhiye. For a moment, Xia Zhiye felt a bit dazed, as he had previously only killed from a distance with a gun. This time, however, he had used his own hands to strangle the other person to death. It seemed to be done with one hand. But that was not important. What mattered was that Xia Zhiye surprisingly found he did not feel much fear. Could it be that my genetic makeup harbors some latent qualities of a cold-blooded killer? Xia Zhiye shook his head, and then glanced at the other person's military uniform, and then at his own. After pondering for 2 seconds, he climbed back up and began to strip the military uniform. Although Xia Zhiye had little knowledge of the ranks of the Little Mustache Brigade, it was obvious that this guy's rank was significantly higher than his own. If one were to ask why, it was undoubtedly because this guy's uniform was beautiful. Not only was it beautiful, but it also had quite a few badges. Having a higher rank was obviously beneficial. There were some places he couldn't go, but by changing into a different uniform, he could naturally enter. Of course, the prerequisite was that no one recognized him. Xia Zhiye did not know what identity this guy had, but he felt that as long as he was not his target, the whole military camp should not recognize him. And this meant there was an opportunity. Actually, when he examined the deployment map earlier, there was one location that made Xia Zhiye salivate. However, it was clearly inaccessible before, but now. After stripping off his own outfit and changing into the other person's uniform, Xia Zhiye transmitted a command in his mind: decompose. He intended to decompose the military uniform he had been wearing earlier. Heaven knows why something like a military uniform could be decomposed. But no matter the reason, anything that could be decomposed should be a good thing, right? The sound of gears grinding began to ring out as Xia Zhiye waited and took out the only 2 surviving intermediate rifle shooting notes to brush off. A wealth of knowledge about rifle usage flooded Xia Zhiye's mind, when suddenly his expression changed slightly. Is this for real? Meanwhile, the decomposer made a deflating sound, and a prompt appeared before him. Xia Zhiye hurriedly rubbed his eyes, fearing that something like Linen 3 would suddenly pop up. Notification: decomposition of equipment successful. Basic military combat technique 5 dim and crumbled battle soul decomposition experience 1 decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? The result of the decomposition greatly exceeded Xia Zhiye's expectations. First, he did not expect that a set of clothing could yield combat techniques. What kind of logic is this? Secondly, the unexpected item was the battle soul. This time it was not just a broken battle soul, but a dim and crumbled battle soul. Why does it feel even worse than when he decomposed those rifles? Without hesitation, he extracted the items and brushed them off one by one. In an instant, some military combat techniques appeared in Xia Zhiye's mind, and he even comprehended them in an instant. For this reason, even the well-informed Xia Zhiye couldn't help but exclaim, though the action of slapping his hand seemed a bit silly. But the effect was indeed immediate. How convenient. As for the dim and crumbled battle soul, after extracting it, he felt it was clearly not as enhanced as the previous battle soul. If every military uniform can yield a battle soul upon decomposition, upon careful thought, this was indeed a chilling consideration. Then wouldn't his enhancements be limitless? I wonder if the enhancement of the battle soul has an endpoint. This thought was momentarily set aside as he reached for his waist and took out a pistol, which was the one belonging to the person he had just strangled, one that had never been drawn until death. Would you like to decompose the Walther P38 pistol? Yes. The sound of grinding gears echoed again, while at the same time, he heard footsteps approaching outside. Xia Zhiye's heart immediately raced. Without a second thought, he hid at the entrance of the tent. The footsteps grew closer, and his enhanced hearing easily discerned that there was only one person, and their destination was likely the tent he was in. Confirming that it was just one person, Xia Zhiye felt relieved, yet at the same time a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his slightly reddened eyes. Holding his breath, the footsteps were already outside the tent. When the person lifted the curtain of the tent before they could see the situation inside, Xia Zhiye swiftly grabbed their hand and yanked them forward, positioning himself behind them and wrapping his right hand around their neck. Crack! With a crisp sound, the basic military combat technique he had just mastered came into play. The other person had not even grasped what was happening before their body went limp. They were still holding a pile of documents which scattered all over the ground. War makes people cruel. I have become less and less kind. Xia Zhiye paid no attention to the documents, whose purpose he did not know, lost in nostalgia for his lost youth. He laid the corpse on the ground and then began to strip it. Since the clothing could be decomposed, why waste it? Notification. Decomposition of equipment successful. Basic pistol shooting notes. 6 faintly glimmering battle soul decomposition experience. 1 decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Just as Xia Zhiye was busy stripping the clothing, the previously decomposed P38 pistol had already completed its decomposition. However, the outcome once again left Xia Zhiye momentarily stunned. A faintly glimmering battle soul. What on earth is the logic behind this? Taking a look, ordinary battle souls emit a faint white light. The dim and crumbled battle soul was almost transparent and thin. However, this faintly glimmering battle soul was clearly much brighter than the crumbled one. After pondering for a long time without understanding its peculiarities, he casually slapped it, immediately feeling a sense of comfort throughout his body. Indeed, the faintly glimmering battle soul is slightly higher in level. Moreover, it seems that the battle souls from weapons are significantly superior to those from clothing. After a moment's thought, he had no time to ponder further and continued with his work. After stripping off the clothing and decomposing it, Xia Zhiye gained 6 books of basic military combat techniques and a dim and crumbled battle soul. At the same time, the weapon he stripped did not decompose. It was also a P38 pistol, which he directly inserted into the holster at his waist. Not daring to waste any more time, he had come to this tent simply to rest a little, yet instead, he had ended up killing 2 people. After hiding the 2 corpses under the bed, Xia Zhiye suddenly had a thought. What would happen if I set a fire? As this thought arose, he had already sparked a fire in his heart. It felt like a very good idea. However, considering the possible severe consequences, he forcefully suppressed this thought. Then he realized that he had actually entertained the notion of committing murder and arson. Indeed, this war had changed him. He had become less kind and innocent. Filled with indignation, he walked out of the tent, and the entire camp remained quiet. Clearly, none of his companions had discovered the target's trail, nor had they been found. This was good news. As time passed, second by second, Xia Zhiye hurried toward the destination he most anticipated. The destination for Xia Zhiye on this summer night was the armory. Upon seeing this word on the deployment map, his heart began to race. However, experience gained from films told Xia Zhiye that such places were surely heavily guarded, and entering them would not be easy. Yet the military uniform he wore now granted him a unique opportunity. His thought process was rather straightforward. After all, he needed to locate that legendary target. Who could guarantee that the guy wasn't hiding in the armory directing everything? Therefore, going to the armory to find someone was perfectly reasonable. Moreover, he could also acquire a good deal of enemy weapons. Better to dismantle those weapons for his own strength than leave them for the enemy. With such thoughts in mind, Xia Zhiye walked with his head held high. However, at that moment, a sudden urgent alarm echoed above the entire enemy camp. Xia Zhiye swiftly slipped into a dark corner, peering out with a puzzled expression. What happened? The alarm blared frantically, as if someone had just lost their father, turning the once calm military camp into chaos. Xia Zhiye found himself at a loss, watching a group of soldiers rush past him. He quickly grabbed the last soldier. Relying on his military uniform, Xia Zhiye asked with a serious face, what happened? The commander is dead. Seeing Xia Zhiye's uniform, the soldier wasted no time, saluted, and exclaimed, Commander, you were just assassinated. The soldier's voice was loud, but after speaking both of them were momentarily stunned. Their minds were clearly a bit tangled, unable to process the massive influx of information. Ultimately, Xia Zhiye reacted a step faster. Seeing the soldier's strange gaze, he stepped forward and punched him in the neck. With his enhanced physical strength, that punch made any words the soldier intended to shout become stuck in his throat, and after taking 2 painful steps back, the soldier responded quickly to the sudden attack. Instead of opting for a more powerful rifle, he chose to engage in close combat. There was no time to aim with a rifle. He drew a short knife from his leg and lunged at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye quickly sidestepped, simultaneously grabbing the soldier's wrist and delivering a kick right between his legs. No matter how ruthless or merciless in a fight for life and death, there was no time for restraint. The soldier indeed reacted extremely quickly, immediately clamping his legs together. Following that, he deftly switched the knife to his other hand, raising it fiercely to stab at Xia Zhiye's forehead. This series of movements was fluid and skilled. But before the knife could strike, a twisted expression of pain appeared on his face. Because he failed to clamp Xia Zhiye's kick. His prediction was off. Based on the strength of a normal person, he could have easily clamped down on Xia Zhiye's low blow. However, Xia Zhiye's strength was beyond what an ordinary soldier could measure, and this kick was delivered with all his might. The soldier clamped his legs together, but the overwhelming force kicked them apart. With a cracking sound and noise that could make anyone wince echoed. The short knife, which had been halfway through the motion, weakly fell down. For a man, Xia Zhiye's kick could definitely rob him of all his combat ability. In pain, the soldier's body curled up like a shrimp, and the next moment Xia Zhiye had wrapped an arm around his neck, encircling him from behind. Crack. Damn it. I've killed another one. Xia Zhiye dragged the corpse into the shadows, feeling speechless in his heart. This truly was a seamless infiltration. Outside, chaos reigned. Xia Zhiye squatted in the darkness, feeling deeply conflicted. First and foremost, he couldn't understand why the enemy commander was not in the bustling operations room, filled with telegraph machines, messengers, and a tense atmosphere. Instead, he was in a dilapidated tent with nothing around. Earlier, Xia Zhiye's search for people throughout the camp was based on this reasoning. Yet the enemy had chosen an unorthodox path. Now he was dead without explanation, and Xia Zhiye's actions were equally perplexing. Secondly, what should he do now? Although it was confusing, it seemed the mission was complete. Shouldn't he leave? With that thought, Xia Zhiye's heart began to race. But he quickly shook his head. Experience from novels and films taught Xia Zhiye the most important principle: in murky waters one could catch fish. Now the entire camp was in disarray. If this were a film plot, the next level of officers would struggle to stabilize the situation for a while. But after all, they held ranks, and regaining control was merely a matter of time. The current chaos was indeed a good opportunity, but once they got themselves together, they would certainly hunt down the perpetrator. At that time, even if this perpetrator couldn't be killed, he would still be pursued to the U.S. military camp. And if he wanted to leave here in style, he could only make the chaos in the camp even more chaotic. The current mess was still not enough. Based on his memory of the deployment map, Xia Zhiye knew he was not far from the armory. This was the opportunity. Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth, once more reiterating his earlier thought. A man like a bird aspires to soar, not dying for 10,000 years. He was all in. Without further delay, he couldn't wear the outfit he had on. It was too eye-catching. He promptly removed it and tossed it into the dismantler's space, waiting for later disassembly. For now, he donned the uniform of the soldier he had just killed. He also confiscated the short knife and gun, throwing them into the dismantler's space. Then he feigned panic, hurriedly making his way toward the armory. Perhaps due to most soldiers being at the front lines, the enemy's rear was weak. When Xia Zhiye arrived at the armory, he was surprisingly met with only 2 soldiers guarding the place. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his mindset, Xia Zhiye rushed over, excitedly babbling to one soldier in a language he himself didn't comprehend. These words were entirely made up by Xia Zhiye, not belonging to any language in the current world. Thus, the 2 soldiers across from him were utterly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Zhiye approached one soldier, and by the time that soldier intended to stop him, it was already too late. The attack unfolded in 2 steps. The first was a punch directly hitting the unsuspecting soldier's throat, followed by grabbing his head and pushing down, then a knee strike that ruthlessly smashed into the soldier's face. Blood splattered. The soldier collapsed without a sound, while the other was already aiming to shoot. Yet in that instant, Xia Zhiye found a P-38 handgun in his hand. At close range, a rifle was no match for a handgun, and aiming was hardly necessary. He just lifted the gun and shot. Bang! 1 shot, 1 kill. With a quick motion, Xia Zhiye stowed the pistol away, not bothering to check if the 2 soldiers were dead or alive. Time was of the essence. The moment the gunfire erupted, the entire military camp would be thrown into chaos. If he got trapped here, it would truly be the end of his life. Thus, Xia Zhiye did not pause for even a moment and rushed directly into the armory. A dazzling array of weapons flooded his vision. It's like stepping into paradise. However, it was a pity that the harbingers of doom would soon arrive at the gates of paradise to block the entrance. If he did not act quickly, he might end up chatting with Satan over tea. Collect, collect, collect. He dashed in, and under his command the weapons on both sides swiftly disappeared. The disassembler had the ability to collect items, and with just that feature alone, it could be deemed a divine tool. As soon as Xia Zhiye tossed a scoped 98K into the disassembler's space, his extraordinary hearing picked up the sound of hurried footsteps. They're coming. Xia Zhiye's heart sank as he turned to run. But the moment he stepped forward, he hesitated. If he ran now, he could escape, but it would undoubtedly draw their attention. It could be described as a last resort. At that instant, a bold idea suddenly sprouted in Xia Zhiye's mind. The origin of this idea came from a long-ago television drama. It featured an interesting method of murder in a locked room. After committing the murder, the killer did not leave the room, but hid at the door. He then screamed to draw the attention of those outside, and when everyone rushed in, he blended in with the crowd. This method was incredibly simple, yet extremely risky. Xia Zhiye took a deep breath. Stay calm. These fools must not have watched Death Note. They would never suspect I have such a trick. Having undergone a day's experience, Xia Zhiye's courage had significantly strengthened. He acted on his thoughts without delay, reaching the entrance as quickly as possible while steadying his breath. After waiting quietly for less than 30 seconds, the door suddenly burst open and a group of people rushed in. Xia Zhiye smoothly blended into their ranks, surprising even himself. He quickly lowered his head and observed quietly. The state of these individuals was evidently frantic. They had not yet shaken off the tension from their commander's murder. A chaotic crowd poured in, frantically searching. The commander's death left them as startled as birds caught in a trap, and the robbery of the armory rendered them utterly confused. Indeed, this is the best opportunity. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Xia Zhiye's mouth. Just as he was preparing to sneak away, someone suddenly said, "You stay here and continue searching. You few come with me." Unfortunately for Xia Zhiye, he was one of the ones to go with him. Seeing a few beside him already following, he had no choice but to comply. Upon exiting the armory, the leader did not recklessly pursue, but stood at the door examining the two deceased individuals. Xia Zhiye's heart sank. Anyone who could maintain composure while observing at this moment would certainly be difficult to deal with. Why, you may ask? Movies and novels always say so. What if this guy really has the spirit of a Death Note student and realizes from these two corpses that I haven't left? What then? As this thought crossed his mind, the murderous intent in Xia Zhiye's eyes began to spread. Just then, a sudden explosion lit up the southeastern corner of the camp. The leading officer could no longer afford to examine the corpses and shouted loudly, "Follow me." He pointed at Xia Zhiye, "Relay my orders, seal the camp, and do not let anyone escape." Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiye wasted no time and took off. It was one thing to ask others to relay orders, but to ask him, that was truly bad luck. After breaking away from the group, Xia Zhiye dashed towards the northwest. At this moment, the entire military camp was in chaos, and no one found it strange that he was running wildly. However, the officer who had earlier asked Xia Zhiye to relay orders looked somewhat dazed, feeling that something was off. But there were too many incidents that night. First, the commander was inexplicably suffocated in his tent, then the armory was robbed, and at the same time the camp was set ablaze. This series of events was overwhelming his wisdom and reason, and for a moment, he could not grasp the possibilities involved. As Xia Zhiye mingled among the enemy's camp before he could reach the assembly point, he suddenly heard gunfire erupting from the southeast. He paused slightly. What's going on? Did they turn on each other because the commander was killed? This thought was of course absurd, but standing there lost in thought, he clearly could not figure out the reasoning behind it. Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone sprinting towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Agent Carter. "There you are." "Great." Agent Carter's face lit up with joy upon seeing Xia Zhiye, lifting Xia Zhiye's spirits, and he asked in surprise, "Why are you so excited?" "You did exceptionally well." Agent Carter exclaimed excitedly, "How did you kill their commander?" "How do you know it was me?" Xia Zhiye was astonished. He hadn't even known who he had killed at the time. "We came with 4 people, if it wasn't us 3. Who else could it be?" "All right, that's not important. What matters is that we need to leave immediately." Agent Carter replied, "What about the sergeant and the soldiers? They are causing chaos in the camp and will meet up with us soon." Agent Carter pulled Xia Zhiye and rushed towards the direction of our people's tent. Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded. Could it be that all this gunfire is their doing? Have they gone on a rampage here? "No," Agent Carter replied as they ran. "It's our people who have arrived." "Our people?" Xia Zhiye hesitated. "Aren't they only supposed to provide enemy uniforms?" Agent Carter nearly choked on his breath and glared at Xia Zhiye. "It's our ambush troops." "We have ambush troops in this setup." Xia Zhiye exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't we only a team of 4 for the assassination mission?" "Of course not." Agent Carter, seeing Xia Zhiye's relentless questioning, could only simplify his explanation. "They have been lying in wait around, but didn't have the chance to attack. So we took the opportunity to carry out the assassination mission." Even if the assassination fails and causes chaos in the enemy camp, it will also create an opportunity for our people. At this point, Agent Carter stopped, looked at Xia Zhiye, and after catching his breath said, "We are the secondary plan while they actually arrived here the moment the enemy ambushed us." After hearing Agent Carter's words, Xia Zhiye finally understood the whole situation. In summary, the enemy launched a surprise attack, and the United States immediately formulated a counteroffensive plan. They also assembled a team to prepare for a direct assault on the enemy's headquarters. However, perhaps due to the hastily assembled team, the preparation was insufficient. As a result, the counteroffensive plan failed, leading to the development of a second plan, which was an assassination operation. If the assassination operation succeeded, it would cause chaos in the enemy's camp, allowing the first wave of troops to take advantage of the confusion and directly annihilate the enemy's headquarters, leaving the attacking forces isolated and vulnerable. Alternatively, even if the assassination operation did not succeed, as long as the enemy's commander was injured, it would still present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the first wave of troops. As for why the assassination team was not chosen from the first wave of troops, Xia Zhiye was not sure. There could be too many possibilities. War is fought by people, and each step involves human planning. Yet humans are the most complex beings in this world, influenced by personal motives, righteousness, and various circumstances that may affect the issuance of orders. However, after contemplating, Xia Zhiye still voiced a doubt. Since we have our people here, why doesn't the ambush team use this route to directly rush in instead of going through the trouble of formulating an assassination operation? Agent Carter explained, first, if the number of people on our route increases, it will easily attract the enemy's attention. Second, by the time they think of this, they will already be discovered. What else could Xia Zhiye say besides laughing? Was it really due to the rush or the lack of foresight? But these matters no longer concerned Xia Zhiye. The outcome was favorable. The rest of the situation was no longer his concern. After gathering with our people and waiting for a while without news from the soldiers, and Sergeant Agent Carter decided to retreat. Xia Zhiye did not insist on waiting for his comrades. Just because they had not arrived did not mean something had gone wrong. After all, the first wave of troops had already invaded, and the enemy's main focus should be entirely on them. In the midst of confusion, the danger level had significantly decreased. Moreover, even if something did happen, waiting here would be meaningless. This was also the reason Agent Carter decided to retreat immediately, and Xia Zhiye had no reason to refuse. As they were leaving, our people also showed up, exchanged a few words with Agent Carter, saluted, and then headed into the camp. Xia Zhiye did not know what he was going to do and had no position to speak. Silently watching the figure leave with the roar of cannon fire echoing inside the camp, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. This morning, he was still a homebody, sitting at home drinking cola, watching movies, and playing games. He was an ordinary person who could roll from the left side of the bed to the right, and even continue sleeping on the floor. And now, what had he experienced in this one afternoon and half an evening? Life is truly surreal. Xia Zhiye muttered softly. "Keep up." Agent Carter called out from a short distance, and Xia Zhiye quickly followed. He would save his reflections for later. Right now, he just wanted to find a place to sleep soundly. Opening his eyes, the light was dim. He propped his hand against the window and noticed that it was almost sunset. He and Agent Carter had only returned to the camp around 4 in the morning, and as soon as they arrived, they went straight to the command post. However, while sitting there, Xia Zhiye began to doze off and was then arranged to sleep here. Now it seemed he had slept the entire day. He stood up, stretched, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy, and could not help but mimic the characters from movies, throwing 2 punches in excitement. Just then the door opened, and Agent Carter walked in with 2 cans. Upon seeing him so lively, he could not help but chuckle Chinese kung fu. Xia Zhiye felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having graduated from the academy for so many years, he never expected to embarrass himself in front of a foreigner due to a moment of childishness. "You've been sleeping all day, or it's time to eat something." Seeing Xia Zhiye's awkward expression, Agent Carter's smile grew wider as he walked over and placed the cans in Xia Zhiye's hands, saying, "We can't let the hero starve, can we?" "Hero?" Xia Zhiye rubbed his nose, feeling that such a title was completely unrelated to him. "Of course you are a hero." Agent Carter nodded. "In last night's operation, you played a crucial role. You personally killed that butcher commander, saving many of our comrades." Xia Zhiye remained non-committal, thinking to himself that when he killed that guy last night, he had no idea what he was actually doing. What a twist of fate. Last night, there was no time to think, he was too exhausted. Reflecting on it now, there were too many coincidences. Who would have thought the enemy's commander would be hiding in a regular tent unprotected by anyone? Xia Zhiye's trip to the armory was also extremely risky, and the bold idea that suddenly emerged was nothing short of madness. In fact, if not for the sudden order from the leading officer to have Xia Zhiye convey his commands, leaving would not have been so easy. The assault by the first wave of ambush troops, the fire set by the sergeant and the soldiers, all these factors combined were the main reasons for the successful completion of their mission and safe retreat last night. If it were not for so many coincidences, Xia Zhiye felt that this so-called hero title could have earned him a song of regret. Do you remember what I told you before? Agent Carter suddenly spoke. About what? Xia Zhiye asked tentatively. It can't be about love, right? If you are willing, I can discuss some issues regarding love with you in the future. But for now, I would rather discuss the super soldier program with you. Agent Carter said with a helpless expression. However, it seems you've completely forgotten about this matter. Upon hearing Agent Carter's words, Xia Zhiye suddenly recalled that there indeed was such a conversation before. However, he felt that this matter had little to do with himself. He was not Captain America, nor did he intend to become him. As a homebody, just coming to this world was already enough. Did he really plan to become that man with grand ambitions under the stars and stripes? To summarize this matter for Xia Zhiye, 2 simple words would suffice. Nonsense. He thought it better to focus his energy on dealing with the canned food in his hands. Agent Carter sensed Xia Zhiye's emotional indifference and was somewhat surprised. Don't you really want to become a super soldier? How super can a super soldier be? Xia Zhiye replied without looking up. Can one snap their fingers and make that little mustache in Berlin just drop dead? That's impossible. Agent Carter shook his head and said, after all, even a super soldier is still human. What you speak of could only be done by a god, I suppose. But don't you really want to become a hero? We need heroes. There's always someone who wants to be a hero, right? After all, with glory comes the chance to be an idol in the hearts of countless people. Xia Zhiye smiled and said, but I don't want that. If possible, Xia Zhiye's philosophy was to survive until the end of World War II. Since arriving in this world yesterday afternoon, he had been enduring all kinds of fears and anxieties. He was not an assassin, nor a mercenary, nor a martial arts heir. He was just a simple, somewhat introverted, ordinary person. Suddenly, from an extremely peaceful environment, he found himself in a place filled with death, facing various scares and unexpected situations, yet he had not been driven mad by this cruel reality. To be honest, Xia Zhiye felt a bit impressed with himself. So to hell with Captain America and Hydra. He decided to just play around with these ordinary opponents. He really did not want to provoke those who had surpassed human limits. Just as Agent Carter was about to say something, the door opened again, and a middle-aged man walked in. He looked very serious and stern. He entered with a solemn expression, glanced at Agent Carter, who quickly stood up and saluted Colonel Phillips. Upon hearing this name, Xia Zhiye immediately recalled the identity of this person. A colonel who should be Agent Carter's superior and had some past connections with Captain America. In the film, he was initially opposed to choosing Captain America as the subject for the super soldier program. He believed Captain America was too weak, so during their training he threw a grenade into their midst. As everyone else panicked and fled, only Captain America rushed forward and pinned the grenade down. This test showcased Captain America's spirit in front of everyone and was the main reason he was ultimately chosen as the subject. As Xia Zhiye saluted with Agent Carter, he began to ponder what this man had come for. Did he also want him to accept this program? You can leave now, Colonel Phillips said to Agent Carter. Agent Carter glanced at Xia Zhiye and then at Colonel Phillips and could only turn around and exit. Once Agent Carter left, the serious expression on Colonel Phillips' face vanished. He approached Xia Zhiye and patted him on the shoulder. Have a seat. Xia Zhiye blinked. What the heck is this development? Slightly panicked, he sat down as Colonel Phillips began. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that Carter would choose you to carry out the assassination mission with her. The surprise attack from the other side came too abruptly, and by the time I thought of you, it might have been too late to send someone to find you. Later, I found the body of the soldier I sent to find you in the trench. His helmet was shattered, and his head had a bullet in it. Upon hearing this, various images began to form in Xia Zhiye's mind. First, from General Phillips' words, Xia Zhiye realized that he knew him. Moreover, for some unknown reason, this person had been extra considerate towards him and even sent someone to find him when the battle broke out. The aim was likely to protect him. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye naturally thought of the soldier who had pulled him through the trenches when he first arrived in this world. That guy must have been sent by Colonel Phillips, right? The situation still had not become entirely clear. Xia Zhiye contemplated, but did not speak casually. Then Colonel Phillips continued, but this is war. Every minute, every second, and every moment is filled with surprises. Today he died, tomorrow it could be me. Your parents entrusted you to me on their deathbeds, but damn, the war broke out. What can I do? I want to protect you well, but you secretly joined the army. If you hadn't happened to be assigned to my unit, I wouldn't even have known. Xia Zhiye gasped internally, feeling the most awkward development unfold. This middle-aged man, whom he had only seen in movies and had no particularly deep impression of, suddenly appeared before him and claimed to be his godfather. What to do? Online waiting urgently. Xia Zhiye fell silent, causing Colonel Phillips' expression to darken gradually. He suddenly stood up. The super soldier program, don't even think about it. This matter has nothing to do with you because you are not even an American. They would never make a foreigner into an American super soldier. And no matter how much you oppose it, starting tomorrow, go back to the rear. Unless I die, otherwise you are never allowed to step foot on the battlefield. After saying this middle-aged godfather, or rather colonel, turned around and left. It seemed he had no intention of giving Xia Zhiye a chance to rebut. Xia Zhiye sat in place, stunned for a moment. After analyzing the meaning of those words, he almost laughed out loud on the bed. These people came and went as they pleased, and now he inexplicably didn't have to fight. Who the hell wants to fight? Being able to leave this damned front line was the best thing ever. And the only thing he could hope for now was that Colonel Phillips could live a long life. After the excitement subsided, he felt hungry again. Finishing off the can in his hand, he sat on the bed in a daze. Then he remembered he hadn't carefully studied his golden finger yet, and planned to start researching it. As for the concept of a golden finger, Xia Zhiye was quite knowledgeable about it. After all, this phenomenon had been mentioned numerous times in films and novels. Generally, this kind of tool is used by protagonists to either wreak havoc on the world or to save the lives of many. Their functions vary, as some are for leveling up, allowing one to gain exceptional culinary skills just by making noodles. Some are used for cultivating flowers and plants, effortlessly producing spiritual flowers and fairy herbs, leading one to the pinnacle of life. Some are excessively powerful, capable of absorbing the negative emotions of others, causing the host to utter heart-wrenching remarks that leave one wondering if they should be angry. In short, the variety of golden fingers is as countless as the fish crossing a river. What stands out particularly is the golden finger associated with time travel. It is well known that such golden fingers are mostly system-based, and Xia Zhiye couldn't help but wonder who created so many systems, carelessly scattering them across parallel worlds. After obtaining one, not a single host has complained about the garbage being thrown around, instead cherishing it, fearing it might be discovered and taken away for dissection. Xia Zhiye felt that his summary belonged to the realm of time travel. As for his golden finger, it was dubbed a decomposition machine, which seemed quite similar to a system setup, suddenly popping up some information that caught him off guard. Deep in his heart, he called out for the decomposition machine, and indeed it appeared in Xia Zhiye's mind. This was the first time he had the leisure to observe this device closely. He discovered that apart from being in a state of disrepair far worse than the decomposition machine in DNF, its appearance was fundamentally unchanged. Thus, Xia Zhiye understood that what he had brought along was indeed the decomposition machine from DNF. However, its functions and the items it could decompose were evidently quite different. Additionally, there were several large floating characters on the decomposition machine, beginner, intermediate, decomposition machine. The level clearly had changed, and at the very bottom there was something resembling a progress bar. What puzzled Xia Zhiye was that the text on the progress bar was not formatted like XXXX, but rather just a single. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? Xia Zhiye was confused. Could it be that my decomposition machine is already maxed out? Upon closer inspection, he found that the inscription still read beginner, intermediate, decomposition machine, which clearly indicated that it had not yet reached its peak level. Moreover, which top-level decomposition machine would be in such a dilapidated state, like a pile of scrap metal waiting to be recycled? That leads to the question, where did this come from? Using his thoughts to poke and prod at it was something he had learned intuitively. However, after poking at it for a long time, the entire decomposition machine showed no response. Xia Zhiye realized it seems this thing doesn't have a touchscreen function. After futzing around for a while longer, he found that the decomposition machine was exceedingly aloof regarding Xia Zhiye with a sort of disdain. No matter how much Xia Zhiye fumbled with it, it was of no use. It was not equipped with any advanced AI or anything of that sort, completely ignoring any questions he posed. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but laugh. Every other golden finger that was system-based would be responsive, reporting issues as they arose, and even saying things like, if you don't complete the task, it'll annihilate you, often portrayed as cute girls. But his was clearly not a system. Just a hunk of iron in the form of a decomposition machine capable of popping up some announcement prompts and spitting out various skill books, but nothing more. Well, that's good. At least it won't surprise me when I'm doing something I can't share with others. Thinking this, Xia Zhiye suddenly felt that having a high cold golden finger was actually more comfortable. As long as it functioned well, did it matter whether it could speak? In fact, when Xia Zhiye read novels, he would sometimes feel a strange aversion towards those chatty system types. So this current state was genuinely quite satisfactory. However, because of this, he couldn't decipher the various functions of the decomposition machine, especially that in the experience bar, which left him speechless. Having failed to make any headway in his research, he decided to stop. Xia Zhiye recalled the weapons he had brought back from the enemy's armory, excitement bubbling up in his heart. The space of the decomposition machine opened, and he extracted a rifle. When the prompt, "Would you like to decompose the G43 rifle?" appeared, Xia Zhiye suddenly remembered an interesting question. Previously, while in the enemy camp, there had been no language barriers, whether speaking or listening. Thinking back on it now, it seemed quite problematic. He didn't recall having learned any other languages. He wasn't even proficient in English, to put it mildly. Now, not only was he speaking and listening fluently and naturally, but he could probably even write lengthy essays with just a bit of effort. Was it some hidden function of the decomposition machine that was in effect, or was there only one universal language in this world? As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but smile. In the movie, even Thanos was speaking English while he found himself in such an absurd world getting hung up on language issues. Wasn't that a bit redundant? Announcement. Equipment decomposition successful. Beginner rifle shooting insight 1 decomposition experience 1 equipment decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Xia Zhiye had just been laughing, but upon seeing this prompt he was instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? There was only 1 beginner rifle shooting insight, and not a single battle spirit. Did he just decompose a weapon? Could it be a dud? He pulled out another one and examined it closely. Found no issues. A brand new shiny gun. Xia Zhiye murmured, then chose to decompose it. However, the result of the decomposition was identical to the last time, apart from a consolation prize of beginner rifle shooting insight 1 and decomposition experience 1, there was nothing else. At this, Xia Zhiye was left dumbfounded. His main purpose for venturing into the armory had been to enhance himself, but now, could it be a fake gun? This thought was utterly absurd. All the knowledge he had about firearms told him that these weapons were all genuine and brand new. New gun. Xia Zhiye suddenly froze. Could this be the issue? He rummaged through the decomposition machine's space and found a weapon he had stripped from a soldier, tossing it into the machine. After a dozen seconds, Xia Zhiye looked at the 7 additional beginner rifle shooting insights in his hand, along with a broken battle spirit, his expression slightly chaotic. It can now be concluded that the decomposition machine has significantly reduced the decomposition time after being upgraded. What originally took over 30 seconds has been shortened to just a few seconds. Furthermore, it turns out that in order to obtain more items from decomposed weapons, they must be weapons that have been used. Brand new weapons can only yield a consolation prize. What kind of trick is this? Xia Zhiye was at a loss, originally believing that raiding the armory would significantly enhance his strength even if he hadn't fully cleaned it out due to time constraints. But now, upon reviewing the weapons in his decomposition space, he found that aside from the 2 he had previously decomposed, there were actually 40 more weapons taken from the armory. Among them, there were 26 G43 rifles. The rest were 98K rifles equipped with high-powered scopes. Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth, caught in an internal struggle. It's so complicated. Should I just decompose them or think of another way? There were other options, but Xia Zhiye felt their feasibility was low. All the weapons in his decomposition space were brand new. Through the experiences gained from so many rifle shooting practices, Xia Zhiye understood that the G43 rifle's performance was on par with the M1 Garand rifle. So if he were to take a brand new G43 rifle and trade it with those American soldiers for M1 Garand rifles, would they agree to the exchange? Whether they would trade or not was secondary. The main issue was what reason Xia Zhiye could provide for the trade. Randomly switching weapons with them. Even if your weapon is excellent, they are unlikely to trade with you. There are rules within the military as well. Even in such chaotic times, the distribution of weapons should follow regulations, not just a whim. After much hesitation, he concluded that legitimate methods were unlikely to succeed, and perhaps there was only one way. Under the cover of night, sneak into the tents and take their weapons. Though this method was somewhat extreme, Xia Zhiye considered it. However, considering that he would likely return to the rear tomorrow and would no longer have access to the front lines, such a good opportunity would never arise again, strengthening his resolve. Even if it's just survival, I must become stronger first, otherwise if I can't survive in the future, won't that put me in a passive position? From a long-term strategic perspective, tonight's action is necessary. This reasoning solidified Xia Zhiye's determination. Having slept all day, he was not tired at night. Perfect for action. With still some time before dark, besides the weapons obtained from the armory, Xia Zhiye also had several taken from enemies. During the life-and-death sniper battle, he acquired 198K from an enemy sniper, and from the enemy commander's tent, he took a P38 from an officer holding documents, as well as a short knife from a captured patrol soldier. He had a rifle too, but he had decomposed it during an experiment. Of course, there was also the enemy commander's uniform. With some free time, he decided to decompose everything one by one. The decomposition time varied for uniforms and short knives. It was relatively short, about 10 seconds. The sniper rifle took a bit longer, while the handgun was next. The harvest was as follows. Beginner sniper shooting experience 9, beginner military hand-to-hand combat, 3 beginner bayonet combat, 7 beginner handgun shooting experience, 4 dismal and fragmented battle soul, 3 decomposition machine experience 4. After capturing the spoils, Xia Zhiye felt even stronger. It was a very enchanting feeling. The enhancement of his physical strength, the growth of various combat and shooting skills all filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. I just wonder if this can continue to grow indefinitely. If that can be achieved, what need is there for survival? At that point, erasing classmates with a snap of my fingers would be as easy as a snap. Xia Zhiye felt his spirit swell alongside his growing power and quickly reminded himself, be sure to survive, don't be cowardly. As time passed, it was already deep into the night. Xia Zhiye had not been disturbed in his resting place. He opened the tent door and stood outside, looking up at the sky for the first time. The sky was dark and overcast with clouds swirling, and the air was humid, likely indicating rain. However, this kind of weather put Xia Zhiye in a good mood. He initially planned to sneak around and do something bad, and if it were as bright as day outside, how awkward would that be? Yet standing beneath such a night sky, an inexplicable sense of melancholy arose in Xia Zhiye's heart. The previous world. I probably can't return to it. Xia Zhiye sighed. Among the vast number of people who have traversed, very few could return to their original world. Most had built families and achieved great success after transcending. Of course, there were those who met an untimely end, primarily due to the author's whims. Shaking his head to cast aside those miscellaneous thoughts, Xia Zhiye turned and slipped into the darkness while no one was around. And now, Xia Zhiye hid in the darkness, beginning to ponder his next plan, only to hit a wall instantly. In the enemy camp, I had a layout map to refer to. But in my own camp, where could I find a layout map? Xia Zhiye was frantic. He could wander in and out of the enemy's camp for a long time and find a way to retreat safely. But from a positional standpoint, he was definitely within his own camp. Yet he found himself unable to move an inch because he didn't recognize anything. How the hell can I solve this? Feeling downcast, Xia Zhiye could only step back out of the darkness. Luckily, this embarrassment was unknown to others who otherwise Xia Zhiye felt he would be utterly humiliated. However, precisely because this was his own camp, even without a layout map, he could wander freely. At least no one would mistake him for an assassin. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Don't move. Xia Zhiye was stunned. Was there really someone so foolish? Can't they even distinguish their own people? But upon looking down, Xia Zhiye was frustrated. He was still wearing the enemy's uniform, and he could only say, "Captain, don't shoot, it's me." As he turned around, he found Agent Carter standing behind him, struggling to suppress a laugh. Xia Zhiye twitched the corner of his mouth, looking somewhat speechless at the woman before him. Is it appropriate for you to come here to tease a well-mannered young man in the middle of the night? Agent Carter tilted her head and observed Xia Zhiye, then smiled and said, Your way of speaking is indeed quite amusing. Is this how people from Huaxiao are so humorous? Xia Zhiye blinked, finding it difficult to answer that question. Clearing his throat, he said, There are precedents and consequences to questions. Don't evade the core issue. Not sleeping at night, lurking outside my tent. Are you planning to sneak in under the cover of darkness and do something unspeakable to me? Let me tell you, I don't fall for tricks like that. Have you ever had such an expectation? Agent Carter approached Xia Zhiye, closely looking up at him with a glint of amusement in her eyes. Tell me, is this your expectation? Xia Zhiye felt flustered. He quickly took a step back. Don't mess around, a well-mannered young man can't handle this kind of teasing. Agent Carter's smile deepened as she lightly bit her lip. Is it the shyness of exotic charm? Xia Zhiye was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. What did Colonel Phillips say to you? Agent Carter asked. Is this your reason for lurking around my tent? Xia Zhiye asked. Or are you more eager for the reason you provided above? Agent Carter continued to tease Xia Zhiye. He seems quite opposed to my continued activity on the battlefield. Xia Zhiye ignored Carter's teasing and instead said, I will probably be reassigned tomorrow. He shouldn't treat a war hero like this. Agent Carter sighed. Have they said where you are going? No. Xia Zhiye replied. I should know tomorrow. Both Xia Zhiye and Agent Carter fell into silence. They wandered aimlessly around the military camp, and after a while Agent Carter suddenly spoke up. You have the potential to become a hero. Is it just because I killed their commander? No. Agent Carter shook her head and said, or rather, it's not that simple. Your performance on the battlefield is the source of my confidence in you. To be honest, it was completely different from your previous performance. My first impression of you was quite poor, truly. However, yesterday's battle and mission completely changed my impression of you. At first, I shouldn't have viewed you with such an unequal perspective. For that, I apologize to you. Xia Zhiye blinked, taken aback by this unexpected turn. Then he heard Agent Carter say again, You know, war should not be blind. On the battlefield, sheer courage is far less useful than wisdom. Moreover, a moment's decision is crucial. When we encountered the sniper in that instant, I was betting. Xia Zhiye recalled how this woman had jumped fearlessly and nodded silently. But you understood my meaning in that moment, instantly casting aside all distractions and delivered that mythically perfect shot. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye seriously. Your performance in that moment was breathtakingly perfect, truly soul-stirring. Xia Zhiye felt slightly at a loss for words at such praise, awkwardly saying, Don't flatter me too much, or I can still handle it. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye helplessly. I am serious. I believe you. After thinking for a moment, Xia Zhiye also spoke up, but being a hero is too far from me. Not far at all, Agent Carter said. If you wish, I can talk to Dr. Erskine and report to my superiors. I believe. Stop. You're too excited. Xia Zhiye said helplessly. First and foremost, the most important point is that I have no intention of becoming a hero. Secondly, you won't let a foreigner become your hero, will you? You're not a foreigner. Your nationality is American. Xia Zhiye blinked, realizing how inadvertently all the character settings had been laid bare. An American of Chinese descent orphaned adopted by Colonel Phillips secretly enlisted when World War II broke out and ended up assigned to Colonel Phillips' unit. He had no choice but to say, but nationality doesn't represent everything, does it? Can a few words erase a person's identity? If in the future I were to become the hero you speak of active on this battlefield entering everyone's sight, then what would they say? Hey, where did that yellow-skinned monkey come from, that clown? If I were to kill his whole family, would I still be the hero you envisioned? Such a thing won't happen. It will, Xia Zhiye said with a smile. You can't expect everyone to change their attitude towards me like you did, can you? Agent Carter fell silent. This question was indeed quite cruel, and Agent Carter's thoughts were simple. She believed Xia Zhiye had such potential that he could become a hero. But she forgot that in the current environment, regardless of whether Xia Zhiye was willing or not, would those above him be willing? Compared to a foreign hero appearing in the public's eyes, they would prefer a local superhero to emerge, bringing vitality and hope to their nation. And it seems they could also sell bonds. It seems Captain America started off as a clown participating in performances everywhere to promote bonds. Glancing at the silent Agent Carter, this woman fell completely silent, evidently realizing that the harsh environment simply would not allow for the emergence of a foreign superhero. Neither politicians nor the public would wish to see such an outcome. Seeing her expression, Xia Zhiye sighed and said, even without becoming a super soldier or a superhero, can't we continue to fight? Can a superhero really change the battlefield? Then what are we doing here? Waving flags and shouting, then going home to have kids? Heh. Agent Carter laughed, biting her lip as she looked at Xia Zhiye. You are truly a strange person. From your words, I can see that you do not trust this country. But you still remain active on such a battlefield. Why enlist? I have had a dream since I was a child. Xia Zhiye looked up at the starry sky, his face calm, as he slowly spoke, that is, world peace. This was a joke, but Agent Carter clearly did not get it. Considering the current environment, her gaze on Xia Zhiye became focused. To me, you are a hero now. Huh. Agent Carter's focused gaze made Xia Zhiye feel a bit awkward, even somewhat at a loss. Just when he didn't know what to say to ease the awkward atmosphere, Agent Carter spoke up, saying, indeed, great dreams are especially precious. Xia Zhiye blinked and replied, that seems to be the case. The atmosphere seemed to be on the verge of becoming awkward again. A small talk always made one feel uncomfortable. While Xia Zhiye was pondering what to say, Agent Carter suddenly pointed to the nearby tent and said, I've arrived. Oh, rest early, Xia Zhiye quickly responded. You too, Agent Carter said, gently hugging Xia Zhiye and adding good night. After Agent Carter left, Xia Zhiye scratched his head helplessly, saying, where's the promised loser? Why do I feel like this beautiful woman could come on to me at any moment? It must be one of the three great illusions, right? However, after Agent Carter left, Xia Zhiye felt a sigh of relief. Thanks to Agent Carter, the two of them wandered aimlessly around the camp and ended up touring the entire area. This left Xia Zhiye with a deep impression of the camp, as all the information about its general layout was firmly implanted in his mind. Taking advantage of the absence of others, he took off his enemy military uniform and casually stuffed it into the disassembler. Then he confidently headed towards the soldiers' sleeping tent. To be honest, it was far less complicated than Xia Zhiye had imagined. Wearing this outfit, coupled with the fact that he was a genuine American soldier, he faced no obstructions or precautions from anyone. He casually arrived at the soldiers' sleeping tent, where the previous day's battle had been fierce, resulting in heavy casualties. The troops had been cleaning up the battlefield all night, and by now these guys were sleeping like logs. Xia Zhiye estimated that even if he poked them with a knife, they wouldn't wake up. This greatly facilitated Xia Zhiye's plan. He took a gun and exchanged it for another one. After wandering around the tents, he still hadn't finished swapping all the weapons inside, but his disassembler space had already run out of weapons. This is truly... Xia Zhiye looked at the weapons beside the soldiers and sighed. He couldn't really steal their weapons, could he? Exchanging them is one thing, but stealing. I really can't bring myself to do that. Even if it's for enhancing my own strength, doing such things feels awkward. If they were enemies, then there would be no need to say anything. But now these guys could barely be considered as one of their own right. With a sigh, Xia Zhiye cautiously poked his head out of the tent and confidently walked towards his own resting tent. His hands were empty, with no stolen goods. The existence of the disassembler space gave him a sense of righteous boldness in whatever he did. Upon returning to the tent, Xia Zhiye didn't idle around, as since he had slept well during the day, he simply began to disassemble the weapons. Total gains: basic rifle shooting insight 156, basic sniper rifle shooting insight 98, basic rifle close combat insight 104, broken war soul 40, disassembler experience 40 plus the basic military combat technique 3, and dim broken war soul obtained from disassembling the military uniform earlier. A bountiful harvest. With 156 books of basic rifle shooting insight along with the consolation prize from disassembling the two new guns, there were a total of 158 books. Directly merged within the disassembler space, they became 15 books of intermediate rifle shooting insight, while 8 books of basic insight remained unusable. Indeed, while he was merging 41 books of basic sniper rifle shooting insight, the system prompted that his basic sniper rifle shooting skill level had increased. Counting the 9 books he had previously merged, Xia Zhiye speculated that it should take 50 books of basic insight to level up. But he wasn't sure if it was also 50 books for upgrading from intermediate to advanced. Going by the usual pattern, it would be impossible not to double it. The remaining basic sniper rifle shooting insight was 57 books, which merged into 5 intermediate and 7 basic. After merging everything, Xia Zhiye felt he had gained skills. Finally, there was the close combat insight of the rifle. To be honest, Xia Zhiye never quite understood what this was useful for. Using a rifle for close combat. Young man, you certainly have ideas. However, as long as it's a skill, it shouldn't be missed. After rapidly merging dozens of books, the level also increased. The military combat technique only had 3 books, so he merged them casually. In summary, the disassembler space had 8 books of basic rifle shooting insight, 7 books of basic sniper rifle design insight, and 3 books of basic rifle close combat insight remaining. And lastly, the real highlight, 41 war souls, 40 broken war souls, and 1 dim and broken war soul. The white light burst open one by one, merging into Xia Zhiye's body. His physical strength, speed, endurance, and all other attributes were rapidly increasing. His mind became clearer, and he felt a sense of enlightenment. However, as he progressed further, the feeling became fainter. Although it was still effective, the enhancement was minimal. This should be telling me from another perspective that I need to find better war souls. From the experience of disassembling so many pieces of equipment, Xia Zhiye roughly understood that the identity of the original owner of the weapon corresponded to the level of the war soul. Only major figures can disassemble high-level war souls. Xia Zhiye thought to himself, but he felt something was off. There must be more to this than he understood. Unfortunately, this thing can't speak, otherwise asking it directly would save a lot of trouble. Getting off the bed, he stood on the ground, took a couple of steps, and felt the powerful energy all over his body. Xia Zhiye nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to express his invincibility with a sense of pride, the rumbling of his stomach pulled him back to reality. Why am I so hungry? Xia Zhiye rubbed his stomach, and upon hearing the wake-up call, he realized that an entire night had unknowingly passed. This was convenient for Xia Zhiye, as it was just in time for him to mooch a meal. During breakfast, however, Xia Zhiye shocked everyone. He ate 5 portions of breakfast by himself, leaving his comrades dumbfounded. Xia Zhiye felt a bit aggrieved. He still felt a bit unsatisfied, sensing that his body's digestive capacity had greatly enhanced. This directly led to the food entering his stomach and instantly dissolving into energy spreading throughout his limbs. Previously, when watching TV, it was often said that the more one consumes, the more one needs to eat. Now it seems that there is indeed some truth to it. Wanting to eat something more, but feeling a bit shy at this moment, Colonel Phillips happened to come in and glanced at the can in front of Xia Zhiye, saying, "Are you planning to stuff yourself to protest against me?" "In fact, I'm still not full," Xia Zhiye shrugged. "Follow me." Colonel Phillips completely disregarded Xia Zhiye's words and turned to leave. Colonel Phillips walked ahead with Xia Zhiye following closely behind. All around them were soldiers coming and going. After a night of rest, these energetic fellows began to stir as if the lifelessness of the previous night was merely a mirage. "The battlefield is not suitable for you." Colonel Phillips spoke up in front, while Xia Zhiye quietly listened. "However, the task you completed earlier was indeed impressive. This damned merit makes it impossible for me to remove you from the army, even if I wanted to. Therefore, you have been assigned to another location." Colonel Phillips paused here, stopped, and turned to look at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye gazed at him in confusion. "Remember my words, do not harbor any illusions." Colonel Phillips sighed and said, "There are things you may not understand, but please remember, I will not harm you. Be careful and cautious. If given the chance, I will get you out of this environment. You should live a peaceful life. This kind of existence is not suitable for you." Xia Zhiye wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. He preferred to stay at home, drink cola, play games, and watch movies. However, Colonel Phillips' words left him a bit puzzled about what was happening. Where exactly was he supposed to go next? Seemingly sensing the doubts in Xia Zhiye's heart, Colonel Phillips, with a grim expression, said, "You are now appointed to be the bodyguard of an important figure." "Huh?" Xia Zhiye widened his eyes and quickly asked, "Is he on the battlefield?" This was what he was truly concerned about. "Put away your fantasies. If that were the case, I wouldn't agree, even if it was a superior's order." Colonel Phillips stated with authority, "Your upcoming tasks are all in the rear." Hearing this, Xia Zhiye breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Colonel Phillips, who was frowning and glaring, he suddenly felt like laughing. He was unclear about what had happened with his previous parents, but this person before him truly wanted to keep him out of danger. "Let's go." Seeing that Xia Zhiye had nothing more to say, Colonel Phillips was somewhat surprised. Some of the words he had originally intended to use to persuade Xia Zhiye could not be voiced, and he turned to lead the way. Arriving at another side of the military camp, a vehicle was already waiting there. "Your weapons and gear have been prepared," Colonel Phillips said, Wait here for a moment, another person will leave with you. There is no need for futile struggles. This is an order. If you truly wish to be a good soldier, following orders comes first. Xia Zhiye was speechless. Was he worried that he wouldn't be willing to return and would secretly hide to continue fighting? Rest assured, even if you held a gun to my head, I wouldn't want to return to this damned place. Xia Zhiye's silence left Colonel Phillips stunned once more. After a moment of silence, he finally patted Xia Zhiye on the shoulder and said, "Take care of yourself. I hope that I won't hear of your misfortune before I die." After saying this, the old man turned and walked away, his posture straight and his pace swift. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Xia Zhiye's mouth. Although this heartfelt sentiment was not directed at him, it still felt rather nice. While waiting by the vehicle, he suddenly heard loud noises in the distance. A soldier shouted, "That must be a ghost." Yes, definitely a ghost. Otherwise, no one could achieve such things. Stop joking, do you think our enemies plan to haunt us even after they are dead? So they replaced our weapons with theirs. What's the point? Let us use their weapons to continue fighting against their compatriots. That's impossible. Then how do you explain that all 40 of our weapons have turned into 98K and G43? The patrolman found nothing unusual, and damn it, those were 40 guns. No one could parade around the military camp with 40 guns. Not even a super soldier could manage that. All right, even if you are right, the superiors are already investigating. This matter is definitely man-made. It can't possibly be a ghost. As they spoke, the few of them walked away, quickly disappearing from sight. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but chuckle. Normal people would never think of things like space bags, let alone decomposition space. As long as this matter isn't exposed on the spot, no investigation after the fact will be of any use. It will just be swept under the rug. What are you laughing at? A familiar voice came from beside him. Xia Zhiye turned his head to see Agent Carter. It's nothing, I just heard some people saying that their guns were swapped for the enemy's weapons. Xia Zhiye said with a smile, "It's rather interesting." Yes, there are all sorts of ghost stories and strange tales in the military camp, Agent Carter said with a smile as he got into the vehicle. This might just be a new horror story, right? Are you interested in these things? Xia Zhiye stared blankly at Agent Carter, then looked around. The person I'm waiting for wouldn't be you, right? Indeed, the person you are waiting for is precisely me, Agent Carter replied with a slight smile. Why do I not sense your anticipation, but rather a bit of panic? Panic to describe a soldier. Xia Zhiye shook his head, helplessly opened the door, and got into the vehicle. So can you tell me what exactly I am supposed to do next? It wouldn't be being your bodyguard, would it? 24-hour, close protection. What should I do when you go to the bathroom or sleep? Exhibit gentlemanly demeanor. Soldier, I do not need anyone's protection, Agent Carter laughed, and said, the place we are going to next is called the Strategic Science Reserve. This is a newly established department, but one of great significance. What you need to protect is a truly important figure. A beauty? No, a man. Agent Carter laughed, and said, he is a middle-aged man. Well, from a beauty to a greasy middle-aged man, it seems fantasies are indeed unrealistic. Xia Zhiye sighed. At least it won't be awkward, Agent Carter said with a smile. But suddenly Xia Zhiye caught a whiff of something. Wait. This Strategic Science Reserve. It wouldn't be the place where that Dr. Erskine you mentioned is located, right? Smart. Agent Carter smiled slightly and said, Colonel Phillips hopes you can leave the front line, but letting a talent like you leave combat directly would be too great a loss for us. So now it's a compromise that allows you to stay away from the battlefield while still utilizing your strengths. Isn't that good news for all of us? Don't forget your dream is world peace. After hearing this, Xia Zhiye hesitated for 2 seconds and asked, can I apply to return to the front line? Though Xia Zhiye had lamented the absurdities of life more than once, he never imagined that life could become this ridiculous. His sole desire was to leave the front lines primarily because he had no wish to fight. Why engage in battle? Why abandon the life of a good otaku to fight and kill in someone else's world? Colonel Phillips and his attitude gave him a glimmer of hope for survival until the end. But what happened next? He had left the front lines, but soon he would have to protect Dr. Erskine. He was the mastermind behind the creation of Captain America and the Red Skull. He could already imagine his fate. Next, he might witness the birth of Captain America and very likely get caught up in the feud between Captain America and Hydra. So, now he's no longer hiding from ordinary foes in World War II. Instead, he had to conceal himself in the chaotic core right under the noses of formidable opponents. If you can survive, consider it a win. Young man, you truly have ideas. All the way, Xia Zhiye felt gloomy to the point where he could hardly eat. At his lowest, he had only managed to eat 3 portions of military rations and could eat no more. Agent Carter often looked at her remaining food, then at the empty boxes in front of Xia Zhiye, expressing her sincere admiration for his appetite. Due to Xia Zhiye's despondency, the two of them had little interaction along the way. However, Agent Carter, being kind-hearted, always reassured Xia Zhiye, don't worry, even when we reach the rear, you will still have the chance to fight. Your skills will not go unnoticed. Your name will surely instill fear in your opponents. In the end, we can all achieve that ultimate dream. World peace. Young lady, if you don't mention world peace, we could still be friends. Moreover, you have completely misunderstood the crux of the problem. My disappointment isn't because I have no place to showcase my skills, but rather because there are too many places to do so. I don't want anyone to know my name. Who cares if they are fearful or not? By the way, where is the person I need to protect? New York. Are you planning to drive all the way to New York from here? Xia Zhiye was shocked, but then thought it might not be a bad idea. If he stayed hidden on the road by the time he arrived, the doctor might already be dead. How wonderful. Of course not, we are going to take a plane. Agent Carter smiled slightly. The plane landed the next afternoon, and the journey wasn't particularly terrible. After all, there was a beautiful woman beside him. Even if her face was slightly square, she was still attractive. Xia Zhiye resigned himself to the situation. Since he couldn't change it, he might as well go with the flow. On the way, Agent Carter briefly explained the general situation to Xia Zhiye. First, the person he was going to protect, Dr. Abraham Erskine. He was an expert in genetics. Under his leadership, they would establish a strategic scientific reserve aimed at creating a true super soldier. Moreover, if the serum research by this doctor is successful and proves effective, then it would be possible to form a unit composed entirely of super soldiers. Colonel Phillips had also put in a lot of effort into this matter, and the old man would be returning soon to start preparing for this work. As for Xia Zhiye, with his understanding of Marvel, he knew very well what this strategic scientific reserve was all about. In fact, he preferred to call this department SSR. Strategic Scientific Reserve SSR is the English abbreviation. This organization is also the predecessor of the infamous SHIELD, although at the moment it was merely a small prototype. At 5 in the afternoon, Xia Zhiye finally met Dr. Abraham Erskine. He was a very amicable middle-aged man with a gentle expression and glasses perched on his nose highlighting his scholarly demeanor. I've heard about you. In the room, Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye and said with a smile, the sharpshooter from the battlefield, "Ooh, I heard that in a prior surprise attack, you single-handedly killed at least 30 of the enemy. Moreover, you used an M1 Garand rifle to take out one of their snipers, and during the subsequent infiltration operation, you directly killed their commander. With such military achievements, had it not been for Colonel Phillips, you should have already shone brightly." Xia Zhiye didn't know what to say. Humility. It seemed that humility was not considered a virtue in their eyes. To say it was just a small matter, that would be overestimating oneself. So when others praised him, it was genuinely hard to respond. It was awkward to joke around casually. In the end, Xia Zhiye could only offer a shy smile. Haha. You're still a child, Dr. Erskine chuckled. No wonder Colonel Phillips is so worried about you. However, I will need your help in the coming days. Xia Zhiye could only nod. What else could he say? Inform the other party that they shouldn't expect much from him, as he only planned to come and pass the days. That was obviously out of the question. The awkward conversation soon reached a standstill. As a scientist, Dr. Erskine clearly wasn't skilled in verbal exchanges. Xia Zhiye was similarly unskilled. His current profession seemed to be that of a soldier, and earlier his career had more promise. An otaku. Yet whether as a soldier or an otaku, he clearly lacked the talent for eloquence. Well, then make yourself at home. I have some work to do. You can do whatever you like as long as you don't disturb me. Dr. Erskine stood up. In the room was a desk covered with various documents indicating that this doctor worked right in his own space. He rushed to the desk and began writing furiously, while Xia Zhiye found himself at a loss for what to do. His bags had yet to be organized, and he didn't even know where he was supposed to stay. Dr. Erskine clearly had no inclination to address this. He could only awkwardly sit on the sofa. At that moment, Xia Zhiye greatly missed his phone and the little games on it. With nothing else to do, he began to examine the room. The room was not very large, with a slightly messy bed, and the floor was strewn with various papers filled with all kinds of text. There was also a bookshelf nearby. Xia Zhiye casually picked up a book only to find, "Would you like to decompose the genetics textbook?" Xia Zhiye was utterly confused. Xia Zhiye stared in astonishment at the book in his hands, then glanced at the prompt from the disassembly machine. For a moment, he felt completely overwhelmed. How can a book even be disassembled? Aren't books meant to be read? Well, the above statement was just Xia Zhiye's complaint, but he couldn't suppress the overwhelming astonishment. In the beginning, Xia Zhiye believed the disassembly machine could only break down weapons. Later, he learned that clothes could also be disassembled, but a book, although the book in his hand looked as thick as a brick and would indeed hurt if smashed against someone's head, that absolutely was not a reason to say that books could be disassembled. Moreover, what could be obtained after disassembly? He was so curious. Would it just disassemble into a pile of books, transforming a reading material into something that could be smashed? That would be quite the idea. Turning to Dr. Erskine, Xia Zhiye thought, if I disassemble this old man's book, would he go crazy? All right. Dr. Erskine seemed to remember something, suddenly turning around and startling Xia Zhiye. After all, he had just been pondering how to disassemble the man's book. He almost lost grip on the book in his hands. The book was tossed midair several times before Xia Zhiye finally caught it steadily. He let out a sigh of relief and looked at Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine had a dazed expression, turning back as if he had forgotten all he was about to say. Once Xia Zhiye put the book back, Dr. Erskine turned to him again and said, "Oh, by the way, your room is across the hall. Also, when there's nothing going on, you can move around freely. No need to sit idly in my room. While you are here, at least we will be safe. You can totally do some things you want to do, like maybe go shopping. Of course, all this depends on your arrangements. Once I get into work, I tend to lose track of time and might overlook your situation, so don't mind it." He opened a drawer and took out a key, tossing it to Xia Zhiye, then turned back to his work. Xia Zhiye stood there pondering for a while, then picked up his luggage and opened the door to leave. The layout of the room across the hall was basically the same. After setting things down and tidying up a bit, he took a handgun and tucked it into his pocket before turning to leave. He needed to verify his earlier discovery, which was extremely important to him. A bookstore. Not far from where he lived, there was a bookstore. The store wasn't very large, but upon entering, one would feel as if they were immersed in a sea of books. However, there weren't many customers at the moment. After all, during wartime, it was already commendable that the bookstore could keep its doors open. The owner was a young man in his 20s, leaning against the counter, lost in thought. Upon Xia Zhiye's arrival, he didn't even glance up, as if he didn't notice him at all, lost in his own world. Xia Zhiye paid no attention to the young man either. After entering the bookstore, he casually looked around, then moved to a corner out of the owner's sight, picking up a book that recorded who knows what. "Would you like to disassemble the psychology book? It actually works." Xia Zhiye took a deep breath, finding it a bit incredible. What could be obtained from disassembling these things? He didn't immediately disassemble it, but began to let his thoughts soar. It was wartime, and he was clearly set up as a soldier. As a soldier, what could he do during wartime? Of course, it meant charging into battle and dancing with death. This was fundamentally at odds with Xia Zhiye's survival plan. Now, although he was in the rear, peace was also hard to come by. Dr. Erskine himself was a very troublesome person. It could be said that once the research on the super soldier serum succeeded, this amicable man would become a thorn in Hydra's side, a presence that must be eliminated. And protecting Dr. Erskine would inevitably embroil Xia Zhiye in this chaos. Xia Zhiye was quite unwilling. The saying that people die while birds fly to the sky and that one can live for countless years boils down to being forced out under desperate circumstances. In fact, the follow-up to this saying should be the four characters, "If you can survive, then do so." The couplet reads, "People die while birds fly to the sky, a one can live for countless years," and the horizontal scroll should be, "If you can survive, then do so." However, according to the current flow, it was likely that survival was not an option, but the sudden appearance of the disassembly machine gave Xia Zhiye a glimmer of hope. What if I changed my character setting? He stroked his chin and began to strategize. Half an hour later, Xia Zhiye cleared out all the books related to genetics from the bookstore. In truth, Xia Zhiye wasn't very familiar with which books were related to genetics. After all, not every book had Introduction to Genetics written on it, or had the two characters genetics printed on the cover. Fortunately, Xia Zhiye didn't need to understand, he just needed to place his hand on the book to discern which field it belonged to. Psychology, genetics, physics, and even mysticism. The bookstore, though small, had a rich collection. There were various categories, though none were plentiful, which was why Xia Zhiye could clear out all the genetics books. Of course, the price paid for this was nearly all of Xia Zhiye's cash. Renting was fine, but purchasing was just too damn expensive. Weren't they supposed to say that knowledge was priceless? They claimed it was priceless, but you set a price tag. Do you believe it'll report you to the Consumer Association? Xia Zhiye left the bookstore with a full belly of grievances and a pile of books. Finding a deserted corner, he placed everything into the disassembly machine's space. He left behind 2 books, holding them in his hands. He now had a small plan. The reason he focused entirely on genetics books was not without cause. In this world, it's not like having talent, and publishing papers will immediately gain you recognition. Academic discussions have historically been accompanied by countless arguments. You say I'm talking nonsense, I say you're talking crap. If a soldier were to suddenly produce a paper on genetics, no one would pay attention. They would instinctively think it was sheer nonsense. So to change his character setting, he first needed to shift away from the image of a brawny soldier. The first step was to transform into an image of a well-informed soldier. Secondly, he needed a guide to lead him into this entirely different field. And the best candidate was right beside him, which is why Xia Zhiye chose genetics. Of course, all of this depended on tonight, what he could gain from disassembling these books. Returning to his residence, Xia Zhiye felt a surge of excitement reminiscent of the time he was about to infiltrate the enemy camp for an assassination mission. His whole body trembled, and similarly, he was drenched in sweat. After emerging from the bathroom, Xia Zhiye managed to calm his emotions, feeling a hint of self-deprecation. After all, he was still a homebody, although he had inevitably stained his hands with blood since arriving in this world of blood and fire. Yet deep down, that nervous excitement in the face of significant events had not yet faded away. The familiar sound of the disintegration machine brought him complete tranquility. To be honest, in this strange, yet familiar world, the sound of the disintegration machine offered him the greatest comfort. Disintegration successful. Gene knowledge 1. Disintegration machine experience 1. Disintegration complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Extract. Xia Zhiye felt a rush of excitement in his mind. Then a book that was nearly indistinguishable from those produced by the disintegration machine appeared in his hands. He reached out and clapped. A glow enveloped him, and in the next moment a flood of knowledge he had never understood before filled his mind. Can it really be true? Xia Zhiye's eyes widened, suddenly wishing he had this knowledge before his journey into this realm. He could have become a CEO, married a wealthy beauty, and reached the pinnacle of life. The disintegration continued. After about 10 minutes, all the books he had purchased were completely disintegrated. He discovered an interesting phenomenon. Firstly, when disintegrating books, the prompt he received was not disintegrate equipment, but rather disintegrate items. Secondly, regardless of whether the book was new or old, the result was always one. There had to be a rule governing this, but Xia Zhiye couldn't figure out what it was. What was the difference between items and equipment? However, he didn't seek to understand deeply. It was enough that he could gain tangible benefits. There was no point in delving too deeply into the exploration. Even if he understood the rule, it wouldn't increase his gains. In total, he acquired 12 volumes of gene knowledge. After absorbing all of it, Xia Zhiye was unsure what level he had reached. He felt as if he were an old professor who had been researching in the field of genetics for many years with a multitude of knowledge nearly overflowing. All right, this must be an illusion, Xia Zhiye thought to himself, suddenly recalling the scattered documents he had seen in Dr. Erskine's room. His memory had been enhanced by the battle soul, reaching a frightening level. Now recalling it felt incredibly vivid. They contained equations and theoretical foundations. Combining this knowledge with what was in his mind, Xia Zhiye instinctively picked up paper and pen from the table, doodling and writing out several conjectural formulas, ultimately leaving him cross-eyed. I'm so tired. Xia Zhiye yawned, unable to write anymore. He tossed the pen onto the table and threw himself onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Perhaps due to the vast amount of knowledge, Xia Zhiye felt a bit of pressure in his head. He slept soundly, oblivious to everything happening outside. So much so that when he woke up in the morning, he was surprised to find another person in the room. That person had their back to him, standing in front of the table, carefully examining 2 sheets of paper, as if memorizing every piece of data. Oh no! Xia Zhiye's heart raced. This was not good. This was Dr. Erskine. Why was he here so early instead of resting in his own room? Was it a habit of older people to wake up early? Moreover, wasn't that the stuff I wrote yesterday? What he had written was something he had barely understood himself. To have it placed under Dr. Erskine's nose was absolutely nonsense. This was a disaster. Xia Zhiye lamented in his heart. He had planned to enhance his knowledge in genetics first. Then, intentionally or unintentionally, he wanted to showcase his knowledge in front of Dr. Erskine, allowing him to discover that he had expertise in this field, thereby smoothly entering the academic realm. But now, the things he had written were surely worthless in Dr. Erskine's eyes. All his dreams had shattered. With such a level, there was no way Dr. Erskine would regard him with new eyes, right? While he was lost in thought, Dr. Erskine had already turned around. Seeing Xia Zhiye staring blankly at him, he awkwardly said, I knocked on the door. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Doctor, you woke up so early. Xia Zhiye chuckled, pondering how to quickly change the subject to make Dr. Erskine forget about his doodles. Is this your writing? Dr. Erskine, however, did not engage with him and directly waved the 2 sheets of paper in his hand. Xia Zhiye's face darkened. What could he do at this point? He could only nod and force a smile, saying, It's just a freehand, just a freehand. I've been self-studying this knowledge recently. Please excuse me. Recently learned. Dr. Erskine glanced at the paper in his hand, then shook his head and said, Colonel Phillips' evaluation of you is unfair. In his words, you are a reckless child, unaware of your own limitations. Due to the early death of your parents, you are somewhat cynical. But it seems that you are not only brave and active on the battlefield, but also tirelessly seeking knowledge. Moreover, you are too modest. Dr. Erskine sat beside Xia Zhiye at the edge of the bed and said, To be honest, I am astonished. I never expected you to be studying books in this area on your own. In fact, these sheets of paper have completely overturned my perception of you. So how do you know? You are a genius. I am a genius, yet I need others to tell me. If it weren't for over 10 years of immersion in related knowledge, one would not be able to produce such data. All right, forgive my outburst. I truly did not expect to encounter a child like you before reaching the pinnacle of my achievements in life. The development of the plot seems to have exceeded Xia Zhiye's imagination. Looking at the old man in front of him who was spitting and appearing quite insane, Xia didn't know what to say. The things he wrote are quite impressive. Xia Zhiye had no awareness of such a thing. He merely consumed 12 books. How could he become so remarkable? Direction. Dr. Erskine suddenly stated these 2 words with certainty. Xia Zhiye's attention was drawn. What you currently lack is a direction. Wait a moment. Dr. Erskine extended a finger. I still do not have a deep enough understanding of your situation. Yes, Xia, do you have time right now? Aside from getting up to urinate and eat, my free time is probably at your disposal. Xia Zhiye blinked. Great. Dr. Erskine said. So that means we have enough time until tonight. Now go get up, wash your face, urinate, and eat. As a soldier, you actually made this old man get up before you. This is truly unacceptable. Hurry up, Xia. I hope to witness the rise of a genius as soon as possible. Xia Zhiye dazedly got up, washed up, ate, and after organizing his various questions, he still felt somewhat unresponsive while sitting in Dr. Erskine's room. 12 books. Do they truly hold such great power? Can they make a genius doctor immersed in genetics and genetic modification for many years feel such immense recognition? Dr. Erskine brought 2 sheets of paper and placed them in front of Xia Zhiye, saying, "Come on, let me see your level." Xia Zhiye glanced at the 2 sheets of paper on the table and immediately widened his eyes. An exam. Childhood, nightmares, a battlefield of life and death. Xia Zhiye recalled those bloody memories from his school days. He couldn't help but shiver, and after picking up the pen from the table, he found that the content of the test paper was not particularly challenging. From the first question, Xia Zhiye wrote swiftly. It wasn't until the second page that his speed began to slow down. Summarizing the knowledge in his mind, he began to write with a bit more caution. However, after finishing the 2 sheets of paper, less than 20 minutes had passed. Putting down the paper and pen, Xia Zhiye looked at Dr. Erskine. Only then did he realize that Dr. Erskine had been watching him the whole time. Xia Zhiye's face turned a bit awkward. Xia. Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye with a somewhat complex gaze. I never thought I would meet someone like you. Everything you are currently studying is all foundational. The foundation of fundamentals, yet it extends into things that are very broad. How should I put it? This is very marvelous. Dr. Erskine seemed to be weighing his words. Knowledge is a marvelous thing that can be said to be endless. To thoroughly research any subject throughout one's life is impossible, because the more you study, the more you discover that there is an even vaster sky awaiting you. When you reach 100 years old with your energy depleted, looking at that broader sky, what wells up in your heart is actually a sense of helpless regret. However, fortunately, Dr. Erskine suddenly smiled and said, we can record our research findings, leaving the broader sky to those who are younger, more vibrant, and more talented to explore. And even so, generation after generation, countless people continue to pursue, yet no one has truly comprehended any subject thoroughly. Because they are truly captivating, very profound. Xia Zhiye's face flushed. The term profound seemed a bit subtle. As a homebody, if nothing else, at least in terms of imagination, he always found it hard to control himself, unable to stop. Xia. Dr. Erskine's sudden call made Xia Zhiye hurriedly pull himself out of his thoughts. Everything you are learning right now is foundational, very broad foundations, which is a good thing, because your accumulation is immense, but you lack a direction. Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye, a main research direction. The exam paper I just gave you validates your foundation, and it proves that you have already reached a very profound level in this regard. Ordinary people, even after 10 years of research in this area, would only be at a similar level as you. And you. It is time to find your own direction. Xia Zhiye scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Could the power of 12 books truly be this great? He momentarily didn't know what to say, and Dr. Erskine across from him seemed at a loss for words as well. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere became inexplicably awkward. In the end, Xia Zhiye, in a moment of inspiration, said, but I have no direction to research. I understand. Dr. Erskine quickly replied, yes, perhaps you never even considered it, otherwise you would have already had something you wanted to research. But now you haven't thought of it. Yes, that's okay. I'm saying this is really great. This day felt awkward, and in fact up to now Xia Zhiye hadn't said anything at all. It was all Dr. Erskine expressing his feelings. In summary, Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye seriously. If you are willing, you can follow me and observe my research topics. Really? Xia Zhiye didn't expect the doctor to be so direct. Of course it's true. Dr. Erskine sighed deeply. Knowledge increases the more you learn, but the path becomes narrower. I know my situation, Xia. Even if it's you, can you really guarantee my safety 100%? What I want to say is, you are a genius, and if one day I encounter misfortune, at least there will be you to remember everything I once researched. This is too hasty, right? You don't even know me. Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded. I know you. Dr. Erskine said, puzzled. Why do you think I don't know you? Colonel Phillips has told me a lot about you, even about your few relationships during your rebellious phase. Oh, and I remember one of the girls was called. Stop. Xia Zhiye hurriedly interrupted. What on earth is all this nonsense? The things you are talking about, I don't even know myself, okay? The development of events greatly exceeded Xia Zhiye's expectations. What he had not anticipated was that the power of these 12 books was indeed this formidable. Dr. Erskine made it very clear that these 12 books established a very solid foundation for him. And next he could begin specialized research. Secondly, he did not expect that Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine would have such a close personal friendship. They were practically best friends, and because of this all of Xia Zhiye's dark history was known to Dr. Erskine. No wonder Colonel Phillips ultimately decided to come here to protect Dr. Erskine. To put it bluntly, he still felt uneasy, so he replaced himself with a guardian. What is going on? Xia Zhiye was momentarily speechless. However, regardless of anything else, the current outcome was developing in the direction Xia Zhiye desired. Learning next to Dr. Erskine the identity of a bodyguard served as a protective cover, preventing the hatred of Hydra from implicating him. In the future, if he were to be sent to the battlefield again, he would find an opportune moment to showcase his talents. Withdrawing from the front lines and returning to safety to conduct research along with having dedicated protection was far better than fighting on the front lines. As long as he could survive until the end of World War II, then fame and fortune would be his, and a carefree life would wave at Xia Zhiye in the future. Xia Zhiye was immersed in beautiful fantasies while Dr. Erskine could hardly wait any longer and said to Xia Zhiye, "Our time is quite limited. How is your memory?" "It's all right," Xia Zhiye quickly replied. "Great. They'll find some materials for you to study. Tonight we need to step out. I need to meet someone very important." Dr. Erskine said to Xia Zhiye, "For now you should continue being my bodyguard. Once our super soldier program is truly successful, we'll discuss the next steps." Xia Zhiye blinked and silently nodded. Thus the day was spent in study. Dr. Erskine not only provided Xia Zhiye with materials, but also shared many notes and documents he had written himself, placing them beside Xia Zhiye for him to remember as much as he could. Xia Zhiye did not seek deep understanding, but glanced through a lot of data, leaving him dizzy. It was only after dinner that Dr. Erskine finally organized the materials, and they stepped out together. Just before leaving, Xia Zhiye asked, "Where are we going?" "To the future world." Dr. Erskine replied with a smile, "Have you heard of Stark Industries?" "I've heard of it." How could Xia Zhiye not have heard of it? Iron Man. But in this era, it should be Iron Man's father. Indeed, Howard Stark is a genius. Dr. Erskine gently adjusted his glasses and said to Xia Zhiye, "In order to make the super soldier program successful, we still need his strong support." Only when they reached their destination did Xia Zhiye realize that the so-called future world was actually the Future World Exhibition Center. The first Captain America movie had just begun, and the young Captain America came here with his best friend, bringing along 2 girls for a tour. The key point is that the young Captain America, while bringing snacks to the girls, was met with their disdain. What does this imply? Xia Zhiye believed this implied that in any era it's not just about looks, but also about body shape. A harsh reality. Stepping out of the car, Xia Zhiye began to observe everything around him. He did not become blind to the potential dangers due to Dr. Erskine's special treatment, thinking that a beautiful life was right at hand. Xia Zhiye's mind was very clear. This world was still very dangerous. Even though this was New York, who could guarantee that the Red Skull or Hydra hadn't placed spies here? Although this segment of the movie posed no danger, have you heard of the butterfly effect? How many novels have had their plots changed because of the protagonist's time travel? Once he let his guard down, the beautiful and desirable life might sprout little wings and flit away. This was something Xia Zhiye absolutely could not allow. "Hey Xia, I think you should relax a bit." Seeing Xia Zhiye so tense, Dr. Erskine spoke up. "This is New York, not a battlefield. There's no need to be so on edge, right? Today is a very lively day, surrounded by either new recruits about to head to battle or young beautiful girls. By the way, I still don't know what kind of girl you like. Colonel Phillips told me you like girls with big bottoms. Is that true?" Xia Zhiye twitched at the corner of his mouth. What happened to his scholarly image? What happened to being inarticulate? Why was he suddenly so talkative? Surely first impressions are meant to deceive, right? Judging by your expression, I take that as a yes. Dr. Erskine chuckled. "After this war ends, do you know how many people will become widows? Almost all the men in this city have gone off to fight. I actually want to go into battle too. But I can't. I can only defeat the evil opponents within my own field. I hope that one day this world can shine brilliantly, free from pain and suffering, war and death. Just like your dream of world peace." "Who the hell told you that? It's simply shameful." Xia Zhiye's face turned red. "Of course, by that time you'll certainly find a girl with a big bottom and start a family." Dr. Erskine patted Xia Zhiye on the shoulder, and Xia Zhiye's face darkened again. Was this never going to end? As they entered the exhibition hall, the doctor said to Xia Zhiye, "All right, you can really relax now. The security around this exhibition hall is very tight. I won't have any problems. Why not take a look at the exhibits in this exhibition hall? They are all quite impressive. The beautiful fantasies of the future world are always captivating, right? Although I don't really need to fantasize about the future world. I think you're right, Doctor. I should indeed take a look around." Xia Zhiye glanced at Dr. Erskine and smiled. "I will be back soon. No worries, enjoy yourself. There are indeed beautiful girls around." The doctor looked at Xia Zhiye with a satisfied smile. Xia Zhiye's face darkened. He really didn't want to deal with him anymore. Did he not realize he was being watched? The exhibition hall of the future world was bustling with people who gathered in groups or pairs admiring some wildly imaginative designs. Some exhibits were bizarre while others were humorous, elevating the atmosphere to one of excitement. Morrison walked through the crowd like an ordinary visitor, casually observing the surrounding exhibits. He consistently expressed his feelings towards each exhibit through his gaze, sometimes disdainful, sometimes filled with anticipation, and at times utterly puzzled. He believed his expressions and eyes conveyed an impeccable performance. No one would ever discover that his true purpose was not to appreciate the exhibits, but rather, that damn doctor. Abraham Erskine doctor. Hey buddy. Suddenly an arm rested heavily on his shoulder, a powerful force immediately immobilizing him. Simultaneously he felt a hard object pressing against his waist as a voice whispered in his ear, "If you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents, I hope to gain something quite valuable. Let's not allow misunderstandings to become obstacles to our communication, shall we?" Morrison's eyes widened, a murderous glint flashing within. However, the voice sounded panicked. "Oh my, if you need money, it's in my left pocket." "Great, but I hope to obtain more." The voice behind him continued. Morrison sighed in relief. A small test seemed to yield the answers he sought. Even in such an era, shameless little thieves were everywhere. This was of no concern, he could deal with him in a secluded spot. In such times, even if a few vile pests were to die, it would not attract attention. At most, it would just take a little time, but that was fine. He was confident that such a petty thief would not waste too much of his time. Thinking this, Morrison pointed in a direction and said, "There's no one there. I appreciate a person who knows how to be considerate." The voice behind him was urgent and anxious. Was it because the prey was already within reach that he was eager to claim his reward? "I will make you, you greedy maggot, pay the price you deserve." At least that was what Morrison thought before leaving the exhibition hall and entering the alley. However, upon entering the alley, the other party immediately pressed his head against the wall and confiscated his 2 handguns, plunging Morrison into despair. Another P-38. The voice behind him sounded disdainful. "So you're with the little mustache and not Hydra." As the voice spoke, a tremendous force pulled him around, and when he saw the face of the person behind him, Morrison's pupils instantly contracted. "It's you." A soldier had been following Dr. Erskine. With a typical East Asian face, he had been unconsciously overlooked by Morrison, who didn't expect he had already been discovered. "Yes, it is I," Xia Zhiye said with a smile. "Nice to meet you. Let me think, if I chop off one head, can 2 grow back?" "You?" Morrison's expression changed drastically, sensing danger. The other party knew more than he had anticipated. "Indeed, you can't judge someone's origin by their handgun." Xia Zhiye laughed again, suddenly gripping Morrison's chin tightly. At that very moment, Morrison suddenly kicked up. A low blow. Is this martial art universally applicable? Xia Zhiye reacted swiftly. As Morrison's leg lifted, he had already sensed it, and not only that, he retaliated with a kick to Morrison's knee, rendering the low blow ineffective. Then grabbing his shoulders, he pulled him forward, delivering a knee strike directly to his abdomen. The other person's body immediately arched like a large shrimp, and Xia Zhiye took a small step back, shaking his right hand before delivering a powerful uppercut. Jen. This punch landed solidly on the other's jaw, sending his previously leaning body flying through the air, scattering a mouthful of pearly white teeth like flowers in the wind. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground, dazed and confused. However, Morrison gritted his teeth. While he couldn't bite down, as Xia Zhiye had knocked all of them out. Yet, even without the aid of his biting teeth, Morrison flipped over and began searching for his teeth on the ground. "Heh," Xia Zhiye chuckled. "I guess you're looking for your poison teeth, right? Laced with venom, ready for suicide if captured." Such creative thoughts. But you are too naive. Grabbing Morrison by the ankle, he dragged him away from the scattered teeth, as if he were a sack. Then Xia Zhiye sat down on his back and said, "So do you enjoy this situation?" Morrison glared back at Xia Zhiye on his back, twisting his neck into an awkward angle, then began to curse. After finishing his insult, the two locked eyes. Morrison was on the verge of tears, having lost all his teeth to this bastard. Speaking without teeth was so damn loose that he couldn't even understand what he was saying. Xia Zhiye, on the other hand, remarked in surprise, "Is this your self-created language? You expect to communicate with me like this? Seems a bit unrealistic, doesn't it?" Morrison, filled with indignation, wanted to commit suicide, but found it impossible. He simply pressed his hands on the ground and slammed his head down hard. Even if he couldn't die, he would at least smash his face bloody. Morrison was this brutal. However, just as his forehead was about to make contact with the ground, his neck tightened abruptly, almost choking him to death. In the next moment, he was yanked up by the collar from the ground. "Such a strong will to seek death. Since you feel this way, I really can't fulfill that for you." Xia Zhiye grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. Bang! Xia Zhiye exclaimed. That sound was so satisfying. While he found it delightful, Morrison's eyes rolled back, and without uttering a sound, he fainted. Xia Zhiye stripped him of his coat, tore it into strips, and bound him up tightly. He then used the remaining pieces to gag him and opened the nearby trash bin, tossing the man inside. Finally, he placed a few garbage bags over him for modesty, saying, This looks much better. I hope you're still here when I return. After dealing with the matter of the Watcher, Xia Zhiye contemplated that he needed to find Agent Carter. It is quite difficult to capture members of Hydra mainly because these individuals possess a spirit of loyalty to death. Once captured, they will bite down on their own poisonous fangs, and the poison will seal their throats upon contact with blood akin to spewing a mouthful of effervescent tablets. They will die on the spot within moments. So upon realizing that this individual might be from Hydra, Xia Zhiye wasted no time in knocking out the opponent's teeth, denying them the best means of suicide. Throwing the unconscious body into a trash bin was merely a last resort. After all, he couldn't very well drag a Hydra spy to meet Dr. Erskine, could he? After all, parading around with a living person in broad daylight would attract too much attention. Thus, Xia Zhiye pondered that he could only seek Agent Carter's assistance to deal with this guy. After returning to the exhibition hall, not much time had actually passed, and it was still bustling. Xia Zhiye originally intended to head straight for Dr. Erskine, but instead encountered a young man in military uniform accompanied by two women who were preparing to leave. Such individuals were quite common that night, as it was rumored that a batch of new recruits was about to head to the front lines, so Xia Zhiye didn't pay much attention. However, not far away, a slender young boy was gazing intently at him, watching him depart. This image felt eerily familiar. Xia Zhiye looked at the young man in military uniform, then at the two girls, and finally at the despondent expression in the eyes of the slender boy, and suddenly realized. Could this be the young Captain America along with his best buddy, the Winter Soldier? By the way, what was this guy's name? Not Winter Soldier, was it? Xia Zhiye scratched his head, unexpectedly running into significant figures from the original story. Moreover, it wasn't during any historic moment, it was just too sudden. What should he do? Approach them for an autograph? How shameless would that be? Xia Zhiye scratched his face and decided to pretend he didn't see them. As he brushed past Captain America, all he felt was a sense of wow, he was really short and skinny at the beginning, and similar thoughts. Nothing more than that. Meanwhile, Dr. Erskine was watching Captain America with his arms crossed, and when he noticed Xia Zhiye, he waved at him. Xia Zhiye approached the doctor, and Captain America returned to the exhibition hall, brushing past the two of them. The two girls were taken away by the Winter Soldier, leaving him free to continue his visit. How does it feel? The doctor asked Xia Zhiye. Finally seizing the chance for revenge, Xia Zhiye quietly said, "Doctor, so this is the kind of doctor you are." Huh? Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye with confusion. What? What kind? Well, it seems you prefer those who are very good-looking, slender, and have very fair skin. Young lads. Dr. Erskine's face turned slightly blue with disgust. Seeing Xia Zhiye suppressing laughter, he couldn't help but point at him. Are you joking with me? How rude. Xia Zhiye coughed lightly. Are you interested in him? I think he's quite good. Dr. Erskine nodded seriously. Then it's settled, doctor. He'll be in your bed tonight. Xia Zhiye patted the pistol at his waist. Oh my God. Xia, your jokes never seem to end. Dr. Erskine stared at Xia Zhiye with wide eyes. Xia Zhiye coughed again. All right, but doctor, have you finished what you wanted to say to Howard? I haven't seen him yet, Dr. Erskine replied. Tonight this guy is the main event. What do you think of the hover car? It's a very interesting concept, Xia Zhiye nodded. But right now the priority is that we probably need to contact Agent Carter. Is Agent Carter's behind the type you like? Dr. Erskine started to take revenge. I caught a spy who was monitoring you, Xia Zhiye said. Dr. Erskine paused for a moment, unable to believe his ears at this sudden serious matter. You said you caught a spy monitoring me? Exactly, Xia Zhiye said. I'm not very skilled in interrogations, but I believe Agent Carter's side should have plenty of talented individuals. Is there a second one around? Dr. Erskine asked, feeling a bit flustered, but quickly calming down. I can't guarantee that for now, but doctor, if possible, I hope you can try your best not to leave my sight in the coming time. Dr. Erskine valued his life highly and immediately said, let's go meet Howard. The place where they would meet Howard was actually quite interesting behind the stage. A group of girls who had just finished performing were walking back and forth in the corridor, some shouting loudly, while others rushed over trying to hand out flowers. In the dressing room, Howard was changing clothes, and Xia Zhiye and Dr. Erskine waited a while before they saw this young tycoon. Dr. Erskine, it's a pleasure to meet you. Howard warmly shook hands with Dr. Erskine, then turned to Xia Zhiye. This is Xia, Dr. Erskine briefly introduced. He is responsible for protecting my life. Your life is very precious. Howard said, anyone capable of protecting you must be an exceptional warrior. I completely agree. Xia is truly remarkable, a renowned sharpshooter, and not only that, but he is also a lone hero. He once infiltrated the enemy's camp for a decapitation mission, successfully killing their commander and retreating unscathed. With his help, we even thwarted a despicable sneak attack by the enemy. As Dr. Erskine said this, his face was filled with pride. Xia Zhiye felt a bit embarrassed, inexplicably feeling as though he was being paraded around like a trophy by a parent. However, Howard was solemnly respectful, quickly shaking Xia Zhiye's hand and saying, I admire heroes like you. I never expected to meet one today. I've often heard of Mr. Howard's name, Xia Zhiye replied. Tonight's speech was fantastic. This was not flattery, this man exuded a special charm. The concept of the future car presented tonight was also quite impressive. Although there were some issues with the anti-gravity system, it's still shone despite its flaws. Haha, the future car will definitely be able to float. Of course there will still be some minor technical difficulties for now, but that's alright, Howard said with a smile. If it really succeeds in the future, I can give you one. I hope we can both live to see that day, Xia Zhiye shrugged. Life is always filled with hope. Howard smiled, not at all displeased by Xia Zhiye's words. Before discussing serious matters, there's something I hope you can help me with, Dr. Erskine said at this moment. Xia caught a spy earlier. In just a few words the matter was made clear and Howard was even more excited than Dr. Erskine. A spy. Alive. He suddenly stood up, his face alight with excitement. Xia Zhiye looked at Howard in confusion, wondering if this guy had awakened some unspeakable interest upon hearing the word spy. Dr. Erskine nodded and said, Indeed, but there are only two of us right now. The location where the spy is placed is quite insecure. We must proceed with the transfer as soon as possible. No problem. Howard rolled up his sleeves and declared, I'll go personally. Dr. Erskine was dumbfounded. Oh, what did it mean to go personally? I came to discuss matters with you, and you just ran off. What do I say now? He quickly grabbed Howard and said, Calm down, we haven't even talked about our affairs yet. Doctor, Howard said earnestly, the spy situation is crucial. If we can pry open this guy's mouth, it would hold extraordinary significance for us. So let me handle it. If I don't keep a close watch on this matter, I simply won't feel at ease. Dr. Erskine was at a loss and turned his gaze to Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye blinked, seeing Dr. Erskine looking at him with eyes full of desperation like a child without a mother. He could only say, Do you trust me, Mr. Howard? Of course you caught him. Howard didn't hesitate at all. Xia Zhiye smiled. In that case, could you tell me a suitable location and bring two trustworthy individuals with me? They'll handle the transfer and you and the doctor can discuss your matters. After I return, I can take you both along, all right? Howard hesitated for a moment and then seriously nodded. Just don't lose him. Xia Zhiye was speechless, feeling that to Howard this spy was akin to some sort of toy. By the way, don't kill him either. Howard anxiously reminded again. If all goes well, Xia Zhiye replied. No accidents must occur. Howard quickly added. In fact, Mr. Howard, if something were to go wrong while I handle this, then you going could actually put your life in danger. Xia Zhiye said helplessly, having to speak frankly. Howard was taken aback, and only then did he nod. You're right. In fact, everything went very smoothly. Morrison was safe and sound in the trash can, and there were no obstacles during the transfer process. The place Howard provided was not far from the exhibition, but was very discreet. Until Xia Zhiye brought Dr. Erskine and Howard here, nothing unsettling happened. When Xia Zhiye saw Morrison still securely tied to the chair, he realized that he had been a bit too tense. To be honest, the movie exaggerated the capabilities of Hydra far too much. Of course, these guys were indeed formidable. However, they had not reached a level of omnipotence. The main point was that Morrison had been missing for less than an hour. No matter how powerful Hydra was, they couldn't react in such a short time. It was evident that the discussions between the doctor and Howard had yielded positive results, as their attitudes were silently narrating some sort of unspoken bond. It could be anticipated that the super soldier program had not encountered any unpredictable setbacks due to his sudden appearance. This was also good news for Xia Zhiye. What is the greatest advantage of a time traveler? Of course it is the golden finger. Well, let's set that aside for now. What is the greatest benefit of traveling into a familiar movie world? Aside from the golden finger, the obvious advantage is knowing the plot. Having just seen Avengers Infinity War, the memories were still fresh, and with the enhancement from the battle spirit, they were even clearer. Although Captain America had been out for quite some time, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't forgotten much. Most of it remained in his mind. And this was the greatest benefit Xia Zhiye could grasp. Of course, he had yet to figure out what to do with this advantage. He did recall that during the execution of the super soldier program, a spy suddenly erupted with energy, ran onto the street amidst heavy encirclement, and ultimately committed suicide, spewing a mouthful of effervescent tablets as he died. By utilizing his foresight, he would definitely be able to root this guy out. At the very least, he could save the old man's life. While Xia Zhiye was lost in thought, Howard had already approached the spy, who had awakened and was glaring fiercely at everyone. Howard reached out to take away the rag in the man's mouth. Morrison, what country is this guy from? Why can't I understand him? Howard exclaimed in surprise. I am fluent in at least 6 languages, yet I can't decipher what he's saying. Xia Zhiye awkwardly scratched his face. Upon closer inspection, Howard was even more astonished. Where are his teeth? They were knocked out. Xia Zhiye answered with vacant eyes. This will create a barrier for communication, won't it? Howard said, somewhat troubled. We can write. Xia Zhiye had seen enough movies, TV shows, and novels to know this was no challenge for him, right? Howard nodded seriously and had someone fetch paper and a pen. Taking advantage of the time, he said to Xia Zhiye, we have already contacted Colonel Phillips. He expressed great delight upon learning that you captured a spy. He believes it is essential for you to completely lose all your military ranks and go home to find a woman, start a family, and have children. To be honest, there are 3.5 million women in New York, most of whom are without men. It is indeed a great opportunity to find a woman now, especially one with a nice figure. Xia Zhiye twitched his mouth, realizing that all the people around him were just big mouths, right? Moreover, why did this guy speak with such a gloating expression? Morrison seized the opportunity. No one paid him any mind. Dr. Erskine said to Xia Zhiye, "Don't worry, we won't let you leave easily." Even if it were Colonel Phillips' intention, it would hold no weight. In fact, this situation only proves your value. Even with all his teeth knocked out, it is a bit gruesome. Xia Zhiye had completely given up on the idea that Colonel Phillips could help him lose his military identity. It was all due to that life-and-death battle when he first arrived in this world. Without those achievements, Colonel Phillips would have likely kicked him out of the army long ago. And now, things would probably get more complicated. However, Xia Zhiye was not afraid. He had already found a path to choose from. At worst, he could retreat to the rear and hide in the research institute, waiting until World War II was over before coming out. Paper and a pen had now been delivered. Howard, excited, took the paper and approached the spy. "I am going to start the interrogation now. Who can tell me what the first step should be?" Xia Zhiye was left dumbfounded by Howard's antics. His fervor and obsession with espionage led Xia Zhiye to believe that he had a great deal of expertise in interrogation. However, the truth proved that he knew nothing at all. Holding a pen and paper, he stared blankly at Morrison and after a long pause turned to Xia Zhiye for help. Xia Zhiye felt utterly crushed inside, thinking, "You don't know how, and neither do I. I've never read any skill books on interrogation. Should I go buy a couple next time at the bookstore? By the way, is there even such a subject? Do bookstores sell it?" This. Several people exchanged awkward glances, staring at each other in disbelief. Hoo. A strange sound emerged, and everyone looked at Morrison, discovering that he was grinning broadly. How incredibly awkward. The captive was actually mocking the interrogator. Xia Zhiye's temples throbbed, his face darkening. "How can you laugh at me?" Seeing this, Howard quickly asked, "Do you have a plan?" "I have a small trick, but I'm not sure if it will work." Xia Zhiye said, "First, we need to prepare a few things." "Torture devices?" "Yes, but probably not what you think." Xia Zhiye replied, "Get me 2 dogs and a bottle of olive oil." Howard was baffled and Dr. Erskine was equally puzzled. "Are you planning to serve him a dinner laced with poison?" "Doctor, I believe your imagination would be more promising in writing novels than in academia." Xia Zhiye said, rolling his eyes, then turned to Howard. "Let's take off this guy's shoes." As Howard squatted down, he muttered reluctantly, "I never dreamed that the first thing I would do to a captive I was interrogating would be to take off his shoes. This can't be. Oh no." With the shoes and socks removed, Howard's face turned green. "I feel like I've just been subjected to a wave of torture. How can it be this smelly?" Xia Zhiye exclaimed, holding Morrison's socks as if they were toxic gas bombs. Morrison was laughing even more heartily, completely carefree, grinning widely as he guffawed. Seeing Morrison's demeanor, Xia Zhiye became quite displeased and thrust the stinky socks towards his mouth. "Let me show you what laughing feels like." Morrison's face turned green in an instant, resembling a rampaging Hulk. When Howard saw this clever idea, he quickly asked Xia Zhiye for help and stuffed the other sock in as well. Perhaps true joy is indeed built upon the suffering of others. While Xia Zhiye and Howard were nearly gagging from the smell, Morrison was reveling in his own delight. At this moment, Morrison was suffering while Xia Zhiye and Howard were laughing uncontrollably. The two men were shoulder to shoulder, laughing so hard they could hardly stand straight. Dr. Erskine rubbed his forehead. "Why am I even here?" Just then, Howard's 2 subordinates arrived, leading 2 dogs, while carrying a bottle of olive oil. Howard hurriedly asked Xia Zhiye, "How do we use this?" "Very simple. Apply it to the soles of his feet, then let these 2 dogs lick them." Xia Zhiye explained. Howard paused for a moment. "Is that all? Do you want to try it first?" Xia Zhiye looked at Howard with a teasing gaze. "No need." Howard quickly replied, "Let's see how it goes." In fact, the results were extraordinary. It was an incredibly cruel form of torture. Though unprofessional and childish, 10 minutes later, seeing Morrison's tear-streaked face and gasping for breath, Howard was astonished. "God, Xia, how did you come up with such a wicked, oh no, I mean brilliant idea? Read more?" Xia Zhiye shrugged. Although he wasn't adept at this, novels and movies had provided him with many usable methods. However, employing them could be quite troublesome, and Xia Zhiye was not skilled at it. But tickling the soles was a different story. This method, while meant for fun, was undoubtedly cruel. Moreover, it was not fingers that did the tickling, but the tongues of 2 large dogs. The slippery, moist sensation, licking back and forth on the soles, occasionally nipping at them, was not only painful, but also terrifying. However, Morrison, being a Hydra spy, would naturally not divulge all his secrets just because of this method. Xia Zhiye didn't expect to extract much information tonight. He was merely irritated by being mocked. After tormenting Morrison for a while, Xia Zhiye felt much better and said to Howard, "Dr. Erskine, and I should be leaving now. The next matters will be in your hands. Also, the uses of these dogs are not limited to this. As for how to use them, that's up to you. Xia Zhiye patted Howard meaningfully on the shoulder and whispered a couple of words in his ear. Howard's eyes lit up. Xia, you're simply a bastard. I know you're a genius. Xia Zhiye twitched his lips while Dr. Erskine could no longer bear to watch and urged Xia Zhiye to leave. Before leaving, Xia Zhiye said to Howard, actually our interrogation is really of no use because we can't distinguish whether what he says is true or false. Just have some fun, don't take it too seriously. And don't easily believe any information he provides, not a word of it. The best case scenario is to transfer him as soon as possible. Howard paused for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded seriously, believing Xia Zhiye's words were correct. Finally, Howard arranged for a car to take Xia Zhiye and Dr. Erskine away. During the ride, Dr. Erskine said to Xia Zhiye, Colonel Phillips will be back tomorrow. Agent Carter's preparations have been completed. We can move to the camp now. Xia Zhiye had not expected it to be so soon. Thinking of Colonel Phillips, he felt a headache. He had yet to show any signs of awakening memories, most likely because his external aids had not been renewed. Thus, the longer he was in contact with Colonel Phillips, the more likely he was to expose his true identity as a Western product. However, at this point, there was nothing to be done. Colonel Phillips' return should mean that the Strategic Scientific Reserve would officially begin operations. After that, a new batch of recruits should appear in the camp right. Among them, on the battlefield later, the most dazzling star would be that man of the stars and stripes with grand ambitions. Thinking of this figure, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but smile. Oh, could the coming days witness a glorious transformation from a weakling to a strong hero. It sounded quite interesting. The next day, Colonel Phillips indeed arrived, but he did not meet with Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye was relieved by this, as he usually followed the doctor to study genetics. However, learning this on his own was many times slower than devouring the knowledge. Xia Zhiye was eager to devour all the doctor's books, but considering the doctor's fragile heart, he didn't dare to bite. Another day passed, and Dr. Erskine had been organizing information about Steve Rogers, who would become the renowned Captain America. Very interesting, Dr. Erskine said to Xia Zhiye. He signed up for the military 5 times. Yes, and he changed his nationality 5 times. Xia Zhiye chuckled and said it's illegal to falsify information on the volunteer form, right? Oh, Xia. Dr. Erskine looked at Xia Zhiye helplessly and said, at least this proves one thing. Moi. He has a very strong will. Dr. Erskine said his body is weak and he has asthma, yet he still wishes to go to the front lines and fight. What does that mean? Isn't being alive good, Xia Zhiye thought for a moment and replied. It means this child's spirit is very strong. Dr. Erskine said seriously, strong individuals may not understand the value of strength, but he is different. His original fragility will make him cherish and use this strength with great caution. Xia Zhiye nodded. Don't say that, Xia. Dr. Erskine said, you know I really want to choose you. Don't. Xia Zhiye was so frightened that his hair almost stood on end. He did not want to become a flag-bearing man with grand ambitions with yellow skin and black eyes. Regardless of whether he had lost both parents, if he became such a character, he feared that his parents in heaven would be so upset they'd kick the coffin lid. I'm serious, Dr. Erskine said, but if I were to make you a super soldier, it would not benefit you at all. Yes, at least the first candidate absolutely cannot be you. I know, and I'm serious, I really don't want to become a super soldier. Xia Zhiye said. Yes, your dream is world peace. Oh, I know that, Dr. Erskine nodded. Xia Zhiye felt embarrassed. It was all Carter agent's fault for being such a big mouth. When did she tell Dr. Erskine about this? Did she tell Colonel Phillips? Thinking about it, the entire camp probably knew about his great dream, and he felt his face flush. While he was speaking of Carter agent, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Dr. Erskine called out, and walking in was Carter agent. Did I disturb you, Carter agent looked at the 2 men in the room. Awful wording. Xia Zhiye face-bombed. Dr. Erskine smiled and said, you're here for Xia, right? No problem, I don't need him from this afternoon until noon tomorrow. You can command him as you wish as long as you bring him back by noon tomorrow. I need to step out then. Of course. Carter agent smiled brightly. After leaving Dr. Erskine's room, Xia Zhiye walked down the corridor alongside Carter agent. Neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere seemed very heavy. In the end, it was Carter agent who couldn't hold it in any longer. Aren't you going to ask me why I'm looking for you? Surely it can't be to discuss love affairs with me, Xia Zhiye replied. As long as the little mustache remains, how can there be a home? I'm serious with you. But in fact, you haven't said anything at all. Xia Zhiye helplessly spread his hands. Fine, you're forcing me. Carter agent grabbed Xia Zhiye's hand. Come with me. I'm going. So rough. I tell you, I'm still very innocent if you treat me like this. Don't say things that can be misunderstood. Carter agent's face darkened. This guy had a mouth that could run wild, truly capable of saying anything. She pulled Xia Zhiye outside where a car was already prepared. Xia Zhiye glanced at Carter agent. In the car. Is that appropriate? Talk in the car. Carter agent gritted her teeth. Xia Zhiye breathed a sigh of relief. Good that it's talking, not doing. Are you thinking that? Carter agent's attitude suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Just as Xia Zhiye got into the car, hearing such a tone made him blink. Not at all. Hypocrite. With a roar, the accelerator was pressed down, and the car charged out like a runaway wild dog. Xia Zhiye was thrown back against the seat, and once they were on the road, he finally relaxed. Crazy. I was driven crazy by you. After saying this, Carter agent laughed in anger. I can hardly imagine you were so quiet before. What suddenly made you so talkative? Men are fickle. Xia Zhiye looked out the window at the scenery, his brow slightly furrowed. Where are we going? To catch someone. So is this your real purpose for finding me at? Xia Zhiye was speechless. Exactly. Carter agent said, the person you captured before is very useful. We obtained a lot of interesting information from him. What does that have to do with me? Listen to me. Carter agent said, after repeated selection, we have confirmed that 3 individuals are spies planted here by this organization. There have already been 2 operations. But they all died. Xia Zhiye said casually. How do you know? Carter agent glanced at Xia Zhiye. These guys are extremely paranoid. Once captured, they immediately commit suicide. The first person committed suicide by swallowing a gun, so we were somewhat unprepared for the second, which led to the second person dying from poisoning. This has nothing to do with me. Right. Xia Zhiye blinked his innocent eyes. Just treat it as helping me out. Carter agent looked at Xia Zhiye with hopeful eyes blinking rapidly. Xia Zhiye was astonished. You actually used such a forbidden ultimate technique. Acting cute. Is that not okay? I am a woman. Carter agent instantly transformed into a tough guy. Xia Zhiye chuckled awkwardly. The most important question. Who is the other party? Just an ordinary wealthy businessman, Carter agent quickly said upon hearing this. We just need to infiltrate his home, capture him, and ensure he has no chance to commit suicide. So simple, eh? Xia Zhiye looked at Carter agent in confusion. For such an easy task, did you really need to find me? It's not that easy. So far, you're the only one who has ever captured a living Hydra spy. Upon seeing the luxurious mansion where the target resided, Xia Zhiye realized he had undoubtedly been deceived. What did that person say again? That's right, the more beautiful the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. In hindsight, even though Agent Carter had a somewhat square face, she spoke without a hint of hesitation. So this is what you call a simple businessman. Xia Zhiye pointed at the mansion nearby where armed guards stood at either side of the entrance. There were also guard dogs wandering around the yard looking indifferent as they questioned Agent Carter. She nodded seriously. Goodbye. Xia Zhiye turned to leave. Wait. Agent Carter quickly grabbed him. Xia Zhiye waved his hand farewell. He had grown up not to be deceived and then rushed to fight for others. Who wants to do such things? Not him. Xia, I beg you. Agent Carter pleaded. I really have no other choice, so I can only turn to you. Even if you beg me, it won't help. Xia Zhiye said helplessly, I'm not a super soldier. You should go find Colonel Phillips and mobilize troops to encircle him. Even if the other party dies, it doesn't matter. At worst, we can part ways. Losing a nail is also a good thing for us, so why take the risk of going in to capture someone? If Colonel Phillips had agreed, I would have done it long ago. Agent Carter could only speak the truth in her helplessness. Xia Zhiye widened his eyes. So you want to tell me that this time we came here without any military support, and it's just the 2 of us? Acting on our own. Doesn't this woman think she has caused enough trouble? Initially, it was dangerous enough to avoid. Now she was delivering herself right to it. Agent Carter bit her lip and said, Xia, I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth. We can go back and talk slowly. Xia Zhiye replied. No way. Agent Carter shook her head and said, the situation is as follows. This person's name is Lin Sai Kalefu. It's not just a simple businessman. He will be running for senator this year. Huh. Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded. Precisely because of the uniqueness of this person's identity, when Colonel Phillips got this name, his attitude became very hesitant. Since the capture of the first 2 spies did not go smoothly, the colonel was very worried about capturing this person without any evidence. If it led to his death, it would adversely affect our military. The higher-ups do not want to see any negative news regarding this matter. So you acted on your own. Xia Zhiye's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of courage did this woman have? Iron. I had no choice. I knew the other party was right here. Although there was no concrete evidence, various corroborations had already indicated that this person was most likely a spy planted by Hydra. It was precisely because of the identity issue that we could not carry out the capture. You know how terrifying the consequences would be for us if he successfully became a senator. His popularity is quite high. Agent Carter was serious, her expression revealing a selfless spirit all for world peace. After this thought suddenly popped into Xia Zhiye's mind, a huge sense of absurdity descended upon him. He took a deep breath and said, you think of things that Colonel Phillips, so cunning and shrewd, wouldn't think of. My. Agent Carter was taken aback. What do you mean? My meaning is very simple. Xia Zhiye said, spies are terrifying, right? But their real danger does not come from their strength, but from their constant lurking in the shadows. Once we know their identity, they are no longer frightening. In fact, they can become tools and pawns for us. Agent Carter's eyes gradually widened. I begin to understand what you mean. If you don't understand this, I have no idea how you became an agent. Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth and said, so the matter of us coming here today is likely unnecessary. In other words, even if that person becomes a senator, what kind of information he possesses and how much information is communicated is entirely in our control. We can even use this person to deliver false information to Hydra, which could easily destroy one of their armies, and that's putting it mildly. In fact, making good use of this spy is far more useful than capturing him. Agent Carter covered her mouth. I hadn't thought that far. The body always acts before the brain. Such things are unacceptable. As Xia Zhiye's words were interrupted as his expression suddenly changed, pressing down on Agent Carter's shoulder. Agent Carter's gaze was fixed where Xia Zhiye's pants were, momentarily furious, unsure of what this guy meant, why he suddenly went wild. Her face flushed just as she was about to ask. She saw Xia Zhiye squat down. Huh, why are you blushing? Xia Zhiye asked in confusion, lowering his voice to Agent Carter. What are you going crazy about? Agent Carter was somewhat annoyed. Xia Zhiye quickly made a hush gesture and said, someone is coming. Agent Carter followed Xia Zhiye's gaze and her expression changed. Why are they patrolling so far? This indicates that the owner of this mansion indeed has something to hide. Xia Zhiye said, we cannot alert the enemy. Although what I said before was merely my speculation, the likelihood is quite high. If we alert them and let this guy know we've noticed him, things will spiral out of our control. Now we must retreat. We can't retreat. Agent Carter bit her lip and said, there are dogs. Indeed, there were dogs. The patrolling guard was walking a dog which had already caught the scent of a living being. Its crimson eyes were fixed on the location of Xia Zhiye and Agent Carter, suddenly charging forward, its long legs moving rapidly, almost instantly reaching them. Damn! Xia Zhiye's expression darkened. Just as he uttered the words, the dog was already at his side. With drooling fangs and a wide-open mouth, it lunged at Xia Zhiye's arm. Without time to say anything more, Xia Zhiye struck, first delivering a punch from above directly to the dog's head. With a loud bang, the dog let out a pained whine and fell to the ground. Its forelegs flailed on the ground, its eyes swirling as it struggled a few times before collapsing unconscious. While Xia Zhiye was battling the dog, Agent Carter had already pounced into action. This woman was also highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. After Xia Zhiye finished dealing with the dog and looked up, he saw Agent Carter kick away the guard's drawn handgun, charging forward and delivering a knee strike to the opponent's groin. Tisk! As a fellow man, Xia Zhiye felt a pang of sympathy for his opponent's pain. Agent Carter's strike was indeed ruthless, and at the same time her body maneuvered behind him, wrapping her arm around the opponent's neck as she knocked him to the ground. Both individuals vanished from sight at the horizon, and Xia Zhiye hurried over only to find the man being choked, turning a deep shade of purple, desperately struggling. Without hesitation, Xia Zhiye kicked the man's head, and he immediately fell unconscious. After dealing with both the man and the dog, Xia Zhiye and Agent Carter stared at each other wide-eyed. What should we do? Agent Carter spoke first, sensing that the situation had become troublesome. Xia Zhiye's earlier explanation made her feel that this matter was very likely true. After all, Colonel Phillips was not an idiot. It was entirely possible he had set up such a petty scheme. What else can we do? Xia Zhiye sighed helplessly. If they had only been checking the surroundings without drawing anyone's attention, it would have been perfectly fine for the two of them to retreat immediately. But the problem was that they had been discovered. Although they acted quickly enough that the others hadn't had time to call for backup, they had still startled the snake in the grass. Hoping that the Hydra spies were fools and that knocking out both the patrolling guards and the dog wouldn't raise their alertness was unrealistic. Even the slightest clue could lead them to deduce the fact that they had been exposed. Any arrangements would inevitably go awry. Xia Zhiye, being a lone wolf, said, in that case, we can only go all the way to the end. You mean? Go in and tie them up. Xia Zhiye's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Before this, he was unwilling to take any risks, so at the beginning he was completely opposed to the plan of sneaking in to capture people. But the current situation was different. The Hydra spies were not fools, but rather extremely clever individuals. If they realized that they had been exposed, the potential dangers would be immense. Moreover, this danger was insidious and completely unpredictable in terms of what the other party might do. Considering the worst-case scenario, this minor setback could very likely lead to a major incident. Xia Zhiye was unwilling to bear such risks, choosing the lesser of two evils. While risking infiltration was indeed dangerous, he believed that with his current abilities it was unlikely that anything truly unexpected would occur. In contrast, those hidden, completely unpredictable dangers felt more like the challenge of dodging a hidden arrow. This was the fundamental reason behind Xia Zhiye's determination. Do not underestimate this determination. When Xia Zhiye had just arrived in this world, he had a mindset of when a person dies, the bird flies to the sky, and if not, it will live for 10,000 years. At this moment, he naturally lacked no determination to fight. After Xia Zhiye made his decision, Agent Carter hesitated a bit. What about Colonel Phillips' plan? When that damn dog spotted us, all plans became meaningless. Xia Zhiye crouched down to start removing the guard's clothing. Agent Carter nodded in agreement with Xia Zhiye's words, but when she saw him undressing the guard, she was a bit stunned. What are you doing? Tying him up, of course. You don't expect us to be halfway through our infiltration when the dog and the man wake up and start shouting about an intruder, do you? Dogs can't talk. Agent Carter blinked. But it can bark. Xia Zhiye replied helplessly. To put it bluntly, if they were all just small mustaches or Hydra members, it would be simpler. But they are not. And that actually prevents us from going all out against them. You're such a good person, Agent Carter said sincerely. Don't say such nonsense, or you'll be scolded as a saintly hypocrite, Xia Zhiye rolled his eyes. I just don't want to kill dozens of American citizens for capturing a spy that would land us in military court. After tying up both the man and the dog, securing them thoroughly, their appearance became quite peculiar. Agent Carter felt a bit like laughing, but also felt embarrassed since all this trouble had been stirred up by her. She whispered, "Do you have any plans?" Xia Zhiye was also pondering and asked, "You must have investigated this place, right? What's it like?" Agent Carter took a map out of her pocket. Xia Zhiye's mouth twitched. "Now I understand how you became an agent. In some respects, you are indeed quite formidable." Agent Carter huffed and pointed to one of the buildings, saying, "It's currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon. From 2 to 4, this Lindsay Clive will be diligently working in his office. He won't come out until after 4. But his office must be heavily guarded." Xia Zhiye took the map, examining it closely. The map marked every corner of the mansion and even had the approximate patrol times of the guards. Looking at so many guards, Xia Zhiye felt a bit uncomfortable. Why are there so many people protecting just him? Moreover, he is a spy lurking behind our lines. Huh. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye in confusion, sensing that Xia Zhiye's words seemed to carry a lot of resentment. At this moment, Xia Zhiye let out a long breath and looked seriously at Agent Carter. "I have a plan." 10 minutes later, Xia Zhiye leaned against the outer wall of the mansion, helplessly sighing. How did the plot evolve into this? It felt inexplicably like going in was no longer an option. He was the only one here, while Agent Carter had been assigned the task of providing cover. Infiltration tasks were not necessarily better with more people. With 2 people assigned to different tasks, one responsible for infiltration and capture, the other for cover, it made perfect sense. Xia Zhiye himself hadn't expected to find such courage to do this. He lightly patted his face. "Today you will know that when a nerd goes wild, his courage can break through the sky." After taking one last look at the time, all the information from Agent Carter's map flashed in his mind, and he listened closely to the footsteps from inside the walls. Now's the time. With a sudden leap, he used his hands and feet to climb up to the top of the wall, landing silently on the other side. Without any time to spare, the footsteps of the next patrol group could already be heard. Xia Zhiye dashed forward, hiding in the bushes. The stealth game has begun again. It must be said that Agent Carter may struggle to think clearly on some issues. However, she excels remarkably in her professional duties. On the previously presented map, many elements were clearly marked. The highlight is that she devised a perfect infiltration route. One only needs to follow this route. If not encountered by the guards, they can reach the target's office in the shortest time possible. The reason she can achieve this is that her infiltration route is on the rooftop. After all, it seems that apart from in games, it's rare to see anyone patrolling openly on rooftops. The entry point from the ground to the rooftop is just at a nearby building. The overall structure is shaped like a return, but its specific style is something even Xia Zhiye cannot determine. However, the heights of the buildings vary. Agent Carter chose the lowest entry point for him. Waiting quietly in the grass, once the patrolling guard left, Xia Zhiye revealed himself and rushed to the side of the building with the fastest speed, using one foot on the windowsill to propel himself up, grabbing the eaves with both hands and leaping to the rooftop. Huh. Xia Zhiye exhaled lightly, peering from the height to ensure no one had spotted him before continuing his actions. The outcome, however, was even smoother than Xia Zhiye had anticipated. Perhaps no one would think that 2 audacious individuals would dare to infiltrate such a place for a capture operation. Thus, while the guards appeared numerous, they were actually very lax. After all, this was the rear area. If it were the front lines, such lax security would be impossible. Precisely 7 minutes later, Xia Zhiye was already crouching on one of the rooftops. Right below him was a window belonging to Lin Sei's office. Peeking down from the rooftop as he looked through the window. To be honest, Xia Zhiye felt a bit tense doing this action, fearing that when he leaned out to look, Lin Sei would just happen to be standing by the window enjoying the scenery, and if their eyes met, it would definitely be thrilling. However, what Xia Zhiye feared did not happen, yet the scene inside the office surpassed his imagination. Not here. What? Xia Zhiye was taken aback. Not only was Lin Sei not standing at the window, he wasn't even in his own room. Does this mean I came for nothing? Xia Zhiye frowned, maintaining his position on the rooftop, gripping the eaves with both hands in an upside-down observation state, feeling a bit confused. In fact, he wouldn't have been surprised by any situation in this office, but the not here left him somewhat puzzled. Agent Carter's intelligence work would certainly not be faulty, so why was the person not present? He wanted to leave, but felt reluctant. After pondering for 2 seconds, Xia Zhiye made a decisive decision. He flipped onto the windowsill, curled his body up, and tried to pull the window, but it wouldn't budge. As expected, Xia Zhiye thought it couldn't possibly be that simple. The window was locked. Just as he was so certain, he gently pushed, and the window opened. With a darkened expression, Xia Zhiye flipped into the office. The damn window didn't open outwards but was pulled in. The office was spacious as it was rather large. While it may not be luxurious, the furnishings were all quite exquisite. Xia Zhiye had no intention of sightseeing in this office. He had come here with great difficulty and needed to check for Lindsay's clues. In movies, it often depicted someone breaking into an office, rummaging through the desk, creating tension and excitement, but unfortunately Xia Zhiye was in a hurry and had not brought a camera. Otherwise, he felt he would have become a qualified infiltrator. Recalling the scenes in the movies, Xia Zhiye couldn't resist and planned to imitate a bit. However, he had to be careful not to attract the attention of the guards outside the office. Yet before he could act, he heard a light clicking sound from the bookshelf. It was the sound of gears turning. There's a secret room. Xia Zhiye felt excited. He had always heard of such things, but had never seen one. However, in the next second, he dashed to the side of the bookshelf. At the same time, a humorous thought sprang to his mind. If he held the bookshelf's door and didn't let the secret room open, how enormous would this person's psychological shadow be? Of course, this thought could only stay in his heart. At this moment, he truly could not act so recklessly. The bookshelf slowly opened to both sides, and Xia Zhiye hid on one side, waiting until the bookshelf was fully opened before standing almost pressed against it. A composed individual stepped out from the space behind the bookshelf, and Xia Zhiye could clearly discern the footsteps. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at the items on the bookshelf, feeling they weren't very good, he picked up a baseball bat that was placed there for reasons unknown. The man in the suit had his entire back exposed to Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye raised the baseball bat, and after gesturing a couple of times at the back of his head, swung down heavily. Thud! The sound was crisp. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good hit. It sounds so satisfying." The man struck did not immediately follow. Instead, he turned around in place, looking at Xia Zhiye with a dazed expression, and even spoke, "It's you." Xia Zhiye was stunned, thinking, "What do you mean it's you? Do we know each other, or what?" He was about to deliver another blow when the man suddenly fell to the ground with a thud. Instinctively, Xia Zhiye rushed over to strip him of his clothes, tearing at the fabric. A bit of chaotic movement. Afterwards, Xia Zhiye himself marveled at how proficient he had become. Taking out the photo Agent Carter had given him, he pinched the face of the suited man for a moment, confirming his identity. It was indeed the right person. Xia Zhiye then breathed a sigh of relief, opened his mouth, and began to pry his teeth. Poisonous teeth, one can imagine, would definitely not be too sturdy. Otherwise, once exposed, if it took a while to remove the teeth, it would be quite embarrassing. But they also wouldn't be too loose. Otherwise, while eating, if a tooth fell out unnoticed and was swallowed along with the food, that would certainly give someone a fright. While having a meal, this person suddenly choked on effervescent tablets and died. The chef wouldn't be able to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. To avoid implicating the chef, this tooth would definitely not be made too loose. Xia Zhiye was prepared to search through his mouth with appropriate force, but just when he found the third tooth, one popped out quite easily. Xia Zhiye pondered for a moment, pocketing the tooth, thinking that he would study it more when he returned to see what kind of poison it was. Then he would find someone to concoct an antidote. In the future, when he captured a Hydra member, it would be no problem for them to commit suicide. They could take the poison as they pleased, and after they finished, he would give them the antidote. He was sure they wouldn't despair. The execution of the task was smoother than Xia Zhiye had imagined. He had initially planned to simply grab the person and leave. However, upon turning around, he saw that secret chamber. The moment the person emerged, they were knocked to the ground by Xia Zhiye with a swift blow, and the door to the chamber had not yet been closed. After a brief contemplation, Xia Zhiye carried Lin Sai and leisurely entered the secret chamber. He intended to take a good look around to see what was here. The chamber was not very deep. After taking a few steps inside, there was another door. This door had no traps, and Xia Zhiye simply pushed it open. What appeared before Xia Zhiye was actually a laboratory. To say it was a laboratory was not entirely accurate, as there was only one experimental table isolated behind a large pane of glass. The rest of the space was filled with many machines, and the few items Xia Zhiye recognized could be counted on one hand. He only recognized a telegraph machine from the movies. On the table with the telegraph machine, there were also many documents. The moment Xia Zhiye approached and glanced at them, his face turned pale, because what he saw was his own black and white photograph. Next to it was his information, and the title bore the name Yi. Xia? So I've been called Xia Yi all along. Xia Zhiye blinked. Perhaps it was too cumbersome to pronounce his name, so both Agent Carter and Colonel Phillips referred to him simply as Xia. This was the first time Xia Zhiye had seen his full name. As for why he hadn't seen his information until now. By the way, who would obsessively read their own information every day? But that's not the main point. The main point was the text following the information. Danger level slightly high, termination recommended. Termination, my ass. What the hell did I do to warrant a termination? previously infiltrated our base, assassinated the commander. Suspected of uncovering our agents' disguises indirectly leading to the exposure of 2 or more of our agents. This was written at the end of the information. Xia Zhiye's breathing became hurried and his expression darkened. He did not know if this telegram had been sent out. If it had, he might very well have found himself on Hydra's blacklist. At that point, even hiding in Dr. Erskine's shadow would still make him a target for elimination. This was completely contrary to his desire to survive. Why are those Hydra people so stingy? Is it just because I killed one of their commanders? Is it just because I exposed one of their spies? Is it really necessary to target me for such trivial matters? Xia Zhiye felt exasperated, but at this point it was a serious issue, and being frustrated was futile. After sorting through the information, it was already undeniable that Lin Sai was a spy. This was solid evidence. After returning, the unauthorized actions would have an explanation. But this did not ease Xia Zhiye's mind. He continued to survey the secret chamber. Near the experimental table, there were 2 bookshelves filled to the brim with books, easily numbering 30 or more. Beside the shelves was a table piled with documents. He glanced over somewhat understanding and picked up a book when the disassembly machine activated to assert its presence. Would you like to disassemble the biochemistry book? Biochemistry. So, experiments in this area are being conducted here. Since he was here, he couldn't leave empty-handed, so he decided to sweep all the books off the shelves and also cleaned up the documents on the table. Finally, he took one last look around, feeling more and more resentful. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a lighter that he had found on Lin Sai. This is called taking from you and using it against you. Xia Zhiye felt a sense of inexplicable pride as he found something flammable and set it alight. Watching the flames grow, he then carried the person out of the secret chamber and faced some difficulty at the window. In the end, he simply tied the person to himself and climbed onto the roof. Just as he reached the roof, a loud explosion erupted from the secret chamber as something inside had ignited, sending a wave of heat that caused many documents in the office to catch fire. In an instant, the entire mansion exploded and the patrolling guards ceased their rounds, heading towards the explosion. Seeing this, Xia Zhiye grabbed Lin Sai and ran. The people below were in disarray and they failed to notice the commotion above. After running a short distance, Xia Zhiye looked back to see that Lin Sai's office was already engulfed in flames. What on earth was this guy researching? Bombs. Xia Zhiye pondered, but then thought that if it were bombs, it shouldn't fall under the realm of biochemistry. Left puzzled, he didn't dwell on it further. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xia Zhiye ran across the roof. It took him 7 minutes to arrive, but he reached the wall in just 3 minutes on his way back. None of the patrolling guards noticed him. They were all distracted by the inferno. Xia Zhiye, with Lin Sai in tow, climbed over the wall and found himself outside the perimeter. Just as he landed, he heard the roar of engines approaching. Looking up, he saw Agent Carter was already very close. Taking 2 steps forward, Agent Carter saw him and immediately swerved the steering wheel, positioning the side of the car towards Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye pressed the car door and jumped into the open-top Jeep. Damn! Xia Zhiye exclaimed as soon as he got in the car. What's wrong, Xia? What happened? Are you hurt? Agent Carter quickly turned around to look, and Xia Zhiye shook his head, untying the cloth that bound him and Lin Sai apart. Seeing there were no injuries, Agent Carter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xia, you are truly amazing. Indeed amazing, he was almost on Hydra's blacklist. However, the exclamation he made earlier was not because of that. Rather, it was because he suddenly remembered all those books on the shelves in Lin Sai's office. How could he have forgotten to pack them up and take them? After returning, he could disassemble them with the disassembly machine. Who knows, he might become a genius in another field. But it was too late to say all that now. Lin Sai's office had turned into a sea of flames, and all the books had turned to ashes. Sighing lightly, Xia Zhiye said to Agent Carter, this guy just sent a telegram. Do you know? I might be on my way to becoming a big shot. Huh. Agent Carter was taken aback. Xia Zhiye explained the situation once more. After hearing it, Agent Carter's expression changed dramatically. Xia, you are in great danger. Xia Zhiye knew he was in danger, but he couldn't understand why Hydra had zeroed in on him for 2 trivial matters. Seeing Agent Carter's nervous demeanor, as if assassins could spring out at any moment, Xia Zhiye found it oddly amusing. It's fine, no need to worry. By the way, I have to thank you. If it weren't for this operation, I wouldn't even have known that I was already being targeted. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zhiye's gaze deepened slightly. Since I've been targeted, there's nothing that can be done. Let's take it easy. If we don't like it, let's fight back. The journey back was not entirely smooth. There were some minor obstacles. When Agent Carter arrived to pick them up, it drew a bit of attention, leading to 2 cars following behind. However, with Agent Carter's superb driving skills, they easily shook them off. Another minor setback was that Lin Sai woke up. Upon waking, the first thing he did was grit his teeth. But it was of no use. Once he realized his predicament, he considered jumping out of the car. But with his hands and feet tied together, jumping out was out of the question. Moving even 3 centimeters in place required tremendous effort. In the end, he could only look up to the heavens in despair, convinced that what he was experiencing was undoubtedly a nightmare. However, Xia Zhiye felt even more disheartened, equally looking to the heavens in despair. Although he was a bachelor, he was ready to fight back. But he really didn't want to fight. He just wanted to stay low and avoid trouble, whether it was in World War II or with Hydra. It had nothing to do with him. It was completely unrelated. Wasn't it good for him to continue his promising life as a student? Yet he was unexpectedly thrown into someone else's world and ended up making enemies with formidable opponents. Now where could he go to remain safe? What if he couldn't stay safe? He could only fight. This was not what Xia Zhiye wanted, it was forced upon him. The two men in the back seat maintained their expressions of despair all the way back to the camp. Agent Carter glanced at Lin Sai, who was tied up in a rather charming manner and could only look to Xia Zhiye for help. Xia Zhiye effortlessly lifted Lin Sai, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, leaving Agent Carter dumbfounded. Meanwhile, a group of people was exiting the office building. Leading them was Colonel Phillips, who was not a fortune teller but had received news as soon as Xia Zhiye's vehicle returned. Upon exiting, the first person he saw was Xia Zhiye, and Colonel Phillips' face darkened. He glared at Agent Carter and then tilted his head to look at Lin Sai and Xia Zhiye's hands. "Put him down," Colonel Phillips spoke. As soon as Xia Zhiye released his grip, Lin Sai nearly cried out as his spine hit the ground. The pain was definitely not something one could easily endure. Colonel Phillips pondered for a moment, then waved his hands to the sides. "Untie him, let's talk inside." Xia Zhiye took out some documents from his pocket and handed them to Colonel Phillips. Colonel Phillips did not take the documents, but looked at Xia Zhiye. "Just based on your unauthorized actions, I could kick you out of the army." "Let's not go there." Xia Zhiye sighed. He wanted to leave, but it was impossible. And this was no joke. He truly could not leave the military now. Being in the army provided a natural shield. At least he was part of a group. If he left the army and went solo, the consequences would be dire. Before Colonel Phillips could say more, he glimpsed the photo of Xia Zhiye in the documents. His brows furrowed. Upon unfolding it, his face darkened, instantly glaring at Xia Zhiye. "I told you not to." He stopped abruptly. Looking around at the soldiers, everyone exchanged glances, and Colonel Phillips found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? Was his adopted son's life more important than theirs? Were their lives not worth anything? Did he wish for Xia Zhiye to go home and have children while neglecting the lives of other soldiers? All the helplessness culminated in a long sigh. Turning his head, he saw Lin Sai standing nearby, looking calm, handcuffed, flanked by two soldiers who looked like bodyguards. Anger flared on his face, and he kicked Lin Sai in the stomach. "How dare you!" Lin Sai was knocked to the ground, dumbfounded. "You are not an American citizen, Lin Sai Clive. You are merely a lowly Hydra spy. Oh, why should I be afraid? Looking at those two soldiers, I told you to take him inside, not to entertain him. Do I need to teach you how to do it?" Upon hearing this, the two soldiers immediately understood that the old man was angry. They each grabbed Lin Sai by the shoulders and lifted him up. Before Lin Sai could regain his balance, one soldier raised his rifle and struck Lin Sai's knee hard with the butt. Lin Sai could not stand from the impact. With a cry of pain, he fell to the ground again. The two soldiers dragged him in, one on each side. Colonel Phillips' anger subsided a little as he saw Xia Zhiye standing there as if nothing had happened. He glared at him again. "What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to a meal? Go back to your business. You come with me." The last sentence was directed at Agent Carter. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye helplessly. "He'll come find you after I finish here." Xia Zhiye felt a chill run down his spine. When someone comes to find him, it surely meant trouble. The first time he was called, it was for an assassination mission, nearly costing him his life. The second time he was called, it was for infiltration to capture a spy, and now Hydra knew about him. Why did they still want to find him? "Girl, I just want to know, what deep-seated grudge do we have? Why are you trying to place me in peril?" While pondering how to politely decline, Agent Carter suddenly embraced Xia Zhiye and gently patted his back in going in. After Agent Carter left, Xia Zhiye's astonished expression remained frozen on his face. "Don't you like big butts?" Colonel Phillips glanced at Agent Carter's departing figure and sighed. "I still disapprove of you looking for a wife in the military." Xia Zhiye barely uttered a word when Colonel Phillips shook his head and entered the office building. Damn, Xia Zhiye was speechless. What the hell was going on? Was he in a situation where he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River? And most importantly, was Agent Carter's but considered big? It seemed not small. No, that wasn't the point. The point was this wasn't significant at all, right? Just a hug. For open-minded American citizens, this was merely a normal gesture. It didn't carry any other special meaning, did it? Xia Zhiye hoped it was just a misunderstanding, but he also wondered if he was overthinking it. Yes, it must be one of life's three great illusions. Xia Zhiye affirmed, and turned to walk towards his residence. He needed to sort out today's events, and he really needed to have a word with Agent Carter later, asking if Lin Sai's telegram had been sent out. Inside the room, Xia Zhiye placed all the books found in the secret chamber onto the table. He dazed for a moment, organizing his thoughts while contemplating the next course of action. Seeing his own information in Lin Sai's secret chamber, Xia Zhiye had to admit that he felt a bit excited at that moment. This was completely unexpected. Without any preparation, it suddenly hit him in the face, leaving him no time to react. He didn't even know when he fell into Lin Sei's sight, only able to lament that Hydra indeed had eyes everywhere. Of course, this was all irrelevant now. What mattered was what to do next. In the worst-case scenario, if Lin Sei really sent out his information and he was indeed placed on a kill list, Xia Zhiye would have to change his strategy, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. The underlings of the little mustached man were not to be feared, but Hydra definitely possessed advanced weaponry. At the beginning of the movie, Captain America Hydra's leader Schmidt had already acquired the Tesseract, and with the help of Dr. Zola, batches of weapons far surpassing the current era would inevitably create indescribable impacts on the world. Right now he should still be on good terms with the little mustached man, right? Xia Zhiye suddenly felt an urge to send a telegram to the little mustached man informing him of Schmidt's intention to go solo. But it was just a thought, there was no way to execute it. I truly miss the real battlefields of World War II. Xia Zhiye stretched lazily, sighed gently, and patted his face to regain his spirits. If I can't just hide, then I must think of a way. Oh, I can't let my fellow transmigrators down. Those who transmigrated faced extraordinary existences like the snap of Thanos or the life court. Meanwhile, I'm stumped by Hydra. It's embarrassing to even greet other transmigrators when I go out. First step 1, continue to enhance my strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. The decomposition machine's capabilities are immensely powerful and must be utilized wisely. Secondly, Xia Zhiye felt his mind becoming clearer. I can't continue hiding in the rear. The battlefield is certainly dangerous, but the rear is equally fraught with peril. Temporary comfort in a short period cannot equate to long-term survival. Moreover, while the battlefield is dangerous, it is also the most suitable place for the decomposition machine, with countless weapons and equipment available for decomposition to enhance strength. When I can lift the earth with one hand, just a sneeze could wipe out Hydra. He thought fiercely, turning his gaze back to the books. He regretted forgetting to take all the books from the shelf in Lin Sei's office earlier. This was related to the third point. The upgrade issue of the decomposition machine. My decomposition machine needs an upgrade. It is currently only a novice intermediate machine, far from reaching a higher level. This is unfavorable for me. Xia Zhiye murmured. At this stage, it seems the only things I can decompose are books and weapons. Is there a possibility for other items to be decomposed? Looking around the room, an idea struck him. He grabbed a blanket and called for the decomposition machine. This item cannot be decomposed, or the decomposition machine level is insufficient. Xia Zhiye's heart stirred indeed. The items that could be decomposed were those that the decomposition machine actively highlighted. However, items that the decomposition machine did not highlight did not mean they couldn't be decomposed. Or it might just be because the level of the decomposition machine is insufficient. But when it comes to the level of the decomposition machine, that charming experience bar is definitely a divine setting. Damn it. Can anyone tell me how much experience this decomposition machine needs to level up? If my life is truly some ridiculous transmigration novel written by an idiot, Xia Zhiye just wants to ask. Author, did you lose your mind? If it weren't for the fact that every time I decompose an item, there is an experience 1 prompt, I would have long felt hopeless about leveling up the decomposition machine. But now, regardless of hopelessness, I still have to act. He picked up a book and chose to decompose it. While decomposing, he pondered his initial plan to change his character settings. Originally, this plan was absolutely feasible, but now due to Lin Sei's telegram, everything had to come to naught. Being targeted too early, he had no time to hide from Hydra's gaze and was completely exposed. If he revealed his talents in genetics, Hydra would have yet another reason to kill him. A plan that could have saved him and allowed him to survive turned into a suicidal plan. The ups and downs of life. Truly exhilarating. There weren't many books, just over 20. Halfway through decomposing, Xia Zhiye suddenly heard a voice that excited him. Announcement. Decomposition successful. Biochemical knowledge 1 decomposition machine experience. 1 decomposition machine experience is full beginning upgrade. During the upgrade process, decomposition functions are unavailable. Extraction functions can be used normally. Decomposition machine upgrading. Decomposition successful. Would you like to extract immediately? In that moment, Xia Zhiye immediately summoned the decomposition machine, focusing on its experience bar. Then he discovered that the experience bar displayed was 0. Are you kidding me? Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded, finally letting out a deep sigh. I understand now. The upgrade of my decomposition machine is completely random, right? Amidst the complaints, he casually put all the books on the table into the decomposition machine space, preparing to extract the biochemical knowledge when someone knocked on the door. Xia Zhiye instinctively shivered. How he feared it was Agent Carter again. He cautiously opened the door only to find a drunken middle-aged man standing outside. Hey! Xia Zhiye suddenly felt that rather than a drunken middle-aged man appearing at his door, he would prefer Agent Carter. At least she was good-looking and smelled nice, unlike this one, who was ugly, reeked of alcohol, and was completely drunk. Opening the door, Dr. Erskine walked in. You are actually here. Xia Zhiye was speechless. If I weren't here, why would you come? Youth is truly wonderful. The doctor sighed inexplicably. Youth is indeed wonderful, and even if Dr. Erskine doesn't say so, Xia Zhiye knows it. But Xia Zhiye is curious about how the two statements you made are related. Looking at Dr. Erskine, who is drunk and swaying with a forlorn expression. What's going on? A midlife crisis. Xia Zhiye poured him a glass of water. What's wrong? Did your newly met boyfriend break up with you? Xia Zhiye didn't even realize when her conversations with Dr. Erskine turned into this. It's not that she doesn't respect Dr. Erskine, or in fact this old man is very kind, knowledgeable, and a respected elder. But he can also be a bit unpredictable and likes to make jokes out of nowhere, leading Xia Zhiye down the rabbit hole. It's all Dr. Erskine's fault. This isn't Shichin's fault. Xia Zhiye thought to herself with conviction. So how do you think the super soldier program really should exist? Dr. Erskine seemed serious tonight, looking at Xia Zhiye with a serious gaze despite his drunken state. Xia Zhiye was taken aback. Why do you ask that? I don't know. Dr. Erskine shook his head. I don't even know what I'm thinking. This question suddenly arose in my heart, you know. It's like a nail that suddenly sprang forth, attempting to deny my entire life, even my very existence. I have tried everything to make the super soldier serum a reality. Dr. Erskine pointed a finger, and now almost all the theories have been perfected. There's only one last thing left, a suitable candidate. But I've begun to doubt myself. Isn't that ridiculous? Xia Zhiye didn't find it funny. She just wanted to say, there isn't a plot like this in the movies. Dr. Erskine, what on earth are you trying to say? Of course she could complain inwardly, but Xia Zhiye understood Dr. Erskine's thoughts. What would happen when the super soldier serum becomes a reality? If the doctor could live to see the end, what incredible transformations would the super soldier serum undergo? In the terms of fantasy novels, it could almost be called a world where everyone is like a dragon. Just the thought of a world filled with super soldiers. Xia Zhiye shivered inexplicably. The subsequent association was, Dr. Erskine is not also worried about super soldiers, right? Shaking his head as a homebody, Xia Zhiye thought that overthinking was part of his job. But now overthinking held no meaning for Dr. Erskine. Just as he was about to say something, the doctor stood up. It's okay, I can do it. Really? Dr. Erskine smiled at Xia Zhiye, his eyes filled with a sense of relief that Xia Zhiye couldn't quite understand. Do what you should do. Since this world is already a hell, there's no need to fear creating the most powerful devil to overthrow this hell. Even if countless devils clamored in the future world, no one would be harmed anymore. Then he looked at Xia Zhiye. If it were you, how wonderful would that be? But fortunately, we still have a choice. I hope what I create is not a devil. I don't want to let this world decline. After saying this, Dr. Erskine patted Xia Zhiye's shoulder and left his room. Xia Zhiye stood in the room for a while, feeling that Dr. Erskine's mental state didn't seem particularly stable. Have you heard of prenatal depression? Could the birth of scientific achievements really be no different from a woman giving birth? Could it also lead to depression? Rubbing his head, he recalled Dr. Erskine's metaphor, but fell silent. He understood Dr. Erskine's panic, but felt powerless. After all, this is Dr. Erskine's own mental knot. Although as a scientist he has his responsibilities, he is also very aware of what his actions might bring to this world. In the short term there is hope, but in the long run, it could very well turn into despair. At that moment the door to the room was knocked again, and Xia Zhiye felt particularly busy tonight. Why does it seem like everyone wants to come talk to him? When he opened the door, Xia Zhiye almost fled in panic. Agent Carter, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Agent Carter, seeing Xia Zhiye's somewhat pale face, couldn't quite understand. Xia Zhiye couldn't say I'm scared of you. He could only mumble, I've been a bit low on blood sugar lately. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Agent Carter glanced at Xia Zhiye, who was blocking the doorway. Xia Zhiye had no choice but to step aside and let Agent Carter in. Although Xia Zhiye had thought about contacting Agent Carter to ask about the follow-up information from Lindsay, when Agent Carter actually showed up, Xia Zhiye felt that her beautiful face was written with the words trouble. It even seemed to be flashing a dangerous red light. At that moment, Xia Zhiye suddenly wondered why his golden finger had to be a disassembler. Why not a danger alarm? When danger and trouble approach, it would be great to just run away. Oh Xia, your room is quite messy, and why does it smell of alcohol? Did you drink? Agent Carter's gaze bore into Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye waved his hand, trying to explain that this was the residual alcohol from a middle-aged man in crisis. But before Xia Zhiye could finish his words, he heard Agent Carter say somewhat unhappily, why didn't you invite me to drink? He'll definitely invite you next time. Xia Zhiye twitched the corners of his mouth and then said, it's indeed a bit messy. I will make yourself comfortable. Sit. All right. Agent Carter sat down on the edge of Xia Zhiye's bed and looked at him. Xia Zhiye stared back at Agent Carter, both of them locking eyes. Agent Carter felt gloomy. Why does it always feel like every time I come to see you, you're not very welcoming? You're overthinking it. Xia Zhiye quickly shook his head. It wasn't that he was unwelcoming, it was that he was extremely unwelcome. The interrogation results from Lindsay have come in. Agent Carter rolled his eyes at Xia Zhiye and continued, harvesting significant results. Really? Xia Zhiye was surprised so soon. This is thanks to the new interrogation techniques you taught Howard. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye with a somewhat dangerous gaze. Xia Zhiye coughed. So what? So, I have bad news for you. That telegram of yours has already been sent out. It cannot be intercepted now, and your name is likely already on Schmidt's desk. In various senses, this cannot be considered good news. However, upon hearing Agent Carter's words, Xia Zhiye remained calm. It was somewhat akin to a prisoner awaiting a death sentence, anxious during the wait, yet calm when the verdict was finally delivered. Regardless of whether it could be accepted, it was unchangeable. Sighing softly, Xia Zhiye shrugged and sat down in his chair. Is there anything else besides my little matter? We have gathered a list of names, Agent Carter said. Colonel Phillips hopes that during your leisure time you can help me apprehend these individuals. Are they all as difficult to deal with as Lin Sai? Not necessarily. But if these people are not caught soon, once Lin Sai's situation gets out, they will probably flee. Xia Zhiye nodded, and this time he did not evade. It was clear that Hydra would not let him go. Avoiding it any further would be meaningless. If that were the case, let the confrontation begin here. Besides, he might gain something in the process. Whether it be weapons or other gear, anything that could enhance his strength was good. After discussing this matter, neither of them spoke again. They fell into an awkward silence, exchanging glances. This was rather embarrassing. Agent Carter stared at Xia Zhiye for 3 seconds, causing Xia Zhiye to lose his resolve. Agent Carter stood up and said, I should be going now. Let me see you off. Then he walked from the room to the door. Goodbye. You're really a jerk. Agent Carter shot Xia Zhiye a fierce glare before turning and stomping away. Back in the room, Xia Zhiye blinked. At least he's not a good person, right? The jerk card is rumored to be of a blue level or above. A night without conversation passed, and the next morning Xia Zhiye received some good news. The decomposer has been upgraded. Calling the decomposer, he took a look and found nothing special. It still appeared battered and bruised like something waiting in the recycle bin. The only change was the name. It had transformed from a beginner's intermediate decomposer to a beginner's advanced decomposer. However, he still did not know what practical benefits it held. He remembered the 2 P-38s he had stored in the decomposer's space after capturing the agent monitoring DR. Erskine, might as well put them in. Would you like to decompose Walther P-38 pistol too? Edge. Xia Zhiye was taken aback. Could he decompose both at once? That was indeed good news, saving quite a bit of time. After selecting yes, he waited for about 10 seconds. Announcement. Decomposition completed. Beginner pistol shooting notes, 13 damaged battle soul, 2 fragmented energy residue, 3 decomposer experience, 2 decomposition finished. Would you like to extract immediately? Xia Zhiye did not extract immediately. He blinked and carefully reviewed the prompt, confirming that there was indeed a fragmented energy residue, then scratched his head. What is this? After extracting the items, he dismissed the book and battle souls, leaving only 3 fragments in his hand. These fragments were irregularly shaped with edges and corners and were not in a stable state. They were constantly fluctuating. Xia Zhiye scrutinized it for a long time without figuring out what it was. Could it be a benefit that came with the decomposer's upgrade? He tried to tap it with his hand, and the next second Xia Zhiye felt a jolt through his body. It was as if a current coursed through him with his movement. In the end, it vanished without a trace. What the hell? Xia Zhiye extended his hand to take a look, finding nothing. Closing his eyes to feel carefully, there was still nothing. Then he re-entered the remedial class at the academy and, imitating Thanos, snapped his fingers. But it was of no use. While wiping out half the universe does seem a bit exaggerated, could I at least create a small spark? Where's the promised energy residue? Still fragmented. Was there such a thing as complete energy residue? Could something complete still be called residue? After a wild rant, Xia Zhiye silently accepted the fact that he had not changed at all. Of course, it wasn't that he gained nothing. The current decomposer could only decompose fragmented energy residue. What about in the future? Xia Zhiye inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xia Zhiye opened the door, and Dr. Erskine stood at the entrance looking as if he had just woken up from a drunken stupor. He said, Hey, after breakfast, would you like to accompany me for a walk? I thought my wonderful life was supposed to be a stroll with beautiful women. No, there are no beautiful women, but there is an old man, and you have no right to refuse. Dr. Erskine laughed heartily, devoid of the gloom from the previous night. What can I do? Xia Zhiye grabbed his weapon and followed Dr. Erskine out the door. After finishing breakfast, the two drove away from the camp, heading towards the recruitment office. In fact, when he learned the destination was the recruitment office, Xia Zhiye already understood what Dr. Erskine intended to do. Sure enough, when a frail, pale-skinned, short white man walked into the recruitment office, Dr. Erskine perked up. Look, Xia, he's here. Xia Zhiye felt no enthusiasm at all, as he had already sat there with Dr. Erskine waiting all day for this guy. Great, now is the time for you to showcase yourself, Doctor. Go for it, don't panic. Use your charisma to make him obedient to all your commands. Then I'll go first. The excited doctor did not hear what Xia Zhiye said. Amidst Xia Zhiye's laughter, the doctor entered the room after the military doctor who was conducting the physical examination came out. Xia Zhiye shrugged. He had no intention of following or getting to know the young captain. After standing up from the chair, he strolled back and forth a couple of times, leaning against the wall to quietly ponder his unremarkable life. Not long after, perhaps 10 minutes or so, the short captain excitedly came out. "How does it feel?" Seeing his expression, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but ask. "Of course, buddy." The short captain glanced at Xia Zhiye and smiled, saying, "I feel unprecedented satisfaction." While Xia Zhiye pondered, the doctor walked out from inside. "We should go, Xia." As they left with the doctor, he whispered to Xia Zhiye, "Xia, I am more determined now. He is indeed the candidate I want." "So, are you applauding for love?" "Huh." The doctor appeared bewildered. Xia Zhiye joyfully clapped 3 times. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Zhiye found herself busy from an unknown point in time, running around with Dr. Erskine every day was one thing, but she also had to team up with Agent Carter. Clive's identity was quite significant. Even as a spy, he probably belonged to the ranks of the kings among spies. Yet this king appeared rather gloomy. To put it simply, it was as if he thought, "I was once a king until I was struck from behind." From his mouth, Agent Carter and the others managed to unearth a list of agents. This was the root of Xia Zhiye's recent busyness. For 3 consecutive days, her average sleep time barely reached 3 hours. Fortunately, her body, strengthened by the battle soul, kept Xia Zhiye vigorous and energetic. However, Agent Carter remained stunningly beautiful, leaving Xia Zhiye puzzled. Wasn't it said that beauty comes from sleep? As a woman, how could one possibly maintain beauty without enough sleep? When Xia Zhiye learned the truth, tears streamed down her face. During the day, Xia Zhiye had to keep up with Dr. Erskine, while Agent Carter slept soundly, only to wake up at night to go on missions with Xia Zhiye and return to sleep again in the early hours. What happened to gender equality? In reality, achieving equity in this world is quite challenging. For instance, some are born with a silver spoon, while others toil at the very bottom of society. Some individuals develop into robust figures, while others are so frail that a gust of wind could blow them away, not to mention they might even have asthma. When Xia Zhiye encountered the future captain, who had yet to be favored by fate, he was standing in formation. The Strategic Scientific Reserve officially began operations, and the group before her were all new recruits selected after rigorous screening. The future captain's height, standing among them, was truly remarkable. Colonel Phillips seriously proclaimed, "You are all the best." However, upon seeing the future captain, he faltered. The old man was still too naive, for insincere words could not be uttered. Xia Zhiye originally thought she could just watch from the sidelines, as she had no part in this. Yet unexpectedly, Colonel Phillips assigned her a task: to train these recruits in their shooting skills. In Xia Zhiye's view, was shooting a skill that could be learned? No, it was something that came from practice. Fortunately, even though Xia Zhiye's shooting ability was acquired through practice, her mind was filled with valuable knowledge, preventing her from being completely in the dark. Xia Zhiye understood why Colonel Phillips wanted her to instruct these individuals. He was likely already targeted by Hydra, and among this group there would inevitably be a super soldier in the future. Building good relations with them would also add a layer of protection for herself. This stubborn old man was always thinking of her, even though he didn't realize that she had already changed into a different person. At the very least, her name now included the character Xi. Like many tropes in novels and films, unpleasant events were bound to occur, especially since Xia Zhiye was of Asian descent. While her height was certainly not as extreme as the captain's, she still felt somewhat disadvantaged compared to these tall, imposing figures, many of whom stood at nearly 2 meters. Moreover, everyone else in this department, aside from the future captain, had undergone extensive selection. In Colonel Phillips' words, they were the best. With a hint of arrogance ingrained in their very essence, it was inevitable for some headstrong individuals to emerge. After all, they were soldiers, all young men in a passionate era, and none were willing to concede, only willing to fight. However, Xia Zhiye did not rely on brute force to assert her dominance. Instead, she utilized her legs. After kicking the rebellious figure 3 meters away, all dissenting voices vanished without a trace. This led Xia Zhiye to exclaim, mimicking Dr. Erskine's sentiments, "Youth is truly wonderful." Throughout these 3 days, Xia Zhiye's greatest gain was not merely a group of soldier rascals, but rather the weapons and books she acquired each night after missions. The upgraded disintegration device yielded only small fragments of energy residue, but with so many weapons it added up. Now Xia Zhiye could feel something circulating throughout her body. It wasn't always in motion, only when she moved. They would move along with her, but they quieted down whenever she stopped. They were not very obedient, and aside from movement, they served little purpose. At least they hadn't made her strength greater or her speed faster. Xia Zhiye even wondered what else they could do aside from moving. However, she was actually quite looking forward to the day when she could light a cigarette without needing a lighter. Yet in her contemplation, she forgot that she didn't smoke at all. Strictly speaking, this phase of life, although busy, was rather peaceful. It was one of the few stable times since Xia Zhiye arrived in this world. Every morning, she would check if Dr. Erskine wanted to go out for some fun. If not, she would wander around the camp. She would take the time to reprimand a few of the new recruits, showcasing her impressive shooting skills. At night, she would go on missions as needed. She was becoming increasingly adept at such tasks. Moreover, Xia Zhiye shamelessly followed the soldiers to learn from them. The people in this camp would receive the best training, the strictest training, and the most comprehensive training. This included, but was not limited to, various methods of using firearms, cold weapons, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance tactics, and the operation of various machinery vehicles, and even aircraft. They were here to become super soldiers. A super soldier was not just someone whose abilities in strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes reached the peak of human capability, but also a versatile combat machine. Thus, various forms of training were necessary. For Xia Zhiye, she was greatly lacking in these areas. Utilizing her memory enhanced by the battle soul, she would leisurely stroll around the military camp, stealthily learning from the soldiers. They had no idea what she was up to. In their eyes, the person before them was not only their shooting instructor, but also a combat hero. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard, and having a deep connection with Colonel Phillips, no one dared to chase her away. As a result, she meandered about, and Xia Zhiye nearly retained all the information. To say she had learned would be an overstatement, as she was merely gleaning knowledge, but as long as she remembered, she could study it slowly later. During this process, what excited Xia Zhiye was witnessing the heroic act of the captain sacrificing himself to shield a bomb. Honestly, she truly admired this aspect. She estimated that it would take her 8 lifetimes to possess such self-sacrificial spirit, and in contrast, the captain's noble character was absolutely splendid. New York, Brooklyn. A black sedan is cruising down the street. Summer Knight retracts his gaze from the window, puzzled as to why it is he's sitting in the car, while the captain beside him is filled with complex emotions. His feelings are indeed complicated, for today is a special day. This future star-spangled man is about to face a turning point in his life due to his choices. Yes, choices. A momentary decision can often determine one's fate. When the captain decided in that instant to protect his comrades with his own body, he welcomed the rebirth that is about to arrive today. However, Summer Knight feels that none of this has anything to do with him. He has no intention of having any unnecessary interactions with this guy beside him. To Summer Knight, heroes are a troublesome existence. They may possess various noble and righteous personalities, and they attempt to infect everyone they encounter with this persona. Once infected by such a persona, Summer Knight worries that he could become one of those who sacrifices himself for others. If he truly became such a person, what would happen? Therefore, Summer Knight prefers to keep his distance from the captain, yet the captain's feelings for Summer Knight are anything but similar. Instructor, look, I fought someone there. I was beaten. The future captain excitedly grabs Summer Knight's arm, pointing at a small alley outside the window. The title of instructor leaves Summer Knight feeling helpless, but he cannot refute it. He is indeed their shooting instructor. After a gentle sigh, Summer Knight said, "If it were now, I think you could just shoot them dead directly." "Oh, instructor, don't joke around." The future captain laughed, saying, "I could never kill someone over such a thing. Besides, I have never intended to harm anyone." "Then why fight?" "Oh wait, was it being beaten? Being harmed?" After asking this question, Summer Knight immediately regretted it. As expected, he heard the guy beside him immediately respond, "It's precisely because I'm always bullied that I hope not to harm anyone and not to bully anyone. I deeply understand what it feels like to be bullied. It's a terrible experience, and it's awful." Summer Knight turned his gaze to the window. "Instructor." The future captain's voice once again entered his ears. Summer Knight helplessly looked at him. "What will I face next?" The future captain took a gentle breath and exhaled, his expression calming down considerably, then smiled and said, "No matter what the outcome is, I can accept it." Summer Knight blinked, suddenly realizing that this guy might just want someone to talk to, not caring about what he said or what attitude he had. He was simply using this method to ease his own emotions. After pondering for a moment, Summer Knight said, "Let me ask you, if you succeed and gain unimaginable power, what do you want to do?" "I want." The captain paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Can I grow taller?" This question was so sudden that Summer Knight couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I suppose that's possible." "That would be amazing," the captain said with a smile. "If I could gain power, I would win this war, and then find a simple, ordinary woman to live with for a lifetime. It's a simple ideal, but in such an era, it is incredibly difficult." Summer Knight smiled, saying nothing more. The car drove quietly, and the captain also closed his mouth, adjusting his breathing and heartbeat, waiting for the impending moment. At the entrance of the Brooklyn antique shop, the car came to a stop. Summer Knight got out of the car with the future captain. After glancing around the environment, the corners of Summer Knight's lips slightly lifted. He led the captain into the antique shop. An old lady greeted them with a smile, saying, "The weather is lovely today." Summer Knight twitched his lips and replied, "Yes, but I always carry an umbrella." "Which fool came up with this code? Hand him over, and I guarantee I won't kill him." "What a chaotic mess is this?" To others, such dialogue would seem utterly insane. The old lady smiled satisfactorily, then pressed the switch under the counter. Summer Night then led the captain into the back room. The space was cramped with only a large bookshelf against the wall. Opening the bookshelf revealed a hidden door. Inside stood a man, Agent Carter, looking at Summer Night. "I thought you would arrive earlier. In fact, the steering wheel is not in my hands." Summer Night shrugged and said, "You guys go in first and make sure to take good care of the doctor. I need to step out for a bit." "Discovered something?" Agent Carter's expression turned tense. "A little interesting thing." Summer Night shrugged and said, "But it's okay, it's just a minor episode." The captain looked at Summer Night, then at Agent Carter. "Is there anything you need me to do?" "Go in and undergo transformation." Summer Night patted the captain's shoulder, smiled at Agent Carter, and turned to leave. In fact, as he turned, he saw the books on the surrounding shelves and really wanted to pack them up and take them away. But considering that this place seems to belong to their faction, he could only sigh in regret. "I thought you would witness everything that follows inside." The old lady smiled at Summer Night as he entered the lobby of the antique shop. Summer Night sighed. "I wish I could, but I feel like things have been very busy lately." "Whose license plate number is SM 553A? Let me take a look." The old lady, hearing this, did not delay. In fact, everything today deserves careful attention. Therefore, countless agents have long been ambushed outside with many pairs of eyes carefully watching everything on the street. This car belongs to Fred. He is from the State Department, and he is currently inside. The old lady looked at Summer Night. "What happened?" "A snakehead has entered." Summer Night grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the table and stepped out. Taking a breath of the not-so-fresh air on the street, Summer Night pulled out a cigarette from the pack. After placing it between his lips, he patted his pocket before heading towards his target. His acting is somewhat exaggerated, but it's unlikely that the two waiting for the rendezvous could ever suspect that he had been exposed. Even if they did suspect, they could not be 100% certain. At this moment, the possibility of a sudden explosion of choice is less than 50% because the person they need to rendezvous with is still in the antique shop. And all of this is within Summer Night's plan. After the candidates for the Super Soldier program were confirmed, Xia Zhiye approached Agent Carter and reviewed a series of spy lists provided by Lance Clive. He confirmed that Fred was not among them. After this, Xia Zhiye did not take any action nor advocated capturing Fred. He understood very well that Hydra's spies were not limited to Fred alone, capturing a Morrison, capturing a Lynch, capturing a Fred. None of these could fundamentally resolve the issue. Fred was at least a spy that Xia Zhiye already knew, so while his danger level was certainly not zero, it was infinitely close to it. However, if Fred were to be removed, Hydra could easily replace him with someone else. Well, let's set aside whether Hydra could do that, but what if they actually managed to? Xia Zhiye immediately found himself at a loss, as something that he could have manipulated with ease could suddenly surpass the realm he could control. Therefore, rather than letting things spiral out of control, it would be better to calculate carefully, now achieving over 90% certainty. This was Xia Zhiye's plan, which he could not reveal to anyone. Anything could potentially lead to the current situation collapsing. And now, all the people and events from the movie that he remembered were vividly presented before him. He could easily handle all the crises he faced today. Walking with a swagger and a cigarette in his mouth, Xia Zhiye arrived beside the car with the license plate SM 553. Next to the car, two men in suits were quietly discussing something. When Xia Zhiye approached, they instantly fell silent. "Hey buddy, got a light?" Xia Zhiye asked. The expressions of the two men changed slightly. One looked around while the other slipped his hand into the collar of his suit. Before he could pull it out, Xia Zhiye suddenly delivered a punch to his face. How powerful was Xia Zhiye now? During these days in the military camp, he had tested it. Although he might not yet have reached the limits of human capability, a full-force punch was not something an ordinary person could withstand. With that punch, the man was sent sprawling backward, bloodied and dazed. Meanwhile, the other man's movements accelerated as he pulled out a handgun from under his suit, aiming it at Xia Zhiye to pull the trigger. In the next moment, however, Xia Zhiye vanished from his sight. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his chin as Xia Zhiye instantly executed a crouching maneuver followed by a move called Ao Lu Jin, unleashing tremendous force that sent the opponent flying, causing him to lose grip on his gun, which clattered to the ground. Xia Zhiye quickly seized the body of the man who was flying up, yanking him down and tossing him aside. The first man Xia Zhiye had knocked down did not die or faint. As he was getting up from the ground, his companion's body came crashing toward him. The two men tumbled together, and Xia Zhiye stepped forward, pressing one hand on each of their heads and slamming them into the ground. With two dull thuds, the two men lost consciousness. This all happened so quickly that by the time the onlookers reacted, it was already over. When the agents from the Strategic Scientific Reserve arrived, Xia Zhiye stood up from the ground, spitting out the cigarette in his mouth. "Take them away." His tone was calm and casual, but the agents did not move, each one watching Xia Zhiye, warily thinking to themselves, "Who the hell are you?" Xia Zhiye's expression darkened. Indeed, not every agent recognized him. Fortunately, the elderly woman from the antique shop came out at that moment, listened to him. Only then did the agents move to take the two men away. Xia Zhiye looked at the old lady who snatched the cigarette that was rightfully hers wasteful. Xia Zhiye smiled. I'll go in first. Be careful. The old lady said the big shots are all inside. Xia Zhiye nodded, adjusted his breathing and clothes, and re-entered the antique shop. The old lady opened the door for him, and Xia Zhiye entered the secret room. Here it was quiet. Everyone was nervously watching the experimental field, focusing on the future captain within a special device. Xia Zhiye knew that the serum injection was just the first step. Next, it would require the use of Vita rays to stimulate the serum, ultimately achieving the perfect effect. And this method would consume at least the entire city's power. Xia Zhiye's arrival barely attracted anyone's attention except for Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter. Agent Carter wanted to say something to Xia Zhiye, but he made a shush gesture with his hand and approached a man wearing black-framed glasses. He sat down as if nothing had happened. Agent Carter glanced at Xia Zhiye thoughtfully, then fell silent. Time ticked by, and the experiment was ongoing with tension. In the only window of the device, the flickering light grew increasingly intense with strong currents continuously flowing into it from the conductor. The experimental platform began to struggle under such immense electrical stress, emitting explosive sounds causing the experimenters to become somewhat flustered. Xia Zhiye watched quietly, but he wasn't particularly worried. No matter what, his little butterfly wings shouldn't be able to blow away the future renowned Captain America, right? As this thought settled, the light within the device reached its peak intensity and then suddenly dissipated. Dr. Erskine nervously stared at everything before him and suddenly spoke up, Stark. Howard immediately opened the device, revealing the adult captain. His body was muscular, but he appeared somewhat frail and weak. Even having seen this scene in the movie, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but marvel. This is the legendary living transformation, right? Applause erupted, and everyone stood up to express their congratulations. Meanwhile, as the man in black glasses prepared to stand up, Xia Zhiye directly wrapped an arm around his shoulder, pressing him back down. Fred looked at Xia Zhiye in confusion, and Xia Zhiye grinned at him. Finished watching the magic show, still want to show off? Huh? Before the question could fully escape his lips, Xia Zhiye's fist came crashing in. In a flurry of 3 punches, Fred was left dazed and unable to escape, held tightly by Xia Zhiye. As a result, he was knocked unconscious in Xia Zhiye's embrace. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A man who appeared quite important stared at Xia Zhiye in shock, and then said to Colonel Phillips, I think you should explain this to me. Xia Zhiye heard this and pried open Fred's mouth. Colonel Phillips leaned in. So what are you doing? Xia Zhiye pulled out a poisoned tooth from the other's mouth and placed it in Colonel Phillips' palm. Here's your explanation. Colonel Phillips looked at the tooth in his hand with disdain, the blood mixed with saliva, and he frowned as he said, You handed this to me without cleaning it. I thought this was something you urgently needed. As Xia Zhiye grinned, he wiped his hands on Fred. What is this? The man who had previously wanted to explain leaned closer, and Colonel Phillips transferred the tooth to his palm, saying, It's the explanation you wanted. This man was bewildered, sniffed the tooth, and nearly questioned his existence. It smells terrible. He probably didn't brush his teeth this morning. Colonel Phillips chuckled, But now I need an explanation. Why is there a Hydra spy following you here? The man froze, his expression turning extremely ugly. What gives you the right to say that? Just this poisonous tooth, Colonel Phillips replied. It's standard equipment for a Hydra spy. What happened here? Amidst the chaos, Dr. Erskine and others came up from below. Xia caught a spy. Agent Carter said. Everyone was taken aback, and Howard excitedly said, Another one caught. Xia, you are simply the nemesis of Hydra. Xia Zhiye's face darkened instantly. Who was he trying to pin that title on? If you really gave me such a nickname, how would I live from now on? Dr. Erskine, more concerned, asked, Xia, are you alright? I'm fine. Xia Zhiye scratched his head, glanced at the doctor, then looked at the adult captain beside him, who was shirtless. He blinked, not daring to make a sarcastic remark. With so many people around, one must choose the right occasion to joke, right? Colonel Phillips was still demanding an explanation from that man, while the others began addressing the spy issue. Xia Zhiye and Agent Carter took the man away, with Howard eagerly following, intending to participate in the interrogation. The captain also planned to come over, but Dr. Erskine pulled him away for a physical checkup. After all, he was freshly minted, and everything needed a thorough examination to see if it passed muster and to issue a certificate for future mass production. Howard was ultimately disappointed as he didn't get the chance to interrogate. When Colonel Phillips returned, he directly chased them away, telling them to prepare for the evening's ball. Xia Zhiye was puzzled. Why was there to be a ball? Colonel Phillips explained that the higher-ups wanted to celebrate and congratulate Dr. Erskine for his success. As Dr. Erskine's bodyguard and having caught 3 spies today, Xia was invited and had to attend this ball. This left Xia Zhiye speechless. Were these American big shots out of their minds? Shouldn't they be consolidating their achievements at this stage and addressing the mass development issues instead of throwing a ball? Not to mention phrases like, how can one build a home When the little mustache hasn't been eliminated, at least wait until the captains achieve key victories before discussing celebrations, alright. Xia Zhiye's spirit was ablaze with a strong urge to complain, yet he couldn't lose face, so he begrudgingly prepared for the evening's attire with Agent Carter. However, later, he left the clothing issue to Agent Carter to handle, as Xia needed to pick up Dr. Erskine. Upon seeing Dr. Erskine again, the old man's face surprisingly bore an indescribable weariness. Xia, I succeeded, aren't you going to congratulate me? The doctor said this with a smile, but the smile on his face seemed inexplicably strained. Xia Zhiye scratched his nose with a finger. Do you think there's a need for congratulations? Perhaps. Dr. Erskine muttered distractedly, looking out the window. Xia Zhiye fell into silence. In fact, I should be happy, right? The doctor suddenly turned to Xia Zhiye and said. Xia Zhiye twitched the corner of his mouth. Oh, why speak like that, startling everyone? Before Xia Zhiye could respond, the doctor nodded to himself and said, Yes, I should be happy. Xia, have you ever thought about becoming the next Steve? I can help you. Looking at the doctor, Xia Zhiye shook his head. Why? Previously you said you weren't willing, perhaps because you knew this candidate could never be you and even doubted whether my experiment would succeed. But now I have succeeded, and based on Steve's condition, it is a true success. Why do you refuse? Xia Zhiye thought for a moment, but still shook his head. However, he didn't provide an explanation. It wasn't that he had no reason. In fact, Xia Zhiye had many reasons. Firstly, he didn't want a serum to change himself. Secondly, he didn't want to have more intersections with the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Everything currently could be considered a reluctant choice, but if there were suitable opportunities, he still hoped to disappear from the sight of many big shots. After all, the future Steve will be radiant, absorbing most of the attention, even hatred. This is Xia Zhiye's chance, the chance to disappear. However, if he gained captain-like power through the super serum, he would undoubtedly end up on some people's lists, leading to an inextricable relationship with them. Just look at Steve Rogers, even after being frozen for 70 years, had to continue serving S.H.I.E.L.D. After waking up, right? Xia Zhiye had no interest in such matters. And if he had no other trump cards, he might reluctantly use the serum. But Xia Zhiye himself possessed a decomposition machine, and the future held great promise. There was no need to be bound to a certain chariot for temporary gains and losses. This was Xia Zhiye's thought. But how to express this to the doctor? He couldn't utter a word, and ultimately remained silent. The doctor, however, was not disappointed. He just seemed a bit dazed, and after a while he suddenly laughed, saying, Xia, I have a gift for you. What? As Xia Zhiye drove, he felt the doctor's hand reaching over, glancing to see that the doctor was holding a transparent container inside of which was the super serum just used today. What is this? Xia Zhiye was taken aback and instinctively took it. It's the only remaining vial from today, Dr. Erskine said with a smile. I took it away, no one cared. They believe I can bring them more. Why give it to me? As a keepsake. I have a premonition that our journey in New York is about to end. Dr. Erskine's face flashed with an inexplicable relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Then he turned his gaze back to the window. Remember everything I taught you, Xia. Whether Dr. Erskine's journey in New York has come to an end, Summer Night is still unaware. However, his own New York adventure concluded even earlier than anticipated. That evening, Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, and Summer Night, along with Howard and the others, flew to London. The reason being that in the afternoon Colonel Phillips had spoken with the president over the phone. They were dispatched to London to engage in battle against Hydra. The result was that the promised celebratory ball was attended solely by the doctor. As they parted, Dr. Erskine complained to Summer Night, the colonel is a stubborn old man who believes staying behind is more dangerous for you. And stepping into the battlefield, acting alongside the main force, would rather keep you safer. To this end, he even found me a new bodyguard. Of course, I do not deny that your skills shine best on the battlefield. In fact, it is indeed a pity to have you protecting an old man like me. But why can't you even wait for one evening? At this point, Dr. Erskine proudly declared, Summer, I am now a big shot. At this ball, I will surely be the center of attention, the most dazzling presence. If you were to attend with my influence, I can definitely introduce you to a beautiful woman with a big backside. I think you might have misunderstood the point. Summer Night's face darkened. For some reason, Agent Carter beside him also showed a hint of displeasure. Huh. The doctor laughed heartily, then embraced Summer Night, saying, I will miss you. I will too. Summer Night felt a bit melancholic. Though their time together was short, Dr. Erskine never treated him as an outsider. He regarded Summer Night not merely as a bodyguard, but more as a confidant. And he felt immensely gratified by Summer Night's eagerness to learn, imparting his lifelong knowledge without the slightest reservation. Although due to time constraints, Summer Night could only absorb knowledge in a cursory manner. However, as the moment of parting drew near, his heart was filled with reluctance. He glanced at Steve beside the doctor and instructed, make sure to protect the doctor's safety. Yes, instructor. Steve's face was solemn. This made Summer Night sigh. You've truly grown up. Your voice has gotten louder. The future captain's entire face began to twitch while the doctor laughed heartily and Agent Carter's lips curled into a slight smile. The car was already prepared. After loading the luggage and waving goodbye, Agent Carter started the vehicle. I once thought I could really attend a ball. You know, I have never danced before. Summer Night looked at the rearview mirror, seeing Dr. Erskine waving goodbye, and casually remarked to Agent Carter, "Then I should be thankful we didn't attend to, otherwise my feet would definitely hurt tonight." There's no need for such reluctance. Once the doctor optimizes the super soldier serum to make the birth of super soldiers simpler, he will reunite with us. In the future, many fellows like Steve who undergo secondary development will appear. Right. Summer Night gazed out the window. Why is your choice of words always so unique? Agent Carter said helplessly, have you ever thought about developing a bit yourself? Summer Night remained silent, but his meaning was clear. I don't know what you're being stubborn about. Perhaps I am concerned. Summer Night said the doctor mentioned that the super soldier's serum amplifies one's inherent personality. The kinder one is the kinder they become. The more wicked one is the more wicked they become. What do you think would happen if I used the super soldier serum? Agent Carter shook his head in confusion. Summer Night sighed, I fear that a physics conundrum will open up in my head. The unproductive topic continued, and soon the group flew from New York to London. The next day, just as they arrived in London, while Summer Night was still unpacking his belongings, he was summoned to the office by Agent Carter. Take a look at this. Colonel Phillips wore a grim expression as he tossed a newspaper to Summer Night. The first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Steve holding a car door as a shield. Upon reading the news, it was about a spy invasion and the super soldier's night pursuit. When did this happen? Summer Night's complexion suddenly turned extremely grim. The image of Steve in the newspaper resembled almost exactly how he looked while chasing Fred in the film, causing an ominous premonition to arise in his heart. Last night, Agent Carter gently steadied Summer Night's arm. Summer Night fell into silence for a moment, glancing at Colonel Phillips, then at Agent Carter. Ultimately, he exhaled softly, you aren't trying to tell me that Dr. Erskine, that old coot, has met with misfortune, are you? The doctor was assassinated by an infiltrating spy at the ball last night. In an instant, Summer Night fell to daze. The doctor's words were still ringing in his ears. He had told himself before departing yesterday to introduce a beautiful woman to him at the ball. Today, has he already died? From Colonel Phillips' office, Agent Carter cautiously followed closely behind Summer Night, as if afraid he might do something foolish. Summer Night looked at her helplessly. Can I have a moment alone? I want to be quiet. Agent Carter could only nod without asking who he wanted to be quiet with. Summer Night did not wander aimlessly. He simply returned to his room. He retrieved the super soldier serum from the decomposer's space. From the fact that it did not jump out to assert its presence, it seemed that this item was at least temporarily undissolvable by him. Of course, Summer Night had no such intention. Yet reminiscing about the doctor brought a sense of daze. He felt that the old man shouldn't have passed away so easily. Colonel Phillips also explained about the ball. There were two spies. The first, disguised as a service staff, carried out the initial assassination. Steve apprehended him on the spot. And during this chaos, the second assassination unfolded. After succeeding, the assailant fired randomly, causing greater chaos before fleeing. This led to the news report of Steve's night pursuit of the spy. The serum rolled in Summer Night's palm, and he inexplicably recalled the doctor's earlier words, they believe I can still bring them more, and the look of relief that flashed across the doctor's face when he handed him the last serum. Could it be that the doctor had foreseen this? Summer Night suddenly tightened his grip on the serum and ultimately sighed softly, old man. Your death is rather sudden, isn't it? What happened to the promised beautiful woman? Does this count as breaking a promise? Time seemed to have put on running shoes, and it began its frantic pace from the day the news of Dr. Erskine's death arrived. Xia Zhiye even felt that his time was fast-forwarded, probably at 8 times the speed. Almost without any sensation, half a year just passed like that. The sky was overcast as it was raining. The incessant rain fell to the ground, making the earth muddy and damp. At this moment, Xia Zhiye was lying on such ground, holding a sniper rifle, motionless like a stone-carved statue. His expression was focused, quietly watching every movement through the scope. If someone had told Xia Zhiye when he first arrived in this world that he could be active on the battlefield for over half a year and repeatedly experience life and death, he would have surely slapped their face. Who are you kidding? As someone who had just arrived in this world wanting to just survive and wait for the end of World War II, Xia Zhiye never thought he was cut out for fighting. He certainly didn't believe he could live to see the grand finale on the battlefield, but the facts proved that he really could. Although he faced life and death crises more than once, he thought he wouldn't make it each time. Yet in the end, he still held on. It seemed he was doing even better. His rank kept rising, becoming more familiar with the battlefield and more adept at the skills of killing. If there was one regret, it would be the decomposer. Upon returning to the battlefield, Xia Zhiye originally thought that under such a grand environment, his decomposer would surely wildly level up like a wild dog off its leash. But the reality was, Half a month after Xia Zhiye arrived here, the decomposer underwent an upgrade, which has continued until now. For over 5 months, the decomposer has remained in a state of sluggish upgrade. Originally, the decomposer was Xia Zhiye's greatest reliance on the battlefield, yet it has been unusable for over 5 months. Left with no choice, Xia Zhiye could only continue to hone his various abilities. Aside from the shooting skills gained from the decomposer and his combat abilities, the knowledge he learned from the Strategic Science Reserve Department was also gradually being put to practical use to the point where he could flexibly apply it now. So, what was that saying? People are forced to grow. The roar of a vehicle came from afar, and Xia Zhiye did not blink an eye, quietly waiting. A military truck marked with Hydra's insignia gradually appeared in his sniper scope. Taking a deep breath, Xia Zhiye's hands steadied on the rifle, and suddenly he pulled the trigger. Bang! In an instant of the violent gunfire, a blood hole appeared on the driver's head. The truck suddenly swerved, heading straight for the roadside. Before the truck could come to a complete stop, someone rushed out from the passenger seat. Bang! Before the passenger could even set foot on the ground, a spray of blood erupted from his head. The truck crashed into a tree and came to an inevitable stop. At the same time, Xia Zhiye quickly tore off his disguise, rolled on the ground, and dashed into the bushes, using the cover of nearby trees to rapidly approach the truck. Several soldiers jumped out from the back of the truck, some checking on the driver and passenger, while others stood guard around. 5 people. Xia Zhiye leaned against a tree, his brow slightly furrowing. First prize. He felt a bit helpless. He had been waiting here for a day and a night, only to unexpectedly encounter a truck with 7 people. From his observations, similar trucks usually carried no more than 5 soldiers. But the next moment, Xia Zhiye put away the sniper rifle into the decomposer space and switched to an M1 Garand rifle. He revealed himself and opened fire. A blood explosion suddenly erupted from one man's chest, and the others immediately gathered crazily, shooting towards Xia Zhiye's position. However, when the bullets arrived, Xia Zhiye had already vanished without a trace. The shooting continued for about 10 seconds before stopping, with the remaining 4 soldiers standing back to back. They began to slowly move toward the driver's seat. But at that moment, one of them felt a tightness in his ankle, his body instantly losing balance, and the next second, a sharp, cold bayonet pierced through his throat. The remaining 3 were taken by surprise and turned their guns to fire at the ground. But before they could even pull the trigger, one of them already had a blood hole on his head. The remaining 2 opened fire with their rifles, only to see their comrade's body flying through the air with all their bullets emptying onto the enemy. Then one person charged and suddenly bursting out from beneath the body of the comrade, still suspended in midair. With a swift kick, he sent one soldier flying over 3 meters, crashing to the ground. In the next second, the bayonet in his hand pierced through another person's heart. Pressing against the other's face, he pulled out the bayonet, and Xia Zhiye slowly approached the man who had been kicked away. He raised his handgun. Bang! The truck resumed its journey on the road, and Xia Zhiye had already changed into a Hydra uniform. Wiping his head with a dirty cloth to clear the messy water stains, he chewed on a can of food that had been flipped over in the truck. The unappetizing taste of beef spread to every corner of his mouth, but Xia Zhiye was unwilling to waste a single drop of juice. He had gone a day and a night without a grain of rice. This was unimaginable torture for a foodie. Xia Zhiye was currently behind enemy lines, not far away from the sounds of cannon fire, where the allies were engaged in a deadly struggle with Hydra. The reason Xia Zhiye was here was because he had a delightfully familiar mission, a decapitation operation. Perhaps when he first arrived in this world, that decapitation mission was just the beginning, as Xia Zhiye had conducted 7 decapitation missions over the past half-year. Moreover, he managed to complete each mission perfectly, returning unscathed. Consequently, a nickname that made Xia Zhiye grit his teeth, King of Decapitation, inexplicably became solidified. Colonel Phillips initially held a firm opposition to this, which was completely in line with Xia Zhiye's standpoint. However, as he returned from one perfect mission after another, Colonel Phillips had no choice but to acknowledge Xia Zhiye's extraordinary abilities and began to rely on him. Although Xia Zhiye did not want to admit that he possessed such abilities, when everyone around believed he had such capabilities and began to admire him, his own opinions were instead dismissed. Thus, this time Xia Zhiye was again sent to this place like a trump card, with the target location being a military factory of Hydra located between the 2 mountains of Klausberg. Target: individual Hydra leader John Schmidt. 3 days have passed since Xia Zhiye arrived here. During these 3 days, he has been observing from the periphery, and since the battle has been going on for nearly half a month, he is not in a hurry. The only problem is that the rations he carried with him ran out a day ago. The final decision is to steal a vehicle and infiltrate. The plan is simple, but selecting a solitary military vehicle is not an easy task. He waited a whole day and night before finally spotting this vehicle. To his surprise, 7 people suddenly emerged. Fortunately, Xia Zhiye is already well versed in the art of combat. Even if the other side has 7 people, it shouldn't change anything. Of course, if they had 70, Xia Zhiye would definitely run away without a second thought. After drying his hair, Xia Zhiye drove while eating canned beef. Although the taste wasn't great, after eating a lot, he felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He had already observed the route clearly over the past few days and was preparing to drive straight to the enemy's camp when he suddenly heard a familiar yet strange sound in his ears. It was the sound of gears grinding. What the hell? Xia Zhiye's eyes widened suddenly. The decomposition machine. After 5 months of silence, the decomposition machine finally made an appearance to assert its presence. After such a long time without any movement, it would be impossible to say he wasn't worried at all. Xia Zhiye always suspected that his decomposition machine might be a counterfeit product that, under the pretext of upgrading, would go permanently offline, which would be quite embarrassing for him. Fortunately, this guy popped out again. Decomposition machine upgrade complete. This familiar prompt calmed Xia Zhiye's heart, but then another prompt popped up. Magic power extractor, function activated. Magic power extractor, no problem. Just kidding. Xia Zhiye stared in disbelief. Where did this magic power extractor come from? What the hell is this magic power extractor? Isn't this a decomposition machine? Are the magic power extractor and the decomposition machine part of the same system? He called out for the magic power extractor, but there was no response. Xia Zhiye called out for the decomposition machine again, and it appeared in his mind. There were changes, but not many. It still looked battered and broken, as if it might head to the recycling bin at any moment. There were 2 changes. First was the name. Previously, it was called the Beginner Advanced Decomposition Machine. Now it is called the Primary Level 1 Decomposition Machine. From the literal meaning, there doesn't seem to be any noticeable change. So names are just code names, right? The second change is in the lower left corner of the decomposition machine. A glass-like vessel has appeared connected to the decomposition machine. From this structure, Xia Zhiye speculated that it should be different from the magic power extractor in the game. What he sees now is likely a feature of the decomposition machine upgrade and not an independent existence. So, the functions should be completely different from the game. But that makes sense, as the functions of the decomposition machine are different too. Who has ever heard of a decomposition machine in DNF that can decompose skill books? Xia Zhiye shrugged. Changes like these are not important. Functionality is what matters most. He needs to see what surprises the decomposition machine, which took 5 months to upgrade, can bring him. Although the decomposition machine remained silent for over 5 months, Xia Zhiye was very active. Moreover, he has collected weapons to store in his decomposition machine space more than once. He has accumulated about 300 weapons, including rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, submachine guns, and even cold weapons. Carrying so many weapons, Xia Zhiye felt like a mobile armory. In fact, if it weren't for the decomposition machine space being unable to hold more, 300 weapons would not even be the limit. Carrying so many weapons made Xia Zhiye feel an impulse. He really wanted to find a place to dye his hair yellow, and then wear a golden armor, shouting bastard at whoever he encounters. However, he thought that if he really did that, he would probably get beaten to death. Not every yellow-haired person is Gilgamesh. After mumbling this, Xia Zhiye felt he had fully satisfied his urge to complain and was about to embark on his grand decomposition plan when he suddenly sensed a movement in the back of the truck. In an instant, Xia Zhiye's expression became serious. Listening closely, his enhanced hearing from the battle soul was almost cheating, clearly distinguishing the subtle sounds of breathing amidst the roaring of the vehicle and the patter of rain. There's someone. Xia Zhiye's heart immediately raced. He had previously checked the truck bed, and it was definitely empty. Now, with some distance from the Hydra's arms factory, who could have infiltrated his truck? Wait, this isn't his truck. This is Hydra's vehicle. In other words, did someone infiltrate the Hydra's truck? Who are they? Why? These 2 questions surged in Xia Zhiye's mind, but his heart quickly calmed down. Regardless of the other party's reasons, the likelihood that they are friends rather than foes is much higher. At this moment, he decided to remain discreet, dismantling the weapons in his decomposition space, while quietly sensing the situation. The person in the vehicle was also very quiet, showing no signs of excessive movement aside from the faint breaths. Xia Zhiye focused on multitasking, driving the vehicle, listening to the breathing sounds in the truck bed, and observing the decomposition machine. After the upgrade, the decomposition machine can now decompose 5 weapons at once. He decomposed 5 rifles at once, and the results surprised Xia Zhiye. Announcement: decomposition of equipment successful. Beginner rifle shooting insights 32, beginner rifle close combat insights 28, damaged battle soul 5, dull, colorless crystal fragment 1, decomposition experience 5, decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Colorless. Xia Zhiye was astonished. How could this thing appear? Well, theoretically, it wouldn't be strange for it to appear, but why is it appearing now? He extracted the dull, colorless crystal fragment and held it in his hand. It was a 1 centimeter cube, dimly glowing. Within it, visible energy fluctuations rippled outwards. The texture of this thing made Xia Zhiye immediately think of shattered energy residue. I see. Xia Zhiye realized the colorless crystal fragment, when broken, is just shattered energy residue. Or perhaps At that time, the decomposition machine's ability was insufficient, and the extracted power was not enough to form a colorless crystal fragment. And now the primary level 1 decomposition machine has not only upgraded, but also acquired the magic power extractor. That's why it could form a colorless crystal fragment, even if it is dull. Speculations and theories are in fact not important. For Xia Zhiye, the mechanism of the disassembler is also just a passing cloud. He believes that his golden finger from the moment it was created had no intention of letting anyone understand how it works. As long as it works, who cares? With a clap of his hands, a sensation like electric current instantly coursed through his entire body. The many shattered remnants of energy previously accumulated within Xia Zhiye's body were already laid as a foundation. At this moment, after this, a significantly more potent energy was integrated. They instantly fused into one. Then, Xia Zhiye snapped his fingers. He chuckled dryly a couple of times. Now in enemy territory about to infiltrate the enemy's stronghold, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to indulge in his own delusions. Ultimately, what he wanted was, damn it, even a dim, colorless little crystal failed to produce a spark. Damn it. Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth and continued to disassemble. He didn't have time to consume everything he disassembled one by one, but compared to the small crystal blocks whose usefulness was still unknown, the battle souls that could enhance physical ability were far more to Xia Zhiye's liking. Unfortunately, it seemed he had already used up too many of the broken battle souls, resulting in the current ones providing him with minimal enhancement. But isn't there a saying that even mosquito legs are meat? Every bit counts, and in this perilous place, even a slight increase in strength could become the last straw for survival. However, after producing dozens of battle souls, Xia Zhiye could not continue. The entrance of the military factory was just ahead, and Xia Zhiye put on his helmet. His expression turned wooden as he drove to the guard post where 2 soldiers stopped him. "Hail Hydra!" These 2 approached Xia Zhiye and performed a military salute that was frankly quite cringeworthy before asking for identification. When Xia Zhiye watched the movie, he found Hydra's awkward salute quite ridiculous. While shouting "Hail Hydra," they extended their arms forward with clenched fists. If they had shouted something else like "Double Dragon surfing" or "Huashan grabbing the dragon claw hand," Xia Zhiye wouldn't have felt the need to criticize, but now, Xia Zhiye clenched his fists, performed the same salute, and shouted "Hail Hydra" before handing over the identification that was already in the vehicle. It was after all a Hydra vehicle, so the inspection wasn't strict. After a glance, they easily let him through. As the gates slowly lowered, Xia Zhiye lightly pressed the accelerator and drove in. Xia Zhiye was quite clear about the situation outside, but he didn't know much about what was happening inside. He couldn't just drive around aimlessly, so he didn't go far before he saw several trucks like the one he was driving parked at the entrance of some warehouses. He quickly turned the vehicle around, and just as he parked, Xia Zhiye stared intently at the right side rearview mirror. There was a reason for watching this mirror. Because there were many people on the left while the right side, although guarded, had a more scattered presence. If the unexpected guest in his car belonged to the same faction, he would surely choose to stealthily exit on the right side. Sure enough, he saw a figure with a shield crouching and sneaking flash by in the rearview mirror. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, Xia Zhiye still caught sight of the stars and stripes on the shield. What? Xia Zhiye instinctively cursed, but swallowed it back. After half a year of battles, aside from the few people around him, everything else had little connection to the movie's plot. This left Xia Zhiye inexplicably oblivious to the truth of this world. It is the World War II plot from Captain America. And in the movie, when the captain first mobilized, wasn't it to Clausberg's military factory? Half a year later, if it weren't for that stars and stripes shield, Xia Zhiye wouldn't have realized that his timeline had already aligned with the movies. If it's him. Xia Zhiye was momentarily dazed. Then what the hell am I doing here? As this thought crossed his mind, Xia Zhiye had already jumped out of the car. After going around in a circle, he followed the captain's path. He hadn't walked far before he saw a Hydra soldier lying dead on the ground. Xia Zhiye's face darkened. The work is a bit rough. He pulled the person up and casually tossed him under the vehicle. After walking a couple more steps, he reached a corner. Just as Xia Zhiye peeked around it, a shield came crashing towards his face, seemingly out of nowhere. Xia Zhiye suddenly recoiled, then kicked out fiercely at the moment of impact with the shield. The powerful recoil sent him back about 2 meters, and he was amazed. What great strength! A man with a stars and stripes emblem suddenly burst out from behind a building, ready to strike. Xia Zhiye quickly took off his hat and whispered, "Don't make a scene." Seeing Xia Zhiye's face so suddenly, the captain was also surprised and quickly halted his punch. "Instructor, have you joined Hydra?" "Wait a minute, wasn't it said that after the serum injection your learning ability and intelligence would have a significant increase?" Xia Zhiye looked at Steve in bewilderment. "How did you come to the conclusion that I joined Hydra?" Seeing that the captain was about to speak again, Xia Zhiye grabbed his hand. "Hurry up." The 2 hurriedly crawled under a nearby truck, and only then did the sound of orderly footsteps reach them. Xia Zhiye and Steve lay there watching the feet of the group, and when they passed, the 2 began to look at each other. The silence in the air was the most frightening, even though they were behind enemy lines. Xia Zhiye broke the silence. First, there's no time to explain, get in the car. As he spoke, he rolled out, and the captain quickly followed, running to the truck's cab door, staring blankly at Xia Zhiye, who was moving further away. Weren't we supposed to get in the car? Seeing Xia Zhiye waving at him repeatedly, he quickly chased after him, still puzzled about how the instructor could be so inexplicably mysterious after such a long time. After the two arrived at a more secluded spot, Steve finally said to Xia Zhiye, "Instructor, are you here to carry out a mission?" "Isn't it obvious?" Xia Zhiye said without any words. "Aren't you running around the United States selling bonds?" The man with the stars and stripes emblem was ambitious. "Half a year ago, Dr. Erskine was assassinated at a ball, and all the data was destroyed. I have a friend who might have been captured by Hydra during the Battle of Azano." Although I found the term flag-waving man with grand ambitions that Xia Zhiye used quite ridiculous out of respect for the instructor, Steve answered honestly. Xia Zhiye, however, was not interested in this at all, having seen the movie and knowing why this kid was here. He only asked to break the ice and avoid any awkwardness. "So do you have any plans, oh grand ambition flag-waving man?" "I don't have any plans yet." Steve looked at Xia Zhiye in exasperation. "Instructor, can we change the title? Grand ambition. Can we pick another one? Flag-waving man." "Instructor. All right then, man." Xia Zhiye said, "Don't get hung up on these titles. Now I ask you, do you really have no plans at all?" "None." Steve could only answer honestly, adding, "Instructor, I don't think man is much of a title." "Boy." Xia Zhiye looked at Steve in confusion. "In your performing troupe, there are so many beautiful girls, and you're tall and strong, completely different from your past image, and you're still a boy now. Don't mess around, it's definitely man." Steve was at a loss for words. He felt that the biggest crisis he faced since coming here was encountering his shooting instructor from years ago. "Since you have no plans, then listen to me." Xia Zhiye patted Steve on the shoulder, not very satisfied. This guy was now half a head taller than him, making it hard to reach. "All right." Steve didn't hesitate at all. Listening to the instructor was a matter of course, wasn't it? Xia Zhiye was taken aback by this straightforwardness, then shook his head and said, "Okay, let's outline a simple plan. First, clarify the objective of the operation, and my goal is to assassinate Schmidt. Of course, this objective is not crucial as long as we can destroy this military factory and make it unsustainable. Leaving that bunch of bastards isolated, my mission will be considered accomplished. And your goal is to rescue your good buddy. What was his name again?" "Barnes." Steve replied, "James Buchanan Barnes." Xia Zhiye felt dizzy listening and waved his hand. "Let's just call him Bucky." The captain was shocked. "Instructor, how did you simplify it like that? That's not important." Xia Zhiye waved his hand again. "First, we need to infiltrate. This time my mission has no support, and the internal routes are almost a complete blank. So we can only rely on experience to judge. I suggest breaking through from above, as Hydra personnel do not habitually patrol the rooftops, which is their defensive blind spot. After successfully infiltrating, the second step of the plan is to save people. Assuming if a lot of allies are really imprisoned here, then we can completely release the captives' combined forces to seize their weapons and change the infiltration decapitation operation into an internal breakthrough." Steve nodded seriously. "Got it. The key to the plan is speed. Right, surprise?" Xia Zhiye said, "Let's go." In just a few words, the plan was finalized and the two of them began to take action. In fact, the reason for this action plan was mainly because Xia Zhiye remembered that the captain in the movie did it this way. Although there might be differences between the two, leading to not as many captives in this military factory as imagined. But if it really comes to that, we can change the plan, then as such things are often done. After all, plans change faster than circumstances. So when the two of them passed by a row of armored vehicles, Xia Zhiye suddenly bent down and planted a bomb underneath one of the vehicles. "What are you doing?" Steve asked in surprise. "Nothing." Xia Zhiye said, "Based on my years of decapitation experience, the more chaotic the enemy's interior, the better it is for us. This is for preparation. Compared to that, I want to know where you got your bomb, instructor." Then Xia Zhiye handed a bomb to Steve and said, "You know, in the army there are a lot of roughnecks, and there aren't many entertainment activities. So I always have to find something to pass the time in the army. My way of passing time is to learn this thing I made myself. Unlike the time bombs made by Little Hoosie and the others, this is a remote-controlled bomb with a controllable range of about 200 meters. Steve hadn't heard it all before he and Xia Zhiye started setting the bombs. But they couldn't set too many. After 2 or 3, Xia Zhiye said he was out. "After all, I can't tell them that I still have dozens more in the decomposer space." Furthermore, Xia Zhiye wasn't sure if this thing would even be usable. After all, in the movie, when Schmidt the Red Skull discovered Captain's intrusion and that the captives had already been released, he decided to blow up the captain along with the military factory. "I have to say, Schmidt's method of "you pushed me too far, so I'll blow myself up to show you" is truly ruthless and barbaric. After the two set a few bombs, they continued to infiltrate according to the original plan. As for whether these bombs would be useful, that would depend on the situation. Not far ahead was a row of low buildings, and given their abilities, it was easy for the two to get up. Once on the rooftop, the view was much broader. Aside from the roaming searchlights that posed some threat, this rooftop had almost become their domain. They finally squeezed through a ventilation duct on the rooftop and entered the military factory. This was a huge space likely belonging to a military workshop. Their landing point was on a beam in midair. Looking down from above in this vast space, they saw some soldiers dressed like futuristic warriors holding weapons that clearly surpassed the current era. "What is that?" Steve whispered. Xia Zhiye pondered for a moment and said, "Now we start the second step plan. You go find your friend and I'll investigate what these bastards are up to. The weapons they are currently equipped with haven't appeared on our battlefield. But if nothing unexpected happens, we should soon be facing off against guys wielding such things." Steve glanced at Xia Zhiye, "Instructor, be careful." Xia Zhiye nodded, watching Steve leave. Once Steve was out of sight, Xia Zhiye finally grinned. "Do you remember half a year ago how long I was happy over an armory? And now, what do I possess? An entire military factory." Steve didn't know the details of this batch of weapons, but Xia Zhiye was clear. After Schmidt obtained the Tesseract Dr. Zola invented a conductor to extract its energy, used both for developing infinite energy and for manufacturing these weapons that shimmered with a faint blue glow. Although the new weapons do not possess battle souls, I wonder if the new weapons created by Schmidt utilizing energy extracted from the Tesseract will bring me some rather special surprises. Standing on the steel beam, he observed for a long time. Xia Zhiye chose a point of entry. It was a portal guarded by a single soldier. The surrounding visibility was narrow with many obstructions, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. He carefully made his way to the top of the opponent, and in the next moment Xia Zhiye fell from the sky. In the instant his arm wrapped around the opponent's neck, his legs pressed against the bend of the opponent's legs, using a slight force to twist his feet apart, landing on the ground. Before the opponent could kneel, he exerted strength in his hands, and a crisp crack sound was heard. After observing the surroundings, no one seemed to have noticed what had happened here. He opened the nearby door and peeked outside. It was a corridor. The corridor had nothing except a few trash bins. Xia Zhiye simply dragged the corpse outside the door and began to strip it with ease. "Why am I so skilled at this?" While working, Xia Zhiye sighed, reflecting that he didn't possess such skills when he was a shootin'. Of course, that skill wouldn't have been useful back then. Lost in thought, he had completely stripped the opponent clean. "It seems I overdid it a bit." Xia Zhiye pondered, then shrugged and tossed the corpse into the trash bin. He picked up the technologically advanced weapon of the opponent, and the disassembly machine indeed sprang to life. "Would you like to disassemble spatial energy weapon?" "Yes." Xia Zhiye felt a rush of excitement upon seeing this prompt. The sound of the disassembly machine's gears grinding was incredibly comforting. However, the disassembly time was longer than Xia Zhiye had expected. After about 30 seconds, the prompt finally popped up. Announcement: disassembly successful. Basic rifle shooting insight 7. Basic rifle close combat insight 7. Damaged battle soul colorless small crystal disassembly experience 1. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Colorless small crystal. Xia Zhiye instantly chose to extract it. It was still the same 1 centimeter cube, but it looked much brighter than the previous dull crystal. It radiated an incredibly warm luster. When he reached out to touch it, he still felt that electric sensation coursing through his body. Moreover, the energy within this small crystal was much greater than the previous one. It was no exaggeration to say that the energy contained in a colorless small crystal was equivalent to the total amount of fragmented energy residue combined with the dull colorless crystal, and there was even a surplus. What truly amazed Xia Zhiye was that after the energy of the colorless small crystal fused with the energy originally in his body, it surprisingly felt a bit more vibrant. "It seems I can control it." Xia Zhiye concentrated, snapping his fingers. With a snap, a small flame appeared at his fingertip, gently swaying in the airflow. "Oh my god!" Xia Zhiye stared dumbfounded at the flame on his fingertip, nearly moved to tears. Though this flame was extremely weak and could hardly light a cigarette, it was the first flame that Xia Zhiye had created under his control. The power within him had not been exhausted by this small flame. In fact, at this moment, Xia Zhiye had a suspicion in his heart. This energy wasn't incapable of producing a flame. The main reason was that he didn't know how. He couldn't establish a communication channel with this energy. Now perhaps he could do so because the energy contained within him had reached a basic threshold. Thus he could feel his intentions and give birth to the miracle before his eyes. After all, he had read many Western fantasy novels where wizards had to chant spells to use magic at the beginning. However, later on some basic spells could be cast instantaneously. His current state was probably similar to that, right? Of course, all of this was still just Xia Zhiye's guess. How exactly it worked was something that couldn't be studied here. After tossing the soldier's armor into the disassembly machine's space, Xia Zhiye's eyes began to gleam with a red light. Although it was just a small flame for now, what about in the future? If he could snap his fingers and create a sun, who would he fear? Well, the sunset snap probably wouldn't compare. But what if he could create a sun with the capacity of the universe with a snap? Hee. Lost in infinite fantasies, Xia Zhiye let out a discordant laugh. This smile surprised even him. Why did he suddenly start daydreaming? Calm down. Even if you could create a sun as large as an entire parallel universe in the future, you must remain calm now. Xia Zhiye took a deep breath, recovering from his ecstatic state. Steve's action speed is definitely not slow. In the urgent situation of rescuing people, he will surely rescue the captives at the fastest speed. So I won't have much time left. Moreover, before he succeeds over there, I can't make too much noise. If I alert Schmidt, it would basically be over. So I can only choose assassination. Assassinate all the soldiers in the military factory and take their weapons. Once these guys are all dead, all the weapons produced here will be taken away. Unfortunately, the disassembly machine space can't hold them. Thinking of this, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but sigh. However, he no longer hesitated, preparing to execute the assassination plan, when suddenly a thought struck him, and he took out an armor similar to that of a future soldier from the disassembly machine space, putting it on. Since he was already wearing Hydra's uniform, after putting on the opponent's helmet, Xia Zhiye decided to disguise himself first. The only downside was that he had no weapon, which felt a bit strange. But there was no time to worry about that. After confidently opening the door and walking into the large room resembling a workshop, Xia Zhiye prepared to head towards a corner based on the soldier distribution he had observed earlier. But he suddenly changed his mind. Plans thought up on the fly are indeed unreliable. Some things couldn't be thought through more comprehensively. For example, Xia Zhiye hadn't considered that since he had already disguised himself as one of them, and given that their helmets looked like wrapped dumplings, it would be hard for them to recognize each other. So why not just swagger over and take those recently assembled weapons? It must be the fault of the moment. This time there's no escape. Xia Zhiye patted his head, lightly tossing away the blame of his incomplete thoughts. Plans may be beautiful, but reality is often cruel. After wandering around the workshop, Xia Zhiye realized that this military factory did not produce such weapons. To be precise, this military factory only manufactured parts for such weapons. The leader of this Hydra must control multiple military factories, each specializing in producing parts that are shipped to a specific location for assembly. Honestly, this is quite normal. The energy extracted from the cosmic cube is undoubtedly dangerous, which necessitates that the weapons capable of containing such energy have complex structures and safety measures. Otherwise, one might end up dead from the weapon's energy surge before even using it to kill. There isn't even a suicidal attack as reckless as this. The complexity of the weapon structure inevitably leads to a multitude of parts. A single military factory cannot handle the production and assembly of all parts. Focusing on a specific type of part is the standard approach. However, although this military factory does not produce weapons, it does produce energy. The ammunition used for the weapons created by Dr. Zola is not traditional ammunition, but rather an energy box. It's somewhat akin to a battery. What it carries is all special energy extracted from the cosmic cube. The problem is Xia Zhiye has tried this thing and found it impossible to decompose for the time being. This is quite perplexing. The weapon that carries this energy can be decomposed by the decomposition machine. Yet a simple part cannot be decomposed. Is this a joke? Xia's eyes face darkened, as this simply does not make sense. Although such illogical occurrences have always happened, for instance, normal weapons can be decomposed without issue. But a single magazine of bullets cannot be decomposed. Where is the logic in that? Unless, in the default view of the decomposition machine, a weapon is considered a whole, but a single part is not regarded as a weapon. This is a barely acceptable explanation, and whether Xia Zhiye likes it or not, he can only comfort himself this way for now. Since this thing cannot be decomposed, it holds little significance for Xia Zhiye. He casually packed 30 to 50 of them into the decomposition machine space for future research and decided to find Schmidt first. Besides the task, there was a bit of personal enmity between Xia Zhiye and Schmidt. Half a year ago, Dr. Erskine was assassinated at a ball, and Xia Zhiye had been brooding over this matter. Although it would be difficult for him to single-handedly wipe out all the Hydra members and take revenge on Schmidt for the Dr. Xia Zhiye wouldn't mind making Schmidt pay a price given the chance. This is also the true reason Xia Zhiye took the risk to come here and undertake this mission. And now Captain America Steve is also here. If the two of them join forces, there might be a chance to take this guy down and strip him of his red skin. Almost at the same moment that this idea crossed Xia's mind, a large group of people suddenly burst out. These individuals were ragged and looked disheveled, yet they were incredibly frenzied, like wild beasts unleashed. In short, they were absolutely insane. A few of them wielded Hydra weapons, while others charged at the Hydra soldiers barehanded, as if they had no regard for their lives. For a moment, the Hydra soldiers were taken aback, firing their guns and killing two before being overwhelmed by the remaining assailants. A crowd surrounded them, making it nearly impossible to see what was happening inside. Xia Zhiye watched this brutally extreme scene in shock and quickly hid to take off his clothes. He was currently wearing a Hydra uniform, and if those guys spotted him, he would be shot on the spot. He wouldn't even have the face to cry injustice. He stuffed his armor back into the decomposition machine space, removed his helmet, and peeled off the outer Hydra uniform to reveal the U.S. military uniform underneath. Only then did Xia Zhiye feel a sense of security. It turns out that those wielding advanced weapons are not terrifying, but what's terrifying are those who fear nothing and are numerous. Just as Xia Zhiye emerged, he was spotted by a sharp-eyed individual. One person pointed at Xia Zhiye and loudly shouted, "Aren't you that brave instructor?" Xia Zhiye's face darkened. What kind of ridiculous title is that? But at this moment he could only nod, otherwise he would be tackled to the ground by a group of burly men. That would be too tragic. Great. Your companion went to save his comrades. Someone informed Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye blinked, confirming this wasn't a tongue twister, and then loudly said, "Good. He did well. You all need to go out immediately and deal with those bastards outside." "I'm going to meet that guy. Indeed, very brave." Someone praised. Everyone moved quickly. Someone urged anxiously. As the group of people rushed out of the military factory like a swarm of locusts, Xia Zhiye slapped his face. What on earth did he just witness? It was simply a shock to his worldview, wasn't it? Rubbing his face vigorously, Xia Zhiye inexplicably felt a sense of surviving a catastrophe. Looking up after pondering for 2 seconds, Xia Zhiye ran upstairs. According to the intelligence he controlled in the movie, Schmidt activated the self-destruct mechanism of the military factory after discovering the captain. He then reached the top of the military factory and piloted a giant bamboo dragonfly to escape. Alright, the term bamboo dragonfly was merely a humorous remark. That thing is probably similar to an aircraft or shuttle, but its overall shape is indeed quite similar to a bamboo dragonfly. Although Xia Zhiye had been told multiple times by Doraemon and Nobita in his childhood that a bamboo dragonfly could fly, Schmidt's bamboo dragonfly absolutely shattered all childhood fantasies. As he ascended, the path he passed was nothing short of a mess. The prisoners held here suddenly found themselves liberated, exhibiting an astonishing combat capability. Everywhere were traces of destruction left by these individuals. Xia Zhiye did not stop. While he rushed, he had no idea where Steve was, but running upward was the right choice. Boom, boom, boom. The intense explosions suddenly erupted one after another from beneath his feet. Xia Zhiye's expression changed as he realized Schmidt had started to blow himself up. There were no more buildings above, only steel ladders surrounded him, and below was already a sea of flames. Xia Zhiye was speechless. If you don't want such a perfectly good military factory, why not gift it to me? Why cause such a hot commotion? Meanwhile, a voice came from above. Upon listening closely, it was Steve and Schmidt engaging in their first friendly conversation. They returned to the camp 2 days later. The reason it took 2 days was mainly due to taking a detour. Most of the people in Xia Zhiye's group were prisoners, and their physical and mental exhaustion had reached its limits. When they were first released, fueled by their blood and pent-up anger, they unleashed an unimaginable fighting strength. However, once the excitement wore off, they became listless. Taking such a group through the war zone would likely be suicidal. Thus, after discussing with Steve, Xia Zhiye devised a route that skillfully bypassed the war zone. This path was not particularly easy to traverse, but it was safe, which is why it took 2 days. Upon returning to the camp, they were met with a hero's welcome as soldiers lined the path to greet them, and Colonel Phillips personally welcomed them. How high is the danger of rescuing prisoners? Colonel Phillips once said, 1 in 10 cannot be saved. The sight of these hundreds of prisoners was indeed eye-opening. Xia Zhiye did not like such occasions, so he slipped away while everyone was distracted. Back in his tent after organizing his equipment, he sat on the edge of the bed listening to the cheers outside. If he wanted, this applause could have belonged to him, but he truly did not want it. Because he feared that accepting this applause would change him. He would become fearless, self-sacrificing, and not himself anymore. A hero. I'm not cut out for that. He turned over, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to sleep. This mission had lasted nearly 6 days. Most of the time he had not been able to rest properly, leading to a deep and dreamless slumber. When he woke up, he vaguely felt someone beside him. Opening his eyes, he saw Agent Carter had pulled up a chair and was sitting at the edge of the bed, resting her face on her arms, asleep. It seemed that Xia Zhiye's movement startled her, and she woke up instantly. Seeing Xia Zhiye staring at her, her face flushed slightly. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "You have drool," Xia Zhiye replied. Agent Carter hurriedly wiped her face, and Xia Zhiye chuckled. "Did you trick me again?" Seeing his expression, Agent Carter understood immediately. She shot him a glare. "You always act like a child who hasn't grown up." Xia Zhiye laughed, and after finishing he said, "You always sneak over when I'm asleep. Are you planning to do something dastardly to me again?" Agent Carter sighed helplessly. "If bringing you food counts, then yes." "Great. I've been hungry for a long time." Xia Zhiye immediately perked up. "You have no idea what I've eaten these past few days." Although the canned food Agent Carter brought was not gourmet compared to the meals provided by Hydra, it was a feast. While eating, Xia Zhiye casually asked, "What's going on with Steve? Colonel Phillips thinks you might need a helper." Agent Carter's lips curled into a slight smile. "Huh." Xia Zhiye was taken aback. After asking, he realized that unlike the movie, this time Steve's involvement was mainly because Colonel Phillips was worried about Xia Zhiye. Even though Xia Zhiye had showcased his impressive beheading skills many times over the past 6 months, this mission was still too daunting. Schmidt's power and inscrutability left a deep impression on everyone in the Allied forces. Just how much confidence could one have in Xia Zhiye alone infiltrating enemy lines? Even those who had faith in him would hesitate to guarantee success. Just as it happened, Steve came to perform. Remembering this guy's super soldier identity, the old man decided to bring him along. Colonel Phillips was already very familiar with Steve's background information. Taking the opportunity, he revealed some details about the Battle of Azano, which made Steve restless, and he actively inquired about Bucky's whereabouts. The result was naturally not good news. So Steve covertly sought help from Agent Carter. Agent Carter understood the Colonel's intentions, so she took him to find Howard. Throughout this process, Steve was never informed about Xia Zhiye's mission, yet the final outcome was that the two of them met perfectly. This old man, after hearing Agent Carter's account, Xia Zhiye was a bit speechless. Conducting a beheading operation deep behind enemy lines was inherently a very risky affair. One misjudgment could lead to a total loss. Under such circumstances, the old man even sent a captain over. He hadn't even seen the movie, so where did this confidence come from? It's a classic case of desperation leading to reckless decisions. If I had known this would happen, why did I go in the first place? However, Xia Zhiye did not complain, but instead sighed softly. Is this cost worth it? I might not necessarily be safe. Steve is the only success of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and if this asset were to perish on the battlefield, the department's position would be extremely awkward. Colonel Phillips is indeed taking a risk this time. Thinking that this cold-faced old man is taking such a huge risk all for him, Xia Zhiye found it hard to articulate how he felt. Cheers may change a person, and sincere treatment can also transform someone. The complete trust from Dr. Erskine, Colonel Phillips' genuine concern, and Agent Carter's affectionate gaze. Xia Zhiye felt that an invisible force was always enveloping him. It was so warm that it almost took his breath away. He wanted to indulge in it, but feared losing himself. Well, Xia Zhiye was not afraid of losing himself. He was just concerned that one day he would fight for them. In fact, Xia Zhiye felt that if anything were to happen to any of them, he indeed would fight desperately. Otherwise, why would he willingly accept such a dangerous mission this time? Wasn't Dr. Erskine's death a thorn that was hard to swallow for him? Human hearts are indeed made of flesh. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but murmur. Whether one is willing or not, change indeed exists. What did you say? Agent Carter did not hear clearly. Xia Zhiye smiled and said, I said you are beautiful. How it's hard to hear such praise from you. Agent Carter had a smile that was hard to suppress. Well, just consider me having a moment of madness. Xia Zhiye chuckled. Xia, you're a bad influence. Agent Carter was very angry, snatching away the canned food Xia Zhiye was eating. After giving him a fierce glare, she left. After scaring Agent Carter away, Xia Zhiye laughed for quite a while. By now it was midnight, the military camp was silent, and Xia Zhiye's smile gradually faded. Scratching his head, he still found it difficult to get along with Agent Carter. For half a year there had always been an indescribable feeling between them. Xia Zhiye knew what it was. After all, no matter how strong the three great illusions of life were, they couldn't last for half a year. Yet Xia Zhiye felt he couldn't accept it. Of course it wasn't because of her square face. That was just a joke. After all, Agent Carter was a beauty full of vigor and exceptional grace. However, Xia Zhiye had some unilateral resistance. A kind of resistance he didn't know how to articulate. Stepping out of the tent and looking up at the starry sky, he was glad it was 1943. Otherwise, he would worry about looking up and seeing a purple face staring back at him. That feeling would definitely be eye-watering. He reached out to touch the void and gently sighed still. There's no sense of reality at all. This is his reality, yet he has always resisted this world. For some unknown reason, even after spending more than half a year here, he felt he never belonged to it. Era background thoughts, philosophies. These were originally metaphysical things, yet they constantly enveloped Xia Zhiye like a thick cocoon wrapping ceiling and leaving him unable to break free. He couldn't break free, couldn't shake it off. This created a barrier between him and the current world, yet he couldn't understand why Colonel Phillips' concern and Agent Carter's feelings felt so genuine. Perhaps it's because deep down I have always been in rejection. Xia Zhiye helplessly muttered, my heart is in rejection, yet my body is very honest. Am I complaining about myself? Feeling a bit annoyed, Xia Zhiye began to wander aimlessly in the military camp. After completing a mission, wandering around the camp had become his norm. At Colonel Phillips' office tent, the lights were bright. Many clerical staff were busy, sending telegrams, each performing their duties. Xia Zhiye also saw Agent Carter pouting and looking displeased as she organized materials. How many of the prisoners who returned today already have the killed in action label? Looks like she has quite a bit on her plate. Xia Zhiye chuckled lightly. It seemed Agent Carter sensed something, and before she could look up, Xia Zhiye turned and walked in another direction. This was actually a place he was very familiar with. Yet even while being here, there was still a faint sense of alienation. I really don't know how those predecessors who crossed over managed to do it. At the moment of crossing over, they could immediately recognize the reality and seamlessly integrate with the current world. This is quite difficult. As Xia Zhiye was mumbling, he saw Steve walking towards him. Instructor. Steve noticed that Xia Zhiye looked rather happy. Man, Xia Zhiye greeted back. Aren't you off doing something interesting with your good buddy? Steve's good mood was instantly extinguished like a flame doused with water. His mouth twitched as he helplessly said, Instructor, could you not call me man? Are you a woman? Xia Zhiye quickly took 2 steps back. That's not what I meant. Even someone as good-natured as Steve felt a vein popping on his forehead upon hearing this. I was saying, if you were a woman, that would be a bit scary considering your tall stature. Xia Zhiye muttered to himself, his voice quite loud, and then asked, by the way, what are you wandering around for at this hour? I was originally planning to look for you. Steve said this with a sense of uncertainty. What did you want to find me for? Xia Zhiye was taken aback. Just in time we coincidentally met, so go ahead and say it. I remember before the coincidence, but after the coincidence, how did I forget what I wanted to find you for? Steve felt quite frustrated. It was all this instructor's fault for being so unreliable, throwing off his mindset with just a few words. What he originally wanted to say was completely forgotten. You haven't even had a drink, and you're already spaced out. Xia Zhiye gave him a disdainful glance, and then said, there's nothing interesting in the camp, nor any suitable place. Never mind, let's just find a spot to sit. Where to? Steve asked, noticing that Xia Zhiye had already sat down on the ground. After a moment of being stunned, Steve timidly said, is this the place you were looking for? Yeah, can't we sit here? Xia Zhiye pointed to the ground. Don't worry, even if the ground is a bit damp with your enhanced body from the serum, you won't get hemorrhoids. No, I wasn't worried about that. Steve felt that his freshly organized thoughts had been interrupted by some enormous malice. And the end result was that the 2 grown men sat on the ground looking at each other, much like meditating in a cultivation practice. So, what did you want to find me for? I want to know too. After Steve said this, he patted his head. Oh right, I remembered. Xia Zhiye sighed, looking at Steve with a face full of disappointment. It's like this. Steve organized his thoughts. Tomorrow we're going back to London to rest. The comrades we rescued this time also need time to recover. Xia Zhiye nodded. When I went to find Barnes, I discovered the layout map of the Schmidt Arms factory in his room. When Steve said this, he rearranged his words before continuing. The weapons developed by Schmidt are astonishing. The weapons seized from Hydra serve as proof of this. These military factories producing such weapons pose a significant threat to our allied forces. Although Schmidt is currently at a disadvantage in the war situation, if these weapons are widely equipped in Hydra's army, we will almost face a catastrophic disaster. Therefore, I have an idea in mind. Steve said, based on the layout map of the military factories I saw there, we can organize a team to systematically destroy these factories. An instructor, I need your strength. Xia Zhiye paused for a moment. If it were earlier when he first arrived in this world, he would have rejected such a proposal without a second thought. But now, Xia Zhiye hesitated. Finally, he spoke. After we return to London, let Howard take a look at what those energy sources really are, and I will give you my answer then. Time flew by quickly, and it had already been 3 days since returning to London. During these 3 days, Xia Zhiye did nothing but rest, yet he received some unwelcome news that was not entirely unexpected. In the military factory, the shot Xia Zhiye fired did not kill classmate Schmidt. However, it may have struck a blow to his pride, causing this celebrity to feel a deep inner wound and resolutely placing Xia Zhiye on the highest level of his kill list. But for Xia Zhiye, this was just another annoyance he had grown accustomed to. To be precise, over the past 6 months, Hydra's hatred for Xia Zhiye had been increasing day by day. At least 3 potentially winnable wars had been thoroughly disrupted by Xia Zhiye's actions. Perhaps because he was not a super soldier like Steve, he had never been taken too seriously. However, this time was evidently different. He had directly shot Schmidt, making him realize the threat Xia Zhiye posed, hence elevating the kill level and danger rating. Xia Zhiye felt that Schmidt's mindset had been unbalanced since the first time he used the immature super soldier serum. He believed himself to be superior. He thought he stood above all beings. Before Xia Zhiye truly appeared before him, he believed that only Steve was qualified to be his opponent in this world. As a result, the greatest trauma came instead from Xia Zhiye. You must be careful. This time is different from all previous situations. Agent Carter's warning brought Xia Zhiye back to reality, and he smiled slightly at her. Don't worry, there are many people on Hydra's kill list, and most of them are still alive and fighting against Hydra. To put it simply, this is a life and death game where both sides are already on each other's kill lists. This list, if not backed by genuine combat power, is merely a piece of paper, a joke at best. Half a year ago, Xia Zhiye would not have dared to believe he could say such things, but now it felt incredibly natural. Agent Carter nodded. I heard about Captain America's plan. He invited you to join his team. Xia Zhiye nodded yes. Did you agree? Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye with some surprise. Not yet, Xia Zhiye replied. How's the progress on Howard's side? Not ideal. The extracted energy appears stable, but possesses incomprehensible destructive power. Given the current technological level Howard controls, it seems impossible to decipher it. Agent Carter pondered for a moment before saying, he suspects that this special energy, even Hydra, should not be able to decipher it. The powers they currently control are actually beyond their grasp. They have barely obtained the means to use it, but it is extremely dangerous. A 3-year-old playing with a big sword. Xia Zhiye laughed and said, of course we cannot hope that Hydra will mess with this power and ultimately be killed by it. It feels like there's something off about your wording. Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye with narrowed eyes. Xia Zhiye whistled while looking at the ceiling. By the way, there's actually something I need you to keep an eye on for me. Agent Carter was taken aback. What is it? You should have some connections in the intelligence agency, right? That's right. Agent Carter nodded, saying, my current job is to find Hydra's main base through the Allies. Based on the current situation, all of Schmidt's military factories are used to produce parts. The final transportation destination for these parts is their main base. That's a reasonable guess. However, I hope you can pay attention to the news about one person if possible. Who? Dr. Zola from Hydra. Xia Zhiye said, as far as I know, nearly all of the high-tech equipment currently used by Hydra comes from this doctor. No need to say much, just this one sentence is enough. Agent Carter immediately noted down this name. Actually, I had the chance to kill this person with one shot in the military factory. Xia Zhiye looked at Agent Carter, but I chose to kill Schmidt instead. Agent Carter was taken aback and looked at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye smiled slightly while Agent Carter sighed, gently patting Xia Zhiye's hand, and said, you cannot blame yourself. I understand your choice. I just plan to take revenge on that unreliable old man. Xia Zhiye smacked his lips. Unfortunately, that guy still escaped. I underestimated him. And the environment at that time. No one could have done better than you. Agent Carter held Xia Zhiye's hand and said seriously. Xia Zhiye scratched his head. I'm fine, just a bit regretful. Therefore, if we can catch a trace of Dr. Zola, we must not let it go. Regardless of the mission, capturing this person must be the top priority. This statement was based on the plot from the movie. In fact, Xia Zhiye's choice at that moment in the military factory was indeed problematic. If he had chosen to kill Dr. Zola, it could have very likely thwarted Schmidt's ambitions. In the movie, Schmidt's ultimate goal was to use his super weapon to destroy the world. Of course, calling it world destruction is not entirely accurate. To be precise, it is a delusion to use overwhelming weapons and bloody horrific massacres to intimidate the entire world to achieve the goal of world domination. All of his weapons originated from Dr. Zola's research. Xia Zhiye was uncertain about how far the research had progressed, so he wasn't sure if killing Dr. Zola in the military factory would have stopped the final scene, but it had a high possibility. Only, let's hope that the so-called Valkyrie wings have not been successfully manufactured yet. Xia Zhiye narrowed his eyes and then said to Agent Carter, I've made up my mind. Decide what? Agent Carter looked at Xia Zhiye confused. To join Steve's team. Xia Zhiye chuckled and said, given the current situation, we have no other choice. If the two of us join forces, we might accelerate Hydra's demise. It will definitely work. Agent Carter said with even more confidence than Xia Zhiye, seriously stating, Xia, you are the only superhero in my heart. I will never forget your dream. World peace. Although Agent Carter's words were incredibly sincere, Xia Zhiye still felt out of place for a second, thinking, damn, world peace. It is all the trouble caused by the young me from half a year ago. Steve is a hardworking person. Xia Zhiye feels like an ordinary individual who hangs the banner of dreaming of world peace, yet only wishes to survive. Of course, this mindset has changed somewhat, but he still only wants to protect the few people around him. Thus, he has been resisting the so-called hero label from beginning to end. But Steve is different. What can be perceived in the movies is only one-sided. It is only after truly working with this guy that one can feel the unwavering belief he harbors in his heart. This determination has even inspired everyone except Xia Zhiye. Although their beliefs are different, their goals are the same. This has made their collaboration smooth and effortless. When united, they are one team. When separated, each leads a group still unstoppable, with their battlefield already extending far beyond Schmidt's military factory. In fact, Xia Zhiye's performance has left everyone astonished. The source of Steve's strength is known throughout the United States. However, the power displayed by Xia Zhiye is not at all inferior to that of Steve, although he is slightly lacking in physical fitness and strength. Yet Xia Zhiye's marksmanship tactics, whether in close combat or long-range sniping, as well as command in small-scale battles, surpass Steve's. Under the partnership of the two, the results have been remarkable. Schmidt's military factory has been breached repeatedly, and their victories continue to expand. Moreover, during this process, Xia Zhiye's personal gains have also been significant. Although after the battle, while cleaning up the battlefield, it is impossible to hoard all the weapons. However, there are gains from every battle. Not too many, but in one battle he could acquire 5 or 6 cosmic cube energy weapons, and at least 1 or 2 at the least. After all, with so many eyes watching, Xia Zhiye cannot just stuff the enemy's weapons into his disintegration machine's space right in front of everyone. Nevertheless, even so, the collected colorless small crystals amount to around 20. This makes Xia Zhiye feel that he is always maintaining a powerful energy within his body, although he still doesn't quite know how to use it. At most, he can turn a small flame into a small fireball, but cannot throw it out. Even if thrown, it would dissipate in the wind, so Xia Zhiye treats this thing more like a lighter. The process of killing and arson has become increasingly familiar. In addition, there has also been income in terms of battle souls. Previously, Xia Zhiye conducted a beheading operation assassinating key targets of the enemy. Although at that time the disintegration machine was in upgrade mode and could not be used. However, the weapons carried by these individuals were all collected by Xia Zhiye. Later, after concentrated disintegration, the best battle soul obtained was a shining battle soul. Subsequently, while active on the battlefield, he continued to collect and disintegrate weapons, gathering a variety of battle souls. These battle souls have greatly enhanced Xia Zhiye's physical fitness, agility, and endurance. It can even be said that even if he faced Steve relying solely on his physical capabilities, he would definitely not fall behind. The impression of being slightly weaker is merely hiding his strength. After all, even now, he finds it hard to explain the enhancement of his abilities and what it relies on. If he were to catch up to Steve, it would probably lead to trouble. A moment of boasting could lead to a family funeral. Xia Zhiye absolutely does not wish to end up like that. As for marksmanship, there is even less to say. Nowadays, Xia Zhiye's abilities with rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, handguns, etc. have basically all risen to intermediate level. However, intermediate is an endless pit. Even the rifle shooting skills that first entered this level have not yet reached the advanced stage. Unarmed combat and the use of various cold weapons have also reached intermediate level, taking Steve as a comparative unit. If Xia Zhiye were to go all out, it would probably not be a big problem to defeat the captain. Strength steadily increases and victories continue to expand. It seems that everything is moving in a positive direction, but two sudden pieces of news cause Xia Zhiye to immediately abandon his frontline mission and return to the London headquarters. One piece of good news and one piece of bad news. The good news is that the Dr. Zola whom Xia Zhiye has been yearning for has been captured by Steve and his team. The bad news also comes from this operation. Steve's good buddy, referred to as Bucky, fell into a valley in this battle. This sudden news left Xia Zhiye a bit dazed. By the time he returned to the London headquarters, he had already extracted a big piece of information from Dr. Zola. The Valkyrie's wing has been developed, carrying the power to destroy the world, and Schmidt might bring this power to play a grand, explosive art with the world. London Operations Command Room. Xia Zhiye has just returned, sitting in a chair with a somewhat grim expression. With the developments reaching this point, although it cannot be said that it completely exceeded his expectations, he is still caught off guard. He originally thought that with his and Steve's rapid assault, they could delay Schmidt's pace. For this, they even went as far as splitting into two teams to deliver a double blow to Schmidt. However, from the current outcome, Xia Zhiye still underestimated Schmidt's determination and the tenacity of a cornered dog. After searching around, finding no trace of Steve, Xia Zhiye asked Agent Carter, who was sitting nearby, "Where's the man?" The man's condition isn't good, he's feeling quite down. But his girlfriend has gone to comfort him. This sentimental guy. Xia Zhiye smirked, as expected, worthy of the title of man. This title has nothing to do with this matter, does it? Agent Carter frowned at Xia Zhiye. Moreover, what's wrong with being sentimental? Xia Zhiye decisively fell silent. Agent Carter wanted to say something more, but Steve happened to arrive. Xia Zhiye glanced at him. "Man, although you couldn't save your good buddy, you saved my life, so don't be too down." This method of comfort from Xia Zhiye is clearly hard to bear, and Steve is quite confused. "I never saved you, did I?" "Umph." Agent Carter let out a cold snort. At this moment, Colonel Phillips entered, glanced at the few people, and walked to the map. "John Schmidt should be locked up in an asylum. He thinks he is a god and plans to blow up half the world to prove it, and his first target is the United States." The content of the meeting was straightforward. After summarizing the known intelligence, it became clear that Schmidt's mind had deteriorated, and he planned to blow up half the world to create a perfect explosion art. It was also known that the headquarters of Hydra was located beneath the Alps. Thus, the only thing left to do was to stop Schmidt. However, a combat plan proposed by Steve sparked controversy. This was a breakthrough plan because, considering that Hydra's headquarters was 500 feet underground in the Alps, the chances of breaking through from the front were almost zero. A strong assault could never be the first choice. Therefore, Steve's combat plan was a feint. Steve and Summer Knight would break through alone, drawing the attention of Hydra's forces from the front and deliberately getting captured. This step of the combat plan had two key points. The first was to break through the main gate of Hydra's headquarters, and the second was to be captured intact. Only by accomplishing these 2 points could the subsequent plan be feasible. However, as soon as this step was proposed, it faced strong opposition from Agent Carter. "This plan is too dangerous. You have no way to guarantee that you can survive entering Hydra's base." She rarely got this agitated, and at that moment she stood up directly. Steve stared at Agent Carter in astonishment. Colonel Phillips looked at Agent Carter and then at Summer Knight, rubbing his forehead in annoyance and asking Summer, "What do you think?" Everyone's gaze turned to Summer Knight. He twirled the pen in his hand and asked, "How much time do we have?" "Less than 24 hours. Colonel Phillips slowly replied. Howard and Agent Carter both looked at Summer Knight. After a moment of silence, Summer Knight grinned. "I agree." With less than 24 hours until the countdown to the world's destruction, Summer Knight sat in the room with paper and pen, yet he didn't know what to write. He originally thought that agreeing with Steve's plan would require great courage. However, he unexpectedly spoke the words effortlessly. Courage. In that moment, it seemed he had not considered it at all. Isn't it said that men are fickle? Summer Knight felt a hint of self-mockery, a person who initially dreamed of survival until the end of World War II. Yet he was determined to stop the villain from destroying the world. Was it for Dr. Erskine, or for Agent Carter or Colonel Phillips? After careful consideration, Summer Knight found, although all were true, what mattered more was his own decision. After all, running away would be futile, unless Summer Knight could reach the other side of the earth within 24 hours. Even so, it would be pointless if Schmidt truly succeeded. Would running to the other side of the earth guarantee survival? As someone on Hydra's death list, Summer Knight did not believe that they would easily let him go. So the saying remained, life and death are indifferent. If you are not satisfied, fight back. Since accompanying Agent Carter to complete that simple task, Summer Knight had already acquired this awareness. There was no fear, anxiety, or unease. He didn't even feel the need to urinate. Is this considered growth? But what if I die? What then? Summer Knight sat in the room in silence for a while, then wrote 2 letters. One was for Colonel Phillips, and the other was for Agent Carter. After placing the 2 letters in the drawer, Summer Knight stood up, equipped himself, and was ready to leave when he found Agent Carter standing at the door. "Want to come in and sit?" Summer Knight paused for a moment and took the initiative to extend the invitation. The roar of motorcycles echoed through the woods as Summer Knight and Steve rushed toward Hydra's headquarters side by side. 24 hours was far from the long duration anticipated. After all the plans were discussed, most of the time was spent on the way there. Perhaps there was less than an hour until the final moment. "Men," Summer Knight shouted loudly. Steve glanced at Summer Knight. "Does this count as a suicidal attack?" After hesitating, Steve replied, "Instructor, if you don't call me man, I would definitely like you more. I have no interest in men." As soon as these words were spoken, Hydra's patrol troops appeared around them. Unlike ordinary Hydra soldiers, all soldiers surrounding the headquarters were equipped with advanced weapons. Fortunately, Summer Knight and Steve's motorcycles were not ordinary rides. Stark Industries produced only the best. These 2 motorcycles were equipped with cables, machine guns, flamethrowers, and even self-destruct devices. Combined with the skilled coordination between Summer Knight and Steve, the patrolling soldiers had not even organized an effective intercept before they were all destroyed. However, this was just the beginning. Just as they approached the gates of Hydra's headquarters, a relentless wave of Hydra soldiers surged from every corner, making the situation increasingly difficult for the 2. Summer Knight and Steve exchanged glances and made a hand signal. Summer Knight abruptly turned the motorcycle and charged in another direction. At least half of the soldiers immediately pursued Summer Knight, a pale blue light flickering in the air. Summer Knight knew that if he got hit by those things, even once, it would be game over. "Come on." Summer Knight grit his teeth and pressed a button on the motorcycle's control panel, suddenly lying back on the bike, pulling out 2 pistols from the disassembly space and shooting backward. His shooting skills were top-notch, hitting every target. Hydra soldiers behind him fell one by one, but more were flanking from the sides, using the trees as cover, making it difficult for Summer Knight to aim and shoot widely. "Are you underestimating me?" Summer Knight regained control of the motorcycle and fired a shot into the woods. The motion of firing was quite unique. At the moment the bullet flew out, Summer Knight suddenly flicked his hand hard. If viewed in slow motion, one could clearly see the trajectory of the bullet, drawing a very subtle arc, bypassing numerous obstacles, and piercing through a Hydra soldier's head. Curved shooting. Before Summer Knight's rifle shooting skill reached intermediate level, he had always thought this was something portrayed in movies. However, once his rifle shooting skill improved to intermediate level, he realized that he could master this skill too. This was also the moment of surprise when Summer Knight's rifle shooting skill advanced to intermediate level. However, unfortunately, such abilities were not very useful on the battlefield. Moreover, most of the tasks Summer Knight executed were assassination missions, leaving little opportunity to use rifles. Until recently, his pistol shooting skill also reached intermediate level, and in this battle this trump card finally made its dazzling debut. With precise shooting and agile movements, most of the Hydra soldiers around were left confused, unable to discern where the bullets were coming from before collapsing to the ground. After dealing with the surrounding pursuers, Xia Zhiye did not reunite with Steve. Riding around on a motorcycle, he arrived at the corpse of a Hydra soldier, expertly stripped him of his clothes, donned his uniform, and then propped up the motorcycle that had fallen to the ground. Restarting it, it was still usable. The technology of Hydra was not inferior to Stark's. In fact, it was quite the opposite, as Hydra had always been at the forefront in this regard. After disguising himself as a Hydra soldier, Xia Zhiye glanced at the scattered weapons on the battlefield, gritted his teeth. Though he felt pained, he did not clean up the battlefield to collect them. Time was not on their side. Although he agreed with Steve's plan, Xia Zhiye proposed another one. The idea of both being captured simultaneously felt too contrived. After all, if they fought desperately, even if they were unsuccessful, at least one could escape. The most critical point was, one prisoner is valuable, but two may not be. If Hydra thought there were too many prisoners and casually killed one, the loss would be too great no matter who it was. Therefore, they needed to turn two into one visible and one invisible. Considering that the battle upon capture would undoubtedly be fierce, Xia Zhiye's defensive measures were not as powerful as the Star-Spangled Banner's shield, so the visible one was entrusted to Steve. The invisible one was given to Xia Zhiye. Thus, their earlier separation was part of the plan. When Xia Zhiye arrived at the entrance of Hydra's main base, he discovered a large hole had been blown open in the main gate. Steve, with his hands raised, looked somewhat helpless amidst a crowd of soldiers. Xia Zhiye touched the helmet on his face, feeling that even Steve might not recognize him. He let go of the motorcycle, slung the gun over his shoulder, and blended into the crowd. At that moment, having just gone through a chaotic battle, no one noticed that a spy had slipped in among them. When Steve was taken into the base, Xia Zhiye casually maneuvered through the crowd and followed into Hydra's main base. As he moved down the corridor, he found that the entire Hydra base was designed in a very insidious manner. The circular design of the corridors greatly hindered the pace of an attack. Inside, the interwoven paths were so chaotic that it was difficult to make sense of them. At this point, Xia Zhiye had completely lost track of Steve, but was not anxious. Steve had a tracking device on him, allowing the main force to keep tabs on his whereabouts. At the same time, this was the only means for their small team to quickly reunite with Steve. The hole in the base's main gate was blown open by the self-destruct system on Steve's motorcycle, intended to facilitate the attack of the main force. When Steve and the assault team reunited and launched an internal breakthrough, the main force would storm in through the main gate, flanking from both inside and outside, swiftly collapsing Hydra's headquarters. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye's mission objective was the Valkyrie Wing. However, at this moment, he faced an even more perplexing question. Where on earth was the Valkyrie Wing? Hydra had constructed the entire base like a honeycomb, intending to lead intruders directly into a maze, hadn't they? Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth, pretending nothing was wrong as he walked forward. Though he appeared calm, he was actually on the verge of agitation. Time waits for no one. Once Steve and the assault team regrouped, the main force would charge in. Schmidt, in a desperate situation, would rush to the Valkyrie Wing, and by then it would be too late. Xia Zhiye absolutely did not want to board the Valkyrie Wing. But why? Statistics show that everyone who boarded the Valkyrie Wing ended up dead. Of the two who survived, one went to outer space to become Thanos' psychologist. The other became a popsicle for 70 years. Thus, Xia Zhiye absolutely did not want to deal with this cursed thing. But the problem was, if he didn't want to board it, he had to find and destroy it as fast as possible. Otherwise, he might end up having to go on the Valkyrie Wing. Just as he was feeling irritated, a person suddenly emerged from a door he had just passed. Glancing at Xia Zhiye's back, the person suddenly called out to him, "Stop." Xia Zhiye halted and turned to face him. "This is a restricted area." The person frowned at Xia Zhiye. "Who are you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a fist came straight at him, striking his mouth and nose, bursting like a blood bag with blood splattering out like ketchup. At the same time, Xia Zhiye pressed one hand against his neck, pushing him directly into the room. Contrary to his expectation that there might be others inside, it turned out he was the only one there. "Heaven helps me." Xia Zhiye almost cried out to the sky, revealing a sinister smile. "Do you know what will happen next?" The other person's pupils suddenly contracted, and then in sheer terror he fumbled at his waistband. "Take it easy. Take it easy, my ass." Xia Zhiye was thoroughly disgusted. Was Hydra's culture really this open? Grabbing the person's neck, he slammed his head against the wall, making his face rub against the surface, and said fiercely, "Now, I ask you answer. Otherwise I'll wipe you off the wall." 1 minute later, Xia Zhiye emerged from the room. Clearly, that minute was insufficient for him to extract any information from the other person's mouth. Fortunately, although he did not obtain any intel from the person, he did acquire the entire map of the base. This time, without hesitation, Xia Zhiye strode towards a certain direction, feeling somewhat hopeful. However, before he could take 3 steps, the sound of gunfire and alarms erupted. "Damn it." Upon hearing the commotion, Xia Zhiye immediately took off, running towards the Valkyrie Wing. Clearly, the base had been breached. Schmidt would certainly flee. That guy even planned to fly the Valkyrie Wing to blow up the world. If he continued to dawdle now, he would definitely be done for. There's still a chance. Xia Zhiye reassured himself as he ran, for the Valkyrie Wing was actually quite close. Just after turning 2 corners, Xia Zhiye saw a very large black aircraft shaped somewhat like a kite. The ladder at the entrance had already been lowered, and Xia Zhiye excitedly rushed towards the plane. As he reached the ladder and had just taken a couple of steps up, he was suddenly yanked down by someone grabbing his waistband. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a blood-red face glaring fiercely at him. Keep up. In the brief moment of confusion, the red person had already boarded the plane, leaving Xia Zhiye in a flurry. Should he go up or not? Reality did not allow Xia Zhiye to hesitate any longer. Behind him were the Hydra soldiers waiting. There was no choice but to board. The interior space of the Valkyrie wing was vast, housing several advanced Hydra fighters. The energy weapons installed within posed a significant threat. Once a group of Hydra soldiers arrived, they each took on their respective tasks, as if everyone knew exactly what they were supposed to do. Xia Zhiye knew as well. He needed to sabotage the aircraft, but before he could devise a plan, the Valkyrie wing had already started moving. Is there no announcement for takeoff? Xia Zhiye's face darkened. There was nothing more to say at this point. To completely resolve this issue, he would have to infiltrate the cockpit and deal with the red person. Wait. Just as Xia Zhiye stealthily approached the cockpit, a Hydra soldier suddenly spoke up. Xia Zhiye was taken aback, turning around in confusion to see the Hydra soldier looking around, seemingly counting. After a moment, the soldier looked at Xia Zhiye and asked, "Who are you?" In an instant, all weapons were aimed directly at Xia Zhiye. The aircraft shook slightly, and its center of gravity began to shift, officially taking off. Xia Zhiye stood there unsure of how to explain the situation. Everyone was staring intently at Xia Zhiye. It was incredibly awkward. Clearly, only a select few could board the Valkyrie wing. They each bore their own missions. Xia Zhiye's sudden appearance had caught them off guard, and now that they realized it, he seemed out of place. At that moment, in Xia Zhiye's peripheral vision, a flag-bearing man with grand ambitions sneaked up carrying a shield and grinned. "I'm your little darling." Huh. Clearly they had never heard such shameless words before. Several Hydra soldiers were left dumbfounded. At the same time, Steve's shield cut through the air with a thud, and a Hydra soldier fell to the ground, without even a grunt. This caught the attention of the other soldiers, and in that instant of distraction, Xia Zhiye dashed forward. With a swift kick, he sent one Hydra soldier flying, while simultaneously conjuring a dagger from the disassembly space. In a flash of steel, a blood flower erupted from a Hydra soldier's neck, who fell to the ground, clutching at his wound. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye was also speaking. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Steve, while smashing the face of a captured Hydra soldier with his shield, replied, "Agent Carter asked me to tell you. When we get back, she wants to dance with you." Under the combined assault, the Hydra soldiers were as ineffective as mere chickens, unable to mount any effective resistance. Amidst the chaos, someone rushed to a control panel, while the other Hydra soldiers scattered, attempting to pilot the fighter jets. The hatch below had already opened. If these individuals were allowed to escape, the advanced weaponry aboard the fighters would undoubtedly result in catastrophic consequences. Xia Zhiye swiftly intercepted one, but Steve accidentally let one slip through his fingers. That person dove into the cockpit of the fighter jet, and just as the hatch closed, Steve leaped onto the cockpit's exterior. Yet another Hydra soldier lunged at the captain, trying to subdue him, only to be pierced through the throat by Xia Zhiye's flying dagger. However, at that moment, the captain and the fighter jet suddenly plummeted, vanishing from the Valkyrie wing. Damn it. After a joint slaughter, all Hydra soldiers aboard the Valkyrie wing had been cleared. With no one to obstruct him, Xia Zhiye hurriedly checked the vicinity, but where could that fighter jet possibly be? Let alone Steve, who was aboard the fighter jet. With no time for hesitation, Xia Zhiye turned and headed toward the cockpit. Opening the hatch revealed a spacious area resembling a hall before Xia Zhiye. Directly ahead was the control panel, and in the center of the space, a peculiar device emitted a blue glow. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning around, Xia Zhiye saw a red person. Well, actually, it was the Red Skull. "Sir." Xia Zhiye immediately straightened up. Schmidt looked a bit speechless. "Wasn't what I said clear enough?" Xia Zhiye stood motionless. Schmidt's face flushed, not from embarrassment, but because he was already red. His face couldn't get any darker. "Erskine is just a liar." Schmidt disregarded Xia Zhiye's pretentiousness. While he created a fool carrying a shield behind the scenes, he also crafted such a monster as you. Xia Zhiye blinked. "Although I didn't recognize you when I boarded the plane, I saw everything that just happened very clearly." Schmidt pointed at the monitor screen. After Xia Zhiye finished watching, he paused and asked, "Did I look foolish just now?" "That's not important. What matters is that I intend to give you a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Zhiye's fist was already in front of him. Schmidt, after all, was not one of those ordinary Hydra soldiers who could be caught off guard by such a sudden punch. He reached out to grab Xia Zhiye's fist while his right hand drew out a pistol. It was a pistol gleaming with a faint blue light aimed directly at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye's palm twisted, shaking off Schmidt's hand, and then swiftly closed in on Schmidt's body from the other side. In that brief moment of crossing paths, Xia Zhiye seized the opponent's pistol. The disassembly prompt did not pop up, clearly indicating that weapons in the opponent's hands could not be disassembled. But in the next second, Xia Zhiye issued a command, "Collect." Instantly, another pistol appeared in the disassembly space. Schmidt looked bewilderedly at his empty hand, then at Xia Zhiye, who was so close, and suddenly kicked out a leg. Xia Zhiye raised his arms in defense, yet the immense force pushed him back a full meter. His strength is greater than I imagined. Xia Zhiye looked at Schmidt in surprise. You seem to be a bit stronger than Steve. I really like that gun. Where did you put it? Want it? Xia Zhiye grinned, about to say something, when his expression suddenly changed. What the hell, your pants are falling off. What? Schmidt was taken aback, and just as he instinctively looked down, a foot had already reached his left cheek. The kick landed solidly, causing Schmidt to topple to the right. However, in the next moment, Xia Zhiye stepped forward and chased after him. He tried to grab Schmidt's hair, but ended up with a handful of nothing. The guy was bald. So he pressed down on the back of his head and delivered a knee strike right to his face. Bang! Another loud thud echoed as blood flowed from Schmidt's mouth and nose. His right hand flashed, producing a dagger that he stabbed down fiercely towards Schmidt's head. A hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the blade as Schmidt lifted his head with a grim expression. Is this your little trick? With a forceful twist, Schmidt contorted the blade into a spiral, and at the same time, he violently shoved Xia Zhiye's body away, sending him flying 2 to 3 meters, crashing into the blue device in the center of the hall. Boom! A muffled sound. The non-human physical quality of Xia Zhiye combined with the immense power exerted by Schmidt caused the metal device to deform entirely, making his body feel as if it were embedded within the apparatus. The device, radiating blue light, twisted as if it had been punched like a cake. A switch inside the deformed device was activated, and a container was ejected, a blue cube rolling a few times before landing on Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye stared in shock at the cosmic cube on his chest. What the hell? Is this a joke? Can this thing be touched directly? Wasn't Schmidt sent to outer space waiting for Thanos just because he grabbed this thing? Reflecting on his previous life, Xia Zhiye thought he hadn't done anything heinous. Even if he arrived on this battlefield committing countless murders, it was still a consequence of war. Could he blame himself? Why did this cosmic cube have to fall right on his chest? Huh, why the chest? You're not planning to melt a big hole in my chest, so I can fit an arc reactor inside, are you? That's Howard Sun's job. Has nothing to do with me, man. Xia Zhiye felt utterly distressed, especially as the energy from the cosmic cube was in a state of diffusion, with a strong burning sensation, making his chest feel hot. The energy in his body, which had always served merely as a lighter, began to wander spontaneously. To prevent the energy from the cosmic cube from eroding him instantly. Look at what you've done, eh? An angry voice suddenly entered Xia Zhiye's ears. It was Schmidt. His expression was a mix of fury and astonishment, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. On Xia Zhiye's side, he felt the energy within him continuously reacting with the cosmic cube and being consumed at an alarming rate. This was definitely bad news. He knew what kind of fate awaited him once the energy in his body was depleted. Suddenly, he reached out to grab the cosmic cube, intending to throw it away. However, for some reason, it was impossible to shake it off. In that instant, countless fragments, thoughts, and possibilities flashed through Xia Zhiye's mind. What would happen if the energy of the cosmic cube went berserk? In the first Captain America movie, Schmidt's fate was textbook. Xia Zhiye was not yet mentally prepared to venture into the depths of the universe to become a psychologist for Thanos. Thus, he did not intend to accept such a fate. Holding the cosmic cube, a pale blue energy spread over Xia Zhiye, while a white light seeped out from beneath his skin, both forces clashing. This scene left Schmidt dumbfounded. What on earth are you? Schmidt murmured to himself, then suddenly laughed. But it seems your fate is already sealed. Is it only my fate that is sealed? Xia Zhiye growled, raising his head defiantly. Your fate is also already determined. Since it's doomed, the ferocity hidden deep within Xia Zhiye surged to the forefront once again. In an instant, all of Xia Zhiye's strength coalesced into one, and with a push of his foot, he lunged directly at Schmidt, using the cosmic cube like a spiral sphere, slamming it down on Schmidt. Schmidt was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Xia Zhiye could explode with such terrifying speed while being eroded by the energy of the cosmic cube. Even more unexpected was that Xia Zhiye, in this moment of determination, would use the cosmic cube to slap himself in the face. What kind of strategy is this? In that instant, Schmidt managed to raise his hand just in time to block Xia Zhiye's arm. However, Xia Zhiye's other hand suddenly grabbed Schmidt by the collar, pulling him over. In an instant, they exchanged positions, followed by a flying kick. This kick contained all of Xia Zhiye's strength, sending Schmidt's body flying more than 10 meters away. He crashed into the driver's seat, smashing it to pieces before landing on the dashboard. Xia Zhiye felt the erosion of the cosmic cube while swiftly rushing towards Schmidt. Schmidt, bracing himself against the dashboard, tried to get up, but found that Xia Zhiye, who had originally been 10 meters away, suddenly blurred and appeared right in front of him. Watch me. Supersized cosmic cube. Xia Zhiye shouted, nearly losing his mind. Damn it, his erratic personality was completely out of place. At such a serious moment, suddenly throwing in something like this almost broke his immersion. The pale blue light transformed into a tangible flame, distorting space subtly as it burned. Xia Zhiye pressed the burning pale blue flame of the cosmic cube onto Schmidt's face, roaring his lines. Your fate is singular, and that is to roll. The immense power exploded on Schmidt's face, and blue arcs of light spread across every corner of the control panel. Schmidt's screams rang out as a blue beam shot into the sky, and for an instant, an unprecedentedly clear universe appeared above. Seeing this scene, Xia Zhiye felt an urgent sense of dread. This was undoubtedly the prelude to teleportation, and at this moment it seemed there was no other choice. Desperately calling out for the disassembler. This item cannot be disassembled, or the disassembler level is insufficient. Do you wish to forcibly disassemble the cosmic cube? Force disassemble. Xia Zhiye almost shouted with his life. Announcement. Forced disassembly initiated. Forced disassembly failed. What the hell, that was fast. Xia Zhiye was astonished. This was downright instant cowardice. Announcement. Due to forced disassembling, a high-level item energy diffusion caused an unknown error. When this prompt appeared, Xia Zhiye suddenly discovered that his hand could actually be removed from the cosmic cube. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and stepped back 2 paces. However, a pale blue light had already enveloped him completely. Instructor. Steve's voice came from the doorway. Xia Zhiye turned around, and behind him Schmidt's screams, accompanied by that soaring blue arc of light, vanished altogether. Steve stood in shock, looking at everything before him. What on earth happened? You shouldn't have come back. Xia Zhiye forced a bittersweet smile. Things went wrong, help me tell Carter. Before he could finish, Xia Zhiye's body abruptly vanished beneath the blue flames. The blue flames cut through the sky over 21st century New York, landing on a narrow street. Without hesitation, he threw himself into a trash can. A ragged Asian man looked dazedly at the sky above, murmuring, actually, more like 1,000 birds. After saying this, he lost all perception of the outside world. Space. Intertwined space. Interactive space. There is no concept of time, only the perpetually rotating space. Accompanying this is dizziness and incessant sensation of vertigo. In a gasp of surprise, Xia Zhiye suddenly opened his eyes. The entire world was spinning an incredible rotation. However, this rotation was gradually coming to a halt, gradually stabilizing. The surrounding environment began to be processed by his eyes and transmitted to his brain. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Shaking his head, Xia Zhiye nearly vomited as he felt the space spinning once more. He hurriedly cupped his face with both hands, trying to stabilize his head from swaying wildly. Do you think you are like a flower? A somewhat arrogant voice came from not far away. Following the sound, he saw an Asian girl with a single ponytail, around 18 or 19 years old, folding her arms and looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Still cradling your face with your hands, are you planning to perform a magic trick for me? The girl rolled her eyes and then said, it's good that you woke up. If you're fine, hurry up and leave. Xia Zhiye felt his mind short-circuit for a moment. As the dizziness faded, his memories began to return. Just a moment ago, he seemed to be on the Valkyrie wing playing the Spiral Rasen with the Red Man and the 1,000 Birds game, but how did he end up here in the next instant? A clean but somewhat empty room. A girl with yellow skin and black eyes looking a bit arrogant. What is this situation? No need to pretend you don't understand. I know everything about you. Let me tell you, even if we are from the same hometown, there are limits to what I can help you with. If you came here illegally and want to hide out, then don't provoke those people. Is it fun to be thrown into a garbage bin? I tell you, if it weren't for the blue fireball that attracted me last night when I made a wish, I wouldn't have run into that kind of alley in the middle of the night, much less encountered you being thrown into the garbage bin. Without allowing Xia Zhiye to say anything, the girl explained how she found him at a rapid-fire pace. A garbage bin? Me? Xia Zhiye felt speechless. Was he found in a garbage bin? Did he end up facing retribution for always throwing others into garbage bins? After finishing her words, the girl displayed a strong impatience, turned around, and said, just wait. Xia Zhiye was puzzled. Wait for what? However, after the girl left, Xia Zhiye felt a slight sense of relief. He needed some time to calm down and recall what had happened. Moreover, the most important thing was, although he had just woken up the moment he saw this room, he knew this is not a style from the World War II era. Scenes from the Valkyrie wing reappeared in his mind, the activated cosmic cube, the impending crisis, ready to be transported in an emergency. He activated the disassembly machine, attempting to forcibly disassemble the cosmic cube. As a result, the disassembly machine, this coward, immediately told him that the disassembly failed, and an unknown error occurred. Right, but what happened next? Xia Zhiye thought of the flag-bearing man with grand ambitions and the words he had failed to finish. Then, as if he had fallen into a bizarre world, back and forth the continuously circulating space dazed his mind, nearly frozen. When he woke up again, it seemed he really was in a garbage bin. But after that, the memories vanished. How he came to this room, who this girl was. He had no impression of these matters at all. Xia Zhiye gently patted his head. That intense sensation of dizziness had disappeared, and he silently called out to the disassembly machine. In an instant, the disassembly machine appeared. Isn't it still working? Xia Zhiye pouted, and it still looked the same as before, not having upgraded because of such a major change. Taking a glance at the disassembly machine's space, Xia Zhiye's eyes widened in surprise. What the hell? The original disassembly machine space was not too large, already filled to the brim with 300 various weapons and some of his own gear, making it difficult to fit even a fly. But now, the space had expanded several times, directly extending to the size of a basketball court. Now, not to mention 300 weapons, it could probably hold 3,000. Part of the cosmic cube's power was absorbed by the disassembly machine. As a result, the disassembly machine's space expanded. Without any evidence, Xia Zhiye could only guess wildly. But I estimate that this guess is pretty close to the truth. At this time, there were almost no weapons in the disassembly machine space, but other items were still there. In addition, a handgun with a faint blue glow caught Xia Zhiye's eye. This item was snatched from Schmidt. Based on Xia Zhiye's understanding of the disassembly machine over this long time, this weapon is likely to produce something good. Just as this thought crossed his mind, footsteps approached, and the door to the room was opened. The girl walked in holding a bowl of noodles. These are homemade noodles. In America, even the food in Chinatown has lost the taste of home. If you want to eat, you have to make it yourself. I estimate that you haven't had this for a long time since you came here, right? All right, no more talking. Who told me to be righteous? After you finish eating, hurry up and leave. She handed over a bowl of egg noodles, the aroma of green onions, and a poached egg, making Xia Zhiye's appetite wet. God knows how long it has been since he last ate such food. During battles, he had only eaten military rations, and occasionally being able to have a bite of steak was the greatest enjoyment. And the taste of home was truly missed. Without caring to say much, Xia Zhiye took the bowl, grabbed the chopsticks, and started eating in just 2 or 3 bites. Half of the bowl was empty. The girl looked at him, dumbfounded. You glutton. You eat so much. Xia Zhiye felt a bit embarrassed by the remark. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the girl talking to herself, saying, "It seems that 1 bowl is not enough. Just wait." Watching the girl dash off again, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but smile a little. In fact, since waking up, the two had not engaged in a single effective conversation. It was all this whirlwind girl talking to herself, leading Xia Zhiye to still not know what the name of this seemingly cold but very enthusiastic girl was. However, Xia Zhiye could not bring himself to smile. His mind was a bit chaotic with Colonel Phillips, Agent Carter, and the man. One figure after another appeared in his mind, coming and going, never ceasing. Now to everyone it seemed he must be dead, right? After all, judging from the last situation, he had vanished directly before the man's eyes. What is this, not dead? What does that mean? A great transformation. Thinking of this, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but feel melancholic. What kind of expression would Colonel Phillips have? Would he be very angry? Very sad? And Agent Carter? Did she read the letter he wrote to her? What happened to the man in the end? His final battle with Schmidt seemed to have damaged the control panel of the Valkyrie's wing. Would he go back to being an old popsicle again? Why say again? As these questions rolled around in his mind, another doubt quietly emerged. Am I still in the Marvel world, or have I returned to my own time? In a daze, he heard footsteps approaching once more. That girl was impressive this time, bringing 2 bowls. While Xia Zhiye was deep in thought, he didn't feel hungry, but upon seeing the noodles, he couldn't resist. After consuming 3 bowls of noodles, he felt like his stomach had a base. As his physical abilities improved day by day, his appetite was also increasing. However, he didn't dare to continue saying it. After finishing 3 large bowls, did he still plan to eat another 10? Xia Zhiye was worried he might be kicked out by this girl. What is your name? Xia Zhiye glanced at the girl and asked. Why? The girl was cautious. Even though I helped you this time, don't think you can take advantage of me. I'm in a foreign land, and I can only rely on myself. Don't think that just because you know my name I will keep helping you. We're not relatives. My name is Li Xiaomi. Xiaomi. Xia Zhiye blinked, wanting to say something, but hesitating, unsure if he should complain. Just say what you want to say. Li Xiaomi asked curiously, are you holding in a poop? I just finished eating, Xia Zhiye replied helplessly. This girl was too carefree. I just wanted to ask, are your parents not worried about you starving? Is that why they gave you such a name? TCH. Li Xiaomi didn't care at all. What does it matter to you? I just think this name sounds nice. By the way, what's your name? Rice. We're not relatives. Xia Zhiye smiled. My name is Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye. Li Xiaomi was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xia Zhiye. What kind of grudge do your parents have against you to give you such a strange name? I was born in summer. My mom insisted that on the night I was born she had a beautiful dream. In the dream there was an incredibly pure night sky dotted with brilliant stars. The couple thought. A Midsummer Night's Dream was not far off, and Xia Dream sounded like a girl's name, so they named me Xia Zhiye. After the 2 names filled with complaints were exchanged, they looked at each other and inexplicably burst into laughter. After laughing, Xia Zhiye decided to get out of bed and move around. After lifting the blanket, he found he was wearing a loose-fitting pajamas. Whose is this? Xia Zhiye asked Li Xiaomi. It belonged to my dad. Left behind. Xia Zhiye found it strange. Oh, what does left behind mean? He passed away. Li Xiaomi smiled. He and my mom went traveling together and had an accident. Also, I had someone else change your clothes, so don't think too much about it. Xia Zhiye fell silent. However, Li Xiaomi exclaimed, wait, why did I tell you that so easily? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you know I live alone you can do whatever you want to me. My family runs a martial arts school, you know. With her bouncy demeanor like a fighter jet, Xia Zhiye shook his head and smiled. I won't hurt you. You say that as if you could hurt me. Li Xiaomi pouted. Let me tell you, everyone on this street knows who my sister Meili is. To dare act tough in front of me would get you a mouthful of teeth on the floor. I often do that. Xia Zhiye stood up, still a bit unsteady. It was a very strange feeling, as if a carsick person had traveled on a green train for 3 days and nights. Even after getting off for the next 2 or 3 days, he would occasionally feel dizzy. He was experiencing such a feeling now. Hey, are you okay? Li Xiaomi looked at Xia Zhiye, swaying and about to fall at any moment, with some concern. Xia Zhiye shook his head. I'm fine. Just getting used to it. Can I walk around? Sure, Li Xiaomi said, but let me tell you, after walking around, hurry and leave. Since I've already told you about my situation, if you want to thank me for helping you, please don't cause me any trouble, okay? Xia Zhiye nodded. It wasn't that the girl was colder, in fact, she had already done quite a lot. She pulled him out of the trash and even brought him home. And she even cooked noodles for him. Although he wasn't full. However, for a complete stranger to do this much, was it just because they were both from the same hometown? That was already more than many people could do. And this girl's parents had passed away, living alone in the U.S. Her life must not be particularly easy. Xia Zhiye, both out of sentiment and reason, shouldn't continue to burden her. Stepping out the door, he found a hallway. There was a staircase leading down, and at the corner was a small table with a telephone on it. As he approached, he noticed a newspaper underneath the phone. After casually glancing at it, he quickly took it. Upon unfolding it, the headline read, Stark Industries' Unassailable Position. Below was a photo of Stark Tower. All right, it's confirmed. Xia Zhiye sighed helplessly. Still in the Marvel world. It wasn't disappointment, after all, it was expected. However, it was now clearly no longer the World War II era, but rather the 21st century. How did the energy surge of the cosmic cube bring him from the World War II period to here? On a summer night, feeling a sense of loss, yet unlike Steve, who became a popsicle for 70 years, shouldn't he feel content? While comforting himself in such a way, Summer Night couldn't help but let out a long sigh. 70 years. Perhaps. Although he felt no real sensation, it seemed inexplicably that he had already crossed a threshold of 70 years. Everything must have changed beyond recognition, right? Memories from the battlefield seemed like they were just yesterday. Before the battle at the Hydra headquarters, standing at the door, was Agent Carter. Wait. Suddenly Summer Night remembered something important. What about the Marvel world 70 years later? This world is even more dangerous, isn't it? When he first crossed over, he thought the world 70 years later was too far away. Dealing with someone like Thanos was not something he could handle. After all, by normal logic, he would already be a frail old man by then. Could he disguise himself as an old man and use a cane to counter the snap? Thinking back to his previous relief at this moment, Summer Night could only mutter MMP, unsure if he should say it aloud. For a moment, Summer Night felt completely at a loss. What are you standing here for? The voice of Li Xiaomi from behind brought him back to reality, and he sighed, saying, recalling the past, the glorious years were dense indeed. Li Xiaomi twitched her lips. You feel quite strange, don't you? What's downstairs? Summer Night changed the subject. A martial arts school, Li Xiaomi said. Do you think I'm joking with you? I tell you, my family really runs a martial arts school. I come from a family of martial arts. Summer Night laughed without sincerity, but considering this was still the Marvel world, he thought that even if Li Xiaomi told him she was a descendant of Kunlun or a disciple of Iron Fist, he had no reason not to believe her. You have such a punchable smile. Even though my family's martial arts school has fallen, my father left me a room full of books, but he didn't leave me anything useful. But I warn you, I've practiced since I was a child. Li Xiaomi fiercely waved her little fists, indicating her strength. However, at that moment, a loud bang echoed from downstairs, followed by what seemed like the sound of shattering glass. Then came laughter, and someone shouted loudly, "Is anyone there? We're back." Li Xiaomi's expression suddenly turned extremely grim as she glared at Summer Night, saying, "Go back inside, don't come out unless I call for you." After saying that, she stomped down the stairs, and then they heard Li Xiaomi's voice shouting, "You bastards don't think I'm easy to bully." Her angry voice was met with unrestrained laughter. Summer Night frowned slightly, moving his hands and feet, feeling his body recovering at an unusual speed, and slowly walked downstairs. As he walked, he could still hear the conversation. No, we are not bullying you, we are here to talk business." A voice tried to sound serious, but still carried a hint of sleaziness as it said, "We just want to buy your martial arts school." "Buy? That's easy to say, you are just robbing me." Li Xiaomi retorted angrily, "Don't say that the price you offered is unacceptable. Even if it were acceptable, I wouldn't agree. Leave, get out now. Otherwise, I'll call the police." "Please calm down. After all, even if you call the police, it won't mean anything." The earlier voice continued, "We haven't done anything to you, right? This is still a martial arts school, a place of business. We can easily say we are here to be apprentices. Well, at most we will pay for a broken window. Additionally, I ask you to seriously consider our proposal. Our boss is already very sincere, $50,000. After completing this transaction, you could take this money and travel the world. Or do anything you want, and we won't come every day. To discuss business with you. Moreover, your martial arts school hasn't had any apprentices so far, why not? The words were abruptly cut off, because at that moment Summer Knight had already reached the first floor. Dressed in loose pajamas and slippers, his face was slightly pale, looking not very well, and his figure seemed a bit thin. As he appeared in this state, it immediately attracted attention. Li Xiaomi felt the gazes from the few people in front of her were off, and when she looked back she saw Summer Knight. Her face changed in a hurry. What are you doing down here? Go back up. Summer Knight grinned and said, I heard them say this martial arts school has no apprentices. How about I become an apprentice here? I can help you solve quite a few troubles. What do you mean? Li Xiaomi was taken aback. Summer Knight shyly scratched his head and said, I mean, I can help you deal with these little ruffians. Then will you take me in? Indeed, Summer Knight had changed his mind. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble for this little girl, but now it seemed she was already in enough trouble. Li Xiaomi's eyes widened, and before she could speak, the few ruffians had already sneered. A blond young man holding a baseball bat approached Summer Knight, slightly crouching, looking at Summer Knight's face with a brazen gaze. At such a close distance, the nose ring on him was extremely conspicuous. Summer Knight frowned, and the young man abruptly stepped back, swinging the baseball bat down towards Summer Knight's head. Hey! Summer Knight sighed, grabbing the baseball bat firmly with his left hand. We haven't even talked business yet, why the rush? As his voice fell, his right fist was raised and slammed into the young man's left cheek. Bang! With a muffled sound, the young man was sent flying by the tremendous force of this punch, not only flying but spinning around. While spinning in midair, blood and teeth sprayed out of his mouth. By the time he landed, not to mention the injuries from the punch, just the 3,600 degrees of rotation in the air left him disoriented. For a moment the scene fell silent. Li Xiaomi was the first to regain her senses, her eyes wide. You really knocked him down to the ground looking for his teeth. Her voice was filled with excitement. What the hell was this girl? On a summer night, Xia Zhiye was inexplicably startled. The Agent Carter was a special figure born from World War II, and it was quite normal for him to be a bit violent. But why did this girl in front of him seem rather dangerous? In the next moment, Li Xiaomi ran behind Xia Zhiye and shouted at the remaining 3 thugs, come on. He is the top disciple of our martial arts academy. If you can defeat him, I'll sell this academy to you. Xia Zhiye was once again taken aback. This improvisation was incredibly fast. How had he suddenly become the top disciple of their martial arts academy? Does this count as your agreement? Xia Zhiye asked Li Xiaomi in a low voice. Li Xiaomi blinked her eyes and replied, what are you talking about? Xia Zhiye realized that this girl was not as whimsical and naive as he had imagined. She harbored a kind of shrewdness deep within. What she meant now was probably that she could utilize him for her own ends without making any absolute statements, leaving room for negotiation later. He found it oddly amusing. Her change of attitude was really fast. Just a moment ago, she had said this matter had nothing to do with him. The reason he intervened was that he genuinely needed a place to land. He had almost landed in this world completely bare with no knowledge of his surroundings. He needed some assistance and a space to sort out his current situation. Moreover, as a man, he couldn't just ignore Li Xiaomi, a girl who was being bullied by some thugs in a foreign land, not to mention the gratitude for a meal he owed her. If he chose to endure in this situation, he would look down on himself. A man's endurance can be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai. With that, Xia Zhiye gently moved his hands and feet, deciding to deal with these guys first before having a proper conversation with Li Xiaomi. However, before he could make a move, the thugs were the first to back down. The leader left a harsh remark, remember this. After saying that they dragged their companion away. Yes, they were dragging him. The one who couldn't stand up had already tried 3 times to get up while Xia Zhiye was talking to Li Xiaomi, but ultimately remained sprawled on the ground rolling about. So when they left, 2 of them were pulling at his legs, dragging him away. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but click his tongue at the sight. What a remarkable display of operation. He turned to Li Xiaomi, who grabbed his hand and shook it vigorously, nearly making him vomit, and then exclaimed, hero. Xia's eyes face darkened. Don't say that, don't put labels on me. He was the last person who wanted to be called a hero, yet he had inexplicably thwarted Schmidt's plan to destroy the world, and even sent one of Schmidt's kites to an alien planet. Now he had arrived in this era. Was this not the price of being a hero? Just like that, he had lost 70 years of time. The direct consequence of this was that in a few years the sunset snap would be upon them. Damn it. Remembering these matters made Xia Zhiye's stomach ache. I'm not exaggerating, you are a hero just like Captain America, and that instructor hero. Li Xiaomi's eyes sparkled with admiration, which quickly turned cunning. So, hero brother, when are you leaving? My little temple can't accommodate a god like you. This sudden sharp turn nearly threw Xia Zhiye's back out. For a moment, he was both amused and dumbfounded. But recalling her previous words, he couldn't help but ask, I know who Captain America is, but who is this instructor? The instructor. Li Xiaomi's expression became complicated. They say he is one of our fellow countrymen, a hero from World War II. However, there are very few legends left about him because America does not acknowledge his existence. There are many rumors, and the names differ. It seems that when he was active on the battlefield, he executed beheading missions several times, so some called him the beheading instructor, while others referred to him as night instructor or even night killer. Although America does not recognize this person, if he truly did not exist, why would there be so many legends about him? Of course, there are rumors that the reason he is called instructor is that he was Captain America's instructor back in the day. Captain America has always referred to him this way. After listening to this, Xia Zhiye blinked. He wasn't sure how to feel. It was a bit puzzling. He glanced at Li Xiaomi and asked, do you really like this person? Like is not the right word. I just think he is quite impressive. After saying this, Li Xiaomi blinked her eyes and said to Xia Zhiye, so are you really leaving or not? You are so impressive. You were so swift in the fight just now. Definitely not an ordinary person. I can't afford to provoke someone who could throw you into a trash can. I am just an ordinary person and I don't want to get involved in your business, so please leave quickly, okay? Xia Zhiye fell silent for a moment, and under Li Xiaomi's hopeful gaze shook his head and said, not really. Not really means not really. What does that mean? Li Xiaomi spat blood. Xia Zhiye grinned and said, actually you are overthinking it. I don't have any enemies. The reason I was in the trash can was also for a reason. Haha, don't tell me your usual quirk is sleeping in a trash can. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child or an idiot? Li Xiaomi yelled. Xia Zhiye quickly took a step back to dodge the spittle that the girl spewed, scratching his head, and said, believe it or not, my usual quirk really is sleeping in a trash can. Moreover, look, I just helped you solve your trouble. But I carried you back last night. But I just helped you solve your trouble. I even cooked for you today. Xia Zhiye was horrified. He hastily shook his head and waved his hand, saying, that's not true. I haven't eaten. Don't frame me. Huh, you ate and still won't admit it. Li Xiaomi was furious. I even cooked you 3 bowls. So that's what you meant. Xia Zhiye breathed a sigh of relief. What else could it be? Li Xiaomi was on the verge of losing her mind. Xia Zhiye pondered for 2 seconds and then said, but I helped you solve your trouble. Besides this sentence, can you say something else? Li Xiaomi stared at Xia Zhiye in disbelief. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? After thinking for a moment, Xia Zhiye said, I could probably help you solve some future troubles. Li Xiaomi blinked, fell silent for a moment, and then said, deal. Li Xiaomi's response was so quick that Xia Zhiye felt a bit dazed, as if he had been outsmarted by this girl. After reaching a preliminary consensus, the two discussed the details. Mainly, Xia Zhiye wanted to stay here for free and needed to do something in return. Through a few simple exchanges, Xia Zhiye learned about Li Xiaomi's story. Li Xiaomi had come to the United States with her parents when she was very young. According to Li Xiaomi, her father was a practitioner of Tai Chi and had some research on Bagua. After arriving here, aside from his main job, he also tried to open a martial arts school to promote martial arts. However, the results were not good. Describing it as empty would be too polite. It was essentially ignored. After Li Xiaomi's parents passed away one after another, this house and the martial arts school on the first floor remained. If it continued like this, it would be peaceful. However, recently a guy named Randolph Harry appeared on this street, gathering a group of little hooligans and claiming to be the boss. He had his eyes on the inheritance left to Li Xiaomi by her parents, causing disturbances every few days. He didn't hit anyone, but he vandalized things to force Li Xiaomi to sell the house to him at a low price. She reported to the police twice, but both times it ended without resolution, which only emboldened these thugs. However, after half a month, the university where Li Xiaomi studied would reopen, and she had to leave here. With the house left here, he couldn't feel at ease. Xia Zhiye's luck was that he happened to run into such a crucial moment. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Li Xiaomi to convince herself to take in a man she didn't know at all. They revised the terms of the agreement. The house would be available for Xia Zhiye's use with no time limit until he could find a new place to stay, as she wasn't home most of the time anyway. There was only one requirement: he must ensure the safety of the house, and Xia Zhiye needed to cover the costs of utilities and food. After returning to the room, Xia Zhiye let out a sigh of relief. He chuckled in disbelief. Li Xiaomi was indeed a very clever girl. Now it seemed that Xia Zhiye had taken advantage of the situation since he had a place to stay without spending money. But in fact, the troubles brought by that guy Randolph Harry were all transferred onto Xia Zhiye. Simply put, for Xia Zhiye, if he wanted to stay here, he had to protect this place. It's not bad. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xia Zhiye thought to himself. The fact that the girl could so easily trust a stranger like him required a certain amount of courage. He himself was not a freeloader. At worst, he would find a way to earn money. If he couldn't afford the utilities and food, he wouldn't know how he could continue to live in this world. After solving the issue of accommodation, Xia Zhiye felt relieved. Then he snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared in his hand. As his physical condition improved, the energy within his body was also recovering. Now he was in a completely full state. But for some reason Xia Zhiye always felt that there were some different changes occurring in his body. Previously, he thought these changes came from the energy of the small crystal, but when he used that energy, he clearly felt that there seemed to be something else lurking in his body. That thing was as silent as death, not lively at all. Obviously, it couldn't be used. Forget it. Xia Zhiye shook his head and threw himself onto the bed, not wanting to think anymore. Looking at the ceiling, he wondered, what should I do to make money? He thought about it from all angles, but came up empty. He even thought about whether he should use the martial arts school downstairs to teach students. But a second later, Xia Zhiye rejected that idea. Not to mention that everything he learned was lethal techniques. Even if he learned Tai Chi and Bagua, did he have the patience to teach students? Then Xia Zhiye realized that he seemed to know nothing at all. He knew how to shoot, fight, and kill, and he was even somewhat of an expert in genetics. But could these things make money? In genetics, what kind of achievements could one person achieve? He couldn't possibly mass-produce super soldier serum and sell it openly, could he? Even if he wanted to, it couldn't be realized. The raw materials needed for that, with his currently empty pockets, he simply couldn't afford. Go to related large enterprises or companies. He currently had no identification and no educational credentials. Who would want him? After a whole day of fruitless pondering, by nightfall, Xia Zhiye transformed his anger into hunger, nearly making Li Xiaomi cry. In your past life, you were either a starving ghost or a reincarnation of a glutton. Xia Zhiye felt even more furious after being scolded, and his appetite only grew stronger. They only finished eating when Li Xiaomi chased him around the house with a frying pan. After the meal, the two sat in the living room on the second floor watching television. On the news, Xia Zhiye saw reports about Stark Industries. Even Tony Stark appeared on the screen. That's amazing, Li Xiaomi exclaimed as she watched. Do you think one day I could become that rich? Impossible, Xia Zhiye replied instantly. Does saying something nice make you die? Li Xiaomi was nearly infuriated. Just as Xia Zhiye was about to say something more, a breaking news segment suddenly interrupted the television. The screen showed a university campus now in shambles. Burnt tank fragments blazed with flames, and deformed armored vehicles twisted by great force lay scattered everywhere as fully armed soldiers dealt with the scene. A female reporter emotionlessly held a microphone. Rumors of a fierce battle between the military and unidentified enemies on the campus of Culver University continued to spread. Two sophomore students witnessed the entire event. Then a student with an afro appeared on screen, exaggerating his gestures as he described what he saw. That thing was huge, like a green giant. One of the students was a reporter for the school newspaper, and he recorded these images with his phone. However, there was no solid evidence, no footage of the green giant tearing tanks apart. The camera switched back to the reporter. A thunderstorm hit the national forest, delaying the search for the green giant. What is happening in the United States? Now they even have giants. Li Xiaomi asked Xia Zhiye with excitement. What do you think the green giant looks like? Xia Zhiye pondered for 2 seconds. Probably a short, chubby green guy. Is it really true? Is there really a Hulk? Li Xiaomi looked at Xia Zhiye with a mix of laughter and tears. Stop joking, it's impossible. Maybe. Xia Zhiye hoped it wasn't true, but if the Hulk suddenly appeared in front of him, he hoped he could maintain the calm he had today. Alright, such a scene should not occur. Absolutely. Xia Zhiye suddenly felt uncertain, even though he wanted to survive. But it felt like a powerful cosmic will was always preventing him. I'm going to take a shower. Li Xiaomi suddenly stood up. Let me tell you, it's a gentleman's agreement. You can stay here, but you must not have any improper thoughts. What do you think this is, eh? As she spoke, Li Xiaomi pulled out a pair of scissors from behind her. She made a threatening gesture, the scissors opening and closing with a sharp sound. Xia Zhiye stared at the scissors in surprise, not knowing where this girl had pulled them from. In a moment of being at a loss, he waved his hand and said, Go ahead, I'm not interested in you. I like girls with big butts. What the heck? Li Xiaomi nearly fainted from anger. What did that mean? Was he saying her figure was not good? After giving Xia Zhiye a fierce glare, Li Xiaomi rushed into the bathroom with a change of clothes. Xia Zhiye sat on the sofa, lost in a mysterious silence, and after a while said, Liking big butts. Is this a setting someone else gave me? Why did I accept it? When Li Xiaomi came out of the bathroom, Xia Zhiye was already back in the room. This made Li Xiaomi breathe a sigh of relief. Taking in Xia Zhiye was a huge decision, a risk that was no smaller than the danger brought by those delinquents. Her father had said she should be a good person. If she behaved, would she really be rewarded? That's why she had exerted all her strength last night to carry Xia Zhiye back. Making such a decision today, although pressured by those little delinquents, also gave her a reason to let Xia Zhiye stay. With such impure intentions, how could there be any reward? Li Xiaomi blinked and hummed as she returned to her room. Sitting on the bed, Xia Zhiye glanced at the bedside table. On it lay a set of tattered clothes, the ones Li Xiaomi had found him wearing. It was completely unrecognizable from its original form. He clearly remembered that when he fought Schmidt, the outfit was still intact. Moreover, there was even a Hydra uniform outside. But now these things were hardly worthy of being called clothes. God knows what he had gone through for his clothes to end up like this. The watch and firearms he originally wore were also gone. In the silence, perhaps having slept too long, he found himself completely unable to feel sleepy. He inexplicably thought of the night before the battle when Agent Carter came to see him. Nothing happened that night. The two sat in the room silently looking at each other, and they didn't say a word until it was time to leave. Steve touched Valkyrie's wings and said Agent Carter was going to wait for him to dance. Dance? Is this some kind of curse? Xia Zhiye couldn't help but smile wryly. In the movie, just as I agreed to dance with Steve, he turned into an old popsicle. When he told me to dance, I just vanished into thin air. This definitely counts as a strategic weapon, right? After complaining for a while, Xia Zhiye's thoughts shifted back to today's news. The Hulk really appeared. He wasn't particularly surprised after all. This was the Marvel world. It merely helped him understand the timeline he was in better. Midnight. Xia Zhiye suddenly opened his eyes while sleeping. His brow furrowed slightly as he rolled out of bed and went to the window. He lifted the curtain to peek outside. The night was calm, and there were not many people on the street, but at the entrance downstairs there were a few shady figures engaged in some illicit activities. With a gentle sigh, Xia Zhiye opened the window and jumped down from the second floor barefoot. The amusing part was that these people didn't notice his arrival at all. Ahem. Xia Zhiye coughed. The few people ignored him, shaking the spray cans in their hands. They began discussing how to make their drawings scarier. It seemed they were completely immersed in their artistic creation, unable to extricate themselves. Seeing how intensely they were discussing, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but join in. Let me tell you, drawing skulls is the best. A big skull would be so scary. Skulls are so outdated, buddy. A young black man replied to Xia Zhiye. To scare people now, you need to create something more abstract. You can't tell what it is, but the strong color contrast gives a very scary feeling. That's the best. Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded. You really have some ideas. An artist. I studied it before, but later changed fields. At this point, the young black man realized something was wrong and turned to Xia Zhiye. Who are you? After saying this, he hurriedly called to his companions. Hey guys, did we get a weird guy among us? Everyone turned to look at Xia Zhiye, seeing him shirtless with no shoes on, wearing only a pair of gray soft, loose, and comfortable-looking shorts. Xia Zhiye grinned. Hey, they're working hard late at night, good job. Kid, don't meddle in other people's business. A young man with freckles pointed at Xia Zhiye. If you don't, we will have to teach you a lesson. Xia Zhiye glanced at the spray can in the young man's hand. I think I've already seen that. If you've seen it, why aren't you leaving? The young black man asked, are you planning to join us? This question was absurd, and Xia Zhiye didn't know how to respond. Seeing his innocent face, Xia Zhiye felt a sudden urge to join them. Hit him. Suddenly, the freckled young man shouted at Xia Zhiye. This shout was loud, and the entire street echoed with voices shouting, hit him. Hit him. Hit him. However, before the sound of this shout could fade, several young men had already been knocked to the ground by Xia Zhiye, each of them baring their teeth in pain. Xia Zhiye scratched his head, crouched down, and looked at the black young man whose mouth was crooked and who was gasping in pain. You are the most obedient. Tell me who sent you. Our boss. You are dead. Our boss is ruthless. He will definitely kill you. Who is your boss? Don't say. The freckled young man hurriedly stopped him. I know. The black young man angrily said. How could I tell you? Our boss is Randolph. Right, we can't tell him. The freckled young man nodded in agreement. There were 4 people in this group, and the remaining 2, upon hearing this, nearly buried their heads in their pants out of sheer embarrassment. Xia Zhiye shook his head, saying, no wonder you decided to change careers. Seeing you all looking so innocent and adorable, I feel bad about hitting you. Just hurry home. The 4 young men scurried away with the freckled boy shouting back at Xia Zhiye, you just wait for us. Xia Zhiye blinked, wanting to complain, but feeling a sense of helplessness. There were just too many points to ridicule. Did they receive special training to become Randolph's lackeys? Is it a requirement to say something like you wait for me, or you all wait for us when they can't win and have to run away? Perhaps it really is. What kind of fighters does Randolph lead? The few who came during the day also left after throwing down some harsh words. Xia Zhiye's lips twitched. But in a way, the fact that this guy hasn't been driven mad by these subordinates and can still live well enough to cause trouble is quite impressive. A cold breeze swept by, and Xia Zhiye felt a chill. The front door was locked, so he had to grab onto the gap in the wall, climbing up to the second floor outside his room and flipping inside. Listening carefully, there was no noise from Li Xiaomi's room. As for whether she was awake, it was uncertain. No matter how keen Xia Zhiye's hearing was, he couldn't hear Li Xiaomi's breathing through several layers of soundproofing. But I can't just let these guys run wild. Xia Zhiye sat on the bed contemplating how to resolve this situation. For now, he needed a relatively stable space to familiarize himself with this environment. If a bunch of thugs came to trouble him every night, it would be easy to suffer from insomnia. After dealing with these guys, I really need to think about how to proceed. All right. Xia Zhiye opened the decomposition machine space and tossed Schmidt's handgun into it. During the day, he was too busy haggling with Li Xiaomi that he forgot about the handgun. The sound of gears gradually lowered, followed by a long hissing sound as Xia Zhiye waited for the handgun to finish decomposing. He calculated that it took about 10 minutes, which was a rare duration for decomposition. Lengthy decompositions often indicated precious rewards. Announcement: Equipment decomposition successful. 24 basic handgun shooting insights. 18 basic handgun close combat insights. Bloodlight shining battle soul. Colorless small crystal block 3. Equipment decomposition completed. Would you like to extract it immediately? Oh, extract. Bloodlight shining battle soul. This thing truly radiated bloodlight, not only shining red all over, but also occasionally forming the pattern of a skull within the crimson haze. After flickering briefly, it would coalesce again. Xia Zhiye scratched his head wondering, will I also become famous after taking this picture? Then he slapped his hand down. The red light exploded, completely enveloping Xia Zhiye. An incredibly intense sensation swept through every inch of Xia Zhiye's body. Unlike ordinary battle souls, this feeling was even more intense, accompanied by a slight pain. Just as this sensation was about to peak, the red light surged fully into Xia Zhiye's body. Huh. So good. Xia Zhiye's eyes widened, and after quickly checking his skin to confirm it hadn't turned red, he let out a sigh of relief. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body. Although this sensation was not particularly precise, Xia Zhiye still knew that the strength he gained this time was definitely substantial. Compared to the broken battle soul, it was like heaven and earth. However, when he thought of the Hulk he had seen on TV, Xia Zhiye fell silent. Damn, I can't even compare. That guy is no longer human. Speaking of which, the Hulk became like this because of the super soldier serum. He took out the last bottle of super soldier serum from the decomposition machine space and blinked, saying, "You untrustworthy old man. Isn't this also your fault? I can't blame the timing for this." Then a thought suddenly struck him. The Hulk almost always loses control after transforming. Can this aspect be controlled? Xia Zhiye fell into deep thought, hypothesizing from various scenes in the movie that the Hulk's loss of control mostly stemmed from anger. Moreover, according to Banner's own account, when he transforms into the Hulk, his mind is a chaotic mess filled with countless noises. This gave Xia Zhiye a preliminary guess. However, the next moment he shook his head, saying, "It's a bit unreliable to base it on movie plots." Thinking too naively. What if the actual situation changes? A single character error could lead to complete failure. Unless one day this green, short, and stout creature willingly lays on the test bench for me to study. Otherwise, understanding it seems nearly impossible. He casually slapped the intermediate shooting insights and close combat insights he had just synthesized from the space, and took out 3 small crystal blocks. Colorless, flickering with subtle energy, rippling with beautiful waves. What can this energy actually do? As Xia Zhiye felt the surging energy within him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before on the battlefield, there was no time to verify every possibility. But now it's different. I seem to have plenty of time to explore various possibilities. I might need some money. But that's okay. Xia Zhiye had already thought about where to get his first pot of gold in life. After all, movies and novels have their teachings. After setting his mind at ease, Xia Zhiye disposed of the colorless crystal and had a good sleep. The next morning he woke up full of energy to find Li Xiaomi. To borrow money. No money but one life. Li Xiaomi's eyes widened, showing no signs of backing down. I just want to borrow some money to buy a book. Xia Zhiye felt his tone dropping a bit. What could he do? Who could be tough when borrowing money? What book do you want to buy? Something about computer operation, Xia Zhiye said. Computer operation? Li Xiaomi was taken aback, then pointed to the door of one of the rooms and said, "There's a pile in my dad's study. But I won't return it." "No need to return it," Li Xiaomi huffed, saying, "They all died without permission, and the things left behind are of no use to me. I can give them to you as long as you don't bother me about borrowing money. You said it, so don't go back on your word in the future. You big man, stop dawdling. Hurry up and leave." Li Xiaomi pushed Xia Zhiye out of the kitchen. Upon finding Li Xiaomi's father's study, Xia Zhiye opened the door and was instantly wide-eyed. So many bookshelves. In the center of the room stood an office desk surrounded by a circle of bookshelves. Xia Zhiye swallowed hard, and his first thought was, how much could this sell for? He had suffered greatly from poverty, and he didn't even have money to buy books. The only significant purchase he made was a batch of books related to genetics. After that, he was always scrounging around, and even when he was busy catching spies, the books he collected were not many. After all, not everyone was like Lin Sai, who enjoyed enriching his study with books. Not to mention some spies were even poorer than Xia Zhiye. So at this moment, seeing so many books, Xia Zhiye felt like he had stepped into paradise. He wandered around the shelves and discovered that these books encompassed several categories. Books on computer operations, programming, and related topics occupied a significant portion, while the remainder included thin volumes on martial arts techniques. When Xia Zhiye opened one, he found that all the text was handwritten, giving it an extraordinary significance. In addition to that, there were books on history, astronomy, geography, magazines. All kinds of literature could be found. There were even quite a few world-renowned classics. However, for this type of literature, even if Xia Zhiye touched them, there was no prompt from the decomposition machine. It seems I don't have the potential to be a great literary master. Xia Zhiye blinked, but suddenly noticed that there was a section of books on one shelf that seemed somewhat out of place. It was slightly protruding outward. After pulling out those few books, he discovered a book at the very back of the shelf that was flat against the shelf. It was wrapped in a thick gray cloth. As he took it out, Xia Zhiye was a bit surprised. What is this treated with such importance? Generally, things that are kept so carefully are valuable. It was likely that Li Xiaomi's father had no means to create a secret room and could only hide the book this way. Could it be? Xia Zhiye looked at the book and suddenly widened his eyes. Is this the little something that Li Xiaomi's dad is hiding? Alright, that was just a joke. Xia Zhiye opened the gray cloth and a book filled with an ancient aura appeared before him. The cover bore no text, only a peculiar design. He gently touched the book's surface and the decomposition machine arrived as expected. Would you like to decompose the book on mysticism, Eye of Horus? Mysticism, Eye of Horus. Xia Zhiye blinked, suddenly recalling that he had seen similar books in a small bookstore in New York, although that book hadn't provided any extra prompts at the time. At that time, Xia Zhiye hadn't paid much attention, but now, a thought suddenly formed in his mind. Without further hesitation, he directly chose to decompose. The sound of gears grinding echoed as Xia Zhiye waited, pulling out a martial arts manual and sitting down to read. However, after reading for a while, he found it difficult to grasp. The text was written in the spring and autumn style, and many phrases seemed ambiguous, filled with professional jargon that left Xia Zhiye feeling dizzy. Just then the sound of a notification rang out, and Xia Zhiye shifted his attention away from the book. Announcement. Item decomposition successful. Mystical knowledge, Eye of Horus 2 decomposition experience 1 decomposition complete. Would you like to extract immediately? 2. Xia Zhiye blinked. The 2 books that had been decomposed were directly discarded. In the next moment, a surge of knowledge he had never encountered flooded into his mind. Moreover, this knowledge was different from that of genetics. The 2 books provided knowledge that, aside from basic mysticism, included only a key overview. Eye of Horus. Xia Zhiye muttered to himself, scratching his head. What he obtained was the method of using the Eye of Horus. But this left Xia Zhiye a bit puzzled. Can it really be used? Extending his finger, Xia Zhiye naturally drew a figure in the void. This figure was a strange eye design, exactly like the one on the cover of the book. Although he had never heard of the so-called Eye of Horus before today, it felt incredibly smooth to draw it now. However, after finishing the drawing, nothing happened. Did I just act like I was having a midlife crisis? This felt even more awkward than snapping my fingers. Although no one was around, Xia Zhiye still felt his face turn red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. But in the next moment, another thought surged in Xia Zhiye's mind. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at the door and hurriedly locked it. He didn't want Li Xiaomi to suddenly barge in and see him in a state of midlife crisis. That would be disastrous. If she kicked him out, he wouldn't even have the face to protest. After bouncing around in place a few times to activate the energy within him, Xia Zhiye shook his hands. Although he didn't know if it would help, he felt that shaking might gather the energy in his fingertips. When the energy in his fingertips became highly active, Xia Zhiye seized the opportunity to draw in the void. After one stroke, a mark unexpectedly appeared in the air. This made Xia Zhiye's eyes widen in astonishment. The mark resembled ripples in water, transparent and incredibly clear. He pressed on. Xia Zhiye dared not lose focus, sketching one stroke after another in the void. A pattern of the Eye of Horus formed from these marks floated before him. With a shift of thought, a matching pattern appeared on Xia Zhiye's forehead. Not only that, but he found that he now had 2 perspectives. One perspective was from his original 2 eyes, while the other was from the Eye of Horus. Xia Zhiye could control the perspective of this eye to penetrate walls, soar into the sky, and even see far into the distance. Perhaps because he was still unfamiliar with it, the farthest distance this eye could reach was about 200 meters, but it was enough to astonish him. It really works. Just as he was caught in a moment of daze, the Eye of Horus suddenly vanished, and the one on his forehead also disappeared. In an instant, Xia Zhiye felt as if he had become blind, with the other perspective shrouded in darkness, which was a bit disorienting. However, this discomfort was fleeting. Xia Zhiye looked at his hands and gently tapped his forehead. Could it be? I found a way to use the energy within me. This power. Could it actually be used to cast mystical spells? But according to the mystical knowledge I currently possess, the Eye of Horus has 3 uses: restoration, courage, and surveillance. Now, it seems I can only use one of them. Xia Zhiye blinked. Should I give myself a nickname like Scarlet Sorcerer? Does this mean I've started to cultivate both magic and martial arts? Although the Eye of Horus was an unexpected gain, it made Xia Zhiye ponder what kind of person Jiang Randolph truly was, a mystery that still eluded her. At first, the reason for seeking out books on computers was primarily to learn some hacking techniques. She attempted to remotely monitor Jiang Randolph, hoping to gather some necessary evidence if the situation allowed. Later, on a dark and windy night, she could knock him out with a heavy blow and dispose of him in a bag at the police station. This person's issue would then be resolved. However, now that she possessed the Eye of Horus, could she use it to surveil Zhang Randolph? Am I really a genius? After taking one last glance at the study, she felt a sudden relief that the first book she found was this one. Although Li Xiaomi claimed the books in this room were available for her to use freely even if she didn't return them, the immaculate condition of the room indicated that Li Xiaomi often cleaned it. If she truly didn't care, why would she bother to clean so often? Such a hard-headed yet soft-hearted girl. Xia Zhiye shook her head. If she were to dismantle all the books in this room, wouldn't Li Xiaomi secretly cry under the covers? As she opened the door ready to step out, she saw Li Xiaomi standing at the entrance, arms crossed, speaking in her usual arrogant tone. What scandalous deeds have you been doing in there? And you locked the door. When did you arrive? Xia Zhiye was astonished. How could he possess such keen hearing without noticing this girl had come to the door? Perhaps it was because she had been distracted while using the Eye of Horus. You think I care? Li Xiaomi slipped past Xia Zhiye into the room, sniffing here and there, puzzled as she said, why isn't there the rumored fishy smell? After 2 seconds of silence, Xia Zhiye replied, rumored? What's it to you? Li Xiaomi glared. Is it wrong not to have had a boyfriend? Is the knowledge from the books flawed? No. Xia Zhiye raised her hands in surrender, wondering to herself, why is she reacting so quickly this time? Li Xiaomi shot Xia Zhiye a glance and approached the bookshelf, selecting a few books to hand to Xia Zhiye. I don't know what level you're at, but if you're starting from scratch, these books are perfect for you. Let's go eat. Xia Zhiye stared at the books, utterly at a loss for words. Should she tell her that she was already prepared to emerge from the ocean of knowledge? She could only express her gratitude and then took the books. The two of them walked to the living room, where breakfast consisted of simple sandwiches made of bread and lettuce each, with a cup of milk and 2 fried eggs. After finishing her meal, Xia Zhiye took the initiative to wash the dishes. Once the dishes were done, Xia Zhiye wiped her hands and walked out of the kitchen, only to see Li Xiaomi holding a pile of clothes. I noticed you didn't have many clothes. These are all from my family's elder. If you don't find it unlucky, you can wear them. Thank you. Xia Zhiye accepted them with both hands, and then glanced at the stack of books on the table. Li Xiaomi grimaced, so troublesome. She then stacked the books on top of the clothes. I prepared a set of keys for you, just place them on the wall by the door. You can go out for a stroll, but of course if you have the ability, you can stroll away entirely. After all, with so many missing persons, every year one more won't make a difference. Additionally, I suggest that while you're out wandering, try to find a job. Not having an identity is an issue, but there are always ways around it, right? When you have nothing to do, don't come to my room to disturb me. I'm engaged in great artistic creation, and if you interrupt me, don't blame Sister Mi Li for being unkind. Right, Sister Mi Li is a tough one in society. Xia Zhiye quickly nodded. Li Xiaomi nodded in satisfaction, and it wasn't until Xia Zhiye returned to her room with the clothes that she reacted. Who are you calling flat-chested? Xia Zhiye heard Li Xiaomi's roar from outside the door and silently nodded. Yes, this is the normal reaction speed. She placed the clothes on the bed, inspecting each piece. They were very clean, although the styles were a bit old-fashioned. In the end, she picked a pair of jeans and a checkered shirt to wear. Looking in the mirror, she felt this outfit aged her at least 10 years. With a chuckle, she didn't mind. What truly concerned her was the lack of underwear. The dry jeans were quite uncomfortable to wear. Fortunately, my body has been reinforced, otherwise I'd really struggle to endure the baptism of these old jeans. Listening carefully for any sounds outside the door, Xia Zhiye quietly opened her door. Li Xiaomi's room was silent, clearly engaged in some great artistic creation. In fact, even through the door, Xia Zhiye could smell the paint and turpentine from the room. This girl was likely hiding in her room painting. Taking the opportunity, Xia Zhiye carefully descended the stairs. Yesterday she hadn't had a good look, but today upon examination she realized that the so-called martial arts hall on the first floor was actually quite small. At this moment it was empty, not even a wooden training dummy. Xia Zhiye shook her head and walked to the entrance, where she saw the set of keys Li Xiaomi mentioned hanging on the wall. She took them, opened the door, and stepped onto the street. The starkly contrasting styles, the distinctly different scenery. Last night was a fleeting glimpse, but today Xia Zhiye finally saw the differences between this era and the World War II period. For some reason, she suddenly thought of Steve. In the movie, after being an old ice pop for 70 years, he burst out onto the street looking at the people around the towering buildings and the bustling traffic. The different styles, different cultures. What must his feelings have been at that time? Xia Zhiye could understand a bit, but she felt it wouldn't be as profound as Steve's experience. After all, he was truly a person of that era, while she was not. With her hands in her pockets, she walked down the street, originally thinking it wouldn't be so easy to find the person she was looking for. But not long after she started walking, she heard some unusual sounds. It was the sound of fists hitting flesh. Having heard such sounds frequently, Xia Zhiye could discern them clearly and immediately turned toward the source of the noise. In a rather deep alley, a few small thugs were at work. Their work, of course, was to bully others. The victim was already lying on the ground while a young man with freckles was rummaging through his belongings. When Xia Zhiye appeared, she happened to witness this scene and was almost shocked. I really didn't expect. You guys are into this kind of thing. A young man with freckles is exploring the body of the guy on the ground. Suddenly hearing the voice of Xia Zhiye, his face darkened instantly. He turned his head, but before he could clearly see the person, he had already opened his mouth, habitually preparing to say hit him. However, upon seeing Xia Zhiye, he was momentarily dumbfounded, and the words turned into I can't beat him. Indeed, he couldn't. Last night Xia Zhiye took down several of them in just a few seconds. However, although he knew he couldn't win, his few companions were all confused. They had been caught in the act, and it was reasonable to say hit him. How did it turn into I can't beat him? So should they hit or not? While hesitating, Xia Zhiye had already walked up to them, glancing at everyone except for the freckled young man whom he did not recognize. The black artist he had admired so much last night was not among them. It's good to see you, Xia Zhiye said to the freckled young man. Now can you get off your same-sex friend's body? The standing ones looked at each other, wondering if they were familiar. They all turned to the freckled young man who could only crawl off his same-sex friend. His face was very grim. Xia Zhiye ignored him and looked at the guy lying on the ground, crouching down and patting his face. Are you okay? Not so good. Could you help me call the police? The guy on the ground said, covered in dirt. Xia Zhiye's expression darkened. If you can still talk, it means you're alive. If there are no losses, just get up and leave quickly. This is no longer your business. Are you planning to fight them? The young man on the ground crawled up in confusion. I admire your courage. After saying that, he took off running. Xia Zhiye looked at the young man's back, then at the freckled student. Where did you find this contestant? The freckled young man swallowed hard. What do you want? Nothing much. Xia Zhiye thought for a moment and said, it feels a bit off to talk like this. Everyone, including the freckled one, was confused. Oh, what was wrong with the way they were speaking? Xia Zhiye sneered, I don't like it when people stand and talk to me. About 10 seconds later, all four, including the freckled young man, were lying on the ground, each with crooked mouths and slanted eyes, having been beaten up by Xia Zhiye again. This is much better. Xia Zhiye nodded in satisfaction. The freckled group was stunned. If you don't like people standing and talking to you, you should have made it clear. If you had told us to lie down and talk to you, we would have just done that. Was it really necessary to hit people? The few of them felt wronged, and some looked at the freckled young man with complaints, as if to say, what kind of friends are these? And similar sentiments. The freckled young man felt even more wronged. Who the hell is friends with this guy? How unfortunate. And Xia Zhiye's next move made the freckled young man realize that there was no such thing as being very unlucky, only more unlucky. Looking at Xia Zhiye squatting in front of him, extending a hand of evil towards him, the freckled young man almost cried out, what are you going to do? He exclaimed like a girl. Be good and don't move, otherwise I will hit you, Xia Zhiye said gently. The freckled young man had tears in his eyes. Be gentle. Xia Zhiye twitched his mouth. Damn it, why is this trope coming up again? You're young and not learning the right things. Xia Zhiye shook his head, pulled out a wallet from his pants pocket, opened it, and said in surprise, you have quite a bit of money. With a flick of his finger, a stack of cash had already slipped into Xia Zhiye's pocket. Such a smooth operation left the freckled young man dumbfounded, at a loss for words. At this moment, Xia Zhiye had already turned his gaze to another little gangster pondering something. The others quickly caught on, as it was rare to encounter someone like the freckled young man. So they all took out their wallets to hand over. Look how polite. Xia Zhiye said with an embarrassed expression. We're friends, no need to be so polite. Forget it, I won't stand on ceremony then. The little gangsters spat blood. Who the hell is your friend? This is robbery. Robbery. Police, where are you? We want to report this. After cleaning up, Xia Zhiye, satisfied with his bulging pockets, left, as he had to go buy some underwear. He did not wander much on the street. Although he wouldn't get lost, he felt a bit lazy. After moving around a bit, he just wanted to find a warm bed to snuggle in and have a good sleep. So after casually wandering for more than half an hour, Xia Zhiye returned. When he opened the door, he saw Li Xiaomi standing in the center of the martial arts hall, striking a strange pose. Their eyes met. Neither of them spoke. The exchange of gazes, the shifting of sight sparks. Well, actually, there were none. The awkwardness was palpable, especially with the embarrassment in Li Xiaomi's eyes, which was almost overflowing. Xia Zhiye blinked. Did I interrupt your training? Not at all. Li Xiaomi huffed angrily and turned to go upstairs. Did I catch you practicing, and now you're angry? Xia Zhiye scratched his head. Li Xiaomi suddenly turned around to look at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye grinned. Then Li Xiaomi quickly approached Xia Zhiye and grabbed his wrist. Hey. I was just joking, no need to get physical, besides you can't beat me. Stop talking nonsense, come with me, I need to talk to you. She dragged Xia Zhiye upstairs, leaving him confused and following along in a daze. Watching the girl kick open her room's door, Xia Zhiye was also dumbfounded. The room was simply furnished with a bed, a computer desk, and a spacious overall area, but more than half of it was quite empty. In the empty space, there was a chair, and not far away stood an easel. After pushing Xia Zhiye onto the chair, Li Xiaomi took a deep breath and said with the tone of someone who owes money, I need you to help me with something. Fix the door. Xia Zhiye looked at Li Xiaomi's door and said, I guess you have a grudge against this door because you are not as tall as it is. Li Xiaomi was momentarily confused. What was I going to say just now? I had a friend who was also a bit slow. He always forgot what he was going to say next during conversations. Xia Zhiye said helplessly. Li Xiaomi was so angry she could vomit blood. Who the hell is to blame? After a long pause, she finally remembered her purpose. I want to draw the instructor. On a summer night, Xia Zhiye blinked surprisingly calm. He didn't get flustered by the term instructor, but was somewhat puzzled. What does that have to do with me? I want you to be my model. Li Xiaomi said, imagining such things out of thin air feels too vague. The instructor is merely a rumor spread among the people, and there isn't even a photo of him circulating. So I need a model. Xia Zhiye stroked his chin and asked, so your previous appearance on the first floor wasn't practicing? Li Xiaomi glared at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye scratched his head and asked, why do you suddenly want to draw the instructor? To make money. Li Xiaomi declared with her hands on her hips resolutely. I thought you were doing it for your dream. Xia Zhiye chuckled, but it's more realistic to do it for money. Exactly. Li Xiaomi continued, without money, where does the dream come from? Pursuing a dream requires financial support. I studied oil painting in college, and there's a competition coming up during the holidays with a prize of $1,000. With less than 10 days until the final date, I've racked my brain these past few days, but I still can't imagine the instructor's appearance, so I can only use you as a substitute. Of course I won't draw your face. If there really is an instructor, he must be much better looking than you. Hee hee. Xia Zhiye grinned, unsure whether to applaud or to cry. But not drawing the face was somewhat acceptable. At least for the next half-month, he would rely on Li Xiaomi for food, so Xia Zhiye nodded in agreement. Li Xiaomi expressed her high appreciation for Xia Zhiye's understanding of the times and brought him a pile of clothes. What's this? Props. Xia Zhiye looked at the several sets of clothes in front of him, surprised, and said, why do I feel like you had this planned all along? No matter how planned I am, I couldn't have anticipated that on one dark and windy night, I would be able to fish you out of a trash can. If you don't mention the trash can, we're still good friends. Xia Zhiye's face darkened. This would probably become his lifelong black history. Should he consider silencing her? These clothes were designed by a bunch of bored people at our school for some bizarre competition. Later their funding fell through, and these things became useless. A few sycophants just gave me a few sets. You know, pursuing girls is one thing, after all it's human nature. Li Xiaomi remarked. Right, but pursuing boys is questionable. Xia Zhiye nodded repeatedly. Li Xiaomi took a while to process, and could only say, stop interrupting. Because of your interruption, I forgot what I was going to say. Yes, but if they want to curry favor with me, why give me men's clothing? Are they out of their minds? As expected, teenage boys have lower IQs than average. Xia Zhiye blinked. This was very insightful. Just like himself, if you randomly grabbed a foreigner, they might think you were praising them. And besides, it seemed they didn't give anything wrong. Xia Zhiye thought to himself. Anyway, the things are good, so I'll keep them. Just now it struck me that although their competition fell through, the designs are still quite good. I'll let you wear them and see how it feels. Forget it, I'll help you find something. You probably don't have any aesthetic talent. Li Xiaomi tossed the clothes onto the bed and started rummaging through them. Too bright in color won't do. A whole outfit covered in stars isn't good either. Otherwise others might think I'm painting the captain. She mumbled, while Xia Zhiye sat nearby, bored, looking around. Upon entering he hadn't noticed it, but leaning against the wall was a glass cabinet filled with various trophies. A top student. Xia Zhiye hadn't expected that a girl as arrogant as Li Xiaomi would also carry a top student aura. This one will do. A set of black clothing was picked out by Li Xiaomi and thrown to Xia Zhiye. This outfit consisted of 3 pieces, a black pair of pants and a jacket that was very formal, giving off a military vibe, yet not entirely. Additionally, there was a black trench coat completing the set. Change your clothes well, Li Xiaomi said before dashing out. Xia Zhiye looked around, slightly confused. You just leave your room for me to change clothes. Saying you are a boy, you really have no issues. After taking off his old jeans and plaid shirt and putting on the new outfit, he looked in the mirror and found it indeed looked quite cool. When I fight, I don't have such good-looking clothes. Xia Zhiye sighed and called out, come in. Li Xiaomi hurriedly pushed the door and walked in. You didn't rummage through my stuff, did you? You worry about this, but still let me change in your room. Xia Zhiye widened his eyes. I didn't think of that before going out. Li Xiaomi blinked. By the time I thought of it, who knows if you were halfway through changing. What if I rushed in and saw something I shouldn't? I would definitely have to gouge my eyes out. Without further ado, Li Xiaomi pushed Xia Zhiye onto a chair. Li Xiaomi looked him up and down for a long time, then turned and ran out, returning a moment later with a handgun, which she stuffed into Xia Zhiye's hand. Strike a more natural pose. Right, there should be a bit of killing intent in your eyes. Do you understand what killing intent is? I guess so. Xia Zhiye looked at the toy gun in his hands, exhaled lightly, and shifted to a more comfortable pose. Holding the gun in his right hand, crossing his legs, tilting his head slightly, his gaze landed on Li Xiaomi. This is interesting. Keep that pose, or let me think for a moment. Thinking for 10 minutes, Li Xiaomi fell into a deep concentration, unbothered by the outside world. After 10 minutes, she began to carve on her sketch. Is it starting already? Xia Zhiye blinked, gently exhaling, maintaining his pose without daring to move. Li Xiaomi drew for 3 hours, and Xia Zhiye didn't move a muscle for that entire time. For him, this wasn't much, but after Li Xiaomi stopped, she looked at Xia Zhiye in disbelief. What is your body made of? Aren't you tired? If I were tired to death, would I tell you? You already did. Li Xiaomi smiled. No wonder you're trained. Your physical fitness is beyond what ordinary people can compare. Alright, I'll take you out for a nice meal tonight as a reward for your efforts. It's about time. I'll go prepare lunch, and we'll continue in the afternoon. The completion of an oil painting clearly cannot be compressed into just one day. Fortunately, Li Xiaomi's work isn't of a large scale, so it shouldn't take too long. And thus the day passed. By nightfall, as Li Xiaomi remained immersed in her unique train of thought, the promised good meal never materialized. She hastily ate a bite, just to get by, then returned to her own room. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye looked at the outfit he hadn't returned yet, pondering that he should make some preparations. During the day, Xia Zhiye's actions were not merely about robbing a few small thugs, and then using the money to buy underwear. Since he had obtained the Eye of Horus, it should be utilized flexibly. Although controlling this thing required concentration, after using it a couple of times, Xia Zhiye understood that it was also something that could be mastered through practice. In simple terms, using the Eye of Horus involved 2 steps. The first step was activation, which required the energy from the colorless crystals in his body as a catalyst. The second step was maintenance, which required concentration. Of course, this didn't mean Xia Zhiye had to be completely focused, but he needed to maintain a continuous awareness of the Eye of Horus. Simply put, it was a skill akin to multitasking. After leaving during the day, Xia Zhiye used the Eye of Horus to spy on those small thugs, encountering interruptions 3 times due to his inexperienced use of mental energy. On the 4th attempt, Xia Zhiye located Randolph's main base. Therefore, he planned to go out tonight to do something. Not to act hastily against Randolph, as such impulsive actions would benefit no one. He intended to observe first, which was a habit from his combat experience. Observe first, then formulate a plan, and finally implement it. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Xia Zhiye appeared at a corner of the street. Across the street was a club where those small thugs had returned, and Xia Zhiye also caught sight of the legendary Randolph. This guy lacked any qualities of a mob boss. He was merely a middle-aged muscle man with a bulky physique, yet he wore a suit. The striking contrast between his attire and demeanor always left a strange impression. However, this was not the focus of Xia Zhiye's attention. In the void, he drew the Eye of Horus, penetrating into the club's interior. The atmosphere was vibrant, with a dance floor swaying and men and women releasing their abundant energy. Xia Zhiye glanced around and controlled the Eye of Horus to observe the internal defenses. He himself circled around the club's perimeter. Half an hour later, Xia Zhiye returned to the club's front entrance and attempted to enter. But 2 burly men blocked his way, demanding to see a membership card. Xia Zhiye tried to communicate, saying he hadn't applied for a card yet, but could do so inside. The response he got was that a recommendation from an internal member was required to issue a card to new members, and they displayed a rather unfriendly attitude. If Xia Zhiye continued to insist, a violent confrontation might ensue. After leaving the front door, Xia Zhiye took a detour to the back entrance, where a group of people were loitering, some smoking, some drinking, all holding weapons. The weakest among them wielded baseball bats. 2 individuals without weapons gave Xia Zhiye a bad feeling. In Li Xiaomi's words, this was a murderous aura. Observing their jackets and waistbands, it was likely they carried firearms. The entire club had 3 entrances and exits, with the last one located on the roof. Xia Zhiye, not wanting to climb up, decided he had observed enough of the club's interior and controlled the Eye of Horus to reach the roof. The view opened up before him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Xia Zhiye's mouth. He climbed in through a second-floor window into his bedroom, tossing a hat and a mask onto the bed. These were bought on the way home and would definitely come in handy later. After all, if he wanted to deal with troubles like Randolph, he would need to resort to force. It was still necessary to hide himself appropriately. Taking out a small notebook from his pocket, Xia Zhiye sat on the edge of the bed and began to draw. With the help of the Eye of Horus, he could see the overall structure of the club with perfect clarity. However, the internal situation was quite chaotic, with flowing defensive forces. Commonly known as the security detail, there were roughly 4 groups stationed at the 4 corners of the club. These individuals usually just sat there drinking and smoking, but if anything happened, they would rush to the scene at the quickest speed. The second floor was a restricted area. Burly men armed with weapons guarded the entrance, allowing only a few high-end members to enter. The stories happening here were hard to describe. Let's skip that. As for the 3rd floor, that was where Xia Zhiye's target lay. Randolph. Harry's office. However, Randolph was not in the club tonight. Understanding this person's patterns of movement required some effort. The door on the club's roof led directly to the floor of Randolph's office. The door was likely locked, but that posed no problem for Xia Zhiye. After jotting down the key points in his notebook, the next focus of observation would be on Randolph. When would this person appear in the club? More precisely, on what nights would this person be present in the club? In fact, it was quite simple to find out. Catch a small thug, give him a beating, and they probably wouldn't be able to keep any secrets. They would be more willing to confess than Xia Zhiye. However, the drawbacks were apparent. It was easy to alert the enemy. What Xia Zhiye wanted was a one-hit kill to bag Randolph and simply carry him away. Even if it took a bit of time, he hoped not to startle his prey prematurely. It seems I still need a little more time. Xia Zhiye murmured, then a smile crept onto his face. Fortunately, what I have the most of right now is time. The following days were surprisingly quiet. This tranquility exceeded Li Xiaomi's expectations to the point where even the small thugs who used to appear every few days seemed to have vanished. But this was for the best. Li Xiaomi also needed peace. In this harmonious environment, her artwork was completed. After finishing, Li Xiaomi excitedly showed it to Xia Zhiye. He looked at it for a long time, struggling to find words, and finally couldn't help but ask, this guy, how is he more handsome than me? Shameless. Li Xiaomi glared at Xia Zhiye and said, besides that, can you tell me anything else? Xia Zhiye pondered for 2 seconds. It's quite good looking. Li Xiaomi looked at him with a gaze of utter despair, finally, sighing, indeed, expecting you to have any aesthetic sense was my mistake. She then kicked Xia Zhiye out as she had further work to do. Correspondingly, Xia Zhiye also had subsequent tasks. After observing for so many days, all necessary preparations had been completed, and it was time to pay the rent that was due. In this world, there are always places where sunlight cannot reach. Correspondingly, if sunlight cannot illuminate certain areas, then the places where the city's neon lights can shine become even more limited. In the darkness, someone was moving, traversing between the floors with swift, rapid, and precise movements, climbing to the rooftop with bare hands. Bathed in moonlight, a black windbreaker billowed in the breeze, and beneath the black wide-brimmed hat was a pitch-black face. No, it was a mask. Xia Zhiye removed his mask and took a couple of breaths. He really disliked this feeling. It's suffocating. He performed a chest expansion exercise, moved his limbs slightly, and after bouncing a few times in place, Xia Zhiye took a deep breath, trying to expel all the air out, feeling rejuvenated. With the mask back on, Xia Zhiye set into motion. Like a gust of black wind, he leaped between rooftops with such agility that he felt almost like Spider-Man. To be honest, during this time, Xia Zhiye discovered that his body had undergone some miraculous changes. When he was active on the battlefield, he possessed the basic attributes of strength and speed. However, his bodhi's coordination and flexibility were weak points. But now, he felt incredibly coordinated, and every movement flowed seamlessly. Things he couldn't do in the past were now easily achievable. Could it be that during my 70 years of slumber, I was actually attending a dance class? Xia Zhiye muttered as he landed on the roof of the Randolph Club. Reaching the edge of the rooftop, he tilted his head and glanced down. No one noticed his presence as he approached the door with light footsteps. He took a piece of wire from the decomposer space and squatted at the door, fiddling with it. He learned this skill in the military, but he couldn't tell if the things he learned had become outdated or if his own skills had declined. After struggling for 3 minutes, the door still wouldn't budge. Xia Zhiye's face darkened. He returned to the edge of the rooftop, calculated slightly in his mind, and sighed softly. I didn't want it to come to this. He dashed to the door and kicked it forcefully. With a loud crash, a metal door was kicked out of its frame, deformed. Xia Zhiye charged forward. Halfway down the stairs, he used the handrail to flip himself to the next flight of stairs. This was directly facing the entrance. At that moment, the door was opened, and it was clear that the guard had heard the commotion and was coming to check. The door opened, and Xia Zhiye locked eyes with the guard. However, the guard seemed a bit confused, first suspecting whether he was seeing a person at all. The 2 flights of stairs had no lighting intended for emergency use. Moreover, with Xia Zhiye dressed in black, wearing a black hat and mask, and revealing only a pair of black eyes concealed in the darkness, who would dare to believe this was actually a person if they didn't look closely? The guard was dazed, but Xia Zhiye was not. In a flash, he was already at the guard's side, who suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly pulled out his gun. In the next moment, the gun was seized, and before the guard could react, his hand was empty. The gun was gone. His eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could even scream, his head collided with the wall, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Xia Zhiye, however, did not delay. He had observed the situation inside through the eye of Horus for quite some time and had seen everything clearly. There was only one room on this floor, one guard. The room was Randolph's office, and the guard was already knocked out. Footsteps were heard coming from the staircase, clearly indicating that the guard from the next level was on his way. With no time to waste, Xia Zhiye took 2 steps to the door and kicked it open. Simply violent. Xia Zhiye lamented inwardly. His plans for the past few days had actually been quite good. The top priority was to secretly infiltrate, silently entering Randolph's office, taking out his guard and Randolph himself. But unexpectedly, during the execution, he couldn't even unlock the rooftop door. How foolish he was to think that door could stop him. What a slap in the face. Xia Zhiye shook his head and entered the office. Muscular Randolph in a suit glared angrily at the entrance. With 2 loud sounds, even a fool would know someone had broken in. At that moment, he was holding a gun, smirking as he looked at Xia Zhiye. No matter who you are, you've come to the wrong place. Calm down, young man. Xia Zhiye sighed and said, You have no idea how dangerous that toy in your hand is. However, Randolph showed no intention of wasting words. With a flick of his finger, he was about to pull the trigger. Xia Zhiye, who had been observing him, instantly calculated the trajectory of the shot and the timing to dodge. At the moment the gun was raised, he lunged forward. But just then a certain force that had been stagnant within his body suddenly surged, and Xia Zhiye felt the surrounding space twist momentarily, accompanied by a subtle sensation of traversing. He didn't know what he had crossed, but when he looked up he saw the wall was right in front of him. Damn! Xia Zhiye was startled. Randolph's office was not small, before he had been at least 7 or 8 meters away from the wall. How could he suddenly find himself so close? Without time to ponder the possibilities, he stomped against the wall and propelled himself up. With a flip in midair, he perfectly landed behind Randolph. Randolph sensed something was off and turned around almost simultaneously with Xia Zhiye, their eyes meeting. Randolph raised his gun to shoot. He didn't care how Xia Zhiye had done it. On the contrary, the more he could do, the more dangerous he became. Eliminating all threats was the only way to ensure his own survival. This reasoning was flawless. However, Xia Zhiye was someone who didn't play by the rules. In the instant Randolph raised his hand to shoot, he suddenly grabbed Randolph's wrist. And then Randolph vanished. A living magic trick. Xia Zhiye was smug, but in an instant he dashed to a safe in the corner, reached out, and the safe was gone. He had been eyeing that thing for several days. At this moment footsteps were already at the door, but Xia Zhiye didn't even glance back. He directly leaped to the window of the office, crashed through the glass, and landed at the entrance of the club. The 2 guards stationed at the door exchanged glances, wondering if it was no longer raining. Had a living person just vanished? Upon realizing that the summer night was certainly not a gift from the heavens, the 2 individuals planned to subdue him. However, the moment this thought crossed their minds, Summer Night had already rushed forward. He first landed a punch on the neck of the one on the left, causing him to clutch his neck and stagger back. Before he could retreat far, Summer Night had seized him again, pulling his massive body and directly throwing him onto his companion. The 2 brutes, now entangled together, formed a rolling mass. The combination of their weight and the hardness of the ground made Summer Night grimace, thinking that must hurt. As the words left his mouth, he dashed into the crowd. As for where the crowd came from, with such a commotion, there were bound to be onlookers. Just as he departed, a group of thugs from the club charged out, dispersing the crowd in search of Summer Night. But they could not find him at all. In fact, Summer Night had not gone far. He was still among the crowd. To be precise, his true exit was forced by these thugs. He managed to do this because he took advantage of everyone's attention being drawn to the commotion at the club's entrance, allowing him to store his black outfit in the decomposer space. It was incredibly convenient, requiring no effort at all. Summer Night thought to himself that he had never realized how useful the decomposer's space could be. It was simply a bug-like ability. In the past, he had wondered if he could store people. Today, he had witnessed it. Randolph, at least 9 meters tall and covered in muscle, had no chance to resist and was taken away. I wonder if it would be a bit more difficult if he resisted. Then in the next moment, Summer Night had a sudden inspiration. He suddenly felt that the golden shine was weak. Stuffed full of treasures, he thought he was the ultimate powerhouse with a Wong's treasure. Retrieving Randolph in one space, he could throw a bunch of muscle-bound men at whoever he caught. Damn it, he wouldn't just scare them to death. That scene would definitely make people too afraid to look. On the roof of a building, Summer Night had donned his disguise and shouted loudly, "You're the one, Randolph." Harry. The muscular Randolph instantly appeared before Summer Night, continuing the action he had not completed earlier, aiming to shoot at Summer Night. But there was no gun. Summer Night had only brought Randolph out. His weapon remained in the decomposer's space. Randolph seemed momentarily dazed, looking around in confusion, nearly uttering the 3 questions of the soul. "Are you okay?" Summer Night waved at him. "You bastard, what did you do to me?" Randolph attempted to swing a fist, but after taking 2 steps he spun around and fell to the ground. "I'm so dizzy." This symptom, how come it feels so familiar?" "Do you feel dizzy from the car?" Summer Night scratched his head. "I never get carsick, damn it, what did you do to me?" Randolph glared with wide eyes, his eyes bloodshot, as if Summer Night were his sworn enemy. Well, that wasn't wrong. After pondering for a moment, Summer Night waved his hand. "Come out safe. This is mine." Upon seeing this, Randolph panicked. "Now it's mine." Summer Night said to him, "You better calm down. If you cooperate, tell me the password. Otherwise, I will find a way to open this thing." He had certainly learned how to open safes, and this one looked no different from those he had seen before. However, the door on the roof of the club left Summer Night with a psychological shadow. "You won't get it, you robber." Randolph was furious. He had never met someone as shameless as Summer Night. Kidnapped and robbed of his safe, and now being asked for the password. Summer Night sighed, "Forget it, it's better to do it myself and reap the rewards." He squatted down, leaned against the safe, and within a minute he had managed to open it. Randolph hurriedly scrambled up. "This is mine." "Oh." Summer Night grabbed his wrist, and then Randolph vanished. Observing Randolph in the decomposer's space, Summer Night discovered that this guy was actually in a state of suspended animation. It seemed as if time had stopped at that moment. What is the reason for this? Summer Night recalled how Randolph had acted when he was just released, which felt very familiar. That feeling of not being able to find his heels. He had experienced that too. Letting out a gentle sigh, he couldn't be bothered to think too much, even if the outcome was as he imagined. What difference would it make? After all, his presence here was already his reality. Let's see what's inside here. Oh my. When Summer Night peered into the safe, he saw stacks of knives, gold bars, and jewels haphazardly placed inside. At the very bottom, there were packets of white powder and a few recorded documents, causing a smile to appear at the corners of Summer Night's mouth. It's good that you are here. With these items present, Randolph was basically trapped. When he retrieved Randolph again, the guy was still in a forward-leaning position. But he couldn't maintain his balance and fell awkwardly. Summer Night had a sack in hand, stuffing the powerless Randolph inside. Anything else you want to say? Who the hell are you? Randolph glared at Summer Night through gritted teeth. After a moment of silence, Summer Night suddenly grinned. You can call me Instructor. 2 days later, one morning, Li Xiaomi's shouting jolted Summer Night from his dreams. He had just been dreaming of dancing with Agent Carter. Therefore, he couldn't be sure whether it was a sweet dream or a nightmare. Hurry up and come out, hurry up and come out, big news. Li Xiaomi continued shouting outside, and Summer Night could only lazily get out of bed, open the door, and look at Li Xiaomi with a resigned expression. Have you finally turned into a girl? If you say that again, we can't be friends. Upon hearing Summer Night mention this, Li Xiaomi got angry. She had taken 2 or 3 days to comprehend the last chasing boys joke. All right. Summer Night chuckled. So what happened? The instructor has appeared. Li Xiaomi excitedly handed the newspaper to Summer Night. Randolph is finished. And I won first place in the art review. Tomorrow I'll collect the prize and I'll treat you to a big meal. Looking at this seemingly eternally energetic girl, a smile involuntarily crept across Summer Night's face. Okay. The morning's lights spilled across the entire street as the city slowly awakened. Xia Zhiye, however, had long been awake, standing on the rooftop, stretching his arms, inhaling deeply and exhaling, adjusting his physical state. During this time, Xia Zhiye had not been idle at all. In addition to battling the evil forces and serving as a model for Li Xiaomi, he was also studying the boxing manual left behind by Li Xiaomi's father. Xia Zhiye felt hesitant to break down this material, so he could only read it bit by bit, trying to comprehend it. To be honest, it was quite challenging. If it weren't for Li Xiaomi's unwavering determination and his learning attitude, she wouldn't have found him a book of her father's notes written in plain language. As of now, Xia Zhiye probably still hadn't grasped the concept. Of course, the reason he was studying this wasn't because he truly intended to master anything. He was searching for possibilities. The application of colorless energy could be utilized in the Eye of Horus, but was that all? If it could be applied to other techniques, Xia Zhiye felt that he could definitely enhance his skills. Just a couple of days ago, during the struggle against the leader of the evil forces, that fleeting sensation of transcendence must have been something to do with traversing space. What triggered this inexplicable anomaly were those dormant energies within his body. How should this energy be activated? Could these remnants left by Li Xiaomi's father be excavated? The possibility was at least not zero, and thus it was worth a try. Following his breath and adjusting his rhythm, after a while Xia Zhiye let out a long sigh. Then he tilted his head, pondering, recalling the sensation from that night. When Randolph shot at him, he had dodged with all his heart. That moment of intense focus and the urge to charge forward. Xia Zhiye slightly bent over and suddenly dashed forward. And then he arrived at the other side of the rooftop running. Scratching his head, he muttered, something feels off, I'm missing something. After circling the rooftop, a phrase suddenly flashed in Xia Zhiye's mind. Although Li Xiaomi's father practiced Tai Chi, he also drew from other schools, one of which recorded the internal 3 harmonies of the heart and intent harmony fist. The heart aligns with the intent aligns with the chi, and the chi aligns with the strength. Xia Zhiye murmured. He had actually heard this phrase more than once. In movies and novels, it was quoted frequently. In summary, it means that everything related to essence, energy, and spirit must be integrated and directed towards the same goal. At this moment, while quietly experiencing it, he felt that something still seemed to be lacking. After trying a few more times, Xia Zhiye helplessly sighed. Perhaps my heart isn't urgent enough. Evading bullets and rushing forward to seize that sense of urgency in that instant could never be truly experienced in daily practice. Xia Zhiye steadied his body, imagining himself now appearing on a battlefield amidst a hail of bullets. Steve was about to be shot. It seems I'm not feeling urgent at all. Xia Zhiye blinked. This guy's shield was just too incredible. The shadow of Agent Carter flashed by, and Xia Zhiye shook his head, finally, shifting his focus to Colonel Phillips. He sighed lightly and reimagined. Colonel Phillips was at work with someone standing behind him, pulling out a gun and aiming at his head. Immersing oneself entirely in this was quite difficult. But fortunately, Xia Zhiye possessed a high level of concentration, and having been tempered by the Chinibu Academy, he could instantly immerse himself in any embarrassing scene. This was a pride stemming from being a latest-stage Chinibu. A sense of urgency surged at that moment as a glint of killing intent flashed in Xia Zhiye's eyes, and he suddenly charged forward. Just as he took that step, certain stagnant forces within his body suddenly surged to life. Everything around him rippled like water spreading outward, and in Xia Zhiye's eyes space became a layered, traversable spectacle. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene this was. Anyway, when he instantaneously traversed, he found himself in midair, plummeting rapidly. Bang! Xia Zhiye landed on the street. Fortunately, it was morning, and there weren't many pedestrians on the street, otherwise they would surely doubt the recent weather forecast, as it hadn't been reported that people were falling from the sky today. With Xia Zhiye's physical fitness, falling from the height of the third floor would not have killed him. He shook his feet on the ground, pretending nothing had happened as he returned home. Entering the door, he saw Li Xiaomi cleaning. Their eyes met, and Li Xiaomi, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you supposed to be on the rooftop? How did you come in from outside?" "I just took a stroll." Xia Zhiye replied. "I didn't see you go out." "That's because you lack a pair of discerning eyes." Li Xiaomi's mouth twitched. "Given how you annoy me every day, I shouldn't let you continue living here." "How cruel," Li Xiaomi said with a dark face. "Get ready, we're going out this afternoon. I'll treat you to a feast." Her bonus had just been received, and she recently referred to herself as Li the Rich, feeling quite inflated. Xia Zhiye didn't hold back, having helped her resolve such a significant trouble with Randolph. Treating himself to a meal was quite normal. What do you think he did to pull that off? In the restaurant, the steak on the table couldn't stop Li Xiaomi's mouth, her face full of excitement. "I heard he stormed into Randolph's office single-handedly, and no one knows how he got Randolph out. Moreover, after he left Randolph's office, no one knows how he escaped. It's a pity that things happened too quickly. Not even a single photo was left behind. If it weren't for Randolph insisting that the other party claimed to be the instructor, even this name wouldn't have been known." Li Xiaomi, feeling very regretful at this point, said, "Also, I heard the instructor was dressed in all black, looking very cool, just like the one I drew. Do you know? The reason this drawing was able to win this prize is largely thanks to this news. Do you really believe the instructor exists? Is he that hero from World War II?" While cutting the beef, Xia Zhiye casually asked. "Of course not." Li Xiaomi laughed heartily. "A hero from World War II coming to modern times to be a superhero? This isn't a movie, be realistic. Moreover, even if he is still alive, if he really exists, I wonder how old he is now." Leaning on a cane, he would probably miss his aim and hit the column next to him. "If there's no one that fits your description, then I truly apologize," Xia Zhiye muttered with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just at that moment, a series of gasps, screams, and even gunfire suddenly erupted on the street. "What is happening?" Li Xiaomi turned back in confusion to look outside, but all she could see was a chaotic crowd. Boom! In the midst of a deafening roar, a horrifying event unfolded. A taxi was thrown directly into the restaurant by some inconsiderate person. In an instant, the tranquility was utterly shattered. The restaurant, which had been playing soothing music just 10 seconds ago, was now engulfed by the desperate screams of women. Li Xiaomi was also dumbfounded. What on earth happened? Without hesitation, Xia Zhiye decisively said, "We can probably leave without paying." "Huh?" Li Xiaomi's reaction time was always so slow. "What do you mean, let's go?" Xia Zhiye pulled Li Xiaomi and ran. With the taxi thrown into the restaurant, it was clear that something serious was happening outside. Everyone around was rushing outside, clearly doing their utmost to escape without paying. If the two of them stayed here, not only would no one settle the bill for them, but what were they waiting for? Li Xiaomi was pulled out of the restaurant by Xia Zhiye and found that the entire street had descended into chaos. Cars were jumbled together, people were running around in a panic, and some were trying to scream against the confusion. There were soldiers running wildly, guns in hand, firing continuously at a huge bald man over 3 meters tall. This guy was impervious to blades and bullets, casually grabbing cars and motorcycles from the roadside and tossing them around like toys. Clearly, this was the inconsiderate one. Performance art, and it's reached this level, eh? Xia Zhiye was stunned. "What is this?" Li Xiaomi, after hearing Xia Zhiye's words, incredulously said, "What performance art can achieve such a degree? And how much will he have to pay for all this destruction?" "You have quite a peculiar way of thinking. You can come learn to cook with me later," Xia Zhiye casually retorted. "You can cook, yet you make me cook every day." Li Xiaomi's focus was evidently quite normal. While the two were exchanging banter, they didn't stop and act like tourists. In fact, they had already completely sunk into a crowd, with Xia Zhiye trying hard to hold onto Li Xiaomi's hand to avoid getting separated. In such a harsh environment, being able to converse like this was truly something extraordinary. At this moment, heavy footsteps approached quickly, and that over 3-meter bald man charged toward them. The surrounding crowd was immediately sent scattering. Li Xiaomi froze in place, unsure of what to do, when Xia Zhiye suddenly picked her up in his arms and dashed through the crowd, reaching the side of the street. A few scattered soldiers immediately blocked them from behind, firing wildly at the approaching threat. "He really looks horrible." Li Xiaomi, still in shock, blurted out. Her voice was not loud, meant to be a whisper for Xia Zhiye. But the bald man seemed to have some sort of radar ears. Instead of going for the soldiers, he leaped directly toward Xia Zhiye and Li Xiaomi. Li Xiaomi gasped in surprise. What does he want? Maybe he heard what you said and thinks you make a lot of sense. Xia Zhiye pulling Li Xiaomi had already started running while also joking, so he thinks you're quite tasteful and plans to kidnap you as his wife. I don't want to be one. Then run faster. The two of them bolted, but Li Xiaomi's physical condition was average. She was small and weak, and having stayed up late to draw every day was completely drained. After just 2 steps, she was already out of breath, gritting her teeth and saying, "You run. Don't mind me." But the next moment, Xia Zhiye had grabbed her by the collar and was dragging her along. I feel like a piece of luggage. Li Xiaomi curled up, terrified of hitting the ground, and brushed against it. How are you so strong? Guess. What is wrong with this kid still in the mood to chat at a time like this? With Xia Zhiye's speed, even carrying Li Xiaomi outrunning this performance artist behind them was definitely not a challenge. As they gradually distanced themselves from the threat, a beast-like howl rang out from directly ahead. They both looked up to see a green-skinned, bare-chested stout figure charging toward them, beating its chest like a gorilla. Xia Zhiye and Li Xiaomi found themselves perfectly positioned between these two behemoths. "Damn it, are you trying to kill me?" Xia Zhiye was stunned. Meanwhile, Li Xiaomi murmured, "That color. So pure." The figure opposite was the Hulk, and the one behind must be Abomination. Xia Zhiye had seen movies where these two fought on the streets of New York. But why did they have to fight on the day he was out with Li Xiaomi for a meal? Wasn't it just the will of the universe coming to oppose him? Just as Xia Zhiye was furiously complaining inside, he suddenly darted toward the edge of the street. These two guys were essentially human-shaped dinosaurs. The Hulk was a character capable of lifting gods, and being caught up in their battle left Xia Zhiye feeling utterly unsafe. However, he was familiar with the plot, and knew that once these two clashed it would be a fight to the death. If he could just move aside and give them a battleground, Abomination should immediately abandon his pursuit of Li Xiaomi and him, since the Hulk was his true enemy. But the outcome was something Xia Zhiye never expected. Abomination didn't even glance at the Hulk and came right after them. "You bastard." Xia Zhiye cursed furiously. "What the hell is this? Are you a fake, Abomination? Why not go look for the Hulk and instead come after us? Is it just because Li Xiaomi said you look bad? You're so petty, no wonder you're the villain." While he was furiously complaining in his heart, Xia Zhiye kicked through a wall. Without caring what was inside, he dashed through. Li Xiaomi stood in shock. "Are you even human?" Boom. A loud noise came from behind, and a large hole appeared in the wall as Abomination crashed through. "Even less than human is coming." Xia Zhiye rushed inside without looking back. Just as Xia Zhiye had barely taken a few steps, a roar from the Hulk suddenly erupted behind him. Right behind them, the Abomination was seized by a pair of massive green hands, yanked by his legs, and hurled outwards, smashing through the wall and sending bricks flying. Then with a deafening roar, the Hulk lunged at the flying Abomination. Xia Zhiye let out a long sigh of relief, and Li Xiaomi wiped the sweat from her brow, saying, "Can you put me down now? Actually, this is quite tiring." Just as Xia Zhiye was about to set Li Xiaomi down, a loud crash resounded as a large figure broke through the wall, landing right in front of them. It was the Abomination, looking particularly unappealing. He was thrown back by the Hulk. After landing, the Abomination shook his dizzy head, and upon seeing the stunned Xia Zhiye and Li Xiaomi, lunged forward without a word. Xia Zhiye, still holding Li Xiaomi, bolted away while cursing, "Banner, you son of a b." He had clearly captured the Abomination and had thrown him out. What the hell does it mean to throw him back again? And what on earth is the Abomination thinking? Why is he so fixated on grabbing Li Xiaomi when he should be fighting the Hulk? While Xia Zhiye complained, he sprinted ahead, saying his pursuit of you is just too fervent. "Oh, why don't you just marry him already?" "Absolutely not," Li Xiaomi exclaimed, angrily curling up and disguising herself as luggage. While the Abomination chased them, he picked up objects around him and hurled them towards Xia Zhiye. At that moment, another green figure squeezed through the hole in the wall, eyes glowing red, charging straight at the Abomination. "Are you guys playing eagle catching chicks, or what?" As Xia Zhiye ran frantically, he heard a sinister wind behind him, and upon turning around, he saw the Abomination launching debris at him. In an instant, his eyes turned red with fury. "Damn it, good people are bullied and good horses are ridden. Do they think I'm easy to pick on?" While jumping around to dodge the things thrown by the Abomination, Xia Zhiye unleashed a torrent of curses. Li Xiaomi was nearly tossed around in his arms, feeling nauseous. "You, be careful." With a furious roar, the Abomination seized a bar counter and violently dismantled it, then hurled it towards Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye quickly turned and jumped to evade, inevitably swinging his arm in the process. Li Xiaomi was left spinning in the wind. However, at that moment, the fabric he was holding finally reached its limit, making a cracking sound, and Li Xiaomi was sent flying. "Crap." Xia Zhiye's expression darkened as the Abomination spotted his chance, grabbing a chair and throwing it directly at Li Xiaomi. In that brief moment of pause, the Hulk caught up and slammed into the Abomination, sending him flying. Xia Zhiye had no time to deal with these two, but didn't matter who got killed. What mattered was Li Xiaomi. In that instant, he had no time to think about anything else, and his body surged forward, the stagnant energy within him suddenly flowing, creating ripples and waves, transforming the entire world into something fantastical. The next second, Xia Zhiye appeared next to Li Xiaomi, catching her in his arms just in time to intercept the flying chair. This is so exciting. Li Xiaomi looked at Xia Zhiye astonished and said, "This is way more fun than an amusement park. Don't you feel even a little bit nervous?" Xia Zhiye was speechless. What on earth is this child's nerve made of? I should be nervous, but with you by my side, I just can't seem to feel nervous at all. After Li Xiaomi spoke, she glanced at another hole in the wall not far away and asked, "Have they left?" But just as she finished asking, the ceiling suddenly caved in, and a huge green figure dropped from above with a bald head pinned beneath him. The two muscle-bound men were entangled together. Crap! Li Xiaomi's eyes widened. Xia's eyes face darkened. How could they possibly be back again? Your mouth must be cursed. As Xia Zhiye said this, he had already scanned the surroundings more than once. These two giants fighting in the street could turn New York's roads into the surface of the moon. At this moment within the building, their destructive power was comparable to a bulldog. In just a few rounds, the surroundings were filled with shattered walls and ruins. Just then, the roof finally gave way under the pressure and collapsed. Li Xiaomi let out a desperate scream, but Xia Zhiye took advantage of the moment to press down on her neck, causing her to faint as she vanished from his side. He had stored her in the decomposition space. It turned out that the decomposition space could hold people. However, when one exited, there would be a strong sense of dizziness. It wasn't particularly stable, but there was no time to waste. He was in a dire situation. He would be fine, but for Li Xiaomi, it was likely game over. So he could only temporarily keep her in the decomposition space. After all time froze inside, and the person stored would have no idea what was happening. As the heavy object above him suddenly pressed down, Xia Zhiye was entirely buried. The two giants continued to pummel each other, but they were moving further and further away. Suddenly, a fist emerged from the rubble within the building, and Xia Zhiye, clad in a black trench coat, crawled out from the debris, taking off his mask and putting on a hat. This time he was utterly furious, his eyes blazing red. This is bullying. This is outright bullying. Xia Zhiye muttered, his eyes filled with blood-red rage, one hand clenched into a fist while the other brandished a gun. In a daze, he looked around, but found that both the abomination and the Hulk had vanished without a trace. You think you can just run after showing off? If it were earlier, Xia Zhiye would have turned and left without hesitation, but at this moment, he didn't want to leave. He needed to make these two realize that even if he couldn't match their strength right now, the title of King of Decapitation wasn't given to him just because of his good looks. It represented lives laid down, a mountain of bones piled high. Like a black wind, he sprinted forward, his cloak billowing violently, and in a few steps, he had already reached outside the building. As soon as he arrived on the street, he spotted the two giants entangled with a helicopter spiraling down rapidly. The Hulk was the first to give way, falling from midair and landing in a state of shock. As the helicopter descended, it directly crushed the abomination beneath it, the rotor blades spinning frantically, sending debris flying. Unfazed by the chaos, Xia's eyes gazed locked onto the abomination, who was trying to crawl out from under the helicopter. You bastard. Xia's eyes hands shimmered with various weapons, including kitchen knives, bombs, pistols, and grenades, yet he felt none would impact the creature before him. Finally, he took out two military knives and charged at the abomination. At that moment, he was in a remarkably peculiar state, every detail around him etched clearly in his mind. His entire body felt as if it were an extension of his will. With a mere thought, he penetrated layers of space and appeared right before the abomination. At that moment, the creature had just emerged from underneath the helicopter. It roared, swinging a fist downwards, aiming to crush Xia Zhiye. Xia's eyes' extraordinary focus allowed him to precisely control every ounce of power around him. In an instant, he retreated, the massive fist crashed into the ground, and Xia Zhiye leaped up, stepping onto the creature's fist, and in one stride, he was on the abomination's shoulder. With knees bent in a half-squat, he suddenly reversed the two military knives and thrust. The movement was fluid, impossibly fast. The abomination barely had time to react before two knives appeared in its eyes. Xia Zhiye, gripping the knife handles, twisted fiercely, and then yanked out both knives, his form piercing through space, vanishing from the abomination's shoulder. In the next second, the abomination's hands reached out as expected, but grasped nothing. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye had already made his way to the creature's lower back, his knives flying, muttering curses as he stabbed, slashed, and hacked. He focused all his efforts on one spot, trying every possible way to break through its defenses. If one listened closely, they could hear Xia Zhiye saying, "You bastard, who gave you the guts to bully me?" He was certainly the type who could ignite his spirit of sarcasm even in the face of death. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, the glint of his knives flashed, and even the thick skin of the abomination was momentarily overwhelmed. However, it was Xia's eyes' two knives that could not withstand the pressure first. Seeing the blades curling, he looked up to see the abomination glaring at him. Realizing the situation was dire, Xia Zhiye quickly withdrew. In doing so, he managed to stash the two knives back into the disintegrator. The abomination was utterly furious. Unlike the Hulk, who lost his mind most of the time after transforming. Yet he retained his wits, aware of what this guy had done. Not only had he pierced his eyes, but he also attempted to chop off his legs. This absolutely could not be tolerated. Even Hulk had never treated him this way. Though he could not see, his ears still worked, and as he prepared to locate Xia Zhiye, a gust of wind suddenly approached from behind. He spun around and kicked out, but his leg was caught by a pair of powerful arms of forceful and unreasonable strength, hurled him off the helicopter. Boom! The sound of the two behemoths crashing to the ground was indeed tremendous. Xia Zhiye's eyes flashed as he moved and appeared on the Hulk's shoulder. Though called giants, these two creatures were indeed larger than normal humans. However, they were not large enough for Xia Zhiye to run across their shoulders. He could only balance on the Hulk's shoulder with 1 foot, 2 guns now in hand. The gun barrels pressed directly against the abomination's forehead. Bang, 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 bang. During this chaos, the disintegrator was also trying to assert its presence. Xia Zhiye had no time to pay attention. Once his bullets ran out, he was ready to switch guns. The abomination attacked by both Xia Zhiye and the Hulk was enraged, roaring at them both. Seeing this, Xia Zhiye was overjoyed. "You didn't brush your teeth this morning." He stuffed something into the abomination's mouth, saying, "A gift for you, fresh breath." As soon as he finished speaking, the Hulk quickly retreated. The abomination, unaware of what was in its mouth, was met with Xia Zhiye flipping off the Hulk and pressing the remote for the bomb. Boom! The abomination's entire head ignited into a massive fireball. It was a bomb the kind Xia Zhiye had installed under the armored car during his earlier infiltration meeting with the captain. At that time, the bomb had not been used, but Xia Zhiye had plenty in his disintegrator. Time stood still within the disintegrator, and the bomb malfunctioned not at all. It was the perfect moment to utilize it, blasting the abomination into a larger version of the Ghost Rider. The Hulk, however, had no time to take advantage of the chaos. He charged madly towards the helicopter, gripping both sides with bulging muscles, tearing it apart with sheer force. Then he violently threw the fuel tank away. After the helicopter shattered, the scattered people hurriedly stood up, their expressions changing as they pointed at Xia Zhiye's back, exclaiming, "Watch out." They didn't need to say anything, since arriving in this world, Xia Zhiye's heightened alertness had already been frantically warning him. Suddenly airborne, he flipped and leaped as a heavy rusted iron chain swept past beneath him. One end of the chain held a cement block like a meteor hammer, striking the Hulk directly. The big guy was sent flying, yet he stood up as if nothing happened, brushed off his rear, roared, and charged at the abomination. Xia Zhiye's figure flickered as he directly appeared beneath the abomination. He placed the bomb against the abomination's calf, and as soon as he discerned the Hulk's approach, ready to confront, Xia Zhiye pressed the button. Boom! Another massive explosion ensued, but compared to the last time, the damage was significantly less. The abomination's hide could indeed be described as impervious to blades and bullets. However, Xia Zhiye had no intention of blowing off its leg. He merely wanted to make it lie down. The impact suddenly struck at the lower part, causing the abomination to lose its balance and fall flat on the ground. The green giant looked on in confusion, wondering how a perfectly good opponent had suddenly evaporated into thin air. Looking down, he grew even angrier. In such a serious situation, how could you be lying on the ground sleeping? He yelled angrily and leaped up, channeling all his strength into his elbow, which he slammed fiercely into the abomination's chest. That really hurts. Xia Zhiye watched in shock. He stood there observing the green giant, who was raising both hands into fists, pounding away mercilessly at the abomination. Even the abomination could not withstand the green giant's frenzied power and was soon knocked unconscious by the relentless hammering. Xia Zhiye, who was initially just watching, suddenly appeared next to the unconscious abomination, pressing down on it. And poof! The abomination was gone. The green giant was left bewildered, having swung at empty air, looking around in confusion, not understanding how such a target had just vanished. In the midst of their confusion, the two locked eyes, and the green giant suddenly roared at Xia Zhiye, raising his hand to strike. "You bastard!" Xia Zhiye was taken aback, wondering why the abomination had just disappeared and the green giant was going wild. He suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared behind the green giant. An idea struck him. Since he had just captured the unconscious abomination, could he also capture the green giant while he was awake? As this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. The green giant turned around, and Xia Zhiye moved again, arriving behind him, and without thinking grabbed the waistband of the green giant's pants. Capture. The green giant, who was full of anger searching for Xia Zhiye, suddenly felt a chill in his groin. He looked down in confusion and turned completely green. No, even a bit blue. "Where the hell are my pants?" Xia Zhiye was equally bewildered, looking at the green giant standing right in front of him. "Where are your pants?" The onlookers, who had been excited to see two people defeat the abomination, felt anxious when they realized the abomination was gone. They were worried when the green giant stood up ready to beat Xia Zhiye. Although they still didn't know who Xia Zhiye was dressed in all black, it was clear he wasn't an enemy. But before they could worry any further, the green giant's pants vanished. To be honest, no one had ever imagined what it would look like for the green giant to be without pants. After all, no matter how many times he transformed, his pants had always remained as if they were part of his body. Xia Zhiye thought the same way. After all, in the audience's perception, the green giant's pants were nothing less than a legendary artifact. And yet, the pants were gone. Everyone was in a state of confusion, while the green giant looked hesitant, glancing at Xia Zhiye, and then at the onlookers nearby, until a woman shouted, "Everyone stop staring." The green giant could no longer contain himself, roaring in frustration, leaping away with his small legs, landing on the roof of a decrepit two-story building, glancing back. His eyes filled with reluctance, nostalgia, determination, and a mix of anger and embarrassment. Finally, he roared as he left, lost in the winds of New York. Xia Zhiye, coming to his senses, took out the green giant's pants from the disassembler. "Hey, do you not want your pants?" No one was around to answer, as they had all run far away. Turning back to the approaching crowd, Xia Zhiye took a glance before rushing into the darkness. Still holding the green giant's pants. Upon arriving home, Xia Zhiye felt completely bewildered. To summarize what happened tonight: dining with Li Xiaomi only to encounter the abomination performing street art. The outcome of the battle: I suppose it was a win. Of course, without the green giant's assistance, it would have been difficult to claim victory, but escaping was not a problem. Regardless of how things went awry, it seemed that now his situation was: having captured an abomination, it was currently stored in the disassembler, and a pair of the green giant's pants. What the hell, a pair of pants? This is utterly mind-blowing, isn't it? Why would the green giant's pants be captured? He had clearly wanted to capture the green giant. Was the pants not part of the green giant's body? What the hell? Xia Zhiye felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, a mix of laughter and tears. He took Li Xiaomi out of the disassembler's space. The girl was still unconscious, which was convenient. It saved him from having to explain later, but tomorrow she would definitely ask about it, right? What excuse should he come up with then? After all, he had shown her the terrifying power of kicking through walls, and had been chased by the abomination while carrying her, yet remained unfazed. When she recalled the timing of the instructor's appearance and remembered the outfit he had taken away, it seemed only natural for her to link him with the instructor. I might need to think of a good excuse. But for now, Xia Zhiye decided to disassemble something. Although it sounded a bit ridiculous, the item to be disassembled was none other than the green giant's pants. When Xia Zhiye got hold of the pants, the disassembler had already popped up a prompt. However, at that time, neither the environment nor his mindset was right for disassembling it. After choosing to disassemble, Xia Zhiye sat on his bed staring at the abomination in the disassembler's space. I must have been out of my mind to think of capturing this guy for the disassembler. What was my purpose in capturing him? Xia Zhiye scratched his head. Am I really going to shout, "You are the one abomination," after fighting someone? What the hell, you are the one? He imagined it in his mind and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Yet oddly enough, it also felt exhilarating. This guy is rational, has his own motives and immense power. He probably wouldn't willingly become my pet Pokemon, would he? Then, should I first physically break his rationality? While he's unconscious, take a big hammer and smash him 100 times or so. Just as he was lost in thought, the disassembler emitted a long beep indicating that the green giant's pants had been disassembled. The green giant's pants had been successfully disassembled, yet Xia Zhiye's mood was quite complex, filled with both anticipation and absurdity. Equipment disassembly successful. A dazzling green battle spirit and 2 colorless small crystals. Experience gained 1. The disassembly machine is now at full capacity and will begin upgrading. During the upgrade process, the disassembly feature is not available. The extraction function can still be used normally. Disassembly complete. Would you like to extract immediately? Xia Zhiye continued to maintain his complex mood, holding 2 colorless small crystals and a battle spirit that looked somewhat different. Clearly the gains were substantial, but upon seeing the name of this battle spirit, he felt a bit reluctant to use it. Also, why did the green giant's pants yield 2 colorless crystals? What kind of logic is this? Is it truly a divine artifact? This outcome left Xia Zhiye quite puzzled. However, what puzzled him most was the upgrade prompt from the disassembly machine. Is it upgrading again? The last upgrade took a full 5 months. How long will this one take? 5 years. Xia Zhiye sighed helplessly and extracted the items. He used the 2 colorless crystals, immediately feeling the lively power within him grow even stronger. Then he began to stare blankly at the dazzling green battle spirit in his hand. This thing was actually quite similar to Schmidt's blood-red battle spirit. Amidst the haze, a pair of green eyes flickered in and out of view. All the green light emanated from those eyes. Well, it won't turn green anyway. This thing. What is it? Pain. Intense agony coursed through his entire body. It felt as if a fierce beast was trying to invade his body. Xia Zhiye gritted his teeth, fighting against the terrifying pain. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds, yet Xia Zhiye felt as if he had lived through 10 years. When the last trace of power was completely absorbed by his muscles, Xia Zhiye let out a long breath. Clenching his fist, his arm muscles exploded, stretching his clothing tightly. Even in this blurred perception, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 20% overall. Since the battle spirits are all dazzling, does it change based on each individual's characteristics? Xia Zhiye muttered to himself. This indeed aligned with the logic of the disassembly machine. The same weapon when used by different people would yield different results upon disassembly. The battle spirit of the green giant was undoubtedly painful to use, but the accompanying surge of terrifying power also brought joy to Xia Zhiye. Even an uncontrollable thought arose in his heart. Should I catch the green giant and strip his pants every day? Xia Zhiye quickly shook his head at this thought. Was too frightening. Moreover, the disassembly machine has also upgraded, so this enticing thought must be set aside for now. Xia Zhiye exhaled softly, stood up, and walked to the window. After tonight's incident, it should attract the attention of certain people, right? He lightly tapped the windowsill with his finger. So what will happen next? Afterward, nothing significant happened. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Xiaomi, a university student, welcomed the start of classes. Early in the morning, the girl cheerfully packed her luggage and waved goodbye to Xia Zhiye. "I'm leaving." She was so carefree that she didn't ask much about that night's events. As if nothing had happened. Xia Zhiye smiled as he saw her off, watching her get into a taxi and gradually drive away. Turning back to look at the house behind him, he blinked. Can I finally start to cause some trouble now? Hello. A woman's voice suddenly came from behind. Xia Zhiye turned around in surprise to see a blonde beauty gazing at him. Who are you? Xia Zhiye looked at her uncertainly. He didn't recall this person from his memory. I am seeking help, said the woman. Xia Zhiye glanced at the facade of the house, puzzled, and said, help. I think you should go to a detective agency or report to the police. No, they can't help me with this. The woman looked at Xia Zhiye anxiously and said, only you can help me. No matter where you got such an illusion, you are overthinking it. Goodbye. After saying that, Xia Zhiye intended to go inside. Please take a look at this. The blonde bow-tie's voice made Xia Zhiye frown. He turned around and saw her gaze was very persistent and determined. Looking at the piece of paper in her hand, he helplessly said, all right then. He reached out to take the note, opened it, and his expression slightly changed. Raising his gaze again, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Who gave you this note? Can I come in and sit for a while? The woman asked. In the living room, Xia Zhiye poured her a glass of water, fiddling with the note in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. First, introduce yourself. Oh, I still don't know who you are. My name is Pepper Potts. The woman quickly took a business card from her handbag and handed it to Xia Zhiye. In fact, even without the gold embossed Stark Industries on the card, Xia Zhiye recognized this woman's identity upon hearing her name. Pepper, Tony Stark's personal assistant and secretary. Xia Zhiye blinked, then smiled. Nice to meet you. Since you came to see me, you must know my identity, right? I'm sorry. I don't know. Pepper's response made Xia Zhiye pause slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Was it a guy with a black coal head who gave you this note? I'm sorry, I don't know that either. After saying this, she seemed to feel that her words were hard to believe and instinctively lowered her head. Xia Zhiye was somewhat surprised. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but he found it puzzling. A person of your status wouldn't just receive a note based on some unverified claims, would you? In fact, I truly know very little about this matter. Pepper looked back at Xia Zhiye. 2 days ago, my personal computer was hacked. All the valuable data had no browsing history. The hacker only left a letter explaining the difficulties I was facing and informed me to find you, saying you could help me. A simple hacking intrusion, which originally was not enough to convince Xiao Zhao. However, Xiao Zhao was now in a state of desperation, having no other options. The thought that only an extraordinary person could invade her personal computer sparked her interest. The next day, the other party sent a normal email and left a note in Xia Zhiao's inbox. The email contained the address of Xia Zhiye and stated that if Xia Zhiye was unwilling to comply, she could hand the note to Xia Zhiye. Xiao Zhao had investigated this email, but had found no useful information. Afterwards, she looked into Xia Zhiye's situation, but as Xia Zhiye was a pure ghost without a trace, she could not find any information from even half a month ago. Ultimately, Xiao Zhao decided to take the risk, leading to today's visit. After hearing Xia Zhiye's story, Xia Zhiye gently rubbed his temples and said, now tell me about your current troubles. Stark Group. You must have heard of it. Xiao Zhao looked at Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye nodded and said, of course, I understand it much better than you think. Xiao Zhao did not notice the emotion in Xia Zhiye's tone and simply said, well, in fact, Mr. Tony Stark is missing. Xia Zhiye blinked. This was something he truly did not know. Recently, his attention had not been on Stark Group. He was either tidying up Randolph or playing games with disgust. He had no time to pay attention to what Tony's son had been up to. When did this happen? Xia Zhiye asked. A week ago, Xiao Zhao replied. At that time, Mr. Stark went to Afghanistan to negotiate a business deal. Then an accident occurred. Their convoy was attacked. By the way, I brought the information from that time. She took a folder out of her handbag and handed it to Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye reached out to take it, but did not look at it. Even if Tony Stark is missing, there should be many people searching for him, right? Why did you come to me? They can't find him. Xia Zhiye's tone became a bit agitated, but quickly calmed down. She let out a gentle sigh and said they can't find him, and the environment there is very complex. They can't even determine who took him. Xia Zhiye remained silent, and the atmosphere became slightly heavy. After a while, Xiao Jiao suddenly sighed. I'm sorry I got too worked up. Maybe I was just deceived. Perhaps it was just a prank. I'm sorry to bother you. I can promise you this. Just as Xiao Jiao was about to stand up, Xia Zhiye spoke, but you must promise me some things. We need to reach an agreement, otherwise consider today as if you never came. Sure. Whatever you need, I will do my best to meet your demands. Xiao Jiao quickly turned around. Xia Zhiye smiled and said the first thing. Regardless of the outcome, our transaction must remain a secret from everyone except that damned hacker who appeared from who knows where. No one can know you came to see me today. Afterwards you cannot tell anyone, including Tony Stark. Why? You have no right to ask why. You can only agree or refuse, Xia Zhiye said. I agree. Good. Xia Zhiye smiled and said, then prepare a plane ticket for me. By the way, for now I am a ghost, and you need to help me resolve my identity issue. Of course. Xiao Jiao agreed without hesitation, as if she had prepared for this. 5 minutes later, Xiao Jiao took her leave. Xia Zhiye stood by the window on the second floor, watching her gradually fading figure, gently sighing as he looked at the note in his hand, which read, World Peace. What peace? Xia Zhiye looked at the note, his lips twitching again. But soon helplessness turned into melancholy. He had been in this so-called world 70 years later for half a month. Li Xiaomi had once said that she would start school in half a month. Since arriving in this era, there were things he thought about and things he dared not. He dared not think about how to face Agent Carter in her old age. Every time he missed her, a pang of pain struck his heart, making it impossible to confront. He did not dare to visit Colonel Phillips' grave, fearing he would lose control of his emotions. That stubborn old man had no children or family. After he had vanished from their eyes, what kind of expression would he have when facing this world? Smile. Those who like to smile are not heartless. They simply do not want to show their bloodied wounds to anyone, as that would be painful. Yet Xia Zhiye, he had no one to show his wounds to look for Agent Carter, not to mention the heavy encirclement of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he be sure where she actually was? 70 years of changes, even if they were to meet again, what significance would it hold? It might be better to let them believe he was dead. After all, this country had never acknowledged his existence, and he had never acknowledged that he belonged to this country. So why should they have any more interactions? After all, their pain had been erased for at least 70 years, and even Howard's ashes had been buried. What was he, a man who should have been dead for 70 years, doing intruding into their lives? Although he dared not think about it, he still did. Thus, he donned his black attire and referred to himself as instructor. This was to reduce some trouble for himself while dealing with Randolph. But if some people were still around, perhaps. And now this note had appeared. He sighed, gently looked at the note in his hand, and returned to sit on the sofa. But why go through such layers of testing? If it were you, any one of you could easily gain Xia Zhiye's trust, right? Is it because of uncertainty? Or is there another possibility? With a flick of his hand, flames erupted, turning the note to ashes. Tony's disappearance cannot be ignored both emotionally and logically. After all, he is Howard's son. Since that's the case, then it's time for a trip. After all, I am looking forward to the birth of Iron Man. Then Xia Zhiye turned around, went downstairs, and before departing he had to do a few other things. Desert, bright sun, howling winds. Walking in the desert, one foot sinking deep and the other barely touching the surface, the endless yellow sands instill a profound sense of fear and despair. Xia Zhiye was not particularly desperate at the moment, but he was extremely angry. All day long hunting wild geese, only to have my eyes pecked out by them. Xia Zhiye muttered to himself, then felt something was off. That makes it sound like 80 old ladies are holding back a child. Damn 80 old ladies. Ah, indeed, the sun's heat was melting my reason and thoughts, stifling my intellect. He casually pulled out a bag of water from his space device and poured it over his head. However, the refreshing feeling quickly retreated under the scorching sun. Coward, Xia Zhiye spat and took out another bag of water, gulping it down. The reason he was so reckless was mainly because his space device was large, allowing for excess. Before setting out, he already knew his destination, so he had made preparations. His space device stored a substantial amount of drinking water, enough for him to squander at will. However, he had not originally planned for a trek across the desert. In fact, he had a vehicle, but it met its demise in the desert a day ago. That damned bastard, I swear I won't let you off the hook if I see you again. Otherwise I'll have to beat you to death. Xia Zhiye thought of the person he sold the car to, his teeth grinding in anger. He had been in this country for 2 months now. During these 2 months, he had been investigating an armed organization called the Ten Ring Gang. The name came from intelligence in a film. This was Xia Zhiye's unique advantage. But the problem was that knowing a name was useless. The film did not reveal where Tony was hidden by these bastards. Gobi Desert, endless despair stretching before him. Where could he possibly find someone? Thus, after arriving here, Xia Zhiye plunged headfirst into the dark underworld. This was a sufficiently chaotic country with armed organizations everywhere, which made it easier for Xia Zhiye to operate. However, the Ten Ring Gang was extremely secretive, and few knew of them. After spending 2 months, Xia Zhiye suddenly remembered that besides the Ten Ring Gang, these people were also referred to as freedom fighters. Following this lead, Xia Zhiye finally found a clue and confirmed their location. Time was of the essence. He was unsure whether anything unexpected would happen to Tony. He hastily bought a car without thoroughly checking it and rushed here. In the end, he was deceived. A day ago, the vehicle became a useless hunk of metal in the desert. Thus, Xia Zhiye had no choice but to start his journey on foot through the desert. If I hadn't prepared well, I would definitely have been done in by someone. Xia Zhiye sighed. Xia Zhiye, you must remember this in the future. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a hare. If you underestimate anything in life, you may lose everything. After giving himself a motivational talk, Xia Zhiye felt a bit more enlightened. He took out a compass to confirm his direction and was just about to move on when he suddenly heard the sound of a car engine. Turning his head to look, he was blocked by sand dunes. He ran a few more steps up a dune and finally saw a convoy moving through the desert. With keen eyesight, Xia Zhiye clearly noticed that most of these people were armed. Their attire was not that of ordinary people, and seeing the direction they were heading. In the next moment, Xia Zhiye suddenly raised both hands and began to shout loudly. 5 minutes later, Xia Zhiye was surrounded by 5 vehicles. They showed no intention of getting out, instead circling around him and kicking up clouds of yellow sand. Xia Zhiye's face darkened, but he did not explode in anger. Instead, he raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. The convoy gradually came to a halt, and a group of unfriendly-looking individuals got out, one of them speaking to Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye blinked, then sighed deeply. This was why he had failed to uncover the truth about the Ten Ring Gang after 2 full months. Damn it, in a world where even Purple Sweet Potato Essence speaks English, why couldn't he understand a single word from these people? Unable to comprehend the language, he naturally ran into obstacles everywhere. Do you speak English? Xia Zhiye asked. As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly stepped forward from behind him, smashing the butt of a gun with a bang against the back of Xia Zhiye's head. Xia Zhiye twitched at the corner of his mouth, and at the moment of turning around, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. This was of course an act. Given the strength of his assailant, even with the added force of the gun, it was impossible to knock him out in one blow. However, based on the direction they were moving, Xia Zhiye speculated that their destination might be the same as his. If this assumption held true, he could directly infiltrate their ranks and find Tony. Safety could be significantly enhanced. Of course, Xia Zhiye was also gambling. While lying on the ground, he secretly used the Eye of Horus to observe them. If he detected any inclination from these guys to rush up and shoot, Xia Zhiye would immediately spring into action. With their 2 or 3 dozen men, Xia Zhiye estimated he could handle them. After all, he was a formidable individual who had once stormed into a battle between the Hulk and the Bald Strong. Fortunately, no one came to shoot. Instead, 2 people grabbed Xia Zhiye by the legs and dragged him into the vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, when Xia Zhiye was dragged out of the vehicle, the Eye of Horus had already surveyed the area multiple times. The outermost area had a canopy with boxes full of weapons underneath. In the middle was a driveway leading to a cave further ahead. Then he became frustrated to discover that he had not been treated as a person from the beginning to the end. 2 people dragged his legs as if he were an object, pulling him into the cave. Bumping along the way, Xia Zhiye nearly coughed up blood from anger. They dragged him deep into the cave, opened a door, and threw him inside. They were chattering away to someone inside, and the person inside responded in kind. The door slammed shut with a bang, and 2 people quickly walked over, lifting Xia Zhiye and placing him on a bed. Is he all right? One person asked. He should just be unconscious. Those guys said to have him help us. Could this be a trap? The person opposite fell silent for a moment before saying, I believe they won't do that. There are surveillance cameras here, and they have no need to arrange for someone to monitor us. If they really suspected something, there wouldn't be a need to make it so complicated. You're right. After this brief exchange, the 2 went back to their own tasks. Xia Zhiye lay on the bed casually, using the Eye of Horus to spy on the 2 people. He could basically confirm that one of them was Tony Stark. Xia Zhiye had seen him on television before, and this guy actually resembled his father quite a bit. What truly confirmed Xia Zhiye's identification was the glowing arc reactor in his chest. As for the other person, if this really was the cave where Iron Man created his first suit of armor, then his identity should be that of Ethan, who perished alongside the enemy to allow Tony to wear the armor. The 2 were currently hammering away, forging something around the furnace, presumably Tony's first power armor. No doubt about it. Xia Zhiye yawned, opened his eyes, and sat up in bed. The two were completely engrossed in their work, oblivious to Xia Zhiye waking up. Feeling a bit helpless, Xia Zhiye could only cough lightly. Only then did both of them stop their work simultaneously and turn to look at him. They exchanged glances and Tony gave Ethan a nod, prompting Ethan to walk over to Xia Zhiye and say. Xia Zhiye twitched his mouth and sighed. I don't understand. I was asking you, how do you feel? Ethan let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Tony, who was busy with his work, seemingly unconcerned about the situation here. I feel pretty good, as if I've transcended completely, Xia Zhiye said. Ethan was at a loss for words, wondering how one could feel transcended. Why not just ascend to the heavens? After pondering for a while, he realized he was at a loss for words. What was he trying to say just now? What are you all doing? By the way, where is this place? In fact, I came here looking for someone, but I haven't been able to find them. I've been searching for a long time, and when I got lost in the desert, I ran into a group of people. But when I sought help, I was knocked out. Xia Zhiye sighed. The people in this country are just too unfriendly. I only wanted to hitch a ride. You hitched a ride with them? Tony turned to Xia Zhiye, a slight smirk on his lips. You have quite the courage. Thank you. Xia Zhiye chuckled. You're really a good person. Oh, I rarely get complimented like this. Ethan was once again speechless. Tony's clearly sarcastic tone, could he really not tell? Is this guy really okay? What are you all doing? By the way, it seems you still haven't told me where this place is. Where did those guys go? I still need to find someone. Xia Zhiye looked around and got up, saying, why do I have a bad feeling? Also, this environment makes me uncomfortable. I'm an upper-class person. It doesn't matter if you were upper-class or lower-class before. Tony walked up to Xia Zhiye and said, the reality you face now is the same as ours. You have been kidnapped. Are you kidnappers? Xia Zhiye's eyes widened as he hurriedly said, hey, let me tell you the truth. I have no money. Just earlier you said you were from the upper class. Ethan's eyes widened. Is it not okay to be a broke upper-class person? Xia Zhiye retorted confidently. Ethan was left speechless again. No matter. Tony suddenly looked Xia Zhiye up and down, frowning. Why do I feel like you look a bit familiar? Did you dream about me? Xia Zhiye asked. Please, you must tell me it wasn't a nightmare involving a scruffy man. That's a terrifying thing. I've dreamed of many beautiful women, but none of you. Tony shook his head. There's no time to waste here if you want to live. I hope you can make the right choice. What choice? Xia Zhiye glanced at their workbench. What exactly are you making? By the way, what is that pendant on your chest? It's quite beautiful. Where did you get it? Tony had already lost interest in Xia Zhiye and turned back to continue working. Xia Zhiye looked at Ethan, puzzled. Why is he ignoring me? Does he have a communication disorder? I think he just simply finds you annoying. Ethan also went back to work. Xia Zhiye nonchalantly put his hands behind his back, looking around. Whenever he glanced at Tony, a slight smile inevitably crept onto his face, resembling an elder watching a younger generation. In the blink of an eye, Howard's son has grown up. If others said this, it wouldn't carry the same depth as Xia Zhiye's feelings. Because for him it truly was just a blink of an eye. 2.5 months ago, he was still in a meeting with Howard. How unpredictable life is. Xia Zhiye couldn't help but sigh inwardly, but Tony's comment about him looking familiar also caught his attention. Thinking carefully, he recalled that back then he and Howard were typical drinking buddies. But did they ever take pictures together during those meals and drinks? Scratching his head, he realized he couldn't really remember. So that possibility couldn't be ruled out. Luckily, it was dark in here, so this guy might not recognize him. In fact, Xia Zhiye was quite hesitant about what to do next. Should he leave here with his old friend's son and his buddy showing off their prowess and beating down that group of scoundrels outside? Or should he wait for Iron Man's first suit to be completed and witness the birth of Iron Man? Indeed, the latter seems more interesting. Xia Zhiye rubbed his nose and then sat cross-legged on the bed. The two who were working hard were drenched in sweat and occasionally turned to glance at him, nearly infuriated. They were busy working intensely while Xia Zhiye was like a venerable master. Ethan took a deep breath and said to Xia Zhiye, don't you understand your situation? I understand. Xia Zhiye nodded. Then what are you doing? I wanna. As he said this, he instinctively looked around and then whispered, if we want to leave here, this suit of armor is our only means. Xia Zhiye suddenly understood, then said, so our goal is to escape from here. But you really think that tinkering with that heap of scrap metal will actually allow us to escape? Ethan felt a slight discomfort in his heart. Who on earth are these people? So you can escape just by sitting here. Xia Zhiye said, haven't you heard of immortals? Immortals are actually just people. They all sit here like me until they become immortals. When I become an immortal, I'll take you all out. Who would dare stop us? How long will it take you to become an immortal? Xia Zhiye pondered for a moment. Probably about 1,000 or 800 years, I guess. Damn. Ethan couldn't help but curse. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from Tony's side. His idea isn't bad. Once we're all dead, we won't need to escape anymore. That works too, Xia Zhiye replied. Ethan felt that continuing to waste time here with Xia Zhiye was definitely a sign of a problem with his own brain. He turned around and continued to work with Tony. Xia Zhiye chuckled, finding it quite amusing. He stood aside, arms crossed, watching the two with an expression that was clearly judgmental. Neither of them wanted to pay him any mind. They had no idea what kind of person Xia Zhiye was, but what he displayed now was undoubtedly that of a lunatic. As time passed, night fell. Xia Zhiye had been idling away the whole day and felt a bit bored. Was it too dull to just wait around for Tony to finish the armor? So Xia Zhiye decided to find some entertainment for himself. After all, this godforsaken place was uncomfortable to live in and to eat in. If he didn't stir up some fun for himself, Xia Zhiye felt he wouldn't be able to endure until Tony finished the armor. Under the night sky, Xia Zhiye was unclear about the exact time. Through the eye of Horus, he observed that the group outside had all settled down for the night. Only two were left, watching the monitors, nodding frequently. Tony and Ethan were sound asleep despite the thoughts weighing on their minds. They shouldn't have fallen asleep so easily. But even if they forced themselves, they needed sufficient rest to sustain the next day's work. That was a powerful drive fueled by the desire to escape. Taking advantage of this moment, Xia Zhiye quietly got out of bed and approached the door. The door outside was locked. Opening it from the inside wasn't difficult for Xia Zhiye. After all, no matter how sturdy it was just a matter of a kick. But if the news spread throughout the city, Xia Zhiye's plan would fail. So he decided to take a risk. He would use his abilities to see if he could pass through this door. To be honest, Xia Zhiye had no confidence in this. That night, when the Hulk fought against the bald guy on the street, he had managed to control his ability to traverse at will. However, in subsequent experiments, it remained unpredictable. Ultimately, it was a subtle state of mind. This ability could only be wielded smoothly when he entered a peculiar mindset. Otherwise, it was just a stagnant pool. Gently rubbing his face, Xia Zhiye exhaled, calming his heart. Suddenly, his body moved, and in the next second, Xia Zhiye was already outside the door. Looking back at the door, Xia Zhiye broke into a grin. Worrying that his ability wouldn't work was one concern, but he was also worried he couldn't pass through this door. If it were the latter, that would be ridiculous. He calmly claimed he wanted to cultivate immortality during the day, and at night, he would frantically run and bang his head against the door. How would Tony and Ethan view him? Come on, did he not care about his dignity? He could say he was on the same level as Howard. If Tony laughed at him afterward, would Xia Zhiye still have any face left? Though he was now disguised as a lunatic, it seemed he had already been ridiculed. But could that be generalized? Just as he was about to set off, he paused again, reaching to press on his chest. In the next second, a set of black cloaks had already been donned. I never thought the decomposition machine could be used like this. One-click outfit change, just asking if it's convenient. This way, even if discovered, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Xia Zhiye was quite pleased, not even realizing what exactly he was proud of. Under the large-brimmed hat, Xia Zhiye put on a mask and strolled into the camp of these freedom fighters. His goal was clear. It was the weapons in these freedom fighters' hands. But to achieve this goal, he first needed to find the corresponding weapons. Otherwise, when these guys woke up the next morning to find their weapons gone, they would surely know someone was up to no good. Xia Zhiye didn't want any surprises to occur before Tony completed the armor. Thus, he decided to head outside to those awnings and collect some new weapons, then return for a trade. Just as Xia Zhiye turned the corner, he spotted a guy standing with his face against the wall, his head resting against it, relying entirely on his forehead to support his weight. He was asleep. The puddle of water on the ground and the pants that had yet to be lifted indicated that this guy had just relieved himself inside the cave. Xia Zhiye felt quite disgusted. Why was there such a lack of public morality? At the same time, an idea suddenly struck him. Grinning, he reached out and patted the person's shoulder. In the next moment, that person vanished. Xia Zhiye blinked suddenly. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Why not just collect them all? While pondering, Xia Zhiye didn't leave the cave, but stealthily approached the place where the freedom fighters were sleeping. He reached out and patted one person, and he disappeared. Then he patted another, and another one vanished. After taking out 4 or 5 in a row, Xia Zhiye finally found it a bit boring. Do I really have to embark on the irreversible path of becoming a big man? Xia Zhiye pondered, mainly because it's too wasteful of space. After all, even if the decomposition machine space is large, if I keep stuffing it like this, there won't be enough room. But looking at these people in his decomposition machine space, Xia Zhiye's lips curled into a slight smile. But it's not entirely futile. You guys can be my scapegoats this time. After wandering around the camp, he didn't find as many weapons as he had imagined, and some people were quite alert, making it hard to deal with. Nevertheless, he managed to gather about 50 or 60 submachine guns, rifles, and the like. Various military knives, grenades, and explosives were even more plentiful. Seeing that he had almost finished, Xia Zhiye stealthily returned to sleep. There was nothing to discuss for the night, but the next day the entire camp of freedom fighters was in an uproar. The shouting outside was deafening. Even the 3 of them locked inside felt their ears ringing. What's going on with them? Tony looked around in confusion, a bit puzzled. Perhaps it's because they chose the wrong partner to cheer for during their mating season. Xia Zhiye casually spouted. The chaos outside did not involve them. After all, the door lock had not been damaged, and there were no signs of the three of them attempting to leave. Even if the few people watching the surveillance had dozed off last night, no one would believe that they were responsible for this incident. After all, if they had the ability to leave, why not just escape directly? Instead, they only took their guns. This is illogical. Moreover, even if their guns were stolen, there was no place to hide them, and the surveillance cameras captured everything, except when the watchers were dozing off. In such a situation, those few people taken by Xia Zhiye became scapegoats, and Ethan intermittently heard people outside saying they needed to pursue and how to deal with the situation. Telling this to Tony left him utterly bewildered. Xia Zhiye, on the other hand, was secretly amused, pondering. This bunch would definitely switch to new weapons today, so why not go out and collect more when the time comes? But did these weapons even have any value for decomposition? Currently, the decomposer was undergoing an upgrade, and this matter couldn't be verified for a while. This upgrade indeed took a long time, or it had been 2 full months, and the decomposer showed no signs of coming online. Time passed day by day. It's worth mentioning that Xia Zhiye originally intended to slack off, and although Tony and Ethan were speechless, they didn't mind. However, the freedom fighters were not pleased. Their goal in capturing Xia Zhiye was simple: to make him help with their work. But when Xia Zhiye came over treating it like a grand affair, the freedom fighters thought he was even freer than they were, which was unacceptable. Was there no awareness of being a kidnapped person? They rushed in to grab Xia Zhiye using threats and intimidation. Although Xia Zhiye didn't fully understand, he got the gist. This made him behave more cautiously and helped Tony and Ethan with some odd jobs. Besides that, he had been going out to steal a bit every night for the past few days. In the first few days, the freedom fighters still believed there was an insider, as Xia Zhiye would always take a few people with him whenever he went out. But just 3 days later, they could no longer be fooled by the excuse of an insider stealing guns and escaping. Although they hadn't thought of Xia Zhiye, they imagined something even more absurd. They believed the camp was haunted. After all, there was no explanation for why guns disappeared every night after they fell asleep. Why did members always go missing? Why did the missing people vanish without a trace? Vehicles were parked outside the camp, and there wasn't even a single footprint. If this wasn't haunting, then what could it be? For a time, panic spread among them, and they didn't dare to sleep at night, much less pay attention to Xia Zhiye's laziness. Many even chose to sleep during the day. If it weren't for their leader being steadfast and killing 2 who attempted to escape, their entire group would have fallen apart. Switching to sleeping during the day left Xia Zhiye with no way to act. Tony and Ethan were busy during the day and only rested at night, making it impossible for him to sneak out without them noticing. Fortunately, Xia Zhiye felt it was about time. After all, the temporary weapons given to them had yet to be determined if they would be useful after decomposition. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for something uncertain. More importantly, Tony's set of armor was about to be completed. Xia Zhiye was not ignorant of weaponry. After all, he had been good friends with Howard and had studied some gadgets during his time in the military. For example, homemade bombs. Of course, this knowledge was insufficient in front of Tony. He understood the overall concept of the armor Tony was making. However, he couldn't grasp even half of the details. Howard has quite an impressive son. Xia Zhiye often made inexplicable exclamations, leaving him feeling somewhat speechless. He had clearly seen all these things in movies. Why was he exclaiming about it here? Glancing at the camera, Xia Zhiye chuckled again. Tony and Ethan were under surveillance while creating this set of armor from scratch. However, they stared blankly without realizing what was actually happening. Then the day arrived. The big day had come. Tony's armor was fully completed. They could no longer stay in this cursed place for even a moment longer. So the moment the armor was finished, Tony eagerly began to put it on. Ethan was busy in front of him, helping to fasten every buckle. There was a bomb they had made placed on the door, and once someone opened it, the bomb would detonate. Normally, this could buy them some time, but it was extremely limited. Xia Zhiye thought for a moment and decided to help them out, asking, "Is there anything I need to do?" "Stand there and be quiet," Tony said to Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye was at a loss for words. Indeed, the persona he had set up was one that could be disliked. But he grinned and cheerfully replied no. After saying that, he went to the computer. "I know there is a program for an energy device that needs to be inputted. You want me to do?" Tony was taken aback. "How do you know? What are you rambling about?" Xia Zhiye said, "Do you have plenty of time?" "All right, interesting, immortal gentleman." Tony looked at Xia Zhiye, pondering. Ethan appeared extremely anxious. Under Tony's guidance, after wearing the armor, he stared at the door, fearing someone might suddenly barge in. But there was nothing. The people outside were worn out by Xia Zhiye's antics. Even watching the cameras, their brains were slow to react so much so that they only realized what had happened after Tony's armor was put on. But by the time they rushed there, it was already too late. When they hastily opened the door rigged with the bomb, after a loud explosion, they saw a metal monster standing in front of them. Before their brains could even process what was happening, Tony had already opened fire. His demeanor was nothing like a playboy. He was decisive in battle. The various weapons and ammunition equipped on the armor were unleashed without hesitation at the foes, and in the blink of an eye, those who could stand before him had vanished. "Let's go," Tony exclaimed, full of vigor, leading the charge. Ethan nervously followed behind, and trailing last was Xia Zhiye, hands in his pockets. Regarding the current situation, he felt little emotion, surprisingly, even a bit reluctant. The three of them under Tony's leadership fought their way out of the enemy camp with hardly any effective resistance. Upon exiting, Tony felt confused. Why do I feel like I've encountered a bunch of fake thugs? Teenagers in puberty can get mentally exhausted, it's quite normal. Xia Zhiye casually remarked. Is that so? Tony suddenly turned his gun towards Xia Zhiye, saying, but pretending to be clueless is also quite exhausting, isn't it? This interesting, immortal gentleman. Tony, what's wrong? Ethan asked, his face filled with confusion and uncertainty. What was going on with the gun pointing inward just as they were about to go out? Xia Zhiye grinned. Yo, what's the matter with you? Have you gone mad while walking? It's not me who's gone mad, or in fact, after seeing you, I think the one who's truly gone mad is this world. Tony's tone was filled with disbelief. Why would someone who has been dead for nearly 70 years suddenly appear in front of me? Ethan suddenly felt a chill upon hearing this, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces from Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye looked outside the cave. The bandits inside were mostly dead, but there were still guards outside. Right now, it doesn't seem like the time to discuss this. Although I don't know what you've misunderstood, let's talk in more detail after we get out of here. Xia Zhiye smiled slightly. At least I won't harbor any malice towards you. Tony gave Xia Zhiye a deep look, then turned, and at that moment gunfire erupted. Xia Zhiye turned to hide behind Tony and pulled Ethan along, saying, remember to be a bit careful later. I'll be careful, what about you? Ethan asked loudly. Xia Zhiye grinned. Of course I'm running away. As he finished speaking, he took off running. He moved swiftly like a flash of lightning on flat ground with no obstacle capable of hindering him. The majority of the freedom fighters' weapons were aimed at Tony, while Xia Zhiye attracted little attention. A few scattered gunshots posed no threat to him at all. Once he was out of everyone's line of sight, Xia Zhiye began utilizing his spatial traversal ability to reach a vantage point at the fastest speed. This was his first time using this ability to travel, and only when he exerted himself to the limit did he realize that each time he traversed, the maximum distance was only 10 meters. A short-range, instant teleportation. After arriving at a high point, Xia Zhiye casually took out a sniper rifle from the disassembly machine's space. This was the equipment he had requested from Pepper. He set up the rifle, aimed, and fired. Although logically it shouldn't be difficult for Tony to leave from here. But this guy's actual goal was to burn all the weapons outside. Those weapon crates under the awning marked with Stark Industries were a constant source of unbearable pain for Tony every second they existed. Therefore, before leaving, he had to destroy all of them. Faced with the situation, Ethan could hardly move and could only hide in the cave. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiye kept firing, taking out those using super-spec weapons ahead of time, to prevent these two from meeting their demise here. Even with Xia Zhiye's assistance, Tony's armor was nearly blasted to pieces in the hail of gunfire. After Xia Zhiye sniped the last member of the freedom fighters, Tony finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Xia Zhiye, he remained still. Lying on the sandy ground, he quietly waited. He was certainly not waiting for Tony. In fact, he was waiting for Tony to take off his armor. This armor was indeed powerful, but it was nowhere near as agile as the ones Tony would later create. In battle, it served as a super thick shield, but after the fight, walking in the desert became somewhat challenging. Of course, Xia Zhiye also knew that this armor was equipped with a rudimentary flying device. If it weren't for Ethan, Tony would have surely flown away without any hesitation, but Ethan was still alive, and Xia Zhiye believed Tony wouldn't abandon him. Thus, Xia Zhiye had reason to believe that this guy would most likely choose to take off his armor and escape with Ethan. It turned out Xia Zhiye was not wrong. 10 minutes later, he watched as the two ragged men found a car that still worked and drove off, and shamelessly destroyed the remaining vehicles. Xia's eyes face darkened at that moment. Damn, it was this meant to screw me over. Greed brings disaster. Xia Zhiye climbed down from the high ground, stowed away the sniper rifle, and approached the cave entrance. The armor was left here now basically completely wrecked. In fact, Xia Zhiye had to use several steps to collect it into the disassembly machine. Clearly, the disassembly machine's space no longer recognized this thing as a whole. Speaking of which, the antagonist in the first Iron Man seemed to have used this thing to create an ugly monster and barely became the final boss, right? After all, he was the only candidate. Xia Zhiye curled his lips. Oh, what did that have to do with him? Even if he took away this set of armor, the big boss wouldn't have armor to wear and couldn't become the ultimate boss. But what did that have to do with Xia Zhiye? He took it directly. There was no room for negotiation. Not only that, after finishing with the armor, Xia Zhiye lazily strolled around. He shot the ones who were still alive to finish them off, to prevent those guys from popping up later to cause trouble, although Tony would lose quite a few chances to play the hero because of this. But the same logic applied. It had nothing to do with him. If you don't kill the snake, future troubles are endless. Experiences from films and lessons from novels tell us that whenever the protagonist acts benevolently and treats the antagonist lightly, that antagonist will undoubtedly catch the protagonist off guard, almost to the point of poisoning them to death. Xia Zhiye absolutely did not want to become that kind of person. After wiping out the enemies, he looked at the vast yellow sand and couldn't help but stomp his foot and curse that bastard Howard should have slammed you against the wall back then. Is there such a thing as screwing over your uncle? Although you're older than me now, I remember when I was friends with your father, you weren't even a thought yet. However, jumping up and cursing was futile. Xia Zhiye could only proceed on foot. Luckily, there was still plenty of water and food in the disassembly machine space. At the very least, there was a bald strongman and a dozen freedom fighters in there. Although Xia Zhiye didn't know what use these guys would actually have. While walking, Xia Zhiye pondered over Tony's last words. It was clear that this guy had recognized him. It was hard to say exactly when, perhaps it was the first meeting or later. But regardless, this kid managed to endure for such a long time without changing his expression. He truly was a tough character. By the way, he wouldn't have intentionally said that to leave me stranded in this desert, would he? Xia Zhiye suddenly thought of a possibility and gritted his teeth. Had I known back then, I should have given Howard a universal kick to the groin. On a summer night, Xia Zhiye left the desert filled with frustration, cursing, and regretting more than once along the way. But it was of no use. He didn't have eyes in the back of his head. He had merely watched a few movies. Who would have thought that one day the seemingly loyal Tony Stark would also resort to underhanded tactics? Upon entering the city, Xia Zhiye found a place to make a phone call, and then casually sought revenge on the person who sold him the car before heading to the airport. There were no significant changes on the streets of New York, nor with Pepper Potts. Of course, there were small changes. At least she wasn't as eager as she was the first time she met Xia Zhiye. Tony has already made a call. After a brief recovery, he will be back tomorrow. Thank you. Pepper was the first to speak. Actually, even without me, he could come back alive, Xia Zhiye said with a smile. You should have a bit more faith in him. He added in his heart, after all, this guy is quite cunning. Regardless, I still appreciate your help. Pepper slightly bowed. Xia Zhiye's expression remained unchanged as he quietly observed Pepper. Her face was calm as well. After a moment of silence, Pepper sighed and said, Do you have any questions? Xia Zhiye chuckled softly. No. You're mistaken. It's not that I have questions, but rather, do you have something to tell me? There's nothing much to say. Pepper simply took out a note from her bag and handed it to Xia Zhiye, saying, Someone just hoped that I could deliver this to you. Another plea for world peace. Xia Zhiye's expression twitched slightly. Of course not, Pepper said with a smile. In summary, thank you for your help this time. The agreement we made will be strictly followed, and apart from you and me, no one else will know about this matter. Don't be so sure. Xia Zhiye sighed. Some people you ultimately cannot hide things from. It's just a matter of who is more honest between you all. After saying that, he waved his hand, and Xia Zhiye and Pepper brushed past each other and got into a taxi. Pepper watched the taxi gradually fade away, her serious expression gradually crumbling. She exhaled nervously and said, Do you think he will believe it? No, he won't. A woman's voice came from the back seat of a black car. I never intended to deceive him. It's just that my current situation leaves me no choice. Do you know? The world has given me a great surprise, and I suddenly feel that all the persistence in my life has been worth it. If possible, I really don't want to disturb him, but I still have no choice. Pepper turned to look at the car. The window was halfway down, and the woman smiled softly. In any case, thank you for your hard work this time. After the last task is completed, our communication will be cut off. In the taxi, Xia Zhiye's gaze became unusually calm. He didn't look at the note in his hand. He just quietly stared out the window for a long while before exhaling. Someone had been watching him. Although there was no murderous intent, that gaze made him feel particularly uneasy. Looking at the note in his hand, Xia Zhiye remained silent for a long time before not opening it, but placing it in the pocket of his inner garment. Arms crossed, leaning against the back of the seat, Xia Zhiye stared at the car roof in a daze, unsure of what he was thinking at that moment. When the car came to a stop, Xia Zhiye finally regained his senses. He paid the fare, got out, and opened the door. The small martial arts gym always gave Xia Zhiye the feeling that he wanted to make use of it. No one had been home for 2 months, and a considerable amount of dust had settled. Xia Zhiye had no luggage, so he went straight to the kitchen, grabbing tools to clean the place from top to bottom. What's this? In a corner on the first floor, Xia Zhiye discovered a pull ring. It would seem to be a cellar. A multitude of images surged into Xia Zhiye's mind in an instant, and he quickly shook his head, for many of those images were indescribable. He reached out and pulled it open, revealing only a simple basement below. Why not install a door for the basement, but instead dig a hole? Xia Zhiye silently complained, jumping down to take a look around. The space below wasn't too small, but inside there was basically nothing. Great, the treasure hunt ended faster than I expected. I can. Xia Zhiye looked at the basement, the corner of his mouth suddenly curling up. I probably have quite a bit of money now, right? Scratching his head, Xia Zhiye cleaned the basement and brought some tools. After putting everything down, Xia Zhiye called Li Xiaomi. After hanging up, Xia Zhiye dove into the basement to start an ambitious renovation plan. The previous call was to inquire about Li Xiaomi's use of the basement. The result was that the basement had long been unused, so Xia Zhiye expressed his ambition to occupy it. Li Xiaomi readily agreed because Xia Zhiye promised to pay the rent. If everything goes according to Xia Zhiye's plan, this basement will be of great use. The genetics knowledge he learned with Dr. Erskine back in the day, a bottle of super soldier serum he still had, and even a bald man. These things. And people, if they always have no place to be utilized, would be too regrettable. Xia Zhiye plans to transform this basement into a small laboratory for some relatively secret research. To accomplish this, he still needed some equipment. If it had been 2 months ago, Xia Zhiye would have been at a loss. His connections were almost zero, knowing only Li Xiaomi who could paint. But now, he called Pepper. This woman agreed very readily, so readily that it gave Xia Zhiye the illusion that she would meet any of his requests. Shaking his head, just as he was about to continue his work, someone knocked on the door. I just got home. Xia Zhiye wondered. It seemed there hadn't been so many visitors when Li Xiaomi was around. Who was it? Opening the door, he found a rather disheveled-looking man standing at the door. He glanced at Xia Zhiye, then at the address in his hand, nodded slightly, and said, "Hello, may I ask, are you the instructor?" Xia Zhiye's face turned green in an instant. Damn, could it be more straightforward than this? Also, where exactly did my disguise go wrong? Why would someone be holding a very familiar note, and specifically looking for him? Who are you? Xia Zhiye's face was quite green. "Hello, my name is Robert Bruce Banner." The man, slightly shy and a bit embarrassed, said with a hint of timidity, "I'm here seeking help." After tidying up his jaw that was about to drop, Xia Zhiye blurted out, "I didn't take off your pants." The most terrifying thing is when the air suddenly goes silent. Yet the moment Xia Zhiye uttered these words, the atmosphere became so quiet, it was almost suffocating. The silence was extraordinarily awkward. When Banner was not transformed, he was a person of great charisma. Although down on his luck, he was still cultured and eloquent. After an awkward silence, he was the first to break the ice. "I think that must be a misunderstanding." You're right." Xia Zhiye nodded quickly. "Please come in." When Banner came in, Xia Zhiye was still a bit dazed. How could this great figure suddenly appear here? Recalling the note he had in his hand earlier, Xia Zhiye couldn't help but twitch his lips. He shook his head helplessly, closed the door, and walked in. Looking at Banner walking ahead, Xia Zhiye inevitably glanced at his pants. He quickly slapped his own face, wondering what was wrong with him. If he annoys this guy, he could easily demolish the place. The Hulk's destructive capability is more ferocious than that of a bulldog, you know. After surveying his surroundings, Banner seemed to want to compliment Xia Zhiye's place. "Your place." After thinking for a long time, it seemed he couldn't find the right words, so he could only say, "It's quite spacious." "You're right. I've been planning to order a table and change the entrance, maybe open a detective agency or something like that. After all, there are always people coming to me for help all day long. I didn't even realize I had a main job now." Xia Zhiye couldn't help but complain. Banner immediately felt embarrassed. "If I caused you any trouble, then I..." "No, it has nothing to do with you," Xia Zhiye sighed. "I know a bit about what's happening to you." After a moment of silence, Banner finally said, "Before we proceed, may I confirm a few things with you? Please, the second floor has a living room. Let's go sit there." Still just a glass of water. Banner held the water, feeling a bit restless. "Before we continue, I would like to confirm, was it you that night?" "I really didn't mean to take your pants off." Xia Zhiye felt he couldn't avoid this question. "It's okay," Banner replied instinctively, then realized that response was problematic. What does "it's okay" even mean? Is taking off pants not a big deal? After thinking for a moment, he added, "As long as you don't do it often. So it's fine if it's occasional." Xia Zhiye was taken aback. "Of course not." Banner was speechless, wondering what on earth was going on. Xia Zhiye wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. In any case." Banner rearranged his thoughts and said, "You seem to understand my situation very well, and if you are the one from that night, then I can be a bit more at ease. You see, sometimes I can't control my emotions, and if such things happen, I need someone to prevent me from doing something I might regret." "That's quite convoluted," Xia Zhiye said, clicking his tongue. "Before we proceed, could you tell me how you found me?" "Of course," Banner replied. "I originally planned to leave this country, but I was ultimately stopped by the military. You know, they are very different from the military personnel I used to know. They didn't intend to capture me, they wanted to talk. Although there were some minor unpleasantness at first, we eventually managed to communicate successfully. They suggested they could help me, but I needed to find you." Xia Zhiye sighed lightly. "And then I came here." Xia Zhiye was speechless. Wasn't that a bit hasty? "You see, they didn't appear to be bad people," Banner said. "Moreover, they told me that if there was someone in this world who could help me, that person could only be you. I don't have many demands, actually. If I can maintain my sanity in that state without hurting those around me, I would be satisfied." Xia Zhiye fell silent. The military, the note, everything is a mess. From the current situation, it seems Pepper has indeed concealed a lot of things. Then her agreeing so readily to my request for some experimental supplies wouldn't mean she knew Banner was coming here, would it? If that's the case, Xia Zhiye found it hard to understand the other party's intentions. To be able to send Banner over, it was evident they must have some information. Moreover, they were certain about my identity. The Hulk's birth was a tragedy caused by the military's research on the super soldier serum. The inventor of the super soldier serum is Dr. Erskine. In this world, there are only a handful of people who know the relationship between me and Dr. Erskine, and the only one still alive who knows this is probably just one. Agent Carter. Only Agent Carter could have facilitated this. Is it you? Xia Zhiye frowned slightly. But if it is you, why go through such a roundabout way with me? Unless there are reasons that must be this way. In the silence, Xia Zhiye suddenly took out the note from his pocket, opened it, and glanced at the elegant handwriting. Please, be yourself. There was no extra information, just this one line. Xia Zhiye fell into silence. In that moment, various thoughts surged within his heart. 70 years is enough to change a person, but some things deep within the heart do not change. If it was Agent Carter once she confirmed her identity, she absolutely wouldn't go in circles with me like this. Unless she is currently facing a predicament where she cannot directly contact me. Therefore, something must have happened that I could not have anticipated leading to this situation. If that's the case, Xia Zhiye suddenly felt a sense of relief. Not rushing to find Agent Carter after coming to this world may have been the best choice. Using the name of instructor to appear in certain people's sights might have inadvertently granted Carter a good hand. And if Agent Carter really has a plan, then now my identity is probably only in the hands of a few people. Otherwise S.H.I.E.L.D. would have already come knocking at my door. Looking at Banner again, Xia Zhiye was basically certain of his suspicion. Please. A smile appeared at the corners of Xia Zhiye's mouth. Is there any need to be so polite with me? We are old comrades. Banner's request was agreed upon by Xia Zhiye. However, when it came to the accommodation, Xia Zhiye realized that he couldn't make the decision alone. After all, the house belonged to Li Xiaomi. Thus, Xia Zhiye could only call Li Xiaomi, and after explaining his intentions, the girl roared like thunder on the phone, but ultimately agreed. She was actually a girl who loved to show off, but was inherently gentle and kind. Whenever Xia Zhiye encountered someone like her, he felt his heart soften. But what would happen next? Xia Zhiye felt a bit of a headache. Even if everything went as he suspected, it was all part of Agent Carter's plan. Would she really send more people his way? To be honest, even if it was Agent Carter's request, he was reluctant to keep accepting various troubles. Moreover, he couldn't even confirm if this matter was related to Carter. After Banner successfully moved in, the first thing he did was help Xia Zhiye deal with the basement issues. It had been too long, and it was too damp down there, so some necessary measures needed to be taken. This place was rather secluded, and Xia Zhiye couldn't find anyone else, so the two men simply rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Banner was a man of few words, often carrying a melancholic gaze. To many, being the Hulk was an incredible ability, but for Banner it was merely an extreme source of distress. If given a choice, Banner would absolutely not wish to be the Hulk. It kept him in a constant state of gloom and sadness, perhaps daydreaming about his past romantic escapades. After all, ever since he became the Hulk, it seemed that even applauding for love was an impossible feat. It was said that a racing heartbeat could trigger his transformation, rendering certain scenarios that should be thrilling into something horrifying and bizarre, even grotesque. During work, Banner appeared somewhat wooden and melancholic, but at least he didn't slack off. With Xia Zhiye's terrifying physical abilities, the two of them worked quite efficiently. Yet even so, it took them nearly 3 days to tidy up the entire basement. The fully organized basement looked even better than expected, and coincidentally the items from Pepper were delivered, so they began moving everything inside. It was impossible to have a full set of equipment. Even if they brought it over, the basement wouldn't be able to accommodate it. In fact, even the entrance to the basement was a challenge. Fortunately, some basic facilities were already sufficient for Xia Zhiye's certain research. After all, he wasn't planning on mass-producing the serum just yet. However, when he saw Pepper, Xia Zhiye was puzzled. Why was this girl involved with Agent Carter? But upon a second thought, it seemed quite logical. When Pepper joined Stark Industries, Howard was still alive. During that time, anything could have happened. Casually chatting with Pepper about Tony, she told Xia Zhiye Tony said that when he was captured, he encountered a lunatic. Xia Zhiye was speechless. Who taught this brat such a bad habit? Howard certainly didn't have such a foul mouth. Seeing Xia Zhiye so gloomy, Pepper couldn't help but chuckle. The items have been delivered. Ooh, I have a ball to attend tonight. See you later. After sending Pepper off, Xia Zhiye fell silent for a moment. He didn't ask anything, and Pepper seemed unwilling to share. This was already a form of expression. As for the brat, he could be left alone for now. Hopefully, he could evolve soon and become Iron Brat. In the laboratory, Xia Zhiye stared at the test results, lost in thought. After a long while, he began writing and sketching on paper, reorganizing. Banner sat quietly to the side, not daring to interrupt, and after a while, Xia Zhiye put down his pen side and said, "Your problem is even more serious than I imagined." Banner sat up straight. Go on. Firstly, the biggest variable is that the data you accepted during the experiment was unstable. The most direct consequence of this is that your current condition is even more unstable. Of course, to a certain extent, this is also the fundamental reason for your advantages. Your strength has almost no bottom line. Anger determines its magnitude. But similarly, anger can cause you to lose your rationality. This isn't merely Hulk's issue. Even a normal person can easily lose their mind when angry. It's just that Hulk becomes angrier more easily. Furthermore, when you transform, it is often during an extreme emotional state, and those feelings affect Hulk. Thus, every time he appears, his mind is in a state of extreme instability. Have you ever tried transforming in a completely calm state? Xia Zhiye asked. Banner was silent for a moment, then said, that night. The night you fought with the bald guy. Xia Zhiye said, no wonder your target was so clear that night. For most of the time, you should have been conscious, right? Banner nodded. Xia Zhiye pondered for a moment. This could be a line of thought to consider, but it's not absolute. After saying this, Xia Zhiye unleashed the bald guy, also known as Abomination. Banner immediately tensed up, looking at Xia Zhiye, and then at Abomination. This bald guy. How did you learn this from me? There's no time to explain and worry that this guy will wake up. I certainly don't want the lab I've worked so hard to establish to be destroyed by the two of you. Xia Zhiye extracted some blood samples from Abomination's wounds, and the next moment, he stored Abomination back into the disintegration device. Where did he go? Banner exclaimed. To an interesting place, Xia Zhiye said. Actually, I've always wanted to conduct an experiment. Oh, would you like to be my test subject? No way. Banner decisively refused. He could tell from Xia's eyes expression that this was definitely not some fun experiment. Xia Zhiye clicked his tongue. So boring. After diluting the blood sample, he extracted another portion and began conducting tests. Banner was also quite skilled in this area, and the two of them collaborated, making swift progress. When the data results came out, Xia Zhiye compared the data of both of them and couldn't help but chuckle. Interesting, what you used is actually the same thing, strictly speaking. Even the serum he later used, despite some optimization, absolutely couldn't lead to a dramatic leap. But why was there such a significant disparity in the results? Could it be a matter of physical constitution? Every individual's physique is different. The same substance, when applied to each person, will produce varying effects. The Super Soldier Serum is an exceptionally unique substance, and even a slight difference can be magnified exponentially. Therefore, it is entirely possible that the disparities in results stem simply from differences in physique. However, at this moment, all of this remains unverified. One can only say, this is a viable line of thought. In an effort to save himself, Banner conducted extensive research in this area, but even so, by the end of their discussions, the two could only arrive at some seemingly feasible but uncertain conclusions. The final outcome will require careful calculations and experiments to determine. Aside from that, they both agreed on one approach to control emotions as much as possible, maintain normal thought processes and rationality. Yet this method only addresses the symptoms, but not the root cause. After all, even a Buddha can feel rage, let alone Banner, who is merely human. To completely eliminate his madness using this method would require bringing Hulk out for a calm discussion. But the issue is, once Hulk truly emerges, who can remain calm? As their discussion stretched into the evening, the two hungry men grabbed a bite before retreating to their respective rooms for the night. The next morning, Xia Zhiye once again went to the rooftop to practice. Although he had yet to achieve anything substantial, controlling his breathing rhythm allowed his body to remain in optimal condition. This single benefit was enough to keep Xia Zhiye persistent. He also tried to apply the colorless energy within him to his martial arts forms, but to no avail. It is worth mentioning that Banner noticed Xia Zhiye's daily morning routine and initially intended to learn it. However, he gave up after just the first day, not because he couldn't learn it, but because when he adjusted his breathing, causing his blood flow to accelerate and his heart to race, he nearly summoned Hulk. This frightened Banner so much that he turned pale, vowing never to set foot on the rooftop again. After finishing his morning practice, Xia Zhiye was about to work on his teleportation ability when Banner's voice called from below, "Xia, your phone." Late at night, Xia Zhiye walked through the alleys heading to the subway station. The reason he hadn't returned home at this late hour could undoubtedly be laid squarely at Li Xiaomi's feet. Early that morning, the girl called Xia Zhiye from her school, asking him to buy some paint for her. She provided an extremely remote address over the phone, insisting that if she couldn't use this brand of paint, she'd struggle to paint at all. Xia Zhiye had no way to discern the truth. As the saying goes, the one who eats from your hands is hard to refuse. Staying in her home, buying her the paint, and mailing it seemed not too much to ask. As a result, this ordeal took up the entire day. That damned remote address nearly had Xia Zhiye running his legs off. Even more frightening was his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, forcing Xia Zhiye to navigate with a map while searching for the subway station. Can anyone tell me where the subway station actually is? Xia Zhiye lamented as he realized that even with a map, he had already become lost in the streets of New York. While he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps in the alley. In the next moment, a group of people rushed past him. "Hey, stop. Don't run. I need to ask for directions." Upon seeing them, Xia Zhiye felt elated. Getting lost in the streets of New York isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is that he hadn't encountered a single little thug before this, leaving him with no one to ask for directions. Wasn't it said that in New York's alleys there's always a group of scummy thugs waiting to harass women? Now he finally encountered them. Although these guys looked a bit busy, Xia Zhiye felt he could interrupt their work just a little. Putting away the map, he took off after them. After a couple of steps, he realized that this group was likely divided into two factions. The first group was at the front, consisting of an extremely agile young man with exceptional skills at climbing over walls and entering homes. His speed was quick and fluid, exhibiting enviable coordination. The gang behind him was fast as well, but evidently not as agile as the young man in front. Moreover, the young man would occasionally stop to attack those behind him in a rather peculiar manner. Most interestingly, his body seemed capable of hanging directly on walls without any support. When someone passed by, he would kick them down. Who was this person? Xia Zhiye felt puzzled. When did such a character emerge on the streets of New York? However, in the next moment, he felt that thought was a bit excessive. If New York streets can host a bald strong man performing street art and a green short chubby guy running around without pants, why couldn't there be someone nimble who can wall crawl? Someone who can wall crawl. Xia Zhiye's eyes suddenly widened. In the Marvel universe, when it comes to wall crawling skills, Xia Zhiye respects no one but Spider-Man. Could it be Peter Parker? Xia Zhiye was astonished because if he encountered Peter Parker here, the timeline wouldn't match up. Based on Xia Zhiye's understanding, Spider-Man seemed to have appeared during the Civil War. That time frame seems to be several years away, right? Well, forgive Xia Zhiye for not knowing the exact timeline, but in any case, Spider-Man's appearance should belong to the later stages of the series. Now Iron Man hasn't even made a proper appearance, and how did he jump out? This timeline is so chaotic. Xia Zhiye felt a bit frustrated, but not to the point of losing his mind. He reached out and grabbed a thug running at the back. The thug was suddenly yanked by the collar, barely avoiding, choking, gasping for breath. Before Xia Zhiye could speak, the thug threw a punch at his nose. What the hell do you have against my handsome nose? Xia Zhiye's head swayed as he seized the thug's wrist. Let me tell you him just. Before he could finish, the thug suddenly kneed him. If that hit landed, what would happen? Xia Zhiye, furious, released the thug's wrist, jumped back, and then charged forward with a kick to the thug's chest. The thug's body was sent flying, slamming against the wall. Following that, Xia Zhiye took a couple of steps forward, grabbed him by the collar, and angrily said, I just want to ask. Hey, don't you dare pass out. However, the thug in his hands was already incapable of standing, his body limp like a pile of mud. Damn it. Xia Zhiye felt frustrated, tossing the thug aside, and continued his pursuit. On a summer night, Xia Zhiye was incredibly frustrated. The chaotic timeline was just a minor issue. After all, if Marvel's timeline didn't get mixed up, it wouldn't truly be Marvel. But why was it so difficult just to ask for directions? Damn it. You stop right there. Xia Zhiye grabbed another person's collar, and this one was even more straightforward. Due to the speed of the chase, his grip was too forceful, and the sudden impact caused this fellow to pass out. What the hell? Xia Zhiye was almost transformed into the Hulk, shouting as he chased after the group. The thugs heard the sound behind them and were suddenly thrown into chaos. The young man in front moved as nimbly as a monkey, while another mysterious figure leapt out from nowhere, incapacitating one thug after another. What on earth should they do? Should they stop to deal with the one behind? Wouldn't the one in front escape, then? Keep chasing. But that would mean being taken down one by the thug behind. Seeing this situation, the leader of the group realized it was not going well. He decisively stood his ground and said, first take him down. He was pointing right at Xia Zhiye. Upon seeing this, Xia Zhiye was overjoyed. Great. I was just about to tell you. What else could anyone say? The group charged forward, intending to take Xia Zhiye down. Xia Zhiye, seeing this, became furious. Damn, I just wanted to ask for directions. Is this really necessary? He grabbed one thug's fist and kicked him, sending him flying. The second thug rushed in, only to be grabbed by Xia Zhiye by the neck and lifted up, swinging him like a meteor hammer. Chaos ensued. The young man, sprinting ahead, noticed the commotion behind him. Turning around, he saw Xia Zhiye, not knowing where this hero had come from, taking down the thugs. He immediately turned back to join the fray. The thugs were truly having a bad day. A simple, immature little spider was able to evade them, but now they had a skilled fighter following closely behind. Unfortunately, trailing behind was a master of beheading with excellent fighting skills and rich combat experience. Coupled with the reckless little spider, they found themselves caught in the middle, crying for help. Xia Zhiye was enjoying the fight so much that he completely forgot why he was there. But luckily, when he caught the last thug, he suddenly remembered he was there to ask for directions. Pulling on the thug's collar, he was about to inquire, when suddenly a foot came flying and knocking the thug out cold. Did he faint again? Xia Zhiye was dumbfounded, looking at the young man who just landed from the kick. What? Why did you kick him like that? Are you one of them? The young man asked in shock. Xia Zhiye was also surprised. What made you come to that conclusion? Is it because I knocked them all down? The young man thought for a moment and said, sorry, I got a bit excited. Excited or not, let's talk about something. Xia Zhiye said, sorry, I don't have time. The young man crouched down and rolled up one of the thug's sleeves to check his wrist, then sighed disappointed and stood up to leave. Wait, Xia Zhiye hurriedly called out. The young man, hearing this, did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace and was already climbing the wall in just a few steps, climbing barehanded like a big spider. So it's you. Xia Zhiye suddenly had a claw in his hand, swung it around, and threw it onto the wall using the rope to run up the wall. The little spider climbing upward was dumbfounded. He could do that. Can you slow down? I just want to ask you something. Xia Zhiye kept pace with the little spider, speaking calmly. The little spider grinned, no way. At the same time, he suddenly let go, jumping down from a height of 2 or 3 stories. Is the young man so impatient? Xia Zhiye also let go, and the two landed on the ground one after the other. However, compared to Xia Zhiye's ease, the little spider clearly lacked experience with such maneuvers and landed unsteadily, sitting down hard on the ground. Looking up, he saw a map appear in front of him. What were you so excited about? I just wanted to ask where the subway station is. This place is filled with buildings. It's making my eyes dizzy. The subway station. The little spider stood up bewildered. That's all you wanted to ask. What did you think? Xia Zhiye replied, rolling his eyes as he flicked his wrist, and the claw fell from the building, disappearing from his hand the next second. The little spider watched this unfold, surprised. So, you're not the same as others. Not the same. Xia Zhiye replied. Even if I'm different, didn't I still get lost? Hurry up and tell me so I can go home. The little spider was at a loss for words. Hey friend, I think there's a misunderstanding between us. That's obvious. But if you don't tell me where the subway station is, I think our misunderstanding will only grow. Xia Zhiye's expression darkened. All right. The little spider said helplessly with a smile. Where do you want to go? 20 minutes later, on the same subway, the two sat side by side in silence. The little spider glanced at Xia Zhiye, then at the route map, and was the first to speak. I didn't expect our destinations to be the same. Yeah, the same. Xia Zhiye looked out the window. By the way, haven't we met before? The little spider asked again. Oh right, I'm Peter Parker. Nice to meet you. You're too early to be happy. Xia Zhiye rolled his eyes. Watching the little spider nearly roll his eyes back, he added, but I think I've really seen you before. Right? Over 2 months ago, you were pinned down by a golden-haired kid with freckles doing some unspeakable things, weren't you? I think your description has some issues. They were just planning to rob me. Peter's face turned dark. And what you call unspeakable was just them searching my wallet. Hey, yeah, very convincing. Xia Zhiye nodded expressionlessly. Why do I feel like what you're saying and your expression are both just dismissive? Peter was dumbfounded. Xia Zhiye nodded and said, that's right, you got it right. I am just dismissing you. You shamelessly admitted that. Peter continued to stare in shock. Peter was on the verge of breaking down. The personality of Xia Zhiye made him feel an urge to bang his head against the wall. Who exactly is this person? With a deep sigh, Peter decided to remain silent. He fell silent while Xia Zhiye seemed less inclined to stay quiet. Turning to look at Peter, he pondered for a moment and asked, what were you doing before? On the streets, punishing evil. Me? Peter was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. No, I was just looking for someone who has a star tattoo on his wrist. Xia Zhiye blinked, remaining silent. Peter, who had been prompted to speak, could not hold back anymore, and said, I don't know who he is, but he killed my uncle. Xia Zhiye suddenly realized, so that was the context. A Spider-Man searching for a nemesis on the streets. Supernatural. Scratching his head, Xia Zhiye looked at the empty compartment. It was too late, and even the subway was nearly deserted. He then asked, so you plan to search blindly like this? You don't even know who the person is, only based on a tattoo. Not to mention how hard it is to find him. Even if you do find him, how can you be sure he is the one you're looking for? Peter fell silent, sighed. I don't know. Frustrated, he ran his hands through his hair. But if I can't find this person, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. I can't forget the look in my uncle's eyes when he died. He wanted to say something to me, but in the end he didn't say anything. There was reluctance in his gaze. He shouldn't have left so early. He was a good man. Perhaps he needed to vent, or maybe he just didn't know who else to confide in. A stranger like Xia Zhiye shouldn't have been his confidant. However, Xia Zhiye had once rescued him, making Peter instinctively feel that they were kindred spirits. This made the inexperienced young Spider-Man subconsciously regard Xia Zhiye as someone trustworthy and began to open up. Xia Zhiye, feeling inexplicably like a life mentor, looked at the helpless, despairing boy with tears in his eyes and sighed helplessly. But you can't just rush around the streets like this. If you do, they will remember your face. These people are reckless. What if one day your loved ones get caught up in this because of you? Man, Peter suddenly raised his head. You're right, I need to think of a way. And then, Xia Zhiye looked at him. Think of a way to continue searching aimlessly. But besides that, I don't know what else to do. Peter looked at Xia Zhiye helplessly. Xia Zhiye thought for a moment and said, I don't know either. Can you please not say that when I'm feeling sad? Peter didn't know what expression to show. This complicated mindset was nearly impossible to convey through his face. You say that without knowing anything. So frustrating, I just want to punch someone. All right. You should. Xia Zhiye sighed, about to say something, but suddenly felt something was off. What am I doing? Banner is still living with me, and now I have to get involved in Spider-Man's troubles. Even before Thanos arrives, I can't afford to be reckless. What I should do is find a way to improve my own strength, right? Getting myself into all sorts of trouble while having nothing to do. Does that really make sense? Is your method right? Hearing Xia Zhiye's words, Peter once again directed a hopeful gaze towards him. If I say no, will you hit me? Yes, I will hit you hard, Peter replied. Unfortunately, you can't fight at all. Xia Zhiye rolled his eyes. Don't underestimate me, Peter said defiantly. Ever since he was bitten by the spider, he felt that although he couldn't claim much else, he was pretty good at fighting. Xia Zhiye laughed in a way that made one want to punch him. Peter really wanted to hit someone. He really wanted to hit someone. He never knew that just because of someone's smile, he could feel such a strong urge to hit them. All right then. Xia Zhiye suddenly laughed. How about this? If you can beat me, I'll help you find that person. What do you say? Beat you? Really? Peter's eyes sparkled. You're truly not one to hide your emotions, are you? You can't back out, Peter quickly said, noticing Xia Zhiye's nonchalant expression. I won't back out. Xia Zhiye slightly moved his arms and said, but this isn't the place. How about tomorrow night? Let's agree on a place and have a duel. All right. Peter had been wanting to fight Xia Zhiye for a whole night. However, he couldn't just randomly hit people without understanding the situation, so Xia Zhiye's suggestion was exactly what he was looking for. So childish. Xia Zhiye silently complained, but found it amusing. This kid was indeed quite interesting. When he got home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. According to Banner's schedule, he should already be asleep by now. Xia Zhiye required him to be in bed by 10 o'clock. Adjusting his physical state was essential for maintaining calm. Lack of sleep can lead to irritability, which makes one prone to losing their temper. Ordinary people losing their temper is one thing, but for Banner, I don't want to see you running around without pants in public ever again. Xia Zhiye secretly complained. He casually placed the package he was carrying in the living room, intending to send it to Li Xiaomi tomorrow. Then he went to the laboratory and began comparing data once again. After looking for a while, he sighed gently, still clueless. If the decomposer wasn't upgraded, I could have gone out to buy books to enhance my knowledge in this area. But now the decomposer can't be used. This is a crucial moment where things are falling apart. Xia Zhiye sighed again, recalling the young Spider-Man. The fighting was merely an excuse. Deep down, he really wanted to help this kid, as Spider-Man had been his favorite character when he watched movies back in the day. Was this chance encounter a twist of fate? Xia Zhiye's fingers suddenly tapped on the table as he recalled something. The Green Goblin serum. His finger gently tapped on his temple. I wonder if I'm remembering it wrong. I think I saw it somewhere. The Green Goblin serum was also developed from the residual data of the Super Soldier serum. Could this be useful for Banner? When this thought arose, Xia Zhiye's expression became somewhat conflicted. The Peter he encountered tonight was clearly a little spider from the extraordinary realm. However, the Green Goblin from the extraordinary realm seemed to have barely appeared before already meeting his demise. Is there a connection between the serum developed by the second Green Goblin appearing in the second part and the Super Soldier serum? This was something Xia Zhiye couldn't be sure of. Lost in thought, Xia Zhiye opened the computer in the laboratory and searched for information on the Osborn group. However, the results left him quite perplexed. Firstly, there was almost no information about Norman Osborn on the internet. Yet information about the entire Osborn group was overwhelming, filled with countless inventions, ideas, and design concepts. But these things were of no help to Xia Zhiye. What he wanted to know was what the current Norman Osborn was truly like. In the extraordinary realm, Norman was a living dead man on the verge of death, suffering from a hereditary genetic disease. Yet in the first version of Spider-Man, Norman Osborn was a very healthy man. He was even able to use himself as a subject for experiments, ultimately succeeding and giving birth to the Green Goblin. But now information about this person was blurry online, leaving Xia Zhiye unable to determine which version of him was the true one. The only thing he knew was that such a person existed. This is just... Xia Zhiye scratched his head, feeling quite speechless. After glancing at the data on the table and hesitating for a moment, he finally made a decision. Let's investigate first. If that doesn't work, he'll try to sneak in. If Peter can slip in to get close to the spider, why can't I? Leaning back in his chair and turning around slightly, Xia Zhiye let out a soft sigh. The reason he was putting so much thought into helping Banner, even considering the risk of obtaining the Green Goblin serum, was not solely because of Carter. After all, that was just a hypothesis. Although the likelihood was high, there was always a chance it could go wrong. His efforts were also driven by selfish motives. His growth rate was still too slow. He wasn't like Steve, who had an even odds cheat able to withstand a punch from the purple potato demon with the power of human limits. Thus, he had to plan for himself. After leaving the battlefield of World War II, the modern society had very few weapons available for him to disassemble. The last time he went to save Iron Bear was an opportunity, but he couldn't just linger in war-torn areas for such things all the time, could he? Most importantly, the weapons he could disassemble were increasingly failing to satisfy his growing appetite. Only the Hulk's pants and Schmidt's pistol produced battle souls that could make him feel a sense of improvement. But he couldn't keep asking Banner to transform every few days just so he could collect his pants. After all, in this matter, Banner's opinion was not important. If Hulk got upset, he could tear the earth apart to show you what was inside. If he relied on collecting someone else's pants every day for growth, Xia Zhiye figured he might not even grow up before Hulk crushed him. This was not feasible. Therefore, after witnessing the birth of Iron Man, Xia Zhiye set his sights on the super soldier serum as his disassembly target. Although the disassembler couldn't break down the super soldier serum back, then it didn't mean it couldn't in the future. Now that the disassembler was being upgraded, perhaps after this upgrade the serum could be disassembled. After all, one must always have dreams. This was also why upon discovering the basement he immediately set about cleaning it up to use as a laboratory. He intended to reproduce the super soldier serum here to provide experience for his disassembler. Even taking 1,000 steps back, even if the disassembler was upgraded, but still couldn't break down the super soldier serum. Xia Zhiye could still use it. Back then it was due to special circumstances, but now nestled in a space that belonged to him, he could experiment as he pleased. With his current physical condition and the modifications from the super soldier serum, he couldn't say how much improvement he would have, but it would definitely be beneficial. Although Banner's arrival disrupted Xia Zhiye's little plan, the unpredictable attitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Banner's plea for help revealed new possibilities to Xia Zhiye. If the super soldier serum could be disassembled, could the serum that created the Hulk also be disassembled? And now with the Green Goblin serum also having the potential for existence, Xia Zhiye felt he had no reason not to strive for it. Even if taking 200 steps back, even if none of the serums could be disassembled, and the Green Goblin serum didn't exist at all, once he truly succeeded in eliminating the drawbacks of the Hulk serum, couldn't he still use it? Although turning green and becoming larger, such things were quite difficult to accept. If he truly got desperate, Xia Zhiye could do anything. He had never lacked the quality of putting in effort. Well, even if all of this was fanciful thinking, taking 30,000 steps back, Banner's arrival also provided Xia Zhiye with an opportunity to increase his favorability with Banner. After all, being alone and isolated, he would definitely not gain anything good in the dangers that lay ahead. If he could help Banner control Hulk's rage and indifference, even if it was just a temporary stabilization, that would be a significant improvement. At that time, he might even be able to max out Banner's favorability, and his own safety could also gain some assurance. So no matter how he looked at it, this was a surefire profitable deal. From the perspectives of morality and self-improvement, Xia Zhiye had no reason not to strive for this. Even considering the angle of being a free bodyguard, shouldn't he also develop a bit with Spider-Man? Well, that guy is still a kid. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., Xia Zhiye didn't want to get too deeply involved with them. Even with Carter still around, he didn't want to. He fundamentally wasn't a citizen of this country, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was a national agency. Getting too entangled with these people made Xia Zhiye uncomfortable. He had no reason to be lazy at home before crossing over, eating and waiting to die every day. Yet after crossing over, he would help others' country fight and kill. During World War II, that was unavoidable. If they didn't kill them, they would be killed. Now, however, things were different. Although the world was still unstable, and there were always major villains who thought living is not good, constantly trying to destroy the world. Even so, Xia Zhiye seemed to have no reason to gather with S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel sitting around discussing how to save the world. That is something heroes should do, right? For some people, perhaps. But for himself, he has never been one. Heroes are fearless, selfless, and capable of sacrificing themselves to save this world. Although Xia Zhiye had once done the same due to circumstances. Was it really voluntary? If it weren't for that damned cosmic cube that suddenly fell on his chest, how could he have done something as ridiculous as using the cosmic cube to provoke Schmidt the bear? He even regretted it immensely whenever he thought of this matter. Why didn't I think of putting the cosmic cube into the disassembly machine space back then? If I had stored it away at that time, it wouldn't have caused such a ruckus. I wouldn't have had to traverse so many years of time to this era waiting for the sunset's arrival. With that thought, Xia Zhiye sighed again. Where did all these troubles originate? It ultimately boils down to insufficient strength. If he had the power to crush the purple sweet potato essence, would he still need to exhaust himself to secure benefits and find bodyguards? There would be no need at all. Once the purple sweet potato essence arrives, it would turn him into a roasted sweet potato in an instant. But now, he could only proceed step by step. And the first step was to verify whether the Oscorp had the Green Goblin serum. Xia Zhiye had planned this quite well, but the next day, when he mentioned it to Banner, he faced strong opposition. The reason was a resolute disagreement, with Xia Zhiye risking himself for his own issues. Xia Zhiye argued that it was necessary to take risks for Banner. As a result, the two became stuck on this issue. In the end, Xia Zhiye courageously exclaimed to the Hulk, "In any case, it's settled. This matter is not just for you, but also for me. And right now it's just an investigation, merely an investigation." In his agitated state, he nearly revealed his ulterior motives to Banner. Banner was silent for a long time before he sighed and said, I understand, but this matter cannot be handled by you alone. He'll go with you. Don't joke around. Xia Zhiye almost turned green with anger. During the infiltration process, what if you get anxious and transform back into the Hulk? What then? Banner was momentarily speechless, blinking at Xia Zhiye, uncertain of how to respond. Seeing Banner's attitude soften, Xia Zhiye let out a sigh of relief. Then he inexplicably felt a sense of dread. What had just happened? He had actually stared down the Hulk. If Banner had gotten angry and summoned Hulk to wreck the place, he would definitely not be able to handle it. Mainly Li Xiaomi would have an even harder time dealing with it. She had just gone to school, and upon returning, she would find the house turned into a garbage dump. Who would she go to for justice? To accommodate Banner's emotions, Xia Zhiye pondered what he should say to ease the atmosphere. But Banner suddenly spoke with deep emotion. It's precisely because someone like you exists that I hope to maintain my rationality, so I won't do anything I would regret. You don't need to say that I'm actually doing it for myself too. Hearing Banner's words, Xia Zhiye felt a bit awkward. He had ulterior motives and wasn't purely doing it for Banner. No matter what the root of all this still lies with me. Banner looked at Xia Zhiye earnestly. His gaze was serious and filled with gratitude, and Xia Zhiye, caught by this look, helplessly said, to be honest, I'm not interested in men. Banner's gratitude instantly melted away like snow, and he darkly replied, neither am I. Then he stood up and grabbed his coat. What are you doing? Xia Zhiye was a bit confused. Why was he suddenly acting like he was about to run away from home? I suddenly remembered something. Amidst some data? Banner said, this data has been with me all along, but then some things happened. In short, I know where it is, and I'm going to retrieve it. Then be careful. Xia Zhiye nodded. Don't worry. Banner looked at Xia Zhiye. You should be careful too. I can't help you with infiltration and investigation. I can only assist in other ways to help you avoid unnecessary detours. And this is also for myself. After saying this, Banner left without looking back. The data that Banner mentioned Xia Zhiye had encountered in the movie. It was the experimental data that Banner had gone through, and if he had this, it would indeed save Xia Zhiye a lot of time. After Banner left, Xia Zhiye sat alone on the sofa, feeling a bit aimless. It wasn't that he had nothing to do, he was just pondering how to confirm the existence of the Green Goblin serum. Thinking about it left and right, he felt that if he infiltrated to investigate now, there would be no real target. Not only would it be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but there was also a high chance that he would end up with nothing. Just as he was feeling frustrated, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I'm really such an idiot. There was no news about this on the internet, but Little Spider must know something. Whether it's the original Spider-Man or the Amazing Spider-Man. Peter and Norman Osborn's son Harry were very good friends. Moreover, in the original version, Spider-Man had already known Norman while in school, and they were extremely familiar with each other. Although it might not be 100% certain, it wouldn't leave him so directionless. It seems. I happen to have a fight scheduled with Little Spider tonight. Xia Zhiye suddenly started to chuckle. When Xia Zhiye arrived at the agreed location, he saw a figure with a red hood and sunglasses, a hentai, squatting at the edge of the building, peering into the city. If I didn't know who you were, I would definitely think you were a big villain planning to engage in some sneaky business. Xia Zhiye approached Little Spider from behind, looking a bit helpless at his outfit. Little Spider turned around and saw Xia Zhiye still in casual clothes, looking a bit gloomy. Why don't you hide your identity at all? Xia Zhiye blinked. Why hide? I'm just here tonight to beat you up. It seems unnecessary to conceal my identity. But I feel like if I battle with you while wearing a mask, I would have more fighting spirit. You must have a mask, right? After all, this was something you reminded me of yesterday. Little Spider approached Xia Zhiye. Xia Zhiye scratched his head, a young man who hasn't graduated from the Chinibu Academy. Fine, I'll indulge you. He pressed on his chest, donned in a black outfit complete with a wide-brimmed hat and mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. Little Spider was momentarily speechless, seemingly mesmerized. What's wrong? Xia Zhiye waved his hand. Is it okay? Cool. How did you do that? And this outfit? Could it be? Are you a coach? How did you know about the instructor? Xia Zhiye wondered. Apart from dealing with a few small hooligans and leaving behind this name, it seemed he hadn't done anything noteworthy for others to remember him by. Almighty, you really not know how famous you are? Little Spider inexplicably became excited, continuously saying, if Aunt May knows that I'm going to fight with the instructor, she will definitely be proud of me. Are you serious? Xia Zhiye was astonished. It seems not. Little Spider quickly replied, but do you really not know how famous you are? People at school always mention you. That villain named Randolph was sent to the police station by you. You have practically become an idol in many people's hearts. Looking at the excited Little Spider, Xia Zhiye pondered for a moment and said, so have you admitted defeat? Peter was momentarily confused, and once he realized, he said gloomily, even if you are the instructor, I cannot easily admit defeat. Oh, then it seems who I am is not that important. Xia Zhiye felt disappointed. No, it is very important. Little Spider retorted. Xia Zhiye was puzzled. Why? If I defeat you, it proves I have defeated the instructor. And then? Xia Zhiye asked. Then I'm really strong. Your answer is flawless. Xia Zhiye gave a thumbs up. Of course. After Little Spider finished speaking, he felt something was off. Why do I feel like you are still just dismissing me? It's obvious. I thought you would have realized it long ago. I did realize it, but I didn't feel very happy. Putting down his backpack behind him, Little Spider looked at Xia Zhiye with eagerness. Xia Zhiye smiled and said, "You are indeed full of fighting spirit, but before that I want to ask you a question." "What question?" "Do you know Norman Osborn?" Xia Zhiye asked directly. Little Spider's answer was also direct. "I've heard of him, but haven't seen him much. He is Harry's father, and I haven't seen Harry for many years." Why do you suddenly ask this?" "It's nothing, just a casual question." In an instant, Xia Zhiye thought of many things, feeling somewhat disappointed. According to the first version of the plot, Little Spider and Harry had always been classmates and friends. Only in Spider-Man Homecoming did they not see each other for years. It seems that one cannot really hope for the Green Goblin's serum. This path has basically been completely sealed off. After all, if we look at the plot of Homecoming, the Green Goblin's serum doesn't exist at all. No way. Little Spider was not so easily fooled. Norman Osborn is a big shot in Oscorp. You wouldn't randomly ask a small fry like me about him. You must know something or are investigating something. Oh my, as a superhero, why are you suddenly asking about him? Is he a bad guy? Xia Zhiye was taken aback. This kid was quite quick to react. But thinking about this guy's original setting, Xia Zhiye found it not surprising. Little Spider was originally a top student with a brilliant mind, almost a versatile talent. Especially the Little Spider in Homecoming, he truly gives off an omnipotent vibe. It's quite normal for him to think of so many things in an instant. However, Xia Zhiye had no intention of getting entangled in this question. If the Green Goblin's serum became a bubble, then this matter would end here. He then said, "What are you thinking about? It seems like after you put on that mask you started talking more. Are we fighting or not?" "Fighting." The moment Little Spider said he would fight, he leaped into the air and threw a punch at Xia Zhiye's head. The speed of his movement surprised Xia Zhiye. This guy really fights when he says so. Though he had a quirky trait of becoming chatty after putting on the mask, Little Spider's movements were indeed not slow. Fortunately, Xia Zhiye was not easy to deal with. With a flick of his coat, one foot had already reached Little Spider's chest. Suddenly, Little Spider turned in midair, narrowly dodging the kick, while pressing his left hand on Xia Zhiye's leg, skillfully climbing behind him and attempting to choke Xia Zhiye's neck with both hands. Next, he felt empty in his arms. Xia Zhiye had surprisingly vanished without a trace. After losing his support, Little Spider's body inevitably fell to the ground, but with a move that was hard to imagine, he landed on his left hand first, and as he pressed down, his eyes caught sight of Xia Zhiye standing behind him. Supporting his entire weight on one hand, he kicked out with both legs. "Impressive," Xia Zhiye exclaimed, continuously slapping Little Spider's legs apart, the immense strength making his hands feel a bit numb. Then in the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. Up to this point, Xia Zhiye had already mastered the ability to traverse dimensions, suddenly appearing on the other side of Little Spider, crouching down and sweeping his leg. Little Spider was taken aback. The speed of this moment's movement was simply too fast. Even with his spider sense, which was like a massive weapon, he couldn't block this blow. He only felt a jolt in his left hand, his body slanted, and in the moment he was horizontal in midair, he saw Xia Zhiye rise after sweeping his leg and immediately kick out with his left foot, using his right leg as a support. These two moves formed a continuous attack, and Little Spider, who was already in a state of losing balance in midair, was directly hit in the chest. The tremendous force sent his body flying sideways toward the wall. However, Little Spider in midair skillfully flipped twice, and in the next moment, he was already on the wall upside down. Like a giant spider. "Come again." Xia Zhiye grinned. "Wait for me to rub my belly, that hurt, you know. How can you kick a young man's belly?" Little Spider said in a slightly gloomy tone. This previous bout, although lengthy in explanation, actually took less than 10 seconds. Little Spider believed he had fully utilized his advantages: strength, agility, and the omnipresent spider sense. Yet unexpectedly, in this brief skirmish, he was directly kicked away by Xia Zhiye. "I never kicked anyone's belly before," Xia Zhiye said. "Then where do you kick?" Little Spider casually asked. Xia Zhiye's gaze became leisurely. Little Spider was astonished. "Then you really do kick bellies?" As his words fell, his body suddenly propelled off the wall, and in an instant he was already in front of Xia Zhiye. The battle continued.